Mine. What? You want one? He asked, offering me a puffed rice snack. I'm good. Suit yourself. Choi Jiho took the snack back and popped it into his mouth. I couldn't scold him, so I just had to endure it. Just be careful not to get any crumbs on Jiwoo, I warned. At my words, Choi Jiho glanced at Park Jiwoo, who was sandwiched between us. For some reason, Park Jiwoo had insisted on sitting in the back instead of the passenger seat. He seemed quite restless, so I asked what he wanted, which led to this arrangement. He didn't take his motion sickness medicine, did he? I asked. He said he didn't want to take it today, Manager Dan replied. Park Jiwoo had gotten into the car for a long drive without any motion sickness medicine, and he passed out within 5 minutes. It was understandable, since he had been busy with the final broadcast and a commemorative live stream until yesterday. When we stopped at a rest stop, I coaxed him with some fried potatoes, and he struggled to open his eyes to eat 2 pieces. Park Jiwoo mumbled, "How many rice cake skewers did you buy, Jiho? He'll probably spend 3 hours on the Stairmaster later." "Just leave him be," I said. Ignoring us, Choi Jiho deftly finished his sausage and rice cake skewer. He ate with incredible speed, especially for someone who had just finished a whole bag of puffed rice. After our manager finished his hot bar, the car started moving. Again, Choi Jiho asked Park Jiwoo, "You're not feeling sick?" "Maybe because I slept." "I'm okay," Park Jiwoo answered. "If you feel nauseous, drink this sports drink." I bought it. Choi Jiho shoved the plastic bottle into Park Jiwoo's hand. "Let's air the car out, though," I said. "Smelling food for too long makes motion sickness worse." I opened my window, and Choi Jiho lowered his. A crosswind blew through the car, messing up Park Jiwoo's hair. "How's this?" I asked. The air quickly cooled. Park Jiwoo just stared blankly, saying nothing. Perhaps from the spring breeze. His face had already grown pale. The columbarium we visited early in the morning was quiet. We were the only visitors. The sound of our shoe heels clicking against the marble floor echoed through the space. Park Jiwoo asked an employee for directions and found the enshrinement hall. He reached the area filled with tightly packed niches and moved along, comparing his phone screen with the inscriptions on each one. Park Jiwoo said he had never been here before. He had told me, "Until I was in elementary school, my aunt and uncle always came by themselves. They were afraid I'd be traumatized. They probably couldn't bring themselves to take their nephew, whose wounds hadn't fully healed." I heard his aunt was very worried when Park Jiwoo recently asked where his parents were, wondering if it was okay to tell him. Her concern naturally grew since she must have watched Genre Swap. Park Jiwoo smiled, saying his aunt gave him the address after he told her he was going with his members. He had also said, "After I grew up, I just didn't come. I didn't know what I was supposed to do here." The day the competition ended, Park Jiwoo gathered the members and explained everything. He told us he still hears auditory hallucinations. He admitted his insistence on the color white and on cleaning was his own mental issue, not because he thought we were messy. A wound lay behind every one of his actions. He said he wanted to properly stitch them up, even if it took time. The reason Park Jiwoo couldn't visit his family was likely because so many of those wounds held him back. Park Jiwoo, walking ahead of us, suddenly stopped. He slowly bent his knees and knelt. Right at his eye level were 2 urns. Park Jiwoo placed a hand on the glass door. Inside, a small photograph was displayed. My mom looks so young. Park Jiwoo caressed the photo through the glass, as if stroking her hair. "He looks more like my brother than my dad. In a few years, we'd look like friends." Park Jiwoo remained there for a long time. He showed no sign of calling an employee to place the flowers he brought inside. Choi Jiho and I went outside to give Park Jiwoo some time alone. The weather was nice. We found a bench and sat down in silence. "Did you know we were coming here?" I asked Choi Jiho. "You think I came without knowing?" Choi Jiho retorted. He thought for a moment, then corrected himself. "No, that's why I came." The nuance had subtly changed. It sounded less like he had tagged along and more like he came because he felt he should be here. "I heard the gist of it last night," Choi Jiho said. "Oh, I felt like just telling him to go and come back safely wasn't right," Choi Jiho added, looking at the well-maintained landscaping. His words reminded me of something Choi Jiho had said in the past, something so different it was hard to believe it came from the same person. Anyone would feel like shit if they were suddenly told to get lost. Isn't it obvious the mood would be ruined? "You know, Your personality has changed a lot, I said. I guess, Choi Ji-ho replied. Choi Ji-ho leaned back against the bench. Even in the past, Park Ji-woo had seen Choi Ji-ho as an older member he wanted to rely on. Perhaps to Park Ji-woo, Choi Ji-ho had always been a decent person. Park Ji-woo's voice came from above us. You were here. He held his phone, likely looking for us. Choi Ji-ho let out in awe. So you're the one who didn't answer his call. Did you pay your respects? I asked. Yeah, Park Ji-woo said. You did well. I dusted myself off and stood up. We walked down to the parking lot with Park Ji-woo between us. Let's all come together next time, I said. Park Ji-woo looked confused. Huh. Today, only Choi Ji-ho and I came to pay respects, I explained. Park Ji-woo vaguely averted his gaze, as if he hadn't considered everyone coming. He probably felt bad asking the younger members, or his friend, Jong Song-bin, to come. It would have been even more difficult to ask Lee Chong-hyun to arrange a song for a memorial. Park Ji-woo started. If the others say it's okay. Right. And when you're ready, Ji-woo, I cut in. If you're not up for it, you can just lean on my shoulder or Choi Ji-ho's and sleep for 2 hours. Just tell us anytime. I can do that. Of course. Look at my shoulder and his. You can use them both. So just say the word. I won't fall asleep next time. Park Ji-woo, having slept his fill, made an embarrassed excuse. Despite his words, he slept soundly the entire way back. It was so absurd that I let out a dry laugh the whole time I covered him with a blanket. We had overcome a harsh ordeal, but the storm's aftermath remained. After everything that happened, the fans, the company, and especially the members of Spark needed time to clear the air. A vacation for Spark wouldn't change the mood within the fandom. If we tried to increase our original content, it would likely be rushed and spark low-quality controversies, which would be worse than doing nothing at all. Given the situation and entertainment, show appearance became crucial. We needed something that could make people laugh, not a static interview or a documentary. For Spark, the perfect opportunity to make the tired and weary Sparkler laugh had just arrived. We got a casting offer from Deserted Rest Island. Deserted Rest Island, the very show that had greatly boosted Spark's public recognition, sent another love call to UA. The deserted island environment was harsh, but the program itself wasn't particularly grueling. Deserted Rest Island didn't involve hard labor or require much energy. The weather was also good. Filming was scheduled for the end of March, so it wouldn't be too cold or hot. Considering the immense love the last Deserted Rest Island received, it was a great opportunity. The problem was that the Deserted Rest Island team had set a condition. They said they'd like it if Ji-ho and Kion came, with one more person as a +1. The dance line were now mandatory participants. Right, since they pulled in 5 million views for every MTube clip, the show probably wants to ride that wave again. Thanks to them, the group's image was now in jeopardy. We were trying to improve the atmosphere, but the epitome of gorgeous image we had worked so hard to build was about to revert to a tropical jungle. It felt like the sky was falling. I don't mind going again, Choi Ji-ho said. I'm fine with it, too, Kang Kion added. Choi Ji-ho and Kang Kion made their thoughtless remarks. The real crisis wasn't that the two of them were going together. The real crisis was the member who had to go with them. One person had to be stuck between these atrocious idiots. If I had my way, I would have gone myself. I couldn't, in my right mind, send the others with them. I didn't want to repeat the helpless experience of watching Choi Ji-ho and Kang Kion put on a prehistoric show on TV after it was all over. However, my offer to volunteer was soundly rejected again. I had somewhat expected it. Who knew what might happen if they sent someone who was bleeding from his nose and stomach until just recently on a shoot that required a long-haul flight? If I had known this would happen, I would have taken better care of my health. I now instantly understood what that #regretful male lead hashtag I saw on the web novel platform meant. But to send the other guys, Lee Chong-hyun was an absolute no. His schedule was already saturated. Jong Song-bin's situation was better than Lee Chong-hyun's, but not by much. An idol group leader takes care of far more than is apparent on the surface. Given Jong Song-bin's personality, he would want to handle company communications even on a deserted island, and I didn't want to add to his workload. And Park Ji-woo was even more out of the question. I was about to propose a deal, offering to get a detailed health checkup. Could I go? Park Ji-woo volunteered for a shoot that came as a package deal with airplanes, bugs, and sleeping outdoors. 442. Chapter 442. Reappearance. 2. Are you really going to be okay? I asked, my voice filled with a mountain of worry. Park Ji-woo sat on the floor, silently focused on packing his bag. My stomach ulcer is all better now, you know? I should be the one to go. I don't even get nosebleeds anymore. I'm perfectly fine. I touted my own health to persuade him. While these guys played Tetris with their schedules, I had rested plenty, so my condition was quite good. Choi Ji-ho watched Park Ji-woo stuff a pillow into his bag and commented without a shred of emotion. They'll probably confiscate that pillow even if you take it. Choi Ji-ho, can you be quiet for a second? Park Ji-woo, who had ignored me, readily obeyed Choi Ji-ho. My head throbbed as I watched him obediently remove the pillow from his bag. The day my words were less persuasive than Choi Ji-ho's had finally come. It was the end of the world. They edit out the minor scenes, but the actual sight will be much harsher. It'll be hard to even wash up properly. I heard a lot about it from Ji-ho and Kian. I'm mentally prepared. What did you tell this kid? That the bugs are huge. You should have told him they're big enough to make you faint. They're not that big. Could you please not base the world standards on your own? Kong Kian was fine. Don't base the world standards on you too. No, forget it. In just 30 seconds, I lost all will to talk to Choi Ji-ho. The reality that such a conversation had a high chance of winning an argument was deplorable. You don't have to worry so much. Park Ji-woo spoke as he put clothes into a travel pouch and zipped it shut, perhaps remembering how I had foamed at the mouth when Choi Ji-ho showed off his bizarre bag. Kian said he'd catch the bugs for me. Catching bugs that get into a confined space is a completely different problem. Should I take an electric fly swatter? They took the pillow. You think they won't take a fly swatter? Still, Park Ji-woo wasn't discouraged. I was the only one pacing anxiously, unsure what to do. Just give up, Hyung. Jong Songbin said from behind me, his face resigned. I told him several times that I'd go, but it was no use. Songbin, you're busy. It's more painful to watch a friend sleep on a dirt floor, Ji-woo. So sleeping on the floor is a sure thing. The vicious broadcasting station. If they had just let us send any duo like last time, we could have diluted this festival of fools, but blinded by view counts, they insisted on carving 2 indelible dark histories onto someone else's team. It would be a relief if Spark's next concept wasn't ruler of the deserted island. Don't worry too much. I'll steel myself so I won't be a burden. Is that why you're packing work gloves? Are you planning to split logs? You'll find plenty of gloves if you walk along the beach. Please. It had been a long time since I wanted to cry this badly. Every single word from Choi Ji-ho painted my vision black. The future was bleak. I'm so anxious I don't think I'll be able to sleep. What should I do? It's the same for me. Not a hint of a smile touched Jong Songbin's face. In an instant, only Jong Songbin's world and mine had collapsed. What's wrong with everyone? Ji-woo could go and have a great time. Chonghyun. Park Ji-woo was touched. This was the first person not going to the deserted island who had taken his side. Chonghyun, you're just happy because you think the number of funny scenes will increase by 1.5 times. Is it that obvious? You didn't even seem to have the will to hide it. Lee Chonghyun cackled. I realized it once again. The only person who could understand me right now was Jong Songbin. I told you to supervise Kian's packing. Did you watch him carefully? Kong Jian does fine when he's left alone. He's just influenced by who he's with. Lee Chonghyun didn't stop, continuing to pour oil on the fire inside me. I wanted to go to the deserted island. It was the first time in my life I had ever wanted to go to a place untouched by human civilization of my own free will. I'd even build a water system on bare land. Just send me to the undeveloped territory. No matter how I think about it, I can only picture Ji-woo coming back covered in soot. I had raised him well as our visual main vocal, and now he was about to return as a dust-covered cinder Ji-woo. What was the point of all that image marketing, raising him on nothing but mineral water to create a human Dawn Mountain mist image? Over 2 years of effort had turned to ash overnight. The expression heartbroken should be in textbooks with this situation as the example. I can really do well. I even trained. What kind of training did you do? I asked, though I wasn't curious at all. Surviving for 12 hours on only water, sleeping with a video of mosquito sounds playing. I regretted it. I had asked a needless question and only increased my worries. I'll go and catch a mud octopus. That'll solve it, won't it? Yiwol, you look like you have absolutely no intention of elevating the group's image. Lee Chonghyun threw a wet blanket on the idea. Choi Jiho chased us out, saying he needed to sleep and we should disperse. After even Lee Chonghyun went back to his room, only Jong Songbin and I remained in the living room. Should we tell them we'll go as a full group, even now? The night before the Park Ju-woo is an elf theory was about to be shattered, we tossed and turned endlessly in our beds. We exchanged conversations like, Songbin, are you not sleeping? And Hyung, aren't you sleeping? Before greeting the morning with our eyes wide open. Hyun, be careful not to get hurt. Ju-woo, always be mindful of what you eat. Yeah. If Choi Jiho gives you something to cover the trash with, make sure to check its condition. See if there are any holes, if there's any mold, or if it smells. Got it. I grabbed each of them by the cheeks and drilled survival tips into them. The guys, knowing what it meant for me to touch their skin, widened their eyes and were forced to listen. Why don't you just tell them to stay away from me altogether? Choi Jiho picked a fight from behind me. He wore a backpack that looked as light as a feather. That would be for the best. Even to the scoffing Choi Jiho, I offered a few words of sincere concern. Please don't try to chop logs with your bare hands. Seeing that once was enough. Think about how the fans cropped the concept photos because they wanted to see your hands up close, only for a magnified image of them full of splinters to appear. I cried out with the feeling of coughing up my last drop of blood, but Choi Jiho's face showed no sign of listening. Jong Songbin came over, carrying a bundle of motion sickness medicine, calming pills, allergy medicine, and more. He then put 2 small packages into Park Ju-woo's and Kang Kyon's bags. They said you can bring personal medication, so take this. I already checked if it's okay to bring it into the country. I haven't taken calming pills in a while. I can leave this. There's a psychological difference between having it and not taking it versus not having it at all. If it's heavy, let's have Ju-woo carry it. This much is fine. At Jong Songbin's explanation, Kang Kyon obediently accepted the bundle. In the bag was also a notebook that Lee Chonghyun, who had a morning lecture, had given them earlier. I had no idea why he gave them that. The time for parting came all too quickly. The entrance felt completely packed when the guys, who were as tall as streetlights, gathered in the shoe closet area. They had physiques perfectly suited for jungle survival, yet I couldn't help but sigh heavily. First, safety. Second, safety. Third, broadcast screen time. Don't forget. Yeah. Why do your answers sound so half-hearted? Whatever, we're leaving. All right. With a final wave from Choi Jiho, the guys left on their long journey. I stood side by side with Jong Songbin on the veranda, trying to guess where the van was in the underground parking lot. I'm not asking for much. I just hope they come back looking like human beings. Since Ju-woo is with them, those two probably won't go wild like last time. They have some similarities, so maybe they'll get along surprisingly well. You're not confident in your own words, are you? Jong Songbin couldn't refute it. We fell silent. But wait a minute. The 3 of them have similarities? In that moment, something I had briefly forgotten came to mind. The MBTI types they had written for each other once in our own content rang an alarm in my head. Songbin. Yes, Hyung. Weren't they all introverts? And the introverts of Spark boast a unique brand of peculiarity. A sharp wind blew through the open veranda window. It felt as if a late spring chill had descended upon our dorm and upon Spark's future. Until the deserted island team returned, a cold wind blew through the dorm. Everyone shivered. Lee Chonghyun was presumed to be shivering from holding back laughter, hoping that the deserted island team wouldn't cause any more Paleolithic-era incidents. Fortunately, the shivering dorm team didn't end up catching a cold. Hyung, we're back. This was because Park Ju-woo and the boys returned looking worse than a sack used for sledding 30 times. Heat rushed to the top of my head, and my fuse grew short. I told you I wasn't asking for much, just to come back looking human. What on earth have you been doing? Why do you forget civilized society and revert to the primitive era every time you go to an island? Hyung, did I tell you to become members, not charcoal? It's enough that our group name has spark in it. Why do you keep burning holes in your clothes? If you were going to burn them like this, why even wear a vest? I couldn't even bear to look at the airport arrival photos, seriously. I wanted to collapse and sob my heart out. To think that the guys I had polished until they shone and put out on the market had been dragged onto a poorly planned home shopping show. only to willingly suffer the ordeal of being fried, thrown around, and covered in flour and chili oil for free. What was all my effort for until now? How futile was my dream of making Choi Ji-ho an icon of airport fashion? I managed to hold back, only beating my chest to save face as an adult. But when Choi Ji-ho told me to leave my heart alone, my anger doubled. I wanted to tell him, without exaggeration, that he was the reason my heart was overworked 80% of the time. Park Ji-woo explained that it was only his appearance, and that the trip to the deserted island was more fun and manageable than he'd expected. I sincerely wanted to believe him. However, when a pair of hole-ridden work gloves consisting of 2 left hands and a scorched metal plate emerged from Park Ji-woo's bag, I lost my reason. I don't remember what I said after that, but I'll never forget snapping back to my senses and realizing 3 hours had passed. 443, Chapter 443, Reappearance, 3. Much greater than deserted rest island. Something big is coming. The Wild Man again. Is that title for real? I'm already excited. I couldn't sleep properly waiting for the broadcast of Deserted Rest Island. Everyone had been eagerly anticipating it. For a while, if anyone had asked me the scariest thing in the world, I would have said, insane introverts appearing on TV. We're screwed. Spark's image is finished. Next time it'll be 4 of them, then 5. They'll get dragged in one by one until the final.jpg shows all of us roasting marshmallows together. Marshmallows are pretty modern, Lee Chong-hyun pointed out. Damn it, Lee Chong-hyun's point was so valid it hurt. Right, marshmallows? I'd be lucky if they didn't just stick a banana on a branch and roast it. I could vividly picture us on a one-food diet of campfire-roasted bananas while other people enjoyed torched bananas on French toast. Should we turn on the cameras soon? The show starts in 10 minutes. Jong Songbin said. We had decided to record ourselves watching the live broadcast for our own content. A camera was already set up in the dorm. The memory of getting angry during the last viewing session was still fresh. I wondered what fun it would be to film this, but Lee Chong-hyun had convinced me. Hyung's reaction is funny, so it should be fine. Because he said that, the content was greenlit. I was willing to show myself getting angry over and over if it meant entertaining the fans. I also decided to laugh in between to keep the mood from getting too heavy. It's starting. The members gathered in front of the screen just as the commercials ended. A picturesque scene unfolded, filled with warm sunlight and lush green trees sprouting new leaves. A warm spring morning. The pink, sparkling caption shown on the screen. The weather is nice. It is. The camera panned down from the vast sky to match the murmuring voices. Choi Ji-ho, Park Ji-woo, and Kang Ki-an appeared, standing side by side. Hello, we are Spark. A VCR introducing the cast followed their short, impactful greeting. Glamorous titles like Blue Chip of the Advertising World, Center of Attention, and Pro-Idol decorated clips from the Bright music video, The Night is Photo Shoot, and music show fan cams. And the screen filled with the indifferent face of a ragged Choi Ji-ho, a stark contrast to his neat appearance just moments before. Ji-ho, do we need a house? Ki-an, what? Many other legendary scenes poured out after that. A collection of their most famous scenes played, so familiar that Lee Chong-hyun could recite the next line without breathing. Dramatic effects emphasized their deeds even more. Deserted Rest Island's first ever, visitors who lived without a house. The caption took it a step further. I wanted to argue that our boys weren't stars of that caliber, but the million views tags on every MTube video thumbnail made my explanation useless. A new companion has joined these history makers. My worries lessened when Park Ji-woo appeared with a gentle, harmless smile. They even added a cherry blossom effect for spring, making Park Ji-woo look like a single flower torn and scattered by a sparrow. But the relief did not last long. Ki-an, Hyung, don't you smell something burning? Ju, my clothes got a little burnt earlier. A new member boasting an unyielding personality. Hyung, are you okay? Jong Songbin asked, placing a hand on my shoulder. I'm not okay. My spirit is completely dead. You can't die already, Hyung. What on earth did you guys do over there? Kang Ki-an didn't answer my question. Only Choi Ji-ho spoke nonchalantly, as if he had something to be proud of. Still, we lived better than last time. Can I believe you? Do you trust Ji-ho Hyung? They say with bungee jumping, the rebound is scarier than the initial fall, Lee Chong-hyun said. His words made my world crumble once again. The unpredictable trio's deserted island survival story starts. It says unpredictable. It says survival story. Young, calm down. We're ruined. Even Gestralo Erectus was too generous a title. My newly opened Spark Jewel shop. Whether I was crying or not, the boat on the screen set sail. Choi Jiho and Kang Kian sat on the deck and took out sunscreen as if they were used to it. Park Juwoo hesitated for a moment, then sat on his bag and started applying sunscreen. Juwoo, why are you sitting on your bag? The white bag, once dazzling under the sun, now looked pitiful. It was crumpled and hidden in Park Juwoo's shadow. These are clothes I have to wear for a few days, so they can't get dirty. And it's okay for the bag to get dirty? Park Juwoo answered my question simply. We're going to a deserted island. You have to give some things up. It was such an easygoing statement. Hard to believe it came from Park Juwoo. Park Juwoo vigorously dusted off the poor bag with his rough hands. A small speech bubble next to it read, I'm in pain. PD. Today, we're going to give you a special guide for survival. Kian, really? PD. They say there are many poisonous plants on the island you're going to. So this is for your safety. A handmade guidebook appeared. It looked like it was printed using the collate function on the station's printer. While making that, couldn't they have also noted the locations of nearby animals? If they'd just called me, I would have made a full-color, ultra-high-definition, 100-page guidebook for them. PD, if you ever happen to see this video, I'm really good at making things like that. Please, just trust me with it once. I'll create everything from A to Z. I'm begging you. Does that mean you want to send us to a deserted island again? I'm sorry, I take it back. Fearing Kang Kian's words might become reality, I quickly swallowed my own. On screen, Park Juwoo carefully put the guidebook into his bag. Thanks to the sunscreen or the guidebook, the members looked much brighter when they arrived on a desolate beach after what the captions called a 17-hour journey. Park Juwoo carried a slim bag that made you doubt he'd even packed a toothbrush. Choi Jiho had the only bag in proper shape. Kang Kian's was as flat as dried filefish jerky. They all disembarked from the boat with grim determination. Jiho, should we look for a place to build a house first? Choi Jiho's words surprised me and eased my deepening worries. I was almost moved to tears. PD, are you building a house this time? What? Did the PD want them to sleep outdoors again? Of course they have to show some growth. Kian, the other members begged us to at least build a house to live in. We're trying to show a different side of ourselves, much greater than they're building a house. Don't lie. Since when did you guys live so luxuriously? Much greater than Choi Jiho has lost his original spirit. Getting greedy with real estate. They say they're building a house, and everyone seems disappointed. Just as Lee Chong-hyun said while watching the live chat, disappointed viewers were popping up one after another. I knew the show wanted them to be the same as before, but their simple nature could be shown in other ways, not just through the house. Choi Jiho and Kang Kian had that much potential. That was why I had repeatedly pleaded with them to at least sleep in a proper place. Fortunately, the clever Kang Kian had not forgotten my request. Choi Jiho stopped at a spot on the beach, with the sea in front and the forest behind. His younger members stood on either side of him. Juwoo, what are you thinking about? Jiho, I'm thinking about how to build an efficient house. I had a bad feeling. Is Choi Jiho smiling? On the screen, Choi Jiho scanned the beach with a serious expression. My anxiety surged. Jiho, Juwoo hates bugs, right? Jiho, should we elevate the sleeping area? Kian, like a hammock? Choi Jiho drew a picture in the sand. His plan was to weave a lattice-like floor between two well-spaced trees and sleep on top. He also proposed a way to chase away flying insects and get warmth by building a fire under the wooden floor. To prevent the fire from spreading, he suggested digging a deep hole for the campfire. Park Juwoo watched the completed drawing. Juwoo, I know what this is called. Kian, a house like this has a name. Juwoo, smoked. The smoked house was rejected because of its shocking name. It would have been scrapped anyway for being a fire hazard, but it was heartbreaking that I had to be. Happy they rejected it before they even tried. The conversation strayed endlessly through topics like digging into the ground to sleep is the best. Why aren't we making progress? And would a cave be cold? After a long detour, they decided to build a simple house on the border between the forest and the sea. Choi Jiho drew a long horizontal line on an earthen ledge. He called Kang Kian over, had him sit down, and asked, Jiho, can you dig here? Hyun, how much? Jiho, enough for a head to fit. Hyun, you're going to sleep with your head in the wall. Jiho, then we won't need pillows. That damn pillow thing again. I lost my composure and yelled. I was so furious I couldn't stand it. Hyung, the camera's rolling. I know. They'll edit it out, but still, everyone, I'm sorry. Isn't it better than cutting a log? How is that any better? Whether I was suffering or not, Kang Keon started digging without a word of complaint. Park Ju-woo, who was watching quietly, delivered a sharp remark. Ju-woo, if we sleep with our heads in here, won't sand fall on our faces all night? Keon. Logical reasoning was an aspect that Choi Ji-ho and Kang Keon never displayed. I clasped Park Ju-woo's hands. Ju-woo, you're saving the team. However, Park Ju-woo ignored my praise. He kept avoiding my gaze and turning his head. I thought he felt burdened. But, Ju, let's dig all the way to the top to make it easier to breathe. Keon. Oh, okay da. He was just feeling guilty. Park Ju-woo even found a pair of gloves with holes in them and started digging diligently. Is there a water vein running through the deserted island? Why do the kids get so weird whenever they go there? It's surrounded by water, so something must be flowing. Choi Ji-ho added fuel to the fire. Right on cue, the screen focused on Choi Ji-ho, who had wandered off by himself. PD, what are you going to get? Ji-ho, pillars. One side will be supported by the earth, so don't we just need a pillar for the other side and 4 supports for the roof? He plans to put a roof directly on that low ledge. He really does intend to only sleep inside. And even that is being dug out by Ju-woo and Keon. If he doesn't get back soon, he'll be sleeping in a right-angled triangle house. Choi Ji-ho walked sluggishly until he found a sturdy, straight tree that was not very thick. He grabbed the end of the fallen tree, stood it up, and abruptly brought his nose to it. PD, what are you doing? Flustered. Ji-ho, Ju-woo is sensitive to smells. It can't have a weird scent. Your whole standard for setting priorities is wrong in the first place. In the end, I completely exploded just 10 minutes into the broadcast. 444, Chapter 444, Reappearance 4. When Choi Ji-ho returned, the ground was already perfectly leveled into a shape. His strong younger brothers had finished everything before their Hyung got back. Ji-ho, this is better da. Fortunately, their Hyung is the dumbest of them all, so it isn't a problem. I guess I expect too much from these guys. Choi Ji-ho and Park Ju-woo started building a house. They set up pillars to keep their youngest from getting rained on. Kang Keon wandered the island, searching for something suitable for a roof. The guy wandered for a long time, then stopped before a banana tree with a sullen look. Kang Keon stroked the tree trunk with a lingering touch. Keon, no matter how I look at it, there's nothing as good as this. PD, ha ha. Kang Keon picked up banana leaves with a gloomy face. He even added some pretty shaped leaves, claiming it was for the design. What was truly infuriating was that this guy also sniffed the brown leaves. Keon, would it be weird if it smells like banana while we sleep? PD, I wouldn't know. Keon, PD, should I smell it for you? The camera filmed Kang Keon and the PD from about 2 steps away. The sight of 2 adult men in the middle of the tropical jungle, their noses buried in banana leaves, was quite bizarre. The camera kept shaking, which suggested the camera director was struggling to hold back his laughter. Is the banana tree the only thing on the island you guys go to? You said it was a different place than last time. I guess it's fate. Maybe his fortune says he has a lot of trees. Lee Chong-hyun said something dreadful. The day the official Spark account uses a banana emoji is the day I might do something to a banana. Anyway, Kang Keon returned with a net he found on the shore, filled to the brim with eco-friendly green leaves. Ju-woo, that's a lot. Did you bring all that to cover the top? Keon, it would be good to lay some down too. If we just sleep on the ground, dirt will get on our clothes. Listening to their pointless conversation makes my head spin. It feels like I'm taking an English listening test, a thing of the past now. Is this leaf a roof? Yes, it is a roof. Is this leaf also a roof? No, it is a mat. After many twists and turns, they completed the hut. It was a small, humble space where the 3 would have to lie down with their shoulders pressed tightly together. Keon, we've improved it. Ju-woo, we really have. The 2 guys were deeply moved. Their faces showed they could not believe they did not have to sleep on the dirt floor. Ji-ho, let's go find something to eat. Of course, Choi Ji-ho, being the oldest, was not swayed by such trivial matters. The three of them left the house that looked like it would blow away in a gust of wind and set off to find food. Ji-ho, what is this? Why is it so red? Juwoo, isn't it a ripe mango? Hyun, do mangoes turn red when they're ripe? Bananas turn yellow when they're ripe. That's because what you found is an apple mango, you kids. Hyun, the compass direction, which way was it again? Juwoo, really? Sure, what does it matter when you don't even know if you built the house on the east or north side? It might have already blown halfway into the sea. Juwoo, if there's not much to eat, I'm okay with starving for a day. Ji-ho, you have to eat to get things done. Hyun, that's right. You'll collapse, Hyung. Still, the guys encouraged each other and moved forward. It was a truly heartwarming sight. Just as Choi Ji-ho said, they ate whatever they saw first. Juwoo, there are so many bugs. Hyun, and lizards, tooted. Ji-ho, can't we eat lizards? No, please, just don't eat the lizard. Try a little harder to find something to eat. You still have plenty of stamina. Don't give up so easily. The world is still worth living in. The disaster of me jumping up and down on the sofa in a rage did not occur. Fortunately, the disaster of the guys trying to catch a lizard did not occur either. Hyun, it doesn't look like it has much meat. Are you going to catch it? Ji-ho, no. It was not for any rational reason, but simply because the lizard seemed to have little meat for the effort. Watching one episode of this variety show made my mood swing up and down like a stock chart. Juwoo, coconuts, can we pick them? Park Juwoo's question added some activity to the consistently peaceful picture. Choi Ji-ho, wearing work gloves he had found on the beach, slapped the tree a few times with his palm and then took off his shoes. Choi Ji-ho was unusually good at climbing trees. The subtitles also praised Choi Ji-ho's hidden talent so much it could have left a mark on the screen. They say bears are good at climbing trees. Ji-ho, move aside. I'll bring it down with me. Hyun, it's dangerous if you drop it while climbing down. Just throw it. Ji-ho, what if it breaks? Juwoo, it's better for a coconut to break than for a person to get hurt. The sight of Choi Ji-ho throwing coconuts from the top of the palm tree was not very idol-like. It was reminiscent of a catapult. At least he showed a hint of wisdom by throwing the coconuts onto a pile of fallen leaves. Ji-ho, did we pick enough fruit? Hyun, I think so, right? We have the mangoes too. Juwoo, Hyung, do you have the mangoes by any chance? Kong Hyun asked, peering into the net basket whose holes were plugged with leaves. Juwoo, huh? Park Juwoo's dazed expression and his large hands were captured in one frame. His grip, tensed with worry that his Hyung might fall from the tree, had mercilessly crushed the apple mango. Mango juice dripped from the tragic mango what was once a mango, much greater than Ju Mango. An honorable nickname appeared in the real-time comment section. From afar, I could hear the sound of the Park Juwoo is an elf theory coming to an end. The Three Stooges continued their exploration while sharing the remains of the apple mango. With coconuts in one arm and an eco-friendly blanket in the other, the guys advanced endlessly. They had already used up all the leaves Kong Hyun gathered for the roof and the floor. This means they kept walking until the PD told them they could not go any further because the area beyond had not been surveyed. Today's fun fact: since the Earth is round, if you keep walking, you will eventually reach a restricted area. As expected of guys with good luck when it comes to food, the three of them returned with their hands full. Park Juwoo played a huge role by actively using the guidebook. Hyun, isn't this an edible mushroom? Juwoo, no. That one is a dangerous mushroom. Ji-ho, they all look similar. Ju, you must always be wary of dangers you can't fully prepare for. Park Juwoo excellently distinguished the edible mushrooms with a hawk's eye and strict standards. His attitude of thoroughly rejecting anything with even the slightest risk was perfect for broadcasting. It was an achievement that more than made up for destroying the apple mango. A small caption appeared at the bottom of the screen, consumed under the supervision of an expert. Never eat mushrooms gathered from the forest rashly. The low, shabby hut was also intact, not a single part blown away. If it had been half destroyed, they would have at least rebuilt it, but they must have driven the supports so deep that it miraculously did not collapse. If only it had rained, that pathetic house. No, calling that thing a house is an insult to cozy living spaces. That pathetic tent would have collapsed long ago and been on the path to reassembly. If that had happened, those guys could have rested their bodies in a slightly better place for the day. After the outdoor barbecue and now the second round on the deserted island, Choi Ji-ho had practically become a god of fire. The guy handled the fire stick as easily as a disposable lighter to start a fire. The scene of them sitting around the campfire grilling and eating mushrooms was quite funny. They suddenly decided to check if there were any fish they could catch only at night, then rushed to the beach carrying a burning piece of firewood. That's a lie. Actually, it wasn't funny. It felt strange, like watching a historical scene of primitive humans who had just discovered fire, extending their activity into the night for the first time. Seeing them finally catch an unknown fish even makes me wonder, are these guys really making an innovative breakthrough? Should I genuinely be congratulating them? Kong Keon filleted the fish they caught after midnight and smoked it. Park Joo-woo's comment about smoking turned out to be foreshadowing. Even for a documentary-style variety show, the narrative structure within a single episode was perfect. Chapter 1. The final scene was of the three people who crawled into the hut, closing their eyes one by one. At first glance, it looked like they were trying to sleep, but in reality, their eyes were stinging from the smoke, so they all closed them early. Since they had slept in a hole they dug last time, there was no way they would have known how important the wind direction was. The beautiful scene, a mix of starlight and sparks flying from the bonfire, slowly faded out. Episode 1 is finally over. Jong Songbin forced a smile. That was a really long and difficult time. Was it that bad? Ji-ho, put a hand on your heart and think about it. Choi Ji-ho casually ignored me. To make matters worse, knowing the cameras were on him, he smoothly turned to another member. The move screamed, I'm not ignoring Kim Yiwol because I hate him. I'm just changing the subject to make the show more interesting. That sight made me 3 times more furious. Still, I was genuinely moved. Choi Ji-ho, the one who was told to put a hand on his heart, stayed completely still. Instead, Lee Chong-hyun unexpectedly spoke up, his hands folded neatly. Should I say it felt like watching the progress of humanity? Even if it's progress, it's way too slow. Lee Chong-hyun burst out laughing, perhaps because I sounded so resolute. However, deserted Rest Island would not let us relax here. Once the 90-second commercial break was over, a relentless preview assaulted us. Keon, do you want to hear the good news first or the bad news? Joo-woo, the bad news. Keon, I put out the fire while trying to move it. Joo-woo, what's the good news? Keon, your eyes won't sting from the smoke while you sleep anymore. Joo-woo, I think one of my clothes is missing. PD, they say the monkeys here steal clothes like that. Joo-woo, where did Ji-ho Hyung go? Keon, I saw him heading into the sea with nothing on him earlier. As soon as those words were out, Choi Ji-ho flashed across the screen, carrying something large out of the sea. Because of the mosaic, it was impossible to tell what Choi Ji-ho had caught. Just then, a staff member from across the table slid a white cue card in front of Jong Songbin. After reading the card, Jong Songbin announced in a choked voice, time for a surprise event. To the sparkler who correctly guesses the identity of the food Ji-ho Hyung caught from the sea, we will be giving a small gift. Lee Chong-hyun slammed the table, laughing. With the sound of erupting laughter as his background music, Jong Songbin did his best to explain how to participate. I wanted to help our burden leader, but I was also completely drained and could not do a thing. 445, Chapter 445, Reappearance, 5. Much greater than a scene that perfectly showcases the progress of humanity, but now with a real-time twist. Teacher, the progress is too slow. Much greater than our boys are so consistent. They haven't lost their original spirit. Please lose that original spirit, for God's sake. Well. I gasp because they're so handsome, but then in the very next scene they're doing something like a coconut long throw, so I don't know how to react. Much greater than didn't Spark have a really competent image up until their slaughter era? What on earth happened in just a few months? They're good at doing what they're told, lol, but this is what happens when there's no one to tell them what to do. It's because they left the brains of the group behind. Honestly, I don't know now. I feel like even if the brains came, they'd just assimilate. Much greater than Park Joo-woo doesn't look the part, but he's a strength character, lol. He has a surprising charm. Basically no one in Spark is weak. Just look at them. He's not just strong, he's crazy strong. I saw him rip a coconut in half, and I got scared even though I was outside the screen. Dropping a pic for you all. Wow, those forearms. In return for that nice gift, I'm leaving a pic of his back muscles. Wow, those back muscles. Wasn't the standard for a rock vocalist a skinny, sensitive guy? When did he become a handsome man sculpted with muscles? Park Ji-woo was always a handsome rock man sculpted with muscles. Much greater than guys. Didn't you get scolded by Yiwol? Well. On Bubble Pop, Yiwol looked like he was about to faint. No lie, we got 3 Bubble Pop notifications a minute that day. Much greater than how an idol utilizes a branding iron. Searing the cut side of a banana. Wow, it looks like a cafe dessert. A banana brulee has appeared lol. It's so freaking funny how he was poking the firewood and then seared a banana because it was a waste of heat. He doesn't let a single bit of energy go to waste. The banana isn't ripe enough, just force it to ripen. The meaning of ripen is a little different here, isn't it? LOL. Kong Kyeon, the garden's single green apple, became a rainforest rubber tree man. Park Ji-woo, the Winter Lakes fairy, became the guardian of the Amazon's branding iron. Choi Ji-ho, the Golden Continent's master, became a tenant in a fly-infested house. I told them to appear on the show for a change of pace, but they returned with completely shattered images. I could only watch helplessly as people posted comparison shots of their music videos and the variety show online. My eyes are going to fall out. Choi Ji-ho spoke to me as I stared at the monitor nonstop after getting off work. This bastard, does he dare pick a fight with me right now? I'd rather they fall out. Then at least I'd go wash up, wouldn't I? Go to sleep if you're tired. I'm not tired. It's 1 a.m. How can you be sleepy? How can you even say you're tired after turning the team's image into something for a natural history museum? My storm of criticism made the resting members pop out one by one. What glory did I think I'd enjoy? Putting you on a throne in a golden nation. I should have just doused you with water like I always do. Then you would have just been called a naturalist by the stream, and that would have been the end of it. Hyung, are you crying? Lee Chong-hyun helped me up from where I had collapsed on the floor. Hyung is not crying. Your image is still intact. Songbin is already a lost cause even though he didn't go to the deserted island. But as long as you're safe, Hyung is okay. It's not like they got a bad image, so isn't it fine? If you had done things that gave you a bad image, I would have locked you in the practice room for 3 months. Be grateful I've left you unarrested. Park Ji-woo shut his mouth at my words. Ji-woo, I believed in you, so my sense of betrayal is immense. I cherish you, but I cannot take your side this time. Do not forgive my petty self. What on earth did you catch in the sea? No, wait, leaking spoilers is absolutely forbidden. Jong Songbin, take him to his room. Yes. Hyung. Songbin, are you listening to Choi Ji-ho in front of me right now? In this situation where the team is in crisis. It was absurd. Jong Songbin himself had been flabbergasted in real time watching his friend's image get ruined. How could he do this to me? At this point, I started to wonder if I was the strange one. Fortunately, they were the strange ones, not me. The episode that aired the following week clearly proved my anger was justified. Hyun, what did you catch? Ji-ho, mud octopus. Ju, don't mud octopuses live in the deep sea? Hyun, doesn't our team catch mud octopuses an unusual amount of times? Ji-ho, it's because we have a member whose nickname is Fortune-Telling Octopus. Ju, does it work like that? Choi Ji-ho would casually walk into the sea and suddenly catch a giant red octopus. Ju, I think one of my shirts is missing. Hyun, didn't you put it in your bag? PD, they say the monkeys here steal clothes a lot. Ju, just then, a potential culprit comes into the eldest's sight. Ji-ho, is it that one? A monkey robbery has occurred. In return for consuming nature's resources, the island's residents would take their manufactured goods. No wonder Park Ji-woo returned wearing a vest with holes in it, instead of a spare shirt. Why did that monkey take clothes instead of the smoked fish hanging right out in the open? Ah, right. The reason Park Ji-woo's clothes had holes was also revealed in full detail. Ji-ho, Park Ji-woo, your clothes are on fire. While he slowly smoked the fish, he had rapidly heated his own clothes. Choi Ji-ho slammed Park Ji-woo's vest onto the sandy beach, hard enough to extinguish any hidden embers. A sigh escaped me. I watched Park Ji-woo, wearing the burnt vest, sit before the campfire again to dry fish. The fire, which had blazed so fiercely it burned his clothes, had been completely put out while they repositioned it. It was one problem after another, adding insult to injury, a mountain growing ever larger. The only silver lining was that all this foolishness didn't seem frustrating. The guys ate and slept well. If the fire went out, they just unfolded an empty bag to cover themselves and sleep. When they woke up, they did something, and when the time came, they ate. Perhaps because their stores were full, they looked like rich farmers of the deserted island. The word hunger was nowhere to be seen throughout the broadcast. Much greater than they looked so powerful, piling up mangoes and eating them. They just eat whatever because they burn all the calories walking around all day anyway lol. The satisfaction soaring from the sweetness of the local fruit. This is a serious sugar high. Well. Much greater than they're definitely not the sharp or clever type, but watching them makes you go wow. Why is that? They just live so well. It feels like they could keep living there if you told them to. No, they have to come back before Yiwol's head explodes. Much greater than a strong man can survive on his own as long as you give him rice. You didn't even give this house's strong man rice. My lady, I don't even wish for rice. Just give me some clothes, please. The number one contributor to these reactions was their equanimity. Much greater than since they aren't stressed themselves, it's less tiring for the viewers. Even if their clothes get stolen and their house is shabby, they're just like, we'll live with what we have, we just need a place to sleep, and move on. So it feels like watching a slapstick adventure story without any artificial feeling. A mango burst? Well, let's walk a bit more and find something else. They don't blame anyone or make the atmosphere tense in the slightest. I guess it's because they're not the type to complain about their situation. They're definitely not positive, but they have a strangely positive side. Optimistic? Right, it feels like what the comment above said. They would lie together in a cramped house. One would crawl outside because it was hot, while another rolled out because it was too narrow. Yet in the morning, everyone woke up with a refreshed face. They praised each other for trivial things and brushed off mistakes as no big deal. In other words, the deserted island of these three was peaceful. Hyun, should we play the truth game? Ju, I haven't lied to the members about anything. Hyun, no, it's not that I don't trust you, Hyun. The teamwork and the group's atmosphere were also visible in the small details. Jiho, hasn't Juwoo gotten a bit tanned? Hyun, his face is a little red. Juwoo, I put on a lot of sunscreen, why? Jiho, should I make you a sunshade? Ju, no, it's fine, you can't get enough natural sunlight. Ju, Hyun, eat this. Hyun, when did you deb want all of this? Jiho, he was sitting in front of the campfire for 30 minutes. Ju, it had a lot of small bones. Viewers caught the small moments where they cared for each other, even while acting like they were living just because they're alive. On the last night, a scene aired of Park Ju-woo sitting on the beach in the sea breeze, diligently scribbling something. The notebook Lee Chong-hyun had gifted him before he left was visible. An interview filmed on the first night was edited in with it. Ju-woo, Chong-hyun asked me to be sure to write in the notebook. He said he wanted to hear everything that happened on the deserted island. PD, you're the first person to write a diary on the deserted island. Ju, but I might not be able to write. In the next scene, Park Ju-woo combed through the bushes, searching for something to use as ink. The guy didn't have a writing instrument. The tool Park Ju-woo found after much hardship was charcoal. He pulled a few crumbling branches from the fire pit and wrote his diary, relying on the filming lights. Smoked better. His writing instrument's poor durability meant he unfortunately couldn't write more than a few letters at a time. But Park Ju-woo diligently wrote down the story for his younger brother, changing his pen several times. He had even gotten quite skilled over the past few days. The sky is so pretty. Let's come together next time. Park Ju-woo's final deserted island diary ended with a terrifying but warm message. It was worrying because it was obvious Lee Chong-hyun would follow him in a heartbeat. Sure enough, that kid Lee Chong-hyun was looking up island tours. Much greater than let's stop chanting for solos unless the members want it. They say they like promoting together, so just leave them be. When they have more experience and a bigger say in the company, if they say they want to release a solo album, just add your support then. Don't bash them for trying to find their own path to survival. The members' strong friendship put the final nail in the coffin of the solo activities issue, which had been the fuse for this whole situation. The content could be watched with a peaceful mind while also resolving the previous problem, so it received a decent response among the sparklers. Well, I guess it's all good sense. Everyone likes it. We can always fix their more natural image with the next comeback. For now, I decided to be satisfied with having overcome a big hurdle. Before I go to sleep, I should just write Castaway concept absolutely forbidden on .ion. 446. Chapter 446. A Story of Daily Life. 1. Lately, One Chahi was so busy that 6 bodies wouldn't have been enough. Her schedule was packed. It started with the debut anniversary photo exhibition in February, then keeping up with Bright's activities. She also filmed videos for the FanTube channel. She opened for self-development and watched Genre Swap and deserted Rest Island live. One Chahi had no free time. On top of that, a director thoughtlessly started a project, and she was drafted into its task force. She was worked to the bone, staying late almost every day and attending back-to-back meetings. If not for this, One Chahi could have at least applied to be in the Genre Swap audience. If not for deserted Rest Island, her weekends would have been joyless. Fortunately, the task force produced commendable results. Management brushed it off with a "let's do better next time," but the working-level staff knew the results were a miracle. Assistant Manager Yiwol, who contributed significantly, was promoted. It was the shitty project's only legacy. "Let's all go for a meal." Manager Yiwol, promoted just today, was treating them to lunch. It was a dinner to celebrate her promotion. She did all the work herself, yet she's spending money on the company staff. Even though it wasn't her money, One Chahi's stomach twisted. Helping Manager Yiwol, who was swamped while juggling 2 jobs, was an impossible task from the start. The higher-ups demanded they focus on the TF, while team leaders told them to prioritize their own work. Manager Yiwol was incredible for perfectly handling these contradictory demands, unlike the team members who offered no help at all. It was obvious that even One Chahi's own efforts hadn't helped Manager Yiwol much. Still, One Chahi joined the dinner, willingly filling a seat. Since Manager Yiwol was paying, she planned to shut down any bullshit from people like Assistant Manager Cheon, who might complain, "You got promoted, so are you buying us something expensive?" Knowing her personality, she'd insist on taking us somewhere nice anyway. Just as One Chahi predicted, Assistant Manager Cheon, who had done nothing, insisted on ordering far more food than the team could eat. He also spouted nonsense about what a shame it was they couldn't drink wine at a fancy Western restaurant. "Let's just order more if it's not enough. The portions here are big. If the flow is broken while we're eating, it'll kill the mood. I'll take a survey midway through. That should be fine, right?" One Chahi forced a smile, pulling the corners of her mouth up as far as they would go. She wished he would understand this was a dinner to celebrate their senior's promotion, not a place for him to stuff his face. "You worked hard, Manager Yiwol. You must have been busy running back and forth." "Not at all. Assistant Manager One helped me a lot." The kind-hearted Manager Yiwol acknowledged her junior's contributions. One Chahi just smiled and bowed her head once. "You know, it really seems like Assistant Manager One likes you, Manager Yiwol. When I ask for a favor, she looks reluctant, but when you, Manager, give her work, she does it right away. Isn't that right?" "It was work given by a senior in the same TF. Is that the same as you, my peer, whining for help because you lack the skills? You should be grateful, you son of a bitch." She couldn't say that out loud. One Chahi spoke while twirling her pasta. "That's not true." "Ah, come on. It's so obvious." One Chahi didn't reply. Instead, she imagined the pasta in her mouth was Assistant Manager Cheon and chewed it thoroughly. Assistant Manager Cheon. "Yes, Manager. Want to go with me to order a few more side dishes? There's a call bell, why go? I want to look at the menu to choose." Manager Yiwol stood without waiting to call an employee. Assistant Manager Cheon also stood with an awkward expression. A few minutes later, Assistant Manager Cheon returned with slumped shoulders. He kept his mouth shut and diligently ate only his own food. "What coffee would you all like? I'm buying, so please tell me your orders one by one. We should split the coffee. Manager Yiwol already bought us a meal. I won't be buying after today. This is your last chance, so hurry up and order." At the good-natured Manager Yiwol's words, everyone chose a drink. Assistant Manager One, "Want to go to the cafe with me?" "Sounds good." Carrying drinks for a large team was a task. The two of them checked the drinks against the order slip and placed them in carriers. "Whose is the large one?" "If you mean the cold brew, it's Assistant Manager Cheon's." I upgraded the size to cheer him up. One Chahi couldn't even guess how much of a scolding Assistant Manager Cheon got in that short time. Then, she discovered her Frappuccino was also sized up. Did someone else order a frappuccino? That one is yours, Chahi. This one is for working hard. Manager Yiwol grinned. But I didn't really do much. You were busy, Chahi. You helped me a lot. But you didn't have anyone to lend you a hand. So how hard must it have been? She had been busy. It was just that she couldn't show off in front of an expert. Besides, the task wasn't impossible. She would even get overtime pay calculated by the minute. Before her great contribution as the TF's leader, Manager Yiwol had already been an assistant manager for quite some time. Even if Chahi had done all the work herself, she wouldn't have been promoted due to her lack of seniority. A good performance review would have been the best she could hope for. Thank you. You were a lifesaver. Hearing the gratitude, Chahi imagined a future where this person was her final boss. If that were the case, she could probably work happily 3 days a week. The other 2 days were unavoidable. Not at all. I learned a lot too. Chahi answered sincerely. You know, I sometimes think it would have been really nice to have a younger sister like you, Chahi. Were you an only child, manager? Yeah. Maybe it's because I'm an only child and don't really know what having a real younger sibling is like. The two grabbed the drinks and left, talking about the life of an only child. Their conversation covered the advantage of monopolizing their family's love and the burden of one day having to support them alone. I think you would have been a great older sister if you had a younger sibling, manager. You think so? My friends who actually have younger siblings say they fight a lot. You can't avoid fighting, but wouldn't you resolve it maturely? They say siblings resemble each other. Manager Yiwol laughed at Chahi's words and readjusted her grip on the drink carrier. Even if I had a younger sibling, we wouldn't have resembled each other. I'm adopted. Chahi reflexively suppressed. The what? That almost escaped her. Her professional life had taught her that some reactions, even unintentional, could be taken the wrong way. Sorry, did I surprise you? No, not at all. I was just worried if I might have said something wrong. You don't have to worry about that. There aren't many people as careful as you, Chahi. Chahi had known for a while that Manager Yiwol was fond of her. Manager Yiwol treated her with genuine friendliness, not just professional kindness. Still, she never expected her to share such a personal story. It's not some huge secret. It happened when I was really young, and I get along well with my family. Seeing Chahi struggle for words, Manager Yiwol added. You told me about Spark, Chahi, remember? Of course. People usually don't talk about liking idols to their coworkers, right? Manager Yiwol was right. Many working adults hid that they were idol fans because they hated the prejudice against it. It wasn't just idol fans. Those who enjoyed subcultures, including manhwa, didn't reveal their precious hobbies to just anyone. They didn't want to be insulted. I'm sure there are people who openly share it, but I was happy that someone as careful and self-disciplined as you, Chai, told me about your life outside of work. It feels like I'm being trusted. Only then did Chahi realize why Manager Yiwol had shared her past. She wanted to show how close they had become. Adults received less recognition. For Chahi, such pure affection felt both ticklish and delightful. The conversation with Manager Yiwol continued on their walk back to the office. Chahi heard stories about how her family members resembled each other so much that all their relatives and friends acknowledged it, and an anecdote about how her mother named her Hannah, meaning one, as in the one and only precious child in the world. The reason for the name is pretty straightforward, right? It's a pure Korean name, and my last name is easy to write, so it was convenient when I was asked for my name in Hanja, Hanju. The character for Yiwol doesn't have many strokes. I know that feeling. The character for one is simple too. I wonder what Cheon character assistant manager Cheon uses? I seem to recall that 1000 Cheon is the most common. It must be easy for assistant manager Cheon to write his last name too. Yiwol, 1, Cheon. Now that I think about it, the last names of our team members are pretty unique. Don't you think? It was a strange combination, now that she mentioned it. Chi's idols all had last names like Kim, Choi, Young, Park, Lee, and Kang, which were among the top 6 most common surnames in the Republic of Korea. Wait a minute. Didn't Kim Yiwol say his older sister was 8 years older than him? Chi's gaze turned to Manager Yiwol walking beside her. She saw a 31-year-old woman of average height with a warm impression, who bore not the slightest resemblance to Kim Yiwol. It would be rude to ask something like this so carelessly, right? However, Her appearance and age matched what Kim Yiwol had said, and she was even adopted at a young age. What were the chances that such a person was not his sibling? What's wrong, Chai? Is there something on my clothes? Above all, what were the chances that two people whose faces became so identically gentle when they smiled were completely unrelated? No, it's not that. One Chai he swallowed dryly. She was afraid her words would cross the line from meddling to outright rudeness. The thought of Kim Yiwol's adoptive parents, who might be better off not knowing, made one Chai hesitate even more. Oh, Manager Yiwol spoke as they waited for the light to turn green at the crosswalk. That idol you like, Chai. I heard he's looking for his older sister who's the same age as me. For a moment, one Chai almost dropped the drinks she was holding. 447. Chapter 447. A story of daily life, too. How did you know? The news was huge. Since we're the same age, I got a lot of calls from friends who knew the situation. One Chihi's mouth went dry. It doesn't seem to be my story, though. Is that so? The facility where his sister was supposedly placed is quite far from where I was. They said it was in a different district. All one Chihi could do was listen intently. Thinking of her as a friend my age, I hope she can meet her younger sibling soon. What an awful family to deal with. It's not just because I'm a fan. As a person, I feel sorry for her. I hope the lawsuit resolves well. That friend, is the trial going well? You're talking about Kim Yiwol, right? He won the first trial, but the other side decided to appeal. They're appealing? The reaction was one of disbelief. One Chai had reacted the exact same way when she first saw the news. Much greater than FCK. An appeal? Ah, fuck, my head hurts. Much greater than the feeling of, I'm glad at least Jiho is out of this messy fight, coexist with the feeling of, what did Yiwol do wrong to have to see you guys through a second trial? Choi Jiho's father gave up on appealing after losing the first trial. Kim Yiwol's parents, however, not only appealed but also began to evade responsibility. The last article one Chai saw was about the two of them filing for divorce. People are so shameless. They really are. Still, don't worry too much. It'll end well. A lot of people are paying attention to it. Manager Yiwol encouraged one Chai with a bright smile. Just then, the traffic light turned green. Her positive energy was infectious. A red light flashed in Spark's item inventory, which had always been fully stocked. It was an emergency. I can't believe we still haven't found a suitable item. April Fool's Day, one of the 3 major holidays in the subculture world, is right around the corner. Hyung. Beside me, Park Ju-woo looked genuinely sorry. Lee Chong-hyun, who watched me tear my hair out, offered a suggestion. Last year's Bubble Pop switch-up got a great reaction. How about we do something similar this time? Are you suggesting we rehash an old idea? That's just a dereliction of duty. There's a reason glitches are loved. I'm saying we should reinforce content that's been proven to have a demand. No, I'm not satisfied. It's not a bad point, but I'll put the idea on hold. April Fool's Day usually involves light-hearted pranks, but deceiving people isn't very positive. It's better to hold a non-offensive event to mark the day. Spark needed accessible and intuitive content for this. We had to recover the image these guys had ruined and actively radiate healthy energy. Choi Jiho passed by, glanced at the monitor over my shoulder, and spoke. So, you're saying you want to cosplay now? The dedicated team's idea notebook was filled with all sorts of keywords. Among them, cosplay was the best material. It was something Spark had never done before and could leave a strong visual impression. What are you going to cosplay? When idols cosplay, it's usually popular genres, like movie characters, vampires, or yukai like Gumiho. Jong Songbin, our walking encyclopedia, chimed in. However, his suggestions didn't pique my interest. A cool and sexy vampire? It would definitely suit Spark, but it's an outfit anyone could wear. It's not special to them. If our next album concept was vampires, we could shoot plenty of high-quality concept photos then. A one-off costume felt like a waste. Besides, a concept like that is more fitting for Halloween than April Fool's Day. We have to do something that can only be done on April Fool's Day. Something that can be laughed off, but also shows our desperate resolve. Yu Hyung's caused trouble on the deserted island and made Yiwol Hyung become an evil spirit. Everyone apologize. At Lee Chong-hyun's words, Park Ju-woo rolled his eyes. I barely stopped him from actually apologizing. It has to be unique and uncontroversial, and the reason Spark chose it must be immediately obvious. A visually beautiful genre with striking costumes that feels like an event. Something familiar to our fandom, Sparkler, but with moderate public appeal. Hey, come out here. Help us with some ideas. You know a lot about this stuff, don't you? This is it. The moment I saw Kong Keon, I shot up from my seat. Whoa, what's with you? Keon. WHY. Kong Keon flinched as he walked into the living room. Can you organize a list of characters from Kingdom Cafeteria another? Medicine to the pharmacist. Diagnosis to the doctor. This company is famous for its high-quality fabric. It's also the shop that actual readers use the most. The makeup should be at a stage makeup level to reduce the disconnect with the costumes. Manhwa to the reader. The expert was magnificent. In just one day, Kong Keon had perfectly organized everything. He found the best costume shops, makeup references, each character's main color and items, and even a personality analysis. I have a question. It says here that Prince Dinabin is a red-haired jerk. If we imitate a character like this, won't it create an unfavorable image? Prince Dinabin is a character with enough support to rank fourth in a popularity poll for being a jerk. Morally speaking, Minil, who cheated on his fiancée and ran away, is more unlikable, but he shielded a bit because he never drove Princess Soda away and sincerely wished for her happiness even after leaving the Cream Kingdom. Even at Lee Chonghyun's sharp question, Kong Keon's answer was flawless. I have a question too. How should we assign the characters? If you want to maximize the fun, I think it's best to assign characters that many people would agree are a good fit. The fun of a random assignment is fleeting, but a cosplay that perfectly matches the character interpretation leaves a lasting impression. Hearing Kong Keon's words, Park Ju-woo wrote something in his planner. Judging by the pen's movement, that guy drew 3 whole stars. We absolutely cannot have reactions saying we're parodying the original work. It would be better not to do it at all than to have that happen. You all know that, right? The members, who had experienced the pink carrot cover stage, nodded with serious faces. The company said they'll handle the content usage agreement. They're going to send an inquiry email today. Didn't the author mention you, Keon, on social media before? Jong Songbin brought up a little anecdote. The live stream where Kong Keon and I went viral for the choosing the princess's partner and long-haired man issues had eventually reached the author of Kingdom Cafeteria another. Much greater than to think my work was mentioned on a broadcast. I was so surprised when I was told. Thank you for enjoying it. And thank you to the Sparkler Nims in the comments who said Keon Nim is an avid reader. I'm cheering for Spark. From that day on, Kong Keon earned the honorable title of Successful Fan. With a backstory like this, there was a higher chance the author would review our proposal favorably. If this goes through, it would be best for Keon to be Princess Soda. Me? You love Princess Soda the most out of everyone here. I appreciate you looking out for me, but I don't think she'd suit me. No one here has the face of a princess. Forget princesses or princes. Spark looked like they should all be taking the knight's exam together. They would have to fight fiercely over the single available delinquent position. To break the gloomy atmosphere, Jong Songbin stepped up. I'll go over the character list. First, Princess Soda. She's the heir to the throne of the Cream Kingdom, with a charmingly confident personality. She's an upright person who never slacks off in her efforts to restore her kingdom. Next was Prince Minil of the Cucumber Kingdom. He was in a semi-forced political marriage with the powerful Cream Kingdom and was tired of a future where he would be treated like a synthetic flavoring for melon soda his whole life. While he respected his fiancée, Princess Soda, he also dreamed of a free life. One day, Euron suddenly appeared before Prince Minil, an adventurer from the leaf tea continent. Euron met Minil while regrouping on the fruit soda continent. Minil fell for Euron at first sight. Despite being from a prestigious family, Euron sought his own unique value instead of relying on his family name. Minil hid that he was the prince of the Cucumber Kingdom and built a friendship with Euron. Looking at their values alone, aren't Princess Soda and Euron similar? Why did Minil fall for Euron when he had a perfectly good Princess Soda? Isn't it just an excuse? Choi Jiho, who had been listening quietly, raised an objection. If we delve that deep, the story will get long. Are you sure? Just move on for now. Kong Keon skillfully cut in, making Choi Jiho lose interest instantly. Thanks to him, Jong Songbin continued the character descriptions smoothly. Meanwhile, Someone in the Cucumber Kingdom was jealous of Prince Menel for nearly securing the position of son-in-law to the Soda Kingdom. It was the red-haired jerk, Dinabin, a character with 2 charming moles on his neck. He was filled with a lust for power and clashed with Menel and Princess Soda at every turn. The PPT says he was jealous of the eldest son, Menel, whose marriage was decided solely because he was lucky enough to be born as a melon, the most in-demand soda ingredient. That means melon soda has traditionally held the highest status in the Cream Kingdom, right? Like pure power or S-rank talent in fantasy novels. That's right. If I hadn't trained myself with web novels and paperbacks, I would have had a hard time following this. It really pays to read anything and everything. The list also included Blanche, the loyal knight and princess's escort, and Mariba, who exuded a meaningful aura and was described as thought he was a helper but turned out to be a male lead candidate. Each one had a formidable backstory. From your perspective, Kian, since you understand the work best, what roles do you think would suit the members? On the premise that I'll be playing Princess Soda, when I said yes, Kian fell silent. The deliberation was not long. A fan's mind always has a blueprint. And so, hair is surprisingly heavy. I became Blanche. He was the long-haired man who ranked second in the popularity poll. His backstory was that he was abandoned for being a defective cherry, only for Princess Soda to take him in, earning his eternal loyalty. 448, Chapter 448, A Story of Daily Life, 3. From what I can see, the Cream Kingdom will never fall, Li Chonghyun said, fiddling with his monocle chain. He perfectly suited the strategist role. His clothes were dazzling, befitting his character Mariba, a prince from an allied nation. While no one was dressed plainly, his cobalt blue coat and golden embroidery looked like a sapphire gold ring from a Sotheby's exhibit. The knight looks too scary. I can't fight right now because of the knight's hair. You don't have to. You can scare them all away with your face. I struggled to move the hair from my face without using my hands. Living with long hair required a lot of effort. I learned something new again. Jong Song-bin, wearing a wig the color of dried tea leaves, looked at my curtain-like hair. Would it be more comfortable to tie it up for a bit before the shoot? No. It's been styled, so I'll keep it as is. Another person suffered for a different reason. Choi Ji-ho, playing the arrogant second prince, wore a magnificent cape laden with fur. He complained constantly about the fur getting in his mouth, so Park Ju-woo stuck by his side, diligently brushing the tufts away. Is it okay to make him wait on you? Is a guy who cheated on his fiancée someone I should respect? He's trash. I'm sorry, just know that I absolutely do not condone such actions. Park Ju-woo, the prince of the Cucumber Kingdom, diligently cared for his younger brother. His wealthy clothes didn't stop him from assisting his brother naturally. Thanks to Park Ju-woo's touch, Choi Ji-ho's fur shone like a well-made raccoon doll. Compared to everyone else's dazzling transformations, Jong Song-bin's genre was slightly different. Fantasy costumes didn't have to be from a single era, so he was the only one in a steampunk-style adventurer's outfit. Unlike me, who had a fearsome sword, Jong Song-bin only had a worn-out backpack and a cute companion creature doll. The backpack looked like a coin purse might fall out if shaken. Still, this was the most decent outfit among the character Euron's costumes. Isn't there a time when Euron wears a fancy outfit? Something as flashy as possible without harming the character's personality. It appears in a flashback scene, but I doubt anywhere sells the costume. It's not his main outfit. I'll learn how to use a sewing machine, so let's proceed. Fortunately, I didn't have to learn. The production team saw me searching for sewing machines on the Hongdangmu app and decided to custom-make the outfit for the best visual. They sourced materials from Dong Demon and attached the parts one by one, completing Jong Song-bin's outfit splendidly. Just in case, I had even watched a video titled Kindergarten Event Costume. Don't sew, just glue. With a stapler and adhesive, you too can be a costume-making master. I bowed so low in gratitude that the crown of my head touched the floor. Choi Ji-ho poked the cube-shaped stuffed doll on Jong Song-bin's shoulder. Aren't these characters usually animal-shaped, or have a more modern design? What is this thing supposed to be? It's based on a dried fruit jelly, Li Chonghyun kindly explained. You know, the kind you sometimes find in tea bags. I could feel the inner strength he had cultivated from years of friendship with Kang Kian. No matter how I look at it, this is a bit. Kang Kian, with his short white hair, joined us after finishing his preparations. Befitting a princess striving to be a leader skilled in both literary and martial arts, the shoulders of his jacket and his uniform pants looked like they would burst from his muscles. Isn't it awkward? Princess Soda is supposed to be beautiful. The carbonation has gotten a lot stronger, but the sense of luxury is similar, so it's fine. To become a king, you need at least this much training. You guys are only interested in brute force and intimidation, right? Neither of you are cut out to be king, that's for sure. Lee Chonghyun relentlessly teased me and Choi Ji-ho. He wasn't wrong. I was suited to be a subordinate, and Choi Ji-ho was a born servant. Were there any boots that fit you? They're men's boots that were spray-painted. Kong Keon showed off his sparkling, excellently customized boots. Princess Keon strode toward the studio in his shiny footwear. The April Fool's live stream started with incredible firepower. The chat scrolled so fast that it froze several times. We had to restart the stream twice and wait for the comments to calm down before the server stabilized. To become perfect idols, we might even have to build our own live broadcasting platform. The chat window, finally running smoothly, was in chaos. Much greater than "look at them writing, we got the author's permission" in huge letters on the whiteboard. Much greater than "our youngest became a princess." Much greater than "why is the makeup so on point?" Much greater than "they might cosplay, but the friendship bracelets are forever." Much greater than "congratulations on fulfilling your wish, Kong Keon Gun Dash." Much greater than "I came here with expectations because it's April Fool's, but I should have been prepared." Much greater than "from what I see, the princess could beat 10 people in a battle of wills." Much greater than C.Razy Kim Yiwol with long hair. Much greater than Jiho and Juwoo really became brothers, so cute. Much greater than brown is Songbin's personal color. Red heart, it suits him so well. Spark chattered about entering a romance fantasy, the details they prepared, and the commonalities between the members and their characters that fans had pointed out. We also had a Keon's favorite person picking segment, inspired by finding the princess's partner. Should I consider the in-story relationships, or should I choose purely based on my own will? If we go by the in-story relationships, I'll be at a disadvantage. Me too. Jong Songbin and Park Juwoo hung their heads. After some thought, Kong Keon chose Jong Songbin. He said he received a lot of help from Jong Songbin last year and this year. It's not easy to survive in Spark without the leader. How can you make such a shocking statement? You guys, go take a look in the mirror. I couldn't look in a mirror, but I had to read the chat, so I looked at the live screen. Everyone was taking the other's side. I wanted to deny it, but since Jong Songbin was undeniably Spark's #1 warm and handsome man, I didn't argue. We danced to Bright and sang a cover song in these outfits. We wanted to play a classy card game, but didn't have time to learn the rules, so we played Halligalli instead. The paper got smashed, ending the game at the perfect moment. It was a paper that knew how to broadcast. Since we were the ones involved, it didn't feel that strange, but the rapid increase in viewers suggested it had sent quite a shock through the idol scene. Much greater than "they're all really ridiculously strong." I didn't want to say this about our princes. Much greater than Juwoo, look at him touching Iwol's wig. As expected of visual rock, long hair is a must. Much greater than why is Lee Chonghyun so sharp-tongued? The strategist is too scary. We couldn't leave out the royal family's treasured items auction, which was really a drawing for pre-registered participants. We also imitated the trending Jong Songbin meme and had a classy drawing contest. Weren't we originally going to try writing letters with a fountain pen? Kong Keon asked while drawing diligently. Why was the content changed? It was rejected because someone thought the princes would break the pen nibs. No matter what, would they really break a pen? Jiho, look at how many crayons you've broken. Choi Jiho immediately shut his mouth. The kind Park Juwoo silently picked up the broken crayons and colored with them. This scene feels like something from my kindergarten album. The outfits do have a recital vibe, Jong Songbin said. Agreeing, Lee Chonghyun presented his finished drawing. Tada! The title is The Magnificent Mariba Mansion. The simple yet sophisticated design, reminiscent of a vast sea and Santorini, was exquisite. They say a good dresser has good sense, and his aesthetic taste was outstanding. I've also prepared rooms for the members. The ocean view. Rooms should cost more, but I'll give you a special discount. Kong Jian can use the penthouse. Aren't you just locking him up at the top? Comments poured in about the friendship-filled room assignments and Jong Songbin's remarkably skilled drawing that's unbelievable for someone whose younger brother is an art student. We finished with a first-quarter K-pop dance medley. When it was all over, I checked the time. The live stream had run for 6 hours. After the major anniversary, we got a short 3-day, 2-night holiday. It wasn't an official vacation, just a lucky break in our schedule. "What's everyone doing starting the day after tomorrow?" asked Lee Chonghyun, who finished his schedule latest. "He had a photo shoot tomorrow," I said. Choi Jiho said he's going to action school. He said it's been a while. "I have homework," Park Ju-woo answered after me. Kang Kion had no particular plans, and Jong Songbin thought about going to a karaoke room. "What is it? If you want something, just say it." At my words, Lee Chonghyun cautiously observed our reactions. It's shameless to suggest we hang out together on a rare holiday, when we're already stuck together all year, right? "If you don't mind just hanging out with me, I can join you. I don't have any plans." "Really?" Lee Chonghyun's voice instantly went up a tone. Park Ju-woo declared he would finish his homework in advance. While Lee Chonghyun was at his photo shoot, Jong Songbin and Kang Kion also readily agreed to hang out, since their plans weren't a big deal. Now that it's come to this, Choi Jiho, what will you do? Do I even have the freedom to answer that question? Of course. Fine. I'll just go to action school next time. Having secured Choi Jiho's cooperation, they began to plan. Park Ju-woo, whose soul resonates with his only when it's time to play, decided to act as a proxy for Lee Chonghyun's opinions, since he had to work. "If we're going, let's go outside the metropolitan area. We won't have to worry about crowds, and we can always visit places in Seoul on a normal day. Still, somewhere too far would be difficult. It would be hard for Dayan to drive." Dayan said he'd drive us. He said he wanted to go for a drive and would take us if we wanted. Does Manager Dayan purely want to drive? I decided I should contact him secretly soon. If he was doing it out of responsibility despite being tired, I had to gratefully decline while accepting his kind thought. I had heard that some people relieve stress by driving to the suburbs, but I always needed to be cautious because some forms of power abuse can occur unintentionally due to hierarchy or external factors. I shouldn't make him feel something like, "I feel like I have to do this for some reason." Now that we had a car, we couldn't just pick places that were hard to reach by public transport. The driver needed a comfortable route, too. I actually feel stuffy if I'm just indoors. I can go somewhere else on my way back after dropping the members off. Fortunately, Manager Dayan was a true driving lover. With our transportation decided, all that was left was to choose a destination. A place outside the metropolitan area, but not too far, where the manager knows the road and can rest comfortably. Just as I was pondering, Park Ju-woo's phone rang. "Yeah, Auntie." Park Ju-woo answered the phone with a few, "Yeah, yes," and then ended the call, saying he would ask the members. "Hey, my aunt asked if we'd all like to come visit sometime. Are you guys interested?" And so, our destination was set to Park Ju-woo's aunt's house. 449, Chapter 449, Sharing Updates, 1. Our departure day was perfect. The weather was clear, I felt refreshed, the group was reassuring, and our destination was safe from surprises. There was nothing to worry about. Who would even notice if Choi Jiho walked around in his FF6600 pants? So I didn't nag the guys as they packed. I just packed my own clothes, though I did remind them to bring sunscreen and skincare products. Regardless, I didn't run around the dorm shouting like I used to. "You didn't pack a towel today?" Lee Chonghyun asked, looking puzzled at my backpack. He found it strange because my bag was usually stuffed too. Bursting. Lee Chonghyun, meanwhile, held a carrier packed with who knows what. "I just packed a change of clothes and a few other things." "What's gotten into you? You're always worried about getting splashed." "I figured that wouldn't happen." Lee Chonghyun grinned, amused, and walked away. After a full day at a photo shoot, he declared he would recharge to play at night. He went to the back of the van and pulled on an eye mask. "Park Ju-woo, is it okay for all of us to go?" Choi Jiho asked, looking around the packed van. I was a little worried too. The apartment was spacious, but Spark was a big group. "It's fine. If there's no room, I'll sleep on the veranda." And not make us sleep on the veranda? How could I do that to my guests? As we talked, the van passed through the toll gate. Our manager dropped us off and began the long drive back, planning to have grilled clams for dinner. "Sister, we had a familiar, affectionate reunion. I gave a gift to Park Ju-woo's mother, whom I hadn't seen since the concert, to thank her for the invitation. My, what do you eat to get taller every time I see you? I haven't grown any taller. Hyo-soo exclaimed, admiring Lee Chong-hyun. My radar isn't going off. If he has grown, it can't be a full centimeter yet. I saw the April Fool's broadcast. It suited you well. Park Ji-woo's sister praised Kang Ki-on and handed him a pile of Kingdom Cafeteria Another merchandise. It's not the Another merch, but from the original series. I have 2 of them. I don't know why you always buy 2 or 3 of the same thing. Mom, I've told you so many times, the standard for merch is to buy 2, 1 for use and 1 for collection. Park Ji-woo, standing nearby, started to say something but stopped. The merchandise hasn't even been unwrapped. He was probably going to say, you've never even used the 1 for use. Kang Ki-on carefully packed the gift into his bag. We all made sandwiches together for lunch. They were simple ham and egg sandwiches, a meal they apparently made often growing up. The sandwiches had no spicy ingredients like onions, and they didn't use ketchup and mayonnaise together. They must have tailored it to Park Ji-woo's taste. The ingredients were blanched ham with the fat and salt removed, low-sugar strawberry jam, and milk bread. Everything was as soft and non-irritating as possible. Of course, that changed if you were Choi Ji-ho, who scooped jam by the spoonful, slathered it on, and piled on ham and cheese. I suddenly remembered making sandwiches at the daycare. Was it right after IDC Season 1 ended? The guys had really grown up since then, both physically and mentally. Now, they were all adults. Time really does fly. How many KPIs and trivial missions have we resolved in that time? Putting all that aside, Ji-ho, your sandwich has absolutely no soul. How am I supposed to make a sandwich that has soul? The time I had spent with the guys was about to surpass the time I had spent as their fan. It was a strange turn of events. What are you thinking about so deeply? Jong Songbin offered me a sandwich. I bit into the bread and mumbled that it was nothing. After lunch, Hyo-soo led us all to a PC bang. We split into 2 teams, with the experienced Jong Songbin and Kang Ki-on as captains. I have a bad feeling about Songbin. Sensing a champion's aura, Kang Ki-on asked if Hyo-soo could coach him. Jong Songbin readily agreed. The members of Spark, who had completed their early education in the gentle cyber world, sat back-to-back for the first time since their debut. A civil war erupted. The result was devastating. Songbin, that's your Smurf account, isn't it? How did you know? Who wouldn't know? That's dirty. You have to match the tiers. The conditions don't allow for matching tiers. Kang Ki-on claimed Jong Songbin was an incredibly skilled player. Hyo-soo, who ran between us giving live commentary, agreed, so it wasn't just a sore loser's claim. You were always at the practice room. When did you have time to play games? I mostly played before I became a trainee. After joining the company, I'd play sometimes with Jong Seongjin when I went home. Wow, how did you not lose your touch with just that? Lee Chong-hyun, who knew a bit about games, marveled. Choi Ji-ho and I understood nothing, simply lying prone in the grass or spinning in circles. Jong Songbin's skills extended beyond one game. He dominated in car racing and water balloon popping games alike. Choi Ji-ho, your character is throwing up. The losing characters spewed water from their eyes and mouths. Characters get this sad these days, huh? It was a little pitiful. Take off your items. I can't. This is a symbol of my glory. Limited edition items are cheating. There may be honor in the martial world, but no master willingly gives up his power, Kion. Despite his words, Jong Songbin cheerfully removed his golden shoulder pads and a strange-eyed pony. Hyo-soo explained that the more bizarre the design, the better the item. If the real world worked like that, Cyborg Spark would have won that year's grand prize. I couldn't decide if reality was a good or bad thing. But Ji-woo was great, wasn't he? Right? Ji-woo was unexpected. That's because I gave him an early education. Park Ji-woo smiled shyly at Hyo-soo's words. Park Ji-woo expertly found items in bushes, cornered like a pro, and survived even when trapped in a water balloon. Hyo-soo had clearly taught his younger brother many things. After the PC bang, we split into pairs to do our own things. Lee Chong-hyun, determined to buy the bread he missed last time, went to a bakery with Park Ji-woo. Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-on went for a run by the stream. I was willing to go with them to the bakery, but, you're going there? Reduce the number of people. Is it that bad? You have to go compact. Don't even think about filming a video there. And if you have to leave a review, Film it when you get home. Jiwoo, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. Hyo Seo gave the advice so seriously that I decided to follow it. The others said they would find a less crowded spot and left in a taxi. As for what Jong Songbin and I decided to do, sir, we'd like to order. We went on a food tour. Round 1 was tofu daruchajai and mung bean pancakes. After we digested, we planned a second round at a kalguksu place. For the record, I was fine with one meal. Jong Songbin was the one who wanted to eat both. We squeezed into a corner table and waited for our food. Jong Songbin hummed quietly. You wanted to eat this that badly? Jong Songbin said he had visited this restaurant a few years ago and was disappointed he couldn't return sooner. He added that he'd secretly wanted to eat many things when we had a schedule at KISD. Back then, my uncle asked, when are you guys going to grow up and have a drink with me? But now Jiwoo and I are already adults. Jong Songbin echoed my thoughts from when we were making sandwiches. People say, autumn is for contemplation, but a spring breeze of reflection was sweeping through Spark. Still, no drinking outdoors. You know that, right? It's not about indoors or outdoors. You should avoid drinking altogether if possible. Jong Songbin's expression turned serious. I was hugely relieved the death note was back at the dorm. I had watched him closely to make sure he didn't pack it. We finished our food quickly. We put on our caps, walked along a nearby river, then went to the kalguksu restaurant and ordered. Jong Songbin, who handles spicy food well, happily ate kimchi that came with a warning sign. It's been a while since I've seen you eat this well. It's the first time since the potluck party. Well, we've had a continuous schedule. You know we have to start doing the university festival circuit again soon, right? Cook. Jong Songbin choked, coughing and reaching for a napkin. I quickly handed him a tissue. They say you shouldn't bother a dog when it's eating, and I nearly took out a person. Sorry, eat in peace. We can just work out when we get back to Seoul. My mind is not at peace at all. Jong Songbin clutched his shirt. I offered to buy digestive medicine, but he calmed me down, told me to sit, and picked up his chopsticks again. Soon, news of Spark members scattered across Taejun spread on social media. Real-time stories spread. One told of Park Jiwoo controlling Lee Chonghyun's tongs from behind like a dark magician at the bakery. Another described Choi Jiho almost leaving his change at a vending machine before Kang Kyeon scolded him. They had all been running around freely, getting spotted everywhere. No wonder the group chat was so quiet. We ended Spark's surprise outing before the crowds grew. Having eaten 2 meals, Jong Songbin and I were the last to return home. Why did you buy so much bread? Suhan bought it for me. An unexpected name came up. Apparently, Park Jiwoo and Lee Chonghyun had gone to a place near a school. I was in the area, so I contacted him, and he came out. It's clear he has no friends. So, Suhan came out just for you. He was about to leave after just paying for the bread, so I told him to buy me a drink too. Lee Chonghyun grumbled and took the bread bags to their mother. While he showed off his purchases, Park Jiwoo quietly whispered to me. Chonghyun bought the drinks. Suhan couldn't even come to the concert, so it's a relief we saw him this time. I know, right? Park Jiwoo smiled. In the distance, I heard Kang Kyeon ask about the signature bread. 450, Chapter 450, sharing updates, too. That night, the whole family and the members gathered to watch a rerun of Deserted Island Rest Stop. Juwa's mother hadn't seen the second episode, so I had to suffer through it a second time. I didn't understand why they reran the cursed program so often. I was mortified showing them their precious nephew rolling in the sand and covered in mango. If the family hadn't enjoyed it, I would have had to present 101 plans to diversify Park Jiwoo's image. After we had fun, chatted, and ate a late-night snack, it was time for bed. We lifted the living room table and moved it to the storage room. This created enough space for the members to lie down side by side. Lee Chonghyun came into the living room with his carrier, its wheels wiped clean. Just a moment, he announced. Before we wash up, I'd like everyone to pay attention to Chonghyun. His carrier was still stuffed full. For some quality time between us members, Chonghyun has prepared something. By yourself. With Kyeon. Lee Chonghyun pointed his index finger at Kang Kyeon. Kang Kyeon insisted he had only lent a hand and wasn't actively involved. What is all this? Inside Lee Chonghyun's bag were 6 huge, colorful, and bulky bundles, each wrapped in plastic. They're pajama sets. I ordered them to improve our teamwork. Some really cute ones, too. I'm sure I told you to stop spending your own money. I've already arranged with the company to expense it. I just have to take some Polaroid selfies for an event. The guy skillfully shut me up. Then he handed a thick pajama pack to each member. Park Ju-woo came out first after washing up. He was, "Is this a mouse?" A white mouse. The pajamas were short, leaving his ankles clearly visible. I glanced between Park Ju-woo and the bundle in my hands. My only comfort was that I couldn't see anything resembling octopus suckers. Choi Ji-ho received tiger pajamas. I asked why he got a tiger when a bear option surely existed. The reasonable answer was that a fixed character interpretation leads to predictable boredom. True, he'll get sick of being a specific animal on official merch, so a little deviation wouldn't be bad. Besides, you guys were born in the year of the tiger. I don't think it's a bad fit at all, except for the color. At this point, shouldn't I write an essay about this lamentable reality? I finally accepted the FF6600 shorts, only to get hit with a full-body FF6600 suit. A good title would be The Center's Color, Vermilion. Kang Kian was assigned green alligator pajamas, and Jong Song-bin got beige Jindo dog pajamas. Since no snake pajamas existed, Kang Kian accepted the alligator as a fellow reptile. Jong Song-bin, praised for his dependability, accepted the Jindo dog. Both accepted their character interpretations without complaint. Chonghyun, what's yours? You'll see for yourself later. After building up the anticipation, Lee Chonghyun appeared dressed as a bee with a striking color contrast. Why a bee of all things? It goes well with flowers. He had a point. So I diligently took pictures for him. I thought I should take him to an arboretum in the morning. And as for me, I became a panda for the first time in a while. I held the fake bamboo stalk Lee Chonghyun brought, making me unmistakably a panda. I felt like I should go lie down in a bamboo forest right then. The great animal pajama commotion finally ended. We took Polaroids for the event, photos for a future Bubble Pop upload, individual photos, and group photos. We also took reptile and mammal unit photos, with and without props. The pajamas were short, but our gallery's list of new photos grew endlessly long. Choi Ji-ho, clad in a tiger's skin, claimed a spot at the very edge of the living room floor. Lee Chonghyun watched him lie down, then came over with a pillow and asked, "What? We're not going to fight over sleeping spots. At this hour? Getting to sleep is never easy." Lee Chonghyun's comment started the Spark Cup Best Selfie Contest at midnight. The earlier photos were for fan service, but this shoot was purely for competition. Choi Ji-ho took first place. Kang Kian, myself, and Park Ju-woo came in second, third, and fourth. Lee Chonghyun ended up in fifth place because the camera couldn't fully capture his real-life visuals. Your photos lack desperation. I was desperate too. Jong Song-bin couldn't easily accept last place. From my perspective, Jong Song-bin was definitely last in Spark. For aesthetic sense, he only improved because we trained him harshly during our trainee days. Otherwise, fans who favor Jong Song-bin would surely be shedding tears of blood. After we all lay down side by side, we discussed the next day's schedule. I strongly insisted we squeeze in a trip to the Arboretum. We have to take pictures of Chonghyun among the flowers. Add the Arboretum. There won't be many flowers yet, will there? Kang Kian asked anxiously. Park Ju-woo, who had been searching on his phone, read from a blog post. In April, you can see the Spring Flower Festival. Let's go. Yeah, we can all take turns wearing the bee costume for pictures. Lee Chonghyun even declared he'd make all the members take turns in the bee pajamas. The guys finally fell asleep only after we set a schedule that required a 7 a.m. wake-up. The day went by in the blink of an eye. I stared at the dark ceiling. Steady breathing came from both my sides. The guys had gone hard from the very first day and fell straight into dreamland without a single toss or turn. Just then, a door opened. I had just closed my eyes to pretend I was asleep when I sensed a distant presence. I heard a refrigerator open and dishes clatter for a moment before the sounds faded. When I opened my eyes again, light seeped from under a door. Are they still awake? Did we make too much noise so late? My first thought was that we had done something wrong. I resolved to make the guys go to bed before 10 p.m. tomorrow. I lay there holding my breath and heard a soft, murmuring conversation. I pulled the blanket over my head to avoid eavesdropping, and everything became quiet. After a while, I pushed the blanket off. The light in the room was still on. Meanwhile, Kang Kian had rolled completely onto the bare floor, off the bedding. I couldn't tell if the high population density had pushed him out or if he had developed a new sleeping habit. I sighed and got up. As I rolled the soundly sleeping guy back under the blanket, the door burst open behind me. Oh my, is someone still awake? Oh, I was just about to sleep. It was his aunt. Oh dear. I guess Keon didn't have enough blankets. No, that's not it. I think he just rolled around a bit in his sleep. Wait here. I'll bring another blanket. I hurriedly followed his aunt. I only meant to carry the blanket for her, but I made eye contact with his uncle, who was drinking inside the room. Yiwol, you're still not asleep? Is the sleeping spot uncomfortable? Not at all. I was just about to sleep. While I waved my hands in denial, his aunt moved quickly and covered Kong Keon with the new blanket. Yiwol, would you like something to drink too? Pardon. Hold on. I'll get you a cup of warm ginger tea. Then she invited me to join them. I obediently knelt and sat in the empty spot in front of the table. 2 cans of beer, a simple fruit salad, roasted peanuts, and ginger tea. His aunt, his uncle, and I sat around the small table with its eclectic spread. Yiwol, you didn't eat much of the snack earlier, did you? Should I make you some ramen? I'm really okay. Songbin and I had 2 meals before we came. His aunt lamented that I had no meat on my face. I practically begged, explaining it was for the fans. I had to manage my appearance as an idol. Don't feel too burdened, his uncle said. He pushed the bowl of peanuts toward me. She's just doing this because she's grateful. She watches my singer every day? Right. It's my singer's genre swap. I've told you so many times, but you can't remember, and it's the show our youngest was on, of all things. For Park Ji-woo, genre swap was a place to say farewell to his mom and dad. For his aunt, it must have been a stage for sending off her younger sibling. Ji-woo is the one who did well, so I'm not sure if I deserve this. Feeling awkward, I scratched the back of my neck. After all, Park Ji-woo had prepared genre swap from start to finish by himself. As I tried my best to explain I had done nothing, his aunt took my hand. Yiwol, after you came, Ji-woo changed so much. In a good way, his uncle added. I never imagined Ji-woo would smile so brightly and so often. I recalled his uncle asking when Park Ji-woo would grow up and have soju with him. Back then, neither Jong Song-bin nor Park Ji-woo could have been at ease. Their future was uncertain, and the team had not yet solidified. He always says that promoting together must be busy and difficult, but you guys still practice instruments with him and always take care of him. Ji-woo always talks about it. He says there are no kids as good as his members. Perhaps he had shrunk into himself because so many things tormented him, with nowhere to put his heart at ease. It was just like me when I first came to UA. We've all changed a lot compared to back then. Everyone has. You have no idea how surprised I was when Ji-woo said he was going to see his family. The most important thing is that my baby's heart isn't hurting. You and the members did that for him, Yiwol. I'm grateful for that. A warm touch caressed the back of my hand. How can we ever repay this kindness? The emotion in her small voice was immeasurably deep. Now it's our turn to repay you. We can't promote without our Ji-woo. We can't let him go, even if you say you want to take him back to live with you. His aunt smiled brightly at my words. Is that so? It would be difficult even if you offered to pay the penalty fee. We're doing all sorts of things to tie Ji-woo down these days. As long as Ji-woo doesn't say he wants to run, I'll be the one chasing him with a rope. I had caught Lee Chong-hyun before, so why couldn't I catch Park Ji-woo? I was confident I could catch any guy who tried to bolt, no matter when or where. I took out my phone and searched the gallery. I zoomed in on a group selfie I had been sent and showed it to them. Have you ever received this photo from Ji-woo? We took it on our way home, so it came out dark and we never posted it anywhere. It's from the day we finished band practice. You're right. The kids are carrying their instruments. Was this during hideout? So this is how you go home together every day? It's nice to see. Ji-woo rarely sends us pictures of himself. His aunt knew of Park Ji-woo's love for the band and was delighted by the photo. It didn't matter to them if their faces came out well. The important thing was that the members were by Park Ji-woo's side, and that Park Ji-woo was doing something he loved. Look at him smiling. He's just like when he was a baby. His aunt caressed Park Ji-woo's face on the screen. I showed them a few more photos. I chattered on about how Park Ji-woo often talked my ear off about what a good friend he was, and how affectionately Choi Ji-ho treated his roommate. Besides the son I have at home, having 6 more sons makes me feel so secure. His aunt said this as she wiped away tears, having laughed so hard at the photos of the brand new animal pajamas. Of course, I had received plenty of help from the other members' mothers and fathers myself, so I didn't deny the security this relationship provided. 451, Chapter 451, Side Story. Disbandment. The team met a few more times even after deciding to disband. They had to settle final accounts and sign documents. News of the completed press release draft felt distant, like a story about someone else. For a group that was finished, there was a lot to do. To Choi Ji-ho, it all seemed like a farce. Everyone listened to the explanations and signed the papers with grim expressions. Choi Ji-ho wasn't even sure he could say everyone. He thought of the one member no one had heard from since the day they finalized the disbandment. Jang Songbin brought the official seal for the absent member. His hand trembled noticeably as he stamped the non-disclosure agreement twice. The paper stated they would not discuss internal company matters with outsiders. The meeting room fell silent after an employee left to get the CEO's official seal. The only sound was the whirring of a copy machine from the office beyond the glass wall. Kang Kian asked Jang Songbin, "Hyung, are you in touch with Juwoo?" "Yeah, not often, but sometimes." Park Juwoo had been completely out of it ever since they were told to decide on contract renewals. The company told them to act composed so the fans wouldn't worry, but how could they when they didn't feel composed at all? Park Juwoo had been on edge the entire time before finally accepting the disbandment. Afterward, he locked his door and refused to come out. Choi Ji-ho heard he only occasionally answered calls from Jang Songbin. "How's Juwoo doing?" "He's gotten a lot better." Jang Songbin smiled bitterly. Kang Kian frowned, looking like he wanted to say something but stopping himself. Jang Songbin was such a bad liar that the members could always tell. He had been telling that same clumsy lie every time, right up to their last day. Kang Kian, who always used to talk back when he disliked something, said nothing. At some point, his attitude had become lukewarm outside of work. Jang Songbin probably knew that Kang Kian had given up on him. "Well, should we grab a meal together before we part ways? It'll be hard to see each other for a while," Kang Kian said, picking up his phone. Lee Chonghyun scoffed. "Why bother? How many times have we ever eaten a meal together in private?" His sharp gaze turned toward Choi Ji-ho. "Did you ever have a drink with us at a company dinner? Or join a family gathering? Are we really the kind of people to comfort each other now, saying we all worked hard?" "That's enough. You don't mean that." "It's not 100% what I think, but it's also what I truly feel. Am I wrong?" Kang Kian gave up trying to stop him. As if provoked by the sigh, Lee Chonghyun snapped. "Have you even tried contacting Juwoo?" He hadn't. Park Juwoo wanted the group, not some paltry encouragement. Not disbanding was the only solution, but everyone would have made the same choice if they could go back. They didn't know where or how to mend their fractured relationships. "I can't tell you to feign interest you don't have, but you should have at least a minimum of compassion." Choi Ji-ho had stayed up late for a few days leading up to their final meeting. He stayed up all night, fiddling with his phone like a machine. He had looked at Park Juwoo's contact information. He just couldn't do anything for him. That fact made Choi Ji-ho feel hollow. "Including our trainee days, we've lived closer than family for over 10 years. Don't you feel anything, Hyung?" How could he not feel anything? Still, Choi Ji-ho said nothing. Making excuses wouldn't change a thing. Choi Ji-ho gathered the returned documents and was the first to rise from his seat. Jang Songbin got up to follow and grabbed his arm. "Hyung." Choi Ji-ho looked down quietly at Jang Songbin. He had never said anything particularly harsh, yet at some point, Jang Songbin had started to seem intimidated by him. Is it because of his neck injury? At first, Choi Ji-ho had been concerned but not overly worried. True to his honest personality, Jang Songbin never neglected his self-care and always did his part on stage. People endlessly chewed him out for enlisting without consultation, but Choi Ji-ho had thought it was the man's own business. That was why he hadn't added his own opinion. Then, after injuring his own back, he understood Jang Songbin's position. It wasn't about pulling one's weight. He realized too late that an injury itself makes every single day a struggle. "Please, contact Juwoo at least once," Jang Songbin said, his voice trembling. "Juwoo will be happy if you call him, Hyung." Choi Ji-ho didn't really agree. Even as Jang Songbin said it, he was only guessing at Park Juwoo's feelings. Choi Ji-ho knew he hadn't been a good member to Park Juwoo, or to any of them. All right. Nevertheless, Choi Ji-ho agreed. It was the only thing he could do for Jang Songbin. Someone reached for the doorknob before Choi Ji-ho could. It was Lee Chong-hyun. About to leave, Lee Chong-hyun glared at Choi Ji-ho, then looked away and spoke. The motorcycle downstairs, that's yours, right, Hyung? Planning to never dance again for the rest of your life? A blue vein pulsed in Lee Chong-hyun's throat whenever he held back his anger. It was pulsing now. Get rid of it. Stop doing crazy things. The door Lee Chong-hyun irritably pushed open swung back and forth. Kang Kian, still sitting at the table, was reflected in the glass. He was crying, his face hidden by a white document envelope. The world was dark when he came out after finishing the procedures. The sky was so overcast that not a single star was visible. Choi Ji-ho put on his helmet and rode for a long time. The wind wasn't cold. It felt as if his senses had dulled and disappeared. His grip on the handlebars tightened. When he could still dance, he never gave a motorcycle like this a second glance. One accident, and it would all be over. It still felt like a dream. It felt as if he took off his helmet. He would be back at a concert venue, with cheers pouring down on him. However, Choi Ji-ho had clearly ended everything with his own hands, just now, in front of everyone. No one asked to stay together anymore. That was his reality. Choi Ji-ho parked the motorcycle in a parking space. Streetlights reflected on the river. The water was calm without any wind. He slumped down next to the motorcycle and finally felt like he was alone. Has Jang Songbin gotten home? Is Park Ju-woo trying to sleep by now? The wind blew his hair, tickling his eyes. The image of Kang Kian crying flickered before him. Planning to never dance again for the rest of your life? Lee Chong-hyun's voice echoed in his ears. Much greater than if he can't dance. You have to consider Choi Ji-ho finished. Huh. He'll probably rake in money, just fine doing photo shoots lol. Much greater than I guess this is how far a person can fall. Isn't being in Spark considered a success? The failure is that Choi Ji-ho couldn't do anything more than Spark. If he'd gone to a major agency instead of that shithole, he wouldn't have ended up in a basement dungeon. He couldn't overcome his own personality and just went to act like a king among kids lol. Who's to blame? Much greater than if it weren't for his injury. He would have been the first to switch agencies, right? Yeah, no doubt. He probably got a lot of offers. But why is there no news of them transferring? Usually, when contract expiration nears, there's talk about discussions, right? It doesn't seem like they'll renew. They probably have an embargo on it. An embargo? LOL, who cares where the has-beens go? No matter how much you treat them like has-beens, Spark isn't disbanding because they failed. They're the ones who are leaving. That's even more infuriating. If he had willingly stepped onto the gambling table himself, at least there would have been someone to blame. However, Choi Ji-ho had never recklessly gambled anything in his life, yet he lost everything in an instant. When emptiness becomes excessive, it brings pain. With nothing left, Choi Ji-ho was in terrible agony. Once the disbandment articles were released, the Saesiangs and reporters would lose interest. Once the communication service ended and the fan club disappeared, there would truly be nothing left. The other side of the river was bright. Lights from the high-rise buildings shone like stars. Only the place where Choi Ji-ho sat was low and dark. It was cold and hard, like the ground where he used to sit and catch his breath after dribbling a basketball alone near the dorm. As he bent over, a lighter rolled out of his pocket. It was a flint lighter left in the car by a manager who had a bad attitude. Normally, he would have thrown it away long ago, but Choi Ji-ho had secretly pocketed the lighter. Then he had gone to a convenience store, planning to ask for any kind of cigarettes. But Choi Ji-ho had turned back right at the door. If he couldn't dance, he had to at least keep singing. That was the only way to maintain his lifespan as an idol. Now, all of that was meaningless. Choi Ji-ho gripped the lighter. The little remaining gas sloshed inside. He tried to light it, but the flint just spun uselessly, refusing to catch fire. If I had suppressed the nausea and had a drink with them, would things have been different? Should I have forced them to talk, instead of giving up because I thought we'd just fight? Was it right for the group Spark to end like this? Should I have asked them at least once if they truly wanted to disband? Choi Ji-ho slowly covered his face with both hands. His fingertips brushed against his dry skin. The breath he let out sounded like a lament. The feeling of having nowhere to say how he truly felt. The feeling of being left completely alone, with no one to go to. The sad feeling of knowing his own fault was too great to make excuses. Emotions swirled within him. The sound of rustling leaves swept along the riverbank. Choi Ji-ho forcefully suppressed the welling emotions. He held back even a sigh. The right to cry would not be given to someone like him. He had ignored it for so long. He should have let it go, but he had pretended not to know until now. It was time to accept the loneliness. 452. Chapter 452. Encore Concert. Our 3-day, 2-night trip to Daejeon was intense healing. Aren't intense and healing contradictory? I thought so too, but I learned something this time. The concept of resting to the fullest really does exist. Every morning, we woke up and emptied a whole pot of rice together. After washing the dishes and shaking out the blankets, we walked on the mountain behind the house. We quickly hiked up and down the empty trail, then went to another famous restaurant on Jang Songbin's list to satisfy the leader's craving for barley rice. We also visited an arboretum. Afterward, sightings of us popped up all over social media like mushrooms after rain. Much greater than Spark. What are they filming? There's a professional photographer with them. It's that photographer, Mr. Kim, again. At this point, it's avant-garde art. I personally selected the best shots to upload on Bubble Pop. We also squeezed into a small machine for some life shots. The moment the photo shoot ended, we all exhaled and burst out of the machine. If I could write a review, I'd ask them to make the booth a little wider. Looking back, all we did was eat, play, and take pictures. We never had a moment to rest. Ironically, we were so busy trying to get some good rest that we didn't even have a moment to catch our breath. So, is that why you all came back looking so haggard? Min Ju-kyung burst out laughing. She was surprised that the guys she heard went on a trip came to work looking like skin and bones. I was just explaining what happened, but Min Ju-kyung found it hilarious. You all went through a lot. I'm glad you had fun, though. Manager Dayan had it the hardest. Mr. Dayan's face was glowing, wasn't it? Min Ju-kyung was right. I don't know how delicious the grilled clams were, but Manager Dayan picked us up with a face that looked 3 times happier than when he left. Today's schedule ended after a brief meeting about our off-season plans in the second half of the year. An activity schedule for the off-season also seemed like a contradiction, but that's what it was. Even after returning to the dorm, we had a lot to do. We had to unpack, wash up, and catch up on our monitoring. Someone in the living room had already connected to Matube and was playing the self-produced content that was uploaded yesterday. Where's Chonghyun? Is he sleeping? He says he's studying for an exam. His midterms are soon. It's that time of year. I nodded and folded a towel. Then, a thought suddenly struck me. I glanced over and saw Jang Songbin and Park Ju-woo pretending not to notice as they folded their socks. Don't you guys have exams too? Mine are replaced by a practical exam. You still have midterms for your general education courses, don't you? Do you want to be a freshman again next year because you don't have enough credits? Are you going to attend university for 10 years? Don't you know tuition fees are on the rise? Do you want an article titled Spark revealed to have received grades far below full scholarship standards just 2 years after the one that said Spark gives up full scholarship? A heartwarming move? Unable to take any more nagging, the main vocals joined the study session. When I added Choi Ji-ho and Kang Kian, who were behind on their workbooks, it became a perfect self-study hall. I sat on the sofa, pretending to supervise them. To be honest, I'm in no position to talk. The system poured oil on the fire of my already exploding head, what with searching for my sister and the appeal case. I thought if I just did what it said, I'd be rewarded with my sister's safety, but it was revealed that my sister and rejoining the company were just bait. The system intends to make me do something else, something it hasn't revealed yet. That something must be a goal so important that it has to grab me by the collar and keep me alive to achieve it. To that end, the system, which can send people to the past and alter memories, has been strengthening me over a long period. Let's just say my mental health improved because of it. I recovered enough not to consider extreme choices. Instead, my body was becoming trash. What was the point of trying to survive when it felt like a hole was about to be bored into my stomach? Things were calm now, but I didn't know what would happen if the synchronization rate started rising by 5% or 10% again. I guess the only answer is to win the grand prize as quickly as possible, huh? Every time I achieved a KPI, a piece of information about the system was revealed. That was the only thing I could rely on. Still, this was too much. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Assistant Manager Kim still has a long way to go. Plus, It made a statement that shook my assumption that the grand prize would be the final KPI. Then what more do I have to do after my sister's accident is undone and my rejoining the company is nullified? Is there still something for me to do after I've repaid all my debts? What a headache. But that bastard, the system, had recently shut its mouth and gone into hiding. It would get on my last nerve when I was troubled, but the moment I decided to dig deeper, it would pull this stunt. I've never seen a department head who's into being mysterious. I hope it realizes its character design is flawed and shows itself. You're a perfectionist, system. Just start spouting off information on your own, even things I didn't ask about, like department head nom. I grumbled a lot internally, but there was nothing I could actually do. The grand prize is something you might not win even with a stroke of heavenly luck. So what was the point of worrying about the future? I should stop counting my chickens before they hatch and just handle what's in front of me. What's with Kim Yiwol's expression? Could it be that he has lingering feelings about his acting career? Aren't you guys studying? At my words, Choi Ji-ho and Jong Song-bin fixed their dying gazes on their papers. Egu my head. No, Jong Song-bin told me not to use that expression. From now on, I'll say, Egu my future. After the short break, we were swamped with practice. We repeated high-intensity practices every day, just like before a comeback. The reason was simple. The staff for the encore concert had been fully assembled. Chonghyun, want to take a short break? No. This is the concert I sacrificed my midterms for. I can't do it half-heartedly. I feel like I've heard something similar before. During busy times like festival season or the year's end, we were swamped. Spark had been running at full throttle since the end of last year. It wouldn't have been strange for any of them to collapse, but everyone was filled with venomous determination and disciplined themselves. That's not to say we only practiced. Grimly, during breaks, we made bets with drinks on the line or held events to draw random massage coupons. In my defense, I was going to buy the drinks. I'm older and have some shame. I had no intention of playing a cutthroat game of pop-up pirate roulette with them for a free drink. However, Jong Song-bin vehemently refused to let my card leave my wallet, saying there was no entertainment material for the self-produced content. It was true that just showing us practicing would be boring, so I had no choice but to go along with his suggestion. To summarize, Choi Ji-ho paid. We also formed new units. The name, Encore Concert, implied a repeat of the previous show's format. However, in an era of common online concerts, we decided a simple recreation wouldn't be meaningful, so we added some variation. After drawing lines to create combinations we'd never shown before, the result was Songbin, Kion, Ji-ho, Chonghyun, Yiwol Jiwoo, a slightly unusual set of units. It was a combination you could easily see off stage, but they had never performed a standalone stage with this lineup. As soon as they were matched, Jong Song-bin and Kang Kion put their heads together and started brainstorming. Lee Chonghyun clung to Choi Ji-ho, suggesting things like a space tour with a giant metal robot. As for Park Ji-woo and me, hey guys, are you really going with this concept? Yes. Give us leather. Jackets. Ripped clothes are good too. We decided to awaken the spirit of heavy metal. Park Ji-woo had asked what I wanted to do, and I answered, heavy metal. He must have sensed this was my not-so-secret preference because he took the initiative and pushed for it. After hearing the song title, Jong Song-bin was the only one who noticed the stage was my preference, not Park Ji-woo's. Spark's human karaoke machine was still going strong. You have to sing too, Hyung. Me too. Because Park Ji-woo was so insistent, hellish vocal training was added to my schedule. My vocal cords felt like they were about to tear from keeping up with his limitless vocals, but I accepted it as my destiny. The second concert ended to rave reviews. The response was great. Much greater than first concert versus encore concert. Sparkler's choice? Can't beat the emotional impact of the first concert, but the encore concert was an endorphin rush. First concert because I couldn't go to the encore concert. I'm so jealous. First concert for feels, encore concert for fun. Much greater than there was no Emperor Fox unit at the first concert. How could you spring this on us without any warning dash? I thought the sexy ranking was settled with the eldest Hyung's underbar, but then this sexy rap suddenly comes out of nowhere. I'm so happy. Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chonghyun rapping lyrics about fighting over me? Are there any sparklers who can resist watching this? I turned on the video to listen to the song, but found myself just increasing the quality over and over. Chong Hyun in his main job is a total legend. How can a guy who just turned 20 have such talent? Much greater than Jong Song-bin covering his forehead should be illegal. If he's going to have bangs, he should be fined 500 each time. Hyun, thank you dash. A huge thank you shouted out front, lol. Jong Song-bin with his forehead exposed is a total man. And the fact that Kang Kyun came out with his hair parted to the side is highly commendable. I didn't realize it because we've been calling them our group's warm, handsome guy and youngest member, but I saw the previews and it hit me. Not just anyone can be the leader of a cold, handsome guy group and have that strong, delinquent vibe. I became an exploded firecracker after seeing the leather gloves and shoulder holster. Much greater than am I at an idol concert or a rock festival. Is he crazy? Lol headbanging. Lol. Ayla legend. Waiting for reviews of the opening stage. I believe in the loyalty of sparklers. Don't wait for me. I'm scheduled to pass out in 3 seconds. I knew you'd be like this ever since I heard Kim Yiwol came out in a black muscle fit tee. Much greater than. The long-awaited breaking news. A world of rock insanity, served up by a hardcore rock maniac. I saw the leather pants plus combat boots plus dangling chains and thought, they really went all out on the visuals, but the song was even more intense. The smoky eye makeup suited them both. The only smoky eye I knew was a panda with smudged eyeliner, but I learned for the first time that pretty smoky eyes exist. Maybe it's because I'm from the generation that used a computer pen to draw eyeliner. The generation that used a computer pen to draw eyeliner? OPY? You think I'm a joke too? Lololololol XX, so scary, lol. Did these two do the rest of their stages with the smoky makeup on? They removed their makeup and redid it while the other units were performing lol. Kim Yiwol is a really fascinating person. How is he the same guy who was screaming while watching his colleagues go to a deserted island? Much greater than. I love everything about this picture. The white base, the sweat on his jawline, the pale skin, the veins, the fingers, the shine of the combat boots, the lighting. Someone please fix the bass strap on Kim Yiwol's shoulder. I'm begging you, please. I knew Park Juwa's high notes were amazing, but I never imagined Kim Yiwol's low notes. Kim Yiwol, please take some low parts for yourself too. Don't always give them all to Geo. Much greater than Spark concert, interested. I've never been to an idol concert, but it looks fun. Lots of clips are going around lol, but ticketing is hard if it's not the fan club presale. The concert videos, addictive songs, and word of mouth all generated buzz. Spark's performances drew reactions from many different places. The interest of those who couldn't get tickets but hadn't given up on seeing them live. Much greater than Spark May Festival calendar, final version as of XX date. Is the newly added place open to outsiders? Yeah, I'll add an explanation. Tai, you'll be blessed. Turn toward external events that were open to everyone. 453, Chapter 453, Despair 1. There are so many festivals in our country, Lee Chong-hyun remarked as he looked at the daily schedule in the group chat. And universities, too, Kang Kyun added. They had 3 outdoor stages scheduled for today alone. They had already finished a group interview that morning, and their schedule would not end until the middle of the night. It's a good thing we have several songs for this time of year. With List and On a High Note came out in May, right? Just as Lee Chong-hyun said, Spark had many songs perfect for the season between spring and summer. This was largely thanks to their youthful concept. For what reason do you think I racked my brain to push up their debut and comeback schedules all this time? The saying goes that suffering when you're young makes for a comfortable old age. Spark had it all. They had songs with a seasonal feel, a festival vibe, public appeal, and easy-to-sing-along encore. Songs. They could assemble any number of set lists just by considering the event's timing and their recent hits. 5 comebacks in 1 year. It was incredibly hard, but I had no regrets. As the members' recognition grew each year, so did their satisfaction with the audience's reactions. They always gave their best performance, no matter the crowd size, but loud cheers naturally made them more excited. Kang Kyun received a particularly strong reaction this year. He was the son of a farmer and the youngest member from the deserted island show, yet on stage, he fully showcased his skills as a dancer. This guy gained considerable popularity for his so-called gap mo. Park Ju-woo pulled off the incredible feat of blowing out a speaker at one venue, which widely publicized his ability through the YouTube algorithm. Afterward, the sight of Park Ju-woo keeping his distance from the microphone became another meme that spread on SNS. The same went without saying for Lee Chong-hyun, whose face was plastered all over the country, and Choi Ji-ho, the center. As for Jong Song-bin and me, people laughed at whatever we said, maybe because so many strange clips of us were circulating. It seemed we needed to be separated from digital media. I told Jong Song-bin I would look into a temple stay, just in case. Now that it's night, the festival atmosphere feels even more alive. Is it just me? Cheers erupted at Jong Song-bin's comment. The sun had long set by the time they reached their last schedule. There was no natural light, but nighttime events could fully enjoy the effects of artificial suns called lighting. They decided to make the most of this golden hour's special privilege and nurry it. Lasers, fireworks, confetti. It was great. The large number of people interested in Spark also played a part. As their level of attention rose, the festival-like atmosphere came alive. There was no better environment for a performance. As they enjoyed a short, pleasant chat in the warm atmosphere, a brief, grating sound cut through the air. It was an unpleasant noise, like sharp metal filings scraping slowly across a heavy iron plate. Is it an in-ear monitor problem? It was common for in-ear monitors or microphones to have issues outdoors. The noise was extremely faint, and none of the other members seemed to notice anything wrong, so I concluded it was just simple static. We'll greet you with bright. Thank you. After the final comment, the members moved to their positions. I tapped the top of my microphone with my hand, a signal to check the sound before the Mr. track started. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with the mic. Remember the first promise we made? You told me to be your eternal star. In the audience, phone flashlights swayed from side to side. I saw Kang Kian take a phone from a fan holding a light stick to record a video before giving it back. Park Ju-woo took a slogan banner and wrapped it around his head. Staying up through the long night, I'm going to you now. Even without a wink of proper sleep, even after running around from dawn until night, I miraculously had the strength to stand on stage. My body remembered the dance, and my mind did not forget the lyrics. Even in the crowd, Sparks light sticks and the signs with the members' names were surprisingly easy to spot. I'll become a light and fill you dazzlingly. The scenery blended exquisitely with the lyrics. The audience glittered like the moon's reflection on the night sea, and the wide open sky was full of starlight, and the light that had been brightly illuminating the space above my head swayed. The moment I was about to shout for them to cut the music, all movement around me stopped. This had definitely happened before, back when the system appeared and told me to try using the stick feature. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button disasters really do strike without warning, don't they? Plus, I made a mistake. I had been paying close attention until now, but it was true that I had been negligent with my checks after Park Ju-woo's incident shattered my mental state. I could not make the excuse that the period of inattention was brief. Of all people, I should not have been the one to forget that you never know when or how an accident will happen. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button I told you. Assistant Manager Kim still has a long way to go. How is Assistant Manager Kim supposed to stop a natural disaster? Plus, a long way to go didn't mean there's still a long path ahead. It wasn't that I still had KPI left, but that I should know my limits. A surge of anxiety sent my brain spinning. I racked my brain and tried my best to remain calm. Nothing to be nervous about. I received that time stop or whatever reward last time. If the system tries to pull some trick to interfere, I just have to use the means at my disposal to evacuate Choi Ji-ho. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button this is fate. Something that was destined to happen. That couldn't be prevented by prediction. How can a human go against something that's already been decided? Plus, the system flickered. The title turned red. Plus, system, emergency measures due to the need for crisis management, Weiji Gauntlet, are being announced to Party B. The details regarding the final performance reward will be partially amended. The basis for amendment can be found in the confidentiality clause violations section. Plus, my final performance reward was the nullification of my sister's death and the chance to reunite with her. It was a process where if I failed to achieve the final KPI, I would be permanently deprived of the opportunity to receive the reward based on the personnel disadvantage clause. A short supplementary explanation had been added to the final performance reward that reappeared before my eyes. Plus, system, the final performance reward is being announced to Party B. Nullification of sisters, blood relative, death and provision of a chance for reunion. In relation to the confidentiality clause violation clause, if confidentiality is not maintained, the payment of the final performance reward may be suspended based on internal standards. Plus, my eyes quickly scanned the text. I had nothing but a bad feeling. Plus, system, a confidentiality clause violation is being announced to Party B. Matters that may affect areas outside of Spark's successful activities and direct information related to future points in time are all considered confidential information requiring security. Plus, Party B is responsible for maintaining confidentiality regarding the aforementioned matters. The severity of the disposition will be determined by considering various factors such as the importance of the leaked confidential information and its newsworthiness, with punishment possible up to and including death. Plus, the word successful was emphasized. It meant that a trivial matter like one person getting injured would be considered a factor that does not affect their successful activities. In the system's eyes, their greatly increased recognition could probably cover such small issues. The importance of the confidential information is judged entirely by the system. There was no way the system did not know what I was about to do before the accident. For the system, which could see right through me, to specifically notify me that the payment of the reward may be suspended based on internal standards. It was no different from telling me to watch the accident happen right before my eyes. Why now of all times? Why make this accident the turning point? What kind of fate is there where a single life is ruined by an accident like this? If it was a prophecy, if it was going to talk about inevitability, the system should not have let me change Spark's future or even let me join Spark in the first place. The system retorted to my endless questions. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. I warned you clearly. How long are you going to keep denying reality? I asked you if turning away would change anything. Do you think critical issues only pop up once or twice while you're working? Are you going to lose your grip and say weak things like this every time? Plus, the system used the expression critical issue for something where my sister might die and Choi Ji-ho might never be able to dance again. As long as Kim Yiwol does not die, this bastard does not give a damn what happens to anyone else. Did it think I wouldn't make an extreme choice now that I know Park Ju-woo has trauma from losing his family? Or was it hoping I'd be too paralyzed by the fear of losing my sister again to do anything? If this was the case, why did you make it so I couldn't hate Choi Ji-ho and Spark more? Why did you let me see into their hearts, show me they weren't bad people, and make me feel a sense of kinship by telling me they shared the same pain as me? Because critical issues pop up a few times in life, so that even if an accident happens right next to me, even if it's agonizingly painful and difficult, I won't kill myself. Are you telling me to adapt and live on no matter what happens? Did you even intend to give my sister back in the first place? Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. I've said it before. The company has no obligation to grant everything an employee wants. Plus, the system disappeared. Time began to flow again. It will probably be just as you call it. Someone's part pulled me back to reality. Sister, what do? I can't give up on you. You know that. How can I give up on you? I can't go back to those hopeless days. I can't live like that again. Since that day, I've never once truly let you go. I couldn't. I didn't want to accept it. I don't want to be separated. I have so much to repay you for. Everyone else might have forgotten by now, but I remember. I remember everything you did for me. Everything I promised I'd do for you, without exception. You said you'd wait. I worked so hard. Can't you just wait for me this one time? No, I'm sorry. I'm not in a position to ask you for anything. I should have handled things better. Because I wasn't good enough, if only I had kept my head on straight. Engrave meaningful letters onto you. A large, pure white light source, similar to the one that shone on Lee Chong-hyun in the music video, flashed. Choi Ji-ho stood in the middle of the stage. His back, his waist, filled my vision. Sister, I'm sorry. Even if I can't reach you, it's okay to me. You're the most precious person in the world to me. My head is telling me I have to stay still, but reach out your hand. I don't know why I'm running either. Choi Ji-ho. Choi Ji-ho turned to look at me. I stretched my arm out toward him. Grab it. You. How far are you willing to go with what I tell you to do? The question I had asked Choi Ji-ho at the Han River came to mind, and so did his answer. Choi Ji-ho ran without hesitation and grabbed my hand. I pulled him with all my might. An ear-splitting scream echoed out. I'm sorry for being such a pathetic little brother. I'm sorry for doing the worst possible thing I could do to you. Don't forgive me. 454, Chapter 454, Despair 2. A vibration shook the ground. Choi Ji-ho opened his eyes and sat up. The shriek of malfunctioning audio equipment mixed with screams, creating a clamor that felt like it belonged to another world. Kim Yiwol. Choi Ji-ho called out to Kim Yiwol, who had pulled him down and now lay on the floor beside him. Kim Yiwol's unfocused eyes turned toward Choi Ji-ho. Are you hurt? Kim Yiwol asked. His voice and expression were dry and emotionless, a stark contrast to when he had reached out his hand. The desperate energy had vanished completely. Hearing the answer, Kim Yiwol muttered like a man who had lost his mind. That's how it should be. Jong Songbin and the other members rushed over from the other side of the stage. Managers and security guards ran up the stairs from both directions. Chaos surrounded Choi Ji-ho. Hands snatched the microphone from his tight grip. People grabbed his shoulders to check for injuries. Others cleared away lighting debris while a voice made an announcement over the din. Even as someone helped him up, Choi Ji-ho's gaze remained fixed on Kim Yiwol. Choi Ji-ho had seen those lifeless eyes and that sense of alienation before, as if Kim Yiwol were detached from the world. It's just, I hid the container. It was just like the day Kim Yiwol's family came to the company. The Kim Yiwol who had ceaselessly muttered incomprehensible things was just like he was now. Just why? After they got off the stage, Kim Yiwol collapsed helplessly. The members had to support him on both sides because he couldn't stand on his own. Kim Yiwol didn't answer anyone's questions. At the hospital and in the car on the way back, Kim Yiwol said nothing. Without even saying he was going to bed, Kim Yiwol disappeared under the covers, still wearing the clothes he had come home in. Kim Yiwol's mind filled with thoughts of his sister. From the moment he ruined everything with his own hands, Kim Yiwol laid out all his memories as if punishing himself. He relentlessly flogged himself, carving what he had done into his brain with a large nail. Like someone trying to scoop up spilled water, Kim Yiwol endlessly scraped the floor of regret with his bare hands until they were wounded and bleeding, but there was nothing he could take back. It was completely dark outside. The world was quiet, as if asleep. When he was left alone, life became as pitch black and silent as the room. Kim Yiwol opened the door and went outside. He walked toward the lights, trudging along a road with no cars, only blinking traffic signals. Even as he passed large buildings and several signs, Kim Yiwol's legs didn't hurt. His once dazed mind gradually cleared. The sound of his own heart beat loudly in his head. Kim Yiwol already knew where this road ended. He had walked it before. He remembered it so clearly he could find his way without getting lost in the dark dawn, when the streetlights turned off just before sunrise. A familiar landscape began to appear. The night view of the Han River came into sight. Kim Yiwol rated his pathetic self. He had returned to the past, but had failed in the end. He hadn't grown at all from the person who had asked his dead sister if he should keep living. He was the one who had let things drag on by complacently turning away from a problem that should have ended long ago. He could do nothing more. He was too exhausted to even struggle. Kim Yiwol decided to correct his mistake, even if it was late. He knew the answer. All he had to do was execute it. Kim Yiwol's hand gripped the railing. The familiar texture and coldness couldn't stop him. Just as he put strength into his arms to lift his body, a strong force snatched his other arm. Excuse me. His body staggered, losing its balance. A rough hand grabbed Kim Yiwol's clothes and pulled him from the railing. Sir, please calm down for a moment. Talk to me for a bit. The mumbling voice gradually became clear. It was a voice he had heard before. Kim Yiwol's, and the man's eyes met. Mr. Yiwol? A dubious-looking Polo stood before Kim Yiwol. What a coincidence. I just happened to leave some clothes at your place, and I was just on my way to get them. Yes. Polo feigned composure. In truth, he was on his way home after his radio show. He had been dragging his tired body after a long meeting when, by complete coincidence, he saw a man about to jump. After pulling over, Polo ran for his life and grabbed the man. The moment he realized who it was, Polo was greatly surprised. He couldn't believe Kim Yiwol, who had plastered the entertainment news with reports of the accident, was here instead of a hospital or his dorm. If not for his characteristically cool and dry impression, Polo wouldn't have believed the person he caught was Kim Yiwol. Polo glanced to the side. Kim Yiwol, sitting in the passenger seat, looked like his soul had left his body. After confirming Kim Yiwol's seatbelt was fastened, Polo tilted his screen as much as possible and sent a message. Hellas, leader. Me. Hyung. Hyung. Please read this quick. Hyung, can I go to your place with Mr. Yiwol right now? Even if you can't, please allow it just this once for my sake. Think of it as saving a person. I'll explain everything later. I was so flustered I already said I was on my way to your place. His leader, as always, appeared quickly and sent an immediate reply. Hellas, leader, okay. How long will it take? What should I say when you get here? Me, 20 minutes. Just say I left my clothes there, okay? Thanks, I'm really sorry. Hellas, leader, it's fine. You seem really shaken up, so drive safe. We're leaving now. Polo stepped on the accelerator. Kim Yiwol closed his eyes without a word. See, I told you to pack your things carefully before you left. Yor greeted the two guests as if he had truly been with Polo just a moment ago. It's been a while since I've seen you, Mr. Yiwol. Yes. Kim Yiwol lowered his head. The moment he saw the unfocused eyes, Yor vaguely understood why Polo, who rarely made sudden requests, had brought a junior to a member's house without any warning. Mr. Yiwol, why don't you stay the night? There are hardly any taxis at this hour, and it seems a bit awkward to call your manager. Kim Yiwol immediately refused Yor's offer. It was less a willful response and more like an answering machine. To Yor, who had seen many colleagues break down over his long career, Kim Yiwol was someone who shouldn't be left alone. Don't say that. Just stay for the night. We promised to eat together, didn't we? I can treat you to a meal tomorrow morning. Kim Yiwol couldn't refuse any longer. He seemed to lack even the strength to resist. As if he had been waiting, Yor handed Kim Yiwol a fresh set of clothes. Then he ushered Kim Yiwol into the bathroom. Once the bathroom door closed and the sound of the shower started, Polo lowered his voice. Hyung, I'll stay the night too. Chaijun, you should go. You must be tired from finishing late. How can I? I'm the one who barged in at this hour. An apologetic look was evident on Polo's face. You were startled. Go and rest. I'll contact Yue. Polo couldn't refute Yor's words. No member could hide their true feelings from Yor. Escorted by Yor, Polo reluctantly left. As the front door closed, Yor glanced at the bathroom, where the water was still running, and got the number of the Spark manager through his own manager. Since he was asking for the contact information of a group that had just had a major accident, and at dawn no less, a reply arrived swiftly. A long message from Polo explaining the situation also arrived in the meantime. Yor called the man named Lim Chan-young, who was Spark's manager. He persuaded the man, who wanted to come over immediately, not to. He couldn't rashly let Kim Yiwol face a company employee when it was unclear if his strange condition was due to the company or the accident. The members were younger than Kim Yiwol. Besides, they were also victims who had been at the scene of the accident. Entrusting an unstable older member to colleagues who also needed stability was not advisable. For now, I'll keep him with me. I'll contact you again in the morning. Yes, I'll be waiting. Please call anytime. I'm sorry and thank you. The call ended. Kim Yiwol came out of the bathroom, his hair dripping wet. He stood still in the hallway, as if he didn't know what to do. Mr. Yiwol. Yor, sitting on the living room sofa, called out to Kim Yiwol. Would you like something to drink before bed? Kim Yiwol said anything without caffeine was fine, so Yor offered a warm cup of chamomile tea. Kim Yiwol just stared silently at the steaming cup. Instead of urging him to drink, Yor wet his throat with his own tea. His hair and long eyelashes cast sharp, gray shadows over a face that looked finely carved with a sculptor's knife. His straight nose and brow line exuded a noble, intelligent aura. His pale, flawless skin gave the impression of a nobleman in a work of art. But even with all these fine elements combined, the most striking feature of the man's face was his unique gaze. His deep, dark eyes seemed to pierce through people, yet they also held a broad altruism. It was a pity to see such eyes having lost their light. Yor silently tilted his teacup. Sunbae. Kim Yiwol's voice was dry and cracked. It was hard to imagine it came from the same person who sang with such a clean, solid tone. Sunbae. Kim Yiwol continued very slowly. Have you ever been in a situation that seemed impossible to escape, with no way out? The question was like a black wave, holding something dark deep beneath its surface. 455, Chapter 455, Despair 3. I don't know why I wanted to ask you something like this. I'm just confused. Or maybe I'm not thinking at all. I don't know why I haven't jumped yet, why I'm just sitting here. Yer was silent. The steam cleared, slowly revealing the pale yellow tea. That's a difficult question, Yer said. Worries are relative, aren't they? What's a problem for me might not be a big deal to you, Mr. Yiwol. Famous people became subjects of gossip. Your situation was likely worse than mine, not better. If I had to give the most fitting example, I'd choose our agency issues. His answer was unexpected. Why do you look at me like that? It's the same. Our environment is definitely better than a mid-sized or smaller agency. But even with the advantages, some disadvantages are impossible to overlook. Intense labor and unfair treatment had long been sources of conflict for idols. Things were said to be improving, but new malicious practices always emerged in the blind spots. Our initial contracts had a lot of toxic clauses, Yer said, taking a sip of his tea. So I had a lot of worries, but I wanted to keep using our team name, and it seemed difficult for all of us to renew our contracts anywhere but MYTH. We decided to stay. We chose money and stability. Yer was frank. For the most part, everything got better. Except for a few things, like an artist tarnishing the company's reputation. You could say they created new forms of restrictions. It means if we damage our image by mentioning things like lobbying a program to manipulate results and demand favorable editing, or intentionally copying a specific group, we'd face a hefty penalty. That doesn't even include activities not specified in the contract. His words made me remember Polo insisting on a meal. I recalled the look on Polo's face as he deliberately spread the story that Myth was copying Spark. I could guess what Yer left unsaid. A company determined to impose fines would definitely restrict their activities. For Chaijun, protecting his conscience is more important than his own well-being. For an honest and dependable kid like him, being ordered to turn a blind eye to injustice or to take care of juniors with no redeeming qualities is humiliating. Yer laughed softly. His words were supported by Polo's actions, jumping onto the Han River Bridge in the middle of the night, knowing the risks. We've decided to start our own agency. Yer remained composed despite his shocking statement. Hellas was the face of MYTH. Even if their activity frequency had significantly decreased from their peak, the very fact that a group that had been in the top tier for so long was maintaining their active status and producing results every time proved Hellas's standing. No team represented Myth's identity like Hellas. To leave an established organization after achieving as much fame and success as their seniors, the face of Parthenon and leaders of a generation, just to continue their legacy? It would be different if they were all going their separate ways and only occasionally reuniting for group activities, but a case like this was rare. Contract renewals aren't usually for long periods. It gives us enough time to prepare without having to wait too long. Telling me something like this. I'm only telling you this as a special exception, Mr. Yiwol. If it leaks, you're the culprit. Huh? It's a joke. The industry insiders pretty much know. It's a small world where everyone knows everyone after a few connections. Do you think an industry that negotiates the timing of paparazzi photos and news articles wouldn't know about this one thing? It's just troublesome if you go around talking about it openly, though. Yer emptied his teacup. If there's no way to escape, what choice is there but to forge a new path? With this many people, it'll be easier than doing it alone. A new path, with the members. Then what if a situation comes where I have to choose between Spark and something else? Do I have to live my life making endless choices? My thoughts remained muddled. Yer stared at me blankly, then spoke. I don't know what kind of situation you're in, Mr. Yiwol, but I hope you don't see my actions as the ideal answer. Yer noticed I hadn't grasped his meaning and added more. I have enough money to start a small company. I have connections built over the years, the means to hire a labor attorney who will accept my capital, and the experience to jump directly into the industry's ecosystem. Most importantly, all the members are actively working towards the same goal. That's why I can make any choice. Conversely, you shouldn't blame yourself if your circumstances limit your options. How agonizing it must be for an individual forced to act in a certain way. Jang Songbin had said something similar, that it's cruel to call the only remaining option a choice when you're cornered. There's just one more thing I want to say. Yu refilled the empty cup with tea. Warmth spread through the hand holding the cup. If you want to run away from a person or a job, Mr. Yiwol, you can often ask for help and solve it quickly with others, right? However, if what you want to turn away from is your own choice, Yu's eyes turned to me. Let yourself rest a little. Don't push yourself so hard. There's no such thing as a problem that's entirely one person's fault, so you shouldn't carry it all on your own. Does that mean it's not my fault I eliminated the chance to prevent my sister's accident with my own hands? Was there really no way to make a wiser choice? Won't I regret that moment for the rest of my life? It's so painful, and I want to turn back time, but even if I did go back, even if I made a different choice, would my heart be at ease? I hope you don't hurt yourself further. Jang Songbin's words kept floating through my mind. As if giving me his room wasn't enough, Yu pushed me by the back all the way to the bed. Get some deep sleep. Let's have a leisurely meal later. Then he closed the door and left. I wonder why he was so insistent on not letting me leave. Then my thoughts drift to what I must have looked like when I first came to this house. I must have looked like a madman. I heard Polo went home while I was washing up, so he must have given a rough explanation of the situation. Still, letting a stranger into one's home isn't easy. Yu had certainly done me a great favor. I lay down hesitantly on the edge of the bed. I planned to avoid the blanket out of courtesy, but Yu's words echoed in my ears, telling me to sleep under the covers, so I pulled it over myself. Lying down, I felt a wave of melancholy. My body felt heavy, as if weighed down by enormous weights. My mind went blank, and I couldn't think of anything. A familiar intersection appeared in my dream. The me from the memory data stood before the crosswalk where the accident happened, but the me in the dream was on the opposite side. People gathered on the other side. Cars sped fiercely down the road. I just waited for the signal to turn. I wanted to run to the other side where my sister would be at any moment. However, the green light never turned on before I woke up. I slept for a long time after barging into someone else's house in the middle of the night. I think Yu might have opened the door at one point. He just fixed my blanket and left, so I fell back asleep before I could fully wake up. I only woke up when blinding sunlight filled the room. I rushed into the living room and found Manager Chanyang there. Manager Since joining UA, I had never caused such a major incident. I had done more than just leave without notice. I stayed out all night and left my phone behind, so I couldn't even make a call. On top of that, I had run from the dorm to the home of a grand senior from another agency. I'm sorry. I had no excuse, so I apologized first. I could feel my hands trembling. No, you don't have to be sorry. However, Manager Chanyang didn't scold me. Instead, he hugged me tightly, his face flushed. You were safe and sound. That's all that matters. Hearing Manager Chanyang's words, I realized he had been told about the events of the early morning. Yu made me a meal as promised. I was indebted to Yu, so I bowed deeply, apologized, and promised to repay him formally next time. On the way back, we also stopped at a hospital for a consultation. Manager Chanyang called out to me while we were stopped at a light. Let's take a short break from activities. I can't. I'm not telling just you to rest. All of you. A suffocating silence flowed. To agree would be a nuisance to the group, and to refuse would mean too many people would have to worry because of me. It's right for Spark to take a break. You guys have never even had a long vacation. I'm sorry to just tell you this, but the internal discussion is already over. It was only 11 o'clock. The thought that at least a quarter's worth of schedules would come to a complete stop in the span of 2 hours left me speechless. UA had always respected Spark's opinions on their schedules. They were taking such a firm stance now to stop me, since I always pushed through with whatever I wanted. But it's such an important time. My head bowed on its own. Manager Chanyang patted my hand as my words trailed off. There's nothing more important than being healthy. It's the same for the other members. A lot of surprising things happened to everyone. It's not because of you, so I hope you don't feel guilty. Now that I think about it, are those guys okay? I was so caught up in my own affairs that I forgot something equally important. When a colleague gets injured, the leader worries as the group's representative. Park Juwoo hates seeing anyone get hurt. Lee Chong-hyun was particularly attached to the members, and Kang Kian had to be careful since he could get startled on stage. A light fixture fell right next to those guys. It was an accident that would be hard not to be shocked by. Choi Ji-ho. I vaguely remembered him saying he wasn't hurt. I also recalled that I had only heard his words and hadn't checked on him myself. If you're really worried, think of it as a time to regroup. You've heard of a refreshing vacation, right? Let's call it a preparation period to show an even better side of yourselves. Manager Chan Young deliberately used words an office worker would use to comfort me. He seemed to think this was the way to persuade me. In reality, I had been like that until now. In everything I did, I relied on the habits and manuals from my time as an office worker. Because of this, the language others used to persuade me had become the language of the profession I desperately wanted to escape. Just like the system. The fate of a human without a self was to become unable to do anything on their own. Perhaps I still have many unresolved issues. Just as I couldn't feel pain or recognize my depression, it might be that I just haven't noticed them yet. 456. Chapter 456. Hiatus 1. Hyung. Jong Songbin rushed over and hugged me tightly the moment I entered the dorm. Everyone must have been in the living room, because they all gathered at the entrance. I wanted to greet them, but I had no energy. I was just tired. After that, I stayed in bed, sitting blankly against the wall. People from the company, including Manager Dayan, came to visit, but I told them I wanted to be alone. I spent a long time just staring into space. Idle thoughts bubbled up in my mind and popped instantly. The greasy feeling of my unwashed hair gnawed at me. As the room darkened, a knock sounded, and Jong Songbin peeked his head inside. He explained that the managers would use this room for now as. He gathered a few of his belongings. Just as Jong Songbin said, Manager Chan Young entered after the bed's owner left. He spread a thin blanket over the empty bed. I watched him silently. From the living room, I heard Manager Dayan preparing a place to sleep. I must have fallen asleep without realizing it, because the next thing I knew, I was lying down. From then on, at least one person always kept watch in my room. The managers took turns using the bed next to mine and took care of my meals. When I refused to eat a few times because I had no appetite, they dragged me to the hospital for an 4 drip. After returning, I closed my eyes and lay down again. Refusing food, listening, and responding felt like too much trouble. Even understanding what people said was an effort. I felt as if I had used up all my energy in front of that choice. I had lost my driving force and didn't know what to use to move forward. I didn't know why I had to keep going, or how long I had to run on this path. I even thought it would be better to do nothing at all than to make an unwise choice. The system kept appearing, as if embedded in my eyes. The letters were clear even when I closed my eyes, carved into my eyelids. When I pressed on my eyelids to block the sight, someone pulled my hands away. When I covered my ears to shake off department head Nam's voice, someone else patted my back. It was all useless kindness. No matter what they did, I would just helplessly give something up and regret it again when spark rose to prominence. I was a person who didn't deserve pity. Past system messages flooded my mind. Disasters really do come without warning, don't they? How is Assistant Manager Kim supposed to stop a natural disaster? How can a human go against something that's already been decided? The flashing lights and falling chunks of metal were vivid in my memory. Why did that disaster have to be one where I had to accept the sacrifice of either my sister or Choi Ji-ho? If you were unhappy about changing Choi Ji-ho's future, you should have imposed a penalty when Jong Songbin's vocal cord nodules, Lee Jiangyan's drug controversy, and Kang Kian's injury disappeared. Is there some grand reason for this too? Is it because I'm just a stupid assistant manager that I can't understand the will of the great system? I felt empty and hollow. Regret stabbed my heart like a dagger. Choi Ji-ho's eyes as he looked back at me, as if stamping my sister's death certificate. Plus, system, a work directive from Supervisor Nim has arrived. Play button, Assistant Manager Kim. Plus the system shone brightly before my eyes, as if it were a delusion. It looked pleased. Plus, system, a work directive from Supervisor Nim has arrived. Play button, you haven't quit yet? Plus the text on the system changed. This wasn't a hallucination, but the real system. The bastard kept displaying new sentences. Plus system. A work directive from Supervisor Nim has arrived. Play button, looks like Assistant Manager Kim didn't waste his time at the company after all. You're finally pulling your own weight. That's right. A person should show signs of improvement. Do you know how hard I've worked to make a man out of Assistant Manager Kim? Plus not quitting, making progress. It could only mean I was enduring the desire to die instead of actually dying. That seemed to be a joyous occasion for the system. As if to prove my thoughts correct, the system's message changed. Plus, system, a work directive from Supervisor Nim has arrived. Play button. Remember what I told you a long time ago? I said you get what you work for. Plus, I remembered. I also remembered it said the company wasn't that heartless. Plus, system, a work directive from Supervisor Nim has arrived. Play button. Since Assistant Manager Kim has shown growth, I'll do you a special favor, just this once. Plus then, the screen changed from work directive to final performance reward. Plus, system, the final performance reward is being announced to Party B. Nullification of sisters, blood relative, death and provision of an opportunity for reunion. Plus the missing item was reunion. It has been added back as part of the favor. It meant I could save my sister. However, my mistake had made meeting her again an irreversible, impossible outcome. There was no guarantee the system wouldn't pull something like this again. It was also a message that I shouldn't try to bargain with lives anymore. The system gave me this chance because I didn't die. It was the type to retract even the death nullification at any moment if it decided I was no longer useful. If I continue with this second challenge, can I atone for my mistake even a little? Even if I succeeded, my life might become one of self-justification, satisfied that my sister was alive, but I / didn't want to miss this opportunity with the excuse that I was tired. My sister had never once weighed the pros and cons for my sake. Not being able to meet her again was sad and devastating. It was truly the end for the sister in my memories. It's agonizing that I can never meet her again. Still, if I could leave behind the hope that my sister was alive somewhere. I looked at the system. Promise me one thing. Don't ever test me at a crossroads like this again. Because I was a weak person who couldn't even reach the line the system had drawn as the limit of humanity. A greater shock wouldn't make me stronger. It would just break me. That's not what you want, is it? Just let me breathe. The system gladly accepted my request. Plus, system, a work directive from Supervisor Nim has arrived. Play button. Good. With this momentum, work hard until the very end. Plus the system grew blindingly bright, then vanished. I fainted right then, as if the system had torn away my consciousness along with it. There was no need to announce a hiatus officially. The fans naturally understood our promotional period was over, thanks to the complete end of activities for Bright. As long as no comeback news appeared for over 6 months, everyone would just think it was a normal inactive period. All group practices and lessons were canceled, except for individual training. My editing permissions on .ion were also restricted, so I could only read posts. Only Jong Songbin went to the company a few times for a rough briefing on the revised annual schedule. Unusually strong measures were taken with me, perhaps because I looked to be in bad shape. It took me a while to have a proper conversation with others, which made things even more serious. The after effects were significant, even though I had tried to pull myself together after the final performance reward was updated. First, my phone was changed. At the manager's recommendation, I started using the 2G phone from right after my regression. I could only use a smartphone to send a bubble pop, and only with Jong Songbin's permission. My laptop had been confiscated long ago. When I asked where the shared laptop was, Jong Songbin replied, "I won't touch you for taking idea memos or watching music videos and listening to music. However, you can't use a device for monitoring or writing proposals." Jong Songbin said he respected the vitality that comes from working. He also said that without even that, I might get more stressed. So he asked me to engage in minimal activities, but not to forget that this was a vacation. The managers only left after I promised to eat my meals on time and get plenty of sleep. I heard Jong Songbin had been staying in Park Juwa's room all this time. I was being such a huge nuisance. A sigh escaped me every 30 seconds. I had to be thankful that my head felt clearer from just eating and sleeping. Unaware of my complicated feelings, Lee Chong-hyun came into the living room with his textbook and tablet and chided me. "You're going to sigh a hole in the floor. Studying for your exam?" "I bombed my midterms," Lee Chong-hyun said, opening his book. "I thought I was going to flunk this semester, but now I have a chance to make up for it. I'm thinking of at least trying to salvage my grade. Besides, when else would I get to go all in on studying? It's boring without Kang Jian around, too." Kang Kian had left the dorm early for a joint examination and physical therapy. The moment the vacation was decided, he booked a hospital appointment. He said he needed a tune-up in advance so he could be deployed at the right time when needed. Choi Jiho was practically living at the action school he had been putting off. He seemed to have a blast wailing on the punching bag, saying it relieved his stress. Jang Songbin was on a quest to conquer all the coin karaoke rooms near the dorm. He even made a surprise appearance on a live broadcast of a YouTube channel that finds talented non-celebrities. Park Ju-woo, who was looking at his phone, looked like he was about to faint. I glanced over and nearly fell over backward myself. Park Ju-woo showed the most peculiar behavior. He started working out seriously, something I thought he'd never do. When Choi Jiho recommended a personal training session, I thought it would be a fleeting interest, but he didn't stop, even while coming back completely exhausted 4 times a week. What's gotten into you? I realized the importance of strength on the deserted island. I shouldn't have asked. I told him he was already strong and cool enough, but Park Ju-woo wouldn't listen. I'll come back with double the muscle mass. Tears blurred my vision. His getting stronger was something to welcome, but I didn't want Park Ju-woo to become a 100% pure deserted island human. Kang Kyon's shoulders, which seemed to broaden as if he were molting every time he returned from the deserted island, irritated me even more. In any case, everyone in Spark enjoyed their break in their own way, yet they all came back to the dorm every evening. None of them went to their family home or left for a trip. There were always at least 3 people in the dorm. It seems they noticed I felt sorry about our activities being halted because of me. They were worried I might run out of the dorm again, yet they didn't want me to worry about them. The unspoken message was crystal clear. We're enjoying our vacation just fine, so you don't need to blame yourself for the hiatus. I felt sorry for making everyone worry despite being the oldest, so I steeled my resolve. In any case, it was a relief that the guys didn't take the vacation negatively. I became the only one with nothing to do. I tried to play a game I had encountered during the Find a Hobby project, but Jang Songbin didn't approve. If you promise not to engage in efficient play for overwhelming capital accumulation, I'll give you the laptop. If I can't do that, there's no point in playing the game. And that's why I was rejected. I did have another candidate, though. A method I had thought of to overcome my deep despair and get back on my feet. I asked Lee Chonghyun, who was lying face down on his book as if his concentration had waned. Chonghyun, what is it? I'm thinking of learning how to compose. Lee Chonghyun's upper body shot up like a spring. 457, Chapter 457, Hiatus, 2. You're learning to compose? I had to do something to keep them from worrying about me. Composing seemed like the best choice among many options for a healthy, non-self-destructive hobby. What? You can't be satisfied unless you do everything from A to Z yourself now. Lee Chonghyun asked. Was my song not that good? Or are you trying to steal your little brother's livelihood? I just got interested. More than anything, composing was something I had never tried. The most I had ever done was write a few bass riffs. I also promised Kang Kyon I would try to change, and I had to keep my word. I didn't want to stay stagnant and pessimistic just because life was hard. The timing was right. Lee Chonghyun leaned against the sofa where I sat. He thought for a moment before he spoke. Not bad. You know your chords, Hyung. It's a plausible excuse to use your laptop. Oh, is it that obvious? You think Songbin Hyung wouldn't know? I think he'd overlook it even if he knew. Amazing. Lee Chonghyun clapped in admiration. He even complimented my extraordinary way of thinking. Composing is good. Who are you going to learn from? The A in our team? If you ask Songbin Hyung, he could probably get you a recommendation. The basics, from you. Me? Lee Chonghyun's eyes widened. I thought you'd want to learn from a professional teacher, Hyung. The moment you started releasing songs on the market, you became a pro too. But I'm still only 20. Is professionalism judged by skill or by age? Lee Chonghyun still looked bewildered, even after my explanation. I know you're busy. You can say no. No. I have to repay the Hyung who opened the door to my early education. Just give me assignments, and I'll study on my own. Are you sure? I might push you as hard as you pushed me with all-nighters in the beginning. I'm an expert at pulling all-nighters. Lee Chonghyun laughed. It had been a while since he had laughed so freely after the accident. Despite his intimidating words, Lee Chonghyun personally created a terminology guide and supported my new hobby. Studying composition was more fun than I expected. Lee Chonghyun's foundations class was perfect for a beginner, perhaps because he was self-taught. Since I only listened to music and memorized terms, Jang Songbin didn't interfere much. He declared he wouldn't use his ginseng noodle murder notebook during the break. He even boxed up the notebook and sent it to his parents' house by quick delivery right in front of me. Hyung, eat this. A steaming block of soft tofu appeared on my desk. I looked over and saw Park Ji-woo holding a small soy sauce dish and a plate piled high with stir-fried kimchi. What's with the tofu? I saw an article that said soybeans are good for brain development. I felt like a student preparing for an exam. I thanked him and took the kimchi. By the way, Ji-woo, aren't you studying for your finals? Chong-hyun started a while ago. Park Ji-woo stood silently for a long moment, then turned and walked away. The tofu was warm and savory. The problem was that studying occupied only a small part of my day, leaving most of my time incredibly boring. Plucking my unamped bass or going to the gym could only kill so many hours. Isn't there anything fun to do? Why have you become such a fun addict? Lee Chong-hyun asked with genuine concern. It wasn't that I was a fun addict. This unexpected break had just made me rich with time. I was a time billionaire with a limit, since I still had to win the grand prize before my contract ended. I mustered my courage and approached Jong Songbin. I began as obsequiously as possible. Songbin, can't I just do some photo editing? No. As expected, Jong Songbin was firm. I pulled out my trump card. Simple tasks are the best for clearing your head, you know? Hyung, I'm planning to buy some clothes. Can you look at my shopping cart with me? Jong Songbin instantly changed the subject and shoved his phone in my face. His purchase history looked exactly like someone who watches 2 lookbook videos, goes straight to online shopping, and buys 10 outfits at once. It wasn't terrible, but the fact that Jong Songbin's style was on a much higher level than Choi Ji-ho's really annoyed me. I quickly recalled the outfits fans begged Jong Songbin to wear. There was a preppy look with a casual feel and round glasses, a long coat with dress shoes, and a college student-style look with a backpack. I added matching items for some clothes and, with his permission, deleted others. The denim cap in front of me tested my patience. The denim cap is a bit much, Songbin. You think so? Maybe I just don't have a feel for it, because I have no sense of fashion. There might be things that suit you less, but nothing would look bad on you. Can you wait a second? Let me think about what kind of concept would be perfect for a denim cap. It's okay, Hyung. I don't really like denim that much. Jong Songbin hastily deleted the cap from his cart. He seemed to really like it, though. There was even a denim jacket further down. After we organized the list and completed the payment, Jong Songbin suggested we pick out clothes for me. I have plenty of clothes. You only have black clothes. He wasn't wrong, so I quietly browsed the online store. Jong Songbin stopped me when I reflexively tried to select black in the color search. Turtlenecks and plain shirts were also forbidden. It was a very difficult time. A few days later, Kang Keon volunteered to be the cameraman for our unboxing video. So that's why this floral shirt arrived? He asked incredulously. Let me say this up front. I never even mentioned this short-sleeved floral shirt. You chose the color, Hyung, Jong Songbin retorted. That's because you recommended a bright purple. Where am I supposed to go wearing this? Kang Keon's expression turned serious. The bright yellow floral shirt must have looked quite avant-garde to his stylish eyes. Where would you go wearing that besides Hawaii? Lee Chong-hyun added. He bit his lip hard, trying not to laugh. When I gestured for him to put on some lip balm, he cackled and ran away. Is it that bad? Jong Songbin tilted his head. Surprisingly, he didn't seem discouraged by their reactions. The shirt looked genuinely pretty in his eyes. Since I had messed with his shopping cart, I had respected Jong Songbin's pick in return, but I felt increasingly certain it was the wrong choice. No, it's unique, Park Ji-woo said, taking his friend's side. It looks fine. That guy Choi Ji-ho was being sincere. If that bastard had known the online store had an orange floral shirt, he definitely would have told them to buy one for him too. Keon, where did we put our fan sign props? Lee Chong-hyun asked. He returned with a pair of fashion sunglasses with colored lenses. The gold-rimmed, trapezoidal glasses had a design that was somewhere between retro and tacky. Hyung, put on the shirt and try these on. I have a feeling this won't be a very good look. I'm confident you can write a new history in the world of idol visuals. Pushed by Lee Chong-hyun's encouragement, I went to my room. I came out wearing the capri pants Lee Chong-hyun had picked out and was met with an explosive reaction. Lee Chong-hyun rolled on the floor, laughing and mocking me. Kang Keon, holding the cap, covered his stubbornly rising smile with his other hand. Jong Songbin sputtered, holding back his laughter. I also clearly saw Park Ji-woo's pupils tremble. You look like someone from an old movie. If even Choi Ji-ho is saying this, isn't that the final word? I couldn't imagine what the sparklers would think when they saw this on our content. It was lucky the KPI for gaining personal fans wasn't in effect. This look could only create memes. It's such a waste that only we get to see this, Lee Chong-hyun said, practically sobbing. The fact that only Spark would see my glorious appearance in person seemed to be a great pity for him. Don't worry. When our content goes up on YouTube, the whole world will see it. I'll receive high praise like, Yiwol, your fashion is more brilliant than a Vancouver beach sunset. How about we send him on a trip dressed like this? Kang Keon suggested. Keon, is that really what you should be saying to me in this state? Hyung, do you dislike the clothes I picked that much? Jong Songbin asked. Kang Keon and Jong Songbin nagged me from both sides. Neither seemed to have any ill intent, which made it even more maddening. My mind was reeling. A trip sounds good. You're supposed to go on a trip during a vacation. Lee Chong-hyun chimed in, agreeing with his friend. There's an old saying that the person who tries to stop a fight is more hated than the one throwing punches. But why was no one here trying to stop this? They were all just egging it on. This was the most unfair setup ever. The make Kim Yiwol look like an old-timer and send him on a trip project proceeded swiftly among the members, excluding Kim Yiwol. I figured they were just talking and let them chatter, but then, Hyung, do you have your passport? Why a passport? To book the plane tickets. If you don't have one, go apply for it tomorrow. A group trip abroad had been scheduled. Do I really have to go wearing the floral shirt? Hey Hyung, you don't think we'd make you bear such a heavy burden alone, do you? Lee Chong-hyun placed a hand firmly on my shoulder with an expression that said, just trust me. We're all going to wear them. Are you insane? As I struggled to accept reality, Lee Chong-hyun showed me a screenshot. It was the purchase history for a multicolor floral shirt, 5+1, product. The option names were so clear it was as if I were looking at them through a magnifying glass. Multicolor floral shirt _red. Multicolor floral shirt _green. Multicolor floral shirt _blue. Multicolor floral shirt _pink. Multicolor floral shirt _orange. How could you do this? How? They give you one free if you buy 5. Lee Chong-hyun ignored my scream of despair. Instead, he kindly scrolled up to show me the hidden option. Multicolor floral shirt _black. I'll give it to you as a gift, Hyung. Seeing Kang Keon's purchase complete message below the screenshot, I felt a fire rage within me. The Spark dorm, which we had always filled with beautiful things, would soon be overrun with cheap floral shirts. 458, Chapter 458, Hiatus 3. I was ready to return the floral shirt immediately. If one of us had to be the sacrifice, it had to be me. I didn't want to leave any more bizarre photos of Spark in the Sparkler gallery. However, the moment the package arrived, the guys ripped it open and tried on the shirts. They even held a small review session, commenting on the good fit and how it made them feel like they were going on a trip. In return, we'll do one thing you want. To be fair. All right. Lee Chong-hyun shamelessly pushed the issue until the very end. This was the reason I came to UA today. Yiwol, what are you doing at the company? Ju-kyung rushed out to greet me. Her surprise was understandable. While it was called a rest period, I had essentially been banned from the company for nearly 3 months. This was a fitting measure, in a way, since I had thrown a wrench in the company's operational plans. The fact that UA gave me a vacation instead of disciplinary action showed their soft side, but that wasn't important right now. I know this is shameless, but I'd like to request the help of 5 employees with strong index finger joints. I need the kids to practice signing up for a marathon. How dare they think of going to the airport with their torsos covered in a floral pattern? I would make them regret it. I would make them run until every last petal fell off. Sign up for what? A marathon? Lee Chong-hyun and Park Ji-woo asked, their faces filled with disbelief. Don't worry. It's not a half marathon, just a 10 kilometers course. You all ran that much while preparing for IDC. Don't you remember? Lee Chong-hyun retorted. You and Ji-ho were the only ones who actually ran. The rest of us basically crawled in. I ignored him. You can't be talking about this Boss Sam Run event, are you? Kang Keon pulled up a promotional poster with a striking design on his laptop. The title stood out. Our neighborhood Boss Sam Run for a healthy me. Run and eat Boss Sam too. See? It's for a healthy me. Didn't you say it's essential to build up your stamina before a trip? You were just at the hospital not too long ago. 10 kilometers is too much for you. Regardless of his own feelings, Jang Songbin worried about me first. His concern was unfounded. If I could make these guys run themselves to death, I was confident I could start eating 4 meals a day and working out today to rebuild my stamina. They give you Boss Sam if you complete the race. Kang Jian, is Boss Sam the only thing you're seeing right now? Li Chonghyun roared. Choi Jiho, however, was already showing interest. He meticulously read the details for once and offered his opinion. Kim Yiwol, what do you think about running the 5 kilometers? Why? You can handle 10 kilometers just fine. Because they say there's not much Boss Sam left by the time the 10 kilometers runners get back. Are you out of your mind? You're actually planning to eat the Boss Sam there. If we eat and then run some more, the calories won't be an issue. Right? Idols eating the Boss Sam prepared for citizens at a local event. That'll look great. Sorry, but I'm fine without the Boss Sam, and I'm definitely not eating it and then running more. Me neither. Park Ju-woo sided with the anti-marathon Lee Chonghyun. A conflicted expression was clear on Jang Songbin's face. Songbin, I'll get myself in perfect shape before the marathon. Let's run together. Huh. After a deep sigh and long deliberation, Jang Songbin finally nodded. Lee Chonghyun screamed and sank to the floor. Park Ju-woo covered his mouth in disbelief. Afterward, Spark trained relentlessly until registration day. The staff members, who were masters of ticketing, gave them tips. The guys mastered the fluid motions from a swift mouse click to a seamless bank transfer. The one-on-one, intensive tutoring paid off. I didn't really need the lessons. For someone who had survived countless ticketing wars, most first come, first served events were a piece of cake. Their efforts were not in vain. This can't be happening. I signed up for a marathon with my own hands. Including the tormented Lee Chonghyun, all 6 members of Spark successfully registered for the running event where they could eat Boss Sam. After we booked the plane tickets and registered for the marathon, Sparks flew between me and Lee Chonghyun every single day. Chonghyun, eat a lot. You'll need your strength to run. Want some more water? We can't have the flour wilting. Why'd you take out the sachet I put in the closet? A floral shirt has to smell like flowers, doesn't it? Chonghyun, how many hours were you on the treadmill this week? Are you sure you can finish the race like this? It reached the point where even Kang Kian told us we were fighting childishly. I didn't yield, however, and continued to bicker with Lee Chonghyun. I had a reason for acting as if I'd forgotten my age. I have to show them I'm okay, then those guys will be able to relax. Though they pretended not to, the Spark members watched me all day long. They weren't being overly subservient, but they were unusually concerned with my mood. Whenever I tried to be alone with my thoughts, one of them would inevitably loiter nearby. In a way, what happened to my chest had become a small trauma for them. That's why I'm doing my best to act like I've mentally recovered. In reality, I'm also trying to maintain a healthy mindset. I've decided to believe what everyone around me is saying, that I'll be fine after a little rest. It was quite effective. I ate well, ran around, and slept when it was time, and my complexion improved. I guess this is why they say a good physical foundation is so important. The recovery is faster. I'm thankful for the stamina that has supported this large body of mine since my trainee days. On the other hand, the students in the beginner's cardio class suffered a great deal preparing for the marathon. For Park Ju-woo, who had just managed to commit to anaerobic exercises, building up his endurance was an incredibly difficult task. Park Ju-woo, with his shoulders slumped, only muttered that he hoped all the treadmills at the gym would be broken tomorrow. The sight of him dancing excitedly in front of the refrigerator was gone without a trace. Ju-woo, you don't have to do it if it's too hard. You weren't one of the ones who bought the floral shirts. I kindly offered him a way out, but Park Ju-woo refused. We have to share the good times and the bad. I was so proud of his resolve that I suggested we go to the gym together starting tomorrow. Park Ju-woo looked horrified and fled to his room. Spark participated in secret and finished in style. When news of their marathon participation belatedly came out, surprised sparklers appeared one after another. Much greater than what's this about Spark running a marathon? Much greater than I didn't realize because their clothes were different, but they were all wearing Nida's LOL are you watching advertiser? Nida's is so lucky. Only one person has a contract, but all 6 are wearing their clothes. LOL Nida's official account already quote tweeted it LOL. They said Jiho put together the sportswear so touching. Source: Chonghyun's Bubble Fab. Awesome. Jiho's fashion sense was this good? Look at them not believing it LOL. They said Jiho just paid for it, whispering. That makes more sense. Much greater than Yiwol said let's run a marathon? No way. Our Yiwol would never suggest doing an outdoor sport during the day as a group. Is this real? Guys, this is serious. I think our Yiwol is so busy he's lost his mind. I won't let Yue get away with this. He was all bundled up when he ran LOL. I didn't know until he took off his hat and goggles after finishing. I guess he covered up because a crowd might gather. He must have been so hot. Much greater than the male idols who participated as a group in today's marathon are Spark. This is crazy. They said all 6 of them finished together. It was an event where they gave you Bossam at the end, but they left without eating any. You're even writing that they left without eating the Bossam? LOL, the OP is cute. Were there any Sparkler at the event? It would have been fun if they met. I saw one verified account, and they said it wasn't fun. A bunch of people next to them were like, you can do it. Let's run just a little more. Don't slow down. So they regretted letting on that they recognized them. 1 member, but 6 trainers. LOL, I'd regret it too lol. I condemn this Emperor's Marathon. I condemn it. LOL. Much greater than so you have to run 10 kilometers to be an idol. Can this old Sparkler do it too? You can totally do it if you increase the distance little by little. How about thinking of it as a jog and going out before it gets too hot? I bought sneakers LOL becoming a health girl. My idol did it, so I won't? That's impossible. We go on trips to Daejeon to tour the restaurants Songbin recommended. What's stopping us from running? Even though Songbin is actually from Seoul. That's true? Much greater than I wondered why these guys left without eating the Bossam. And it turns out Juwoo made it for them. I was taking pictures thinking, how heartwarming and nice. But then I was shocked by how high quality the Bossam was. Wow, that's not delivery? No matter how well you cook Bossam, I won't allow you to open a Bossam restaurant. Park Juwoo, be in Spark forever. The Magne's cheeks are going to explode. LOL. Jong Songbin's worries eased as he watched the fandom, once again full of life. Until just a while ago, every post related to Spark had been about the accident. The news of a near-fatal incident on an outdoor stage, open to a large audience, was as provocative as the videos that spread in real time. The structural collapse, its cause unknown, spawned all kinds of speculation. Wasn't it a case of shoddy construction? No, there were no problems during the inspection. Looking at the severed section, it's clear someone tampered with it intentionally. This kind of fracture is a 1 in a million chance, but it happens occasionally. Along with the unconfirmed rumors, Kim Yiwol also became a hot topic. Much greater than this guy definitely has something special. No one else at the scene had noticed. Only Kim Yiwol. Jong Songbin couldn't even bring himself to read the posts that followed. Just seeing the headlines made him recall the incident, breaking him out in a cold sweat. Much greater than temporary stage collapses at festival site. No casualties. Much greater than lights fell from the sky. Is this rushed installation acceptable? Much greater than crash during a live performance. University festival thrown into chaos. The memory of Kim Yiwol calling out to Choi Jiho in the middle of the song was vivid. He couldn't forget the sight of Kim Yiwol desperately pulling Choi Jiho toward him, or the massive object crashing down between them, kicking up an enormous cloud of dust. His mind had gone blank when the debris from the steel frame and lighting rolled to his feet. He thought that must be what it felt like for one's blood to run cold. Including everything that happened afterward, it had been one overwhelming incident after another for Jong Songbin. He didn't want to show any weakness, however. After all, Jong Songbin was the leader. What are you doing? He heard his roommate's voice. Turning around, Jong Songbin saw Kim Yiwol looking at him, blinking. 459, Chapter 459, Group Trip 1. I was thinking of sending a bubble pop. Really? Kim Yiwol heard the answer and quickly stepped away. Kim Yiwol had a long-standing habit of giving people space when they used their phones for personal matters like sending messages. Kim Yiwol had several other habits, most of them deeply related to self-management. For example, Kim Yiwol often pretended to be fine unless something was truly serious, just so others wouldn't worry. Kim Yiwol's pretense was very natural. Even Jong Song-bin wouldn't have known if they hadn't lived together for a long time. The members were affectionate, so they paradoxically never believed everything Kim Yiwol said. They always suspected Kim Yiwol a little and paid close attention. Kim Yiwol's condition had improved a lot, but it was still far from perfect. Everyone agreed that Kim Yiwol needed a long rest, but they also searched for other possible solutions. Let's get out of Korea for a little while. Lee Chong-hyun's suggestion was the most radical. Kim Yiwol had become noticeably more stable after their trip to Gapyeong. Lee Chong-hyun's argument that visiting a different place could be a refreshing change for Kim Yiwol was persuasive. When you go abroad, the SNS recommendation algorithms completely change, right? Things like real-time trending topics, too. It'll be much more comfortable just being less exposed to related articles, don't you think? Is that so? It would be even better if it's a country where they mainly speak a language Kim Yiwol doesn't know. It's hard to intentionally ignore what you hear, so an environment where it can just pass by like external noise would be better. For these reasons, the 6 members decided on an overseas trip. They set the date for after mid-June, when the university students finished their final exams. The plan was for the 6 of them to travel simply, like a leisurely vacation. The basic framework was quickly established. Not long after, Jong Song-bin called a meeting for Spark's first group trip. Jong Song-bin took the opportunity when Kim Yiwol was not at the dorm. No matter what Kim Yiwol says, let's not shoot any videos for our own content this time. The goal is to make him think about work as little as possible. Should we not even take simple commemorative photos? Park Ju-woo looked a little down, so they decided to allow short photo times as long as the pictures weren't for content. Isn't it better to visit a few quiet tourist spots while taking it easy, rather than just wandering around? There are 2 fatal flaws in what Kang Ki-yeon said. First, if we let Kim Yiwol rest, he'll only think about work. Second, there's no such thing as a quiet tourist spot. Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-yeon planned the travel itinerary. Kang Ki-yeon was surprised when Lee Chong-hyun suggested an amusement park. There's nothing else that makes you feel like you've entered a different world quite like this. It'll completely take your mind off things. Just put a headband on him and a popcorn bucket over his shoulder. His blood pressure will shoot right up. There's plenty to do even if you don't ride the attractions. Isn't it a bad thing for his blood pressure to go up? For Kim Yiwol, who had few pleasures in life, they decided to keep it on the list of candidates for now. Choi Ji-ho decided to completely follow his younger brother's opinions. Want to go to a hot spring? They say it's good for relieving fatigue. A hot spring in early summer? Will that be okay? Since we're going anyway, we might as well enjoy everything. The members exchanged opinions and quickly established the travel itinerary. The entire process, from discussing and searching to narrowing down options, was clean and efficient. They couldn't have imagined such an atmosphere before Kim Yiwol arrived. There hadn't been many enjoyable moments, unless camaraderie had somehow formed under the assumption that all the members were cold people. But it was different now. It would be a lie to say it wasn't hard, but they had the strength to overcome it. Jong Song-bin believed this change had supported the team and prevented it from collapsing despite various incidents. Ju-woo, can I share a room with Kim Yiwol? Lee Chong-hyun is too loud. I don't mind, but wouldn't Chong-hyun be upset? Of course I'd be upset. I was already deeply hurt because Ji-ho seemed reluctant about being in the same group as us. When did I ever? That's because you said you wanted to go to the claw machine arcades morning, noon, and night. Does Kim Yiwol look like he's interested in claw machines? Even as they raised their voices at every opportunity, not a single one of them said they didn't want to go together. The members had faith that the others would listen, and they were convinced that even if someone rejected their opinion, the reason wouldn't be because they hate me. Let's reconsider the roommates. How about we only do the claw machines twice a day? If Ji-ho is okay with it, and we have to eat something delicious in between. When Jong Song-bin stepped in to mediate, everyone agreed without another word. If we were to pick a leader among us, I thought you'd be the most suitable. Kim Yiwol's words from a moment ago came to Jong Song-bin's mind. Kim Yiwol wouldn't agree, but Jong Song-bin thought Kim Yiwol's contribution was the biggest reason Jong Song-bin could establish himself as the leader. If Kim Yiwol hadn't trusted him, Jong Song-bin would have faced many difficulties. What's everyone gathered around for? Kim Yiwol, who had returned from his counseling session, asked when he saw the members in the living room. In Kim Iwol's hand was a black plastic bag that smelled delicious. Buying something tasty from a famous nearby restaurant whenever he went to the hospital was also one of Kim Iwol's habits. Even Kim Iwol's habits were tinged with kindness. "You're back." Jong Songbin greeted Kim Iwol with a smile and took the bag Kim Iwol was holding. Inside were warm waffles. "We're planning our trip." Lee Chong-hyun excitedly shook the paper he was writing notes on. "This is all great, but if you're going to fly, book the tickets quickly. There won't be any left once vacation starts. We finished booking them yesterday." "Good job." Kim Iwol laughed softly and went into his room. A few days later, Jong Songbin handed him the group trip itinerary draft. Kim Iwol laughed as if in disbelief and accepted the thick bundle of papers. The main guide for the Spark tour was Jong Songbin. Lee Chong-hyun was the assistant guide. The faces of the university students, now on vacation, were full of life. "Kim Iwol, why the long face? What's wrong?" Lee Chong-hyun approached and asked. Lee Chong-hyun was utterly detestable. "I even compromised on the departure outfits. You can't be like this." Did my expression look dark? That's not how I felt at all. I must have been standing in too much shade. I'll correct it. Just as Lee Chong-hyun said, Spark departed in stylish attire instead of flashy fashion. They were originally scheduled to leave as the Flower Pattern Brigade, but it was changed after some earnest pleading. How much would we really stand out wearing flower-patterned shirts at an amusement park? I expressed my deep gratitude to Lee Chong-hyun, who had taken not just one, but about 10 steps back. Thanks to him, Spark's casual fashion condition today is top-notch. I had only ever booked plane tickets for others. This was the first time I had received one for myself. The queasy feeling during takeoff wasn't great, but being able to see the sea and clouds beyond the window was nice. After arriving, we ate first. The guidebook said, scheduled to be out all day / eat a hearty meal. I was scared of just how much they planned for us to see. Inside the train leaving the airport, photography was briefly permitted. Those bastards. Hadn't they declared this a digital detox trip and announced they would strictly limit filming and recording before we even left? Naturally, I resisted fiercely. I strongly argued that it made no sense not to capture our first long vacation together as members for content. Are you planning to throw away the chance to film a Spark travel vlog? However, Jong Songbin said firmly with a smiling face. It's a vacation, not work, Kim Iwol. We won't ban you from filming completely. We'll take lots of pictures of you, so don't worry. They brought their own cams, film cameras, and even a Polaroid, but they didn't let me bring anything. My body trembled with rage at the blatant discriminatory regulation, but what could I do? I had to listen to the captain. At a record shop, I listened to a CD Park Ju-woo recommended. For Lee Chong-hyun, we went into a cafe and ordered a ton of desserts that would supposedly be a source of inspiration. Honestly, I don't know what desserts have to do with inspiration. I also followed Kang Ki-on to a merch shop that sold overseas exclusive goods for Kingdom Cafeteria another. This culture of neglecting domestic fans by only releasing a diverse range of high-quality goods overseas needs to stop. Kang Ki-on muttered with a blank expression. I had seen similar posts at least once a quarter back when I was proxy standing. A fan's anger, fueled by love, never goes out. I figured it would be the same for Kang Ki-on, so I kept my mouth shut and focused on my role as the person holding the shopping basket next to him. The schedule for the second day was a 3-on-3 free travel day. In reality, the word free didn't apply to me. My course had already been decided. Choi Ji-ho Lee, Chong-hyun, and Kang Ki-on decided to embark on a long journey to collect character goods. I heard that with Lee Chong-hyun, who could speak English and a little Japanese, at the center, they planned to visit over 10 stores. You said you'd follow them around? I don't have anything I particularly want to do. Choi Ji-ho accepted the schedule, which seemed to involve walking 30,000 steps a day, without any particular complaint. Then Choi Ji-ho woke up early and left first to eat breakfast. An hour later, I met Mebaz in the hallway, and we moved to the floor with the breakfast buffet to eat. Those guys left really early. They said it's because they have a lot of places to go. That's really amazing. Thinking of the youngest members who could become diligent for the sake of merch, we leisurely ate toast and soup. It was a peaceful morning. That is, until I realized there wasn't a single person on that team who could hold the purse strings. Lee Chonghyun's words from the previous day about emptying out the claw machines came to mind like a scene from a horror movie. I quickly sent a message to Choi Ji-ho. If it looks like the kids are buying stuff without paying attention to the exchange rate, stop them at least once. The reply arrived a long while later. Center Emperor Choi Ji-ho, seems I'm too late. Song Bin. Yes, Kim Yiwol. From now on, when you're making the teams, you have to include me, right? Jong Song-bin gave a smile of enlightenment. If Jong Song-bin had a death note in his hand, Choi Ji-ho, Lee Chonghyun, and Kang Kyeon would have been branded with about 2 marks each. 460, Chapter 460, Group Trip 2. Jong Song-bin's group started their travel itinerary with a walk in the park. The morning breeze felt good. It was a novel experience to run into people who recognized Spark. A record shop owner even got an autograph from Park Ju-woo. We had gained international fans despite focusing on the domestic market, which proved that dedicating ourselves to our main profession paid off. We ate French toast for brunch, a menu choice for Park Ju-woo, who likes soft foods. While others enjoyed a single slice of toast and a drink, we each had a full set menu. We don't know when we'll be back, so we should try a bit of everything. Eat a lot, Hyung. Jong Song-bin had pulled a "we'll have one of everything from here to here" move. Thankfully, it was a toast specialty shop without a wide variety of items. Otherwise, we might have been responsible for the store's entire daily revenue. The jam is delicious. Ju-woo, have you tried it? Yeah. It's good with whipped cream too. Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo started a pleasant chat to find the best combination. Meanwhile, I leisurely looked around the cafe. I had always thought of cafes as places for group meetings. The drinks were just a seating fee, and the main purpose was renting a table and chairs. I haven't really been to a cafe except when meeting my sister. I had never come to a cafe just to relax with a drink or enjoy some leisure time. Perhaps that was why it felt so awkward to deliberately sit in a cafe. I felt like I had to pull out my laptop and start working immediately. What are you thinking about so deeply? Jong Song-bin asked. He caught me the moment Park Ju-woo, who had been drawing his attention, went to the restroom. I pictured a future where I would be harshly criticized for saying I missed the tie-on, so I replied that it was nothing. Jong Song-bin stared at me quietly before he spoke. Hyung, I'm going to stop using that notebook. The notebook? I asked if he meant his write patience 3 times to avoid murder notebook, and he nodded. Why? That's your precious identity. Wouldn't an idol whose identity is a hit list be a little too scary? No matter how scary it is, could it be scarier than the faces of Spark? Jong Song-bin bit his lip, holding back a laugh. As much as he loved the members, it seemed he could not call their faces, which looked carved from icicles, warm. The reason I started the notebook was to look after the members' health, Jong Song-bin continued. I feel like it defeats the purpose if the team members are walking on eggshells or getting stressed out because of it. Song-bin, did one of the guys say something to you? Or did you read some comments? I believed everyone understood that Jong Song-bin's notebook did not come from an overbearing attitude. I thought it was a good method, without ill intent, that encouraged the members to voluntarily reflect on their lifestyles without being too extreme. Who's questioning what our leader is doing? Tell me, and I'll immediately open a forum for dialogue and persuasion. You, Hyung. Me? I was startled. I swore that while I might have voiced a different opinion, I had never complained behind Jong Song-bin's back or made a negative assessment without trying to understand our leader's grand intentions. It's a misunderstanding, Song-bin. How could I, of all people, not understand your sincerity? You know that even if I'm not loyal to you, I listen to what you say. When you were chosen as the leader, I told you, didn't I, that I'm the type to grovel before authority. I even said that if you had trouble with the members, I'd take the blame for you. That's how much I trust your character. Nothing is more disheartening than seeing something started with good intentions get twisted. I rambled on, hoping Jong Song-bin would not feel a sense of helplessness. You're the one who's misunderstanding, Hyung. I'm not getting rid of it because I think you've misunderstood its purpose. Then what? I just don't want you to base your standard of behavior on the notebook, Hyung. To be more precise, I want there to be as few things as possible for you to worry about. For a moment, I wondered what Jong Song-bin was talking about. It was not long, however, before I realized what situation he meant. Jong Song-bin had been watching me, noticing how I was always on alert for the notebook's whereabouts. I could not be sure, but perhaps. Did you have to write patience this time? Not even once. Really? You didn't do anything wrong, Hyung. It was ever since the day I watched the exclusive report with Jong Songbin. I had been mindful of it. I would even check if the notebook was anywhere near Jong Songbin. But it was not because I was stressed. I just did not want to needlessly get on his nerves. I'm sorry. Looking back, you're right, Songbin. I stopped justifying my actions and admitted it cleanly. I had thought I was not walking on eggshells, but my awareness of the notebook was evident in my every action. I'd rather nag you than make you walk on eggshells. So you're going to nag me? If I don't, you'll just secretly cut back on your sleep, won't you? You know far too much about me. Jong Songbin simply smiled without offering an excuse. I was convinced the proverb, "You can't spit on a smiling face," must have been created by someone who saw one of Jong Songbin's ancestors. I had never had a boss as young as Jong Songbin. Of all my superiors, he was the youngest and the kindest. When a guy like this grows up, he'll probably become someone like you. Someone affectionate, kind, and able to protect their people and their team with a generous heart and a broad perspective. A good boss, something I had never had in my life. What were you guys talking about? Park Ju-woo asked as he sat down. Songbin says he's going to completely overhaul the group's code of conduct. There will be big changes, so we'll need to watch the developments closely. Oh, you were having a serious discussion. I'll be sure to listen once everything's decided. We banded together, determined to adopt a mindset worthy of our good boss's leadership. Jong Songbin was the first to burst out laughing. Visiting scenic places was enjoyable. When we found a cute sign on the street, I watched Park Ju-woo take a picture. When we found a small bookstore, I waited for Jong Songbin to choose a book he liked. As we wandered, Jong Songbin read charming little notes to me. He had told me to just show up for this trip, and there was truly nothing for me to do. I did not even need to turn on a translation app. With no need to look at my phone, and with all the signs and video ads being unfamiliar, it finally sank in that I was in a different country. So this is what it feels like to take a step back from reality and rest, I thought. I feel like I'm on a senior citizens tour. But you're only 23, Hyung, Park Ju-woo retorted. Still, he pushed the plate of pasta, piled high, in front of me. I wondered what the other guys were doing and looked at the schedule. Clothes shopping was written in huge letters. I could understand it for Lee Chong-hyun and Kim Ki-on, who have good style and a lot of interest in fashion, but taking Choi Ji-ho clothes shopping? No matter how I looked at it, Choi Ji-ho's role was clearly to be the pack mule. What's on the schedule for Ji-ho's group? They said they're going clothes shopping. His curiosity satisfied, Park Ju-woo took a slurp of his oolong tea. He then squeezed his eyes shut, perhaps because the drink was cold. Chong-hyun said he's buying clothes for Soo-hoon, not his own. It was an unexpected statement. Park Ju-woo nodded. Chong-hyun wore that vintage outfit during the Hideout promotions, you know. Right, he did. It seems Soo-hoon saw the music video. He seemed to be referring to the conversation they had with Hyung-nim when they met him while buying bread. Park Ju-woo hesitated and averted his gaze as he spoke. He gave Chong-hyun some allowance money and told him to buy some new clothes that didn't have holes in them. Jong Songbin hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand, but it was not enough. Water dripped through the gaps between his fingers. He felt so bad for him. That final blow made Jong Songbin completely collapse. Our leader buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. So, did Chong-hyun just gratefully accept it? Yeah. He said he's not going to use it for himself, but to buy more vintage clothing and get his revenge. Lee Chong-hyun was planning a spectacular revenge on the Hyung-nim who did not appreciate the coolness of retro style. Faced with such a grand, hidden purpose, Jong Songbin and I could not lift our heads. The thought of Lee Soo-hoon wearing a t-shirt with a massive print of a cat in sunglasses was certainly a shock. Just as a solemn mood fell over the table, Jong Songbin's phone screen lit up. It's from Chong-hyun. That's strange. He has the face of a nobleman. So how does he have such impeccable, unnoble timing? Jong Songbin, who was staring at the screen, suddenly burst into laughter. Park Ju-woo and I exchanged clueless glances. Eventually, Jong Songbin showed us his screen. It displayed a photo of a size XXL short-sleeve t-shirt printed with a hamster dancing under a disco ball. A message said he had just bought it. At night, we all gathered in the youngest member's room. To be precise, Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-on had invited us over for a local cup ramen tasting party. What's with all this stuff you bought? Their 2 beds were covered in shopping. Bags, overstuffed tote bags, and plastic bags. It looked as if the 2 of them had cleaned out the local department store. This is what happens when you try to complete a wish list. Choi Ji-ho, what were you doing? Why didn't you stop them? Who do you think had to carry all of that? Carrying is a job for your hands, and stopping them is a job for your mouth, isn't it? I nagged Choi Ji-ho relentlessly as I boiled the water. It was a relief the hotel gym was open 24 hours. If a pre-meal workout had not been possible, we could not have even dreamed of having such an enjoyable late-night snack. After we had eaten our fill and chatted for about an hour, we finished cleaning up. As we were about to head back, Lee Chong-hyun shouted at our backs, "Don't forget the dress code for tomorrow." Instantly, my heart felt as heavy as a stone. The debut of the floral shirt was just around the corner. 461, Chapter 461, Group Trip 3. This was Animation World, the land of dreams and hope. Visiting this place were those who pursued youth, delivering joy through song and dance. Wow, these clothes are so vibrant. The colors pop in photos even without editing. We won't need to touch them up. The 6 young men wore floral patterns. I once thought performing the wooden doll dance for professional trainees was my life's most embarrassing moment. That was just a delusion from my younger, more ignorant days. I can now guarantee the most shameful moment of my 29-plus alpha years is this. Waiting for Lee Chong-hyun to take a selfie while we all wear colorful shirts and animal ear headbands. We have to buy something later dressed like this? Popcorn. Kong Keon said something terrifying, his face deadpan. I would now designate the most frightening moment of my 29-plus alpha years as waiting for popcorn among children, all of us dressed in colorful shirts and animal ear headbands. Ji-ho, you hold the phone. I'm still not skilled enough to master a 6-person selfie. Choi Ji-ho took the phone. The lens turned toward me, and the corners of my mouth lifted automatically. It was the sad, conditioned reflex of an idol. Despite all their preparations, the guys showed little interest in the rides. They spent their time taking pictures and buying souvenirs instead. Since they were buying things anyway, I diligently helped them compare doll number 1 and doll number 2, wanting them to get the prettiest ones. This place is really endless. I know, right? Park Ju-woo exclaimed in admiration as he looked at a map. All around us, the world looked like it came straight from a fairy tale. This had to be the essence of the theme park construction industry. How do they clean such a massive set? I wondered how they maintained the vivid colors and shine when rain and snow would surely leave water stains. I asked Lee Chong-hyun, our theme park manager, and he said if I left an inquiry email, they would respond on a business day. We rode a couple of calm attractions with short lines and ate an incredibly expensive lunch. Then we set off on another long trek. If I had turned on a pedometer, it might have exploded by the afternoon. As the sun began to set, we found a spot to watch the parade. There was still plenty of time, but they said we needed to find a place to sit in advance. People normally claimed the best spots first, but more and more people started recognizing Spark. We preemptively secured a bench in the most secluded corner. Dusk fell, making the scenery even more spectacular. The streetlights, rides, and shop windows all lit up brightly. The night view alone is amazing. It's romantic, Kong Keon agreed. We had already seen 2 marriage proposals while walking around today. We chatted and drank the beverages Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo had bought. The area around our secluded bench grew dark. An announcement signaled the parade was about to start. The show that finally began was larger than I had expected. Several large ships appeared, and small boats circled the lake at incredible speeds. Dazzling lights and electronic billboards flickered nonstop. Gasps of awe echoed from afar every time fireworks exploded in the sky. Incredible. The sounds of fireworks launching, bursting with a pop, and fading blended with the music. Flashes of light exploded and rained down like a shower, filling the air. At the climax, the fireworks swallowed all human sounds, blooming to cover the entire night sky. I quietly activated the system. Then, I ran the welfare service that showed my sister's status. Plus, system, welfare service, usage history. Relationship, blood relative. Health status, good. Psychological state, good. Other, enjoying leisure time. Plus, if the system just unilaterally retrieves my sister's information, there's nothing I can do, but if it's a two-way connection, I hope this site reaches her, even in her dreams. It's too beautiful to watch alone. You want me to wash up first? Yeah. I need to check if there's any message from the lawyer. At my words, Choi Ji-ho obediently took his clothes and disappeared. Soon, I heard the sound of running water. While Choi Ji-ho showered, I took out the smartphone I had gotten back for the trip, just in case we got separated. There were no urgent messages. Since I had the phone on, I tried to browse, but foreign content plastered the recommended searches, videos, and even the ads. The algorithm changes this much just from a change in location. The age of the internet is scary. I at least want to check the reception on how our activities concluded. It bothered me that our last schedule before the hiatus ended in an accident. For now, the only new content would be Bubble Pop, live streams, and self-produced videos. It felt like we had caused a huge incident and then run away. On top of that, these guys insisted on enjoying the trip as a vacation, not work, so they barely filmed anything. If we had planned to release something like Spark's hilarious group travelogue, I would have felt a little more at ease, but even that hope was dashed. No idol wants their meticulously prepared activities to end on a bad note. With a heavy heart, I searched for Spark for the first time since the accident. Much greater than you expect us to believe the support collapsed because of a sudden defect in the materials. Even if nothing in the world is 100% a sudden accident, sure, it could happen with an extremely low probability, but why does it keep happening to our boys? That's what's so upsetting. It's also infuriating that articles keep coming out calling it safety negligence. For concerts and everything else, the boys try their best to prevent any avoidable accidents. Exactly is it too much to ask for them to promote safely without getting hurt? Much greater than Kim Yiwol definitely has something. How did he notice that? Seems like he has something, whether it's divine possession or whatever. I saw the video. If he hadn't dodged, it would have been a fracture at the very least. Where did you see the video? I can't find it. It's all been taken down now. Much greater than it's a miracle no one got hurt. It was a combination of a material defect that went unnoticed because there were no issues during installation and a member standing right where the light fell. It could have been a major disaster. Right. At first I was so shocked and angry, my rage was at max. But after realizing we could have just watched the accident happen, unable to do anything, my blood ran cold. Seriously, it fell right where Ji-ho was standing. I don't even want to imagine what could have happened. Much greater than I'm only saying this because it ended without incident, but their trust saved them. Kim Yiwol called Choi Ji-ho because he thought an accident was about to happen, but Choi Ji-ho knew nothing and just ran when his member told him to grab his hand in the middle of a performance. The moment he questioned it with a why, it would have been a huge accident. I think he did well, but during a performance? That couldn't have been easy. And it was his part, so he was at the very front. Before, Emperor said on a live stream that he listens to everything Kim Yiwol says. Which live was it? When he did his solo live after coming back from deserted Rest Island for the first time. I remember this. I thought Ji-ho was just defending Yiwol because he was getting so much hate, but he was being serious. He got hate. Why? Deserted Rest Island was fun. Yiwol said something to Ji-ho for the broadcast about why he lived such a wild survival life. Rumors started spreading that the member who stayed comfortably in the dorm was mocking the member who suffered. There was a lot of talk like Yiwol was jealous of Ji-ho being the center, plus he wanted to play the authoritative oldest Hyung and treated Ji-ho as a thorn in his side, etc. It quieted down after Ji-ho clarified that nothing Kim Yiwol says is ever meant to harm the members. Detective Squad was the one who first fueled the fire for the rumors. The comment above mentioned. It wasn't a jab at all. He was saying things like, you should have built a house and slept there and avoid the UV rays. But I still remember how they media played it like Yiwol was tearing into one of the kids. The jealousy over the center position is also ridiculous. He's the kid who followed Ji-ho all the way to his filming set just to support his friend since their trainee days. Much greater than I'm a sparkle who was at the scene. I hope the boys get some rest. I was so shocked seeing the light fall right in front of my eyes, But imagine how the boys who were right under it felt. I remember the expressions on Songbin and the other boys' faces, and the shock from that moment is still vivid. If someone had gotten hurt, it would have become a real trauma. The original poster must have been really shocked too. I agree. I'd rather see them healthy for a long time than see them promote frequently for a short while. There were all sorts of stories. I had expected it would not be quiet, but it was more than I imagined. Not a single community failed to mention the incident. What are you looking at? You scared me. Choi Jiho's voice came from above my head while I was reading the posts. Didn't Jong Songbin tell you to stop using the internet? I'm turning it off now. His tone was strangely threatening. I quickly turned off my phone, afraid he would actually tell Jong Songbin on me. Take this. Choi Jiho, who was drying his hair with a towel, placed a bulky plastic bag on the table. When I opened it, I found it was full of capsules. What's this? The stuff Lee Chonghyun got from the capsule machine yesterday. He told me to give it to you, but I forgot. Why are you giving this to me? He said you'll know when you see it. With that, he went to finish drying his hair. I opened one of the colorful capsules. A figurine of a very tired-looking cat came out. The cat held a subway handle with one hand and a briefcase with the other. What kind of capsule toy is this? Puzzled, I opened another. This time, a cat with its shoulders and bag completely squished, as if on a crowded elevator, came out. The capsules all contained cats. One after another, I pulled out a haggard cat, a tech-neck cat, a cat buried in documents, and a cat with a wrinkled tie. Inside the capsule was a small instruction slip. I assumed the large title was the product name, so I opened a translation app and took a picture. The caption immediately appeared. Mr. Office Worker Baby Cat. What kind of sweatshop would work a baby cat this hard? My heart ached for this filthy modern society that exploits not only humans, but cats as well. Following the amusement park exclusive popcorn bucket, my first souvenir from my trip abroad, a collection of haggard cat keychains became my second. 462. Chapter 462. Group Trip 4. Hilarious travel anecdotes piled up endlessly. Problems arose at every turn. The most surreal moment came when the police appeared, claiming the group was creating an intimidating atmosphere in an alleyway. If Jong Songbin hadn't explained, we're tourists just trying to decide on a lunch menu, they would have been in a very awkward situation. See? I told you, Choi Jiho, not to furrow your brow like that when you're outside. Is this all my fault? Who said it was only your fault? I said you amplify the problematic aura, didn't I? And Keon, you, take off that leather jacket. I should have asked Lee Chonghyun to buy 6 more of those t-shirts with the hamster dancing under a mirror ball while holding a Coke. If they had just worn those, anyone would have seen Spark as a group of youths brimming with excitement. They finally finished lunch after many trials and wandered around until the final day began to close. Is anyone tired? Lee Chonghyun asked. As marathon-trained athletes, they wouldn't collapse from a little walking. With their remaining energy, they headed to a famous spot in the city center for night views. The prime spot was already packed with people. According to reviews, the best locations filled up before sunset. Fortunately, since they were all a head taller than most people, they could see a decent view even from the back. I purposely pressed my back against the inner wall. These guys knew I had an impulsive thought, but they didn't know how I planned to act on it. I didn't want to spoil the mood, but I also held back, worried that getting close to the railing might trigger another strange idea. It's beautiful. Instead of a deep, bottomless river, countless lights twinkled as if they would never go out. The densely packed buildings felt like they would catch me even if I fell. For a clear night shot, adjust the exposure time. Juwoo, can you see the letters? Should I shine a light for you? The person behind Jiho probably can't see a thing. That's why we're standing behind everyone. Hyung, am I not a person? The main vocalists, Lee Chonghyun, Choi Jiho, and Kang Keon, chattered endlessly around me. The yellow lights resembled the light waves from the concert. These guys were next to me then, too, and the warm air felt pleasant. The stage was so impressive that it made me forget the guilt of standing in a place I shouldn't be. Being surrounded by things like this makes it okay. The thought that I could be okay with these guys wasn't a delusion after all. I believed I had gotten better, but then I crumbled again. I thought I hadn't improved at all, just running in place. With moments like these, even if I can't shake off the sadness, I can get back up again. Hyung, look here, Park Juwoo called out to me. The camera lens pointed at me. Don't move, stay still. 1, 2, the shutter clicked. Park Juwoo and Jong Songbin put their heads together to check the result. A smile escaped my lips without me realizing it. After the hot springs, the members returned to their rooms to prepare for bed. They had to pack their bags for checkout the next day. Kang Keon, busily moving around his suitcase, spotted Lee Chong-hyun fiddling with something. What are you doing? Not packing. I was thinking of leaving a video from the trip. How about we go around to the Hyung's rooms first and film ours last? It was a good idea. It was also too early for the members to sleep. Kang Ki-on changed into his pajamas and headed to the king's room with Lee Chong-hyun. Jong Song-bin opened the door. What's up? An interview to commemorate our first group trip. Unlike the younger members' chaotic room, this one was neat, as if they had already finished packing. The only things out were their clothes for tomorrow and a small carry-on bag. Who's here? Chong-hyun and Ki-on. They said they're here to film an interview. Park Ju-woo emerged from a thick cloud of steam, having just taken another shower after the hot springs. Jong Song-bin handed his warmed-up friend a carton of milk with a straw in it. First off, our Song-bin, you worked so hard. At Lee Chong-hyun's words, Park Ju-woo clapped. Kang Ki-on also clapped as enthusiastically as he could without shaking the camera. How does it feel, leading 5 members around? Led them? Everyone had their own role. I don't think I led anyone. If it weren't for you, Hyung, we would have been arrested for sure. Really, the atmosphere instantly became solemn. Even Jong Song-bin didn't deny it. Ju-woo, your most recent trip was to the deserted island, right? Comparing the two, what was the biggest difference? Modernization? Make sure Yiwol doesn't hear what you just said, Kang Ki-on added seriously. With a bright expression, Park Ju-woo said both trips were enjoyable. Did you all get a good change of pace? Lee Chong-hyun asked, adjusting the zoom to fit both Jong Song-bin and Park Ju-woo in the frame. Totally. It felt like we were just a group of friends hanging out. Right. Yeah, I'm glad we came. Jong Song-bin showed off a bookmark he got from a bookstore, and Park Ju-woo showed off a CD a record shop owner recommended. While putting the CD away, loose change suddenly spilled from Park Ju-woo's bag. The camera perfectly captured 2 men, both over 180 centimeters tall, squatting between the beds to pick up coins. The filming continued for about 10 more minutes. After getting enough footage, Kang Ki-on pressed the stop button. Lee Chong-hyun checked the video length with a satisfied look. We'll stop recording here. Thanks for your cooperation. Did you go to the other Hyung's room too? Not yet. We came here first since Ju-woo goes to bed early. We're about to head over now. At Lee Chong-hyun's words, Jong Song-bin checked the time. Even if Kim Yiwol and Choi Ji-ho filmed for just as long, they would still finish much earlier than their usual bedtime. Go get some good footage. The Hyungs are probably tired, so don't stay too long. Okay, good night. Sleep well. Good night. Leaving behind warm goodbyes, Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-on headed to the next room. They knocked and waited until Choi Ji-ho opened the door. What is it? An interview to commemorate the last day of our trip. Can we come in? I don't mind, but Kim Yiwol is asleep. He's sleeping? Lee Chong-hyun's eyes widened. Indeed, the light was off only over the bed by the window. Why is the Hyung sleeping so early? Lee Chong-hyun whispered, lowering his voice. He must have been tired. Should we go? Just stay? He didn't even wake up when I dropped the suitcase earlier. With permission to stay, Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-on sat side by side on Choi Ji-ho's bed. If I'd known, we would have come here first. You went to Jong Song-bin's room too? Yeah. Ju-woo goes to bed early, you know. Kang Ki-on aimed the lens at the back of Kim Yiwol's head, which stuck out from under the blanket. Kim Yiwol was fast asleep, not moving an inch. Maybe he was nervous. You said it was his first time traveling abroad, Choi Ji-ho said, gesturing toward Kim Yiwol with his chin. It wouldn't be strange if his tension finally broke at the end of the trip. That makes sense. An unfamiliar environment must have been tough for someone so meticulous about everything. Lee Chong-hyun readily agreed. That was the point of the trip, but it must have also been tiring for Kim Yiwol. While they exchanged a few more words with Choi Ji-ho, something suspicious caught Lee Chong-hyun's eye. A few tissues laying neatly on the table. Underneath them, a row of cat figurines was lying down. He got closer and saw the tissues were blankets. Aren't these the ones I got from the claw machine? Didn't you give them to Yiwol? I did. He's the one who set them up like this. He said the cat's right to sleep well must be guaranteed. Choi Ji-ho replied nonchalantly. Only then did Lee Chong-hyun realize the tissues were the cat's blankets. Instead of the sleeping Kim Yiwol, Kang Ki-on filmed the figurines that had found their rest. He thought a caption saying, "The owner is asleep, so we are substituting with this footage, would be perfect. Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-yeon delicately adjusted the tissue blankets before leaving the room. Baek Hae-won was incredibly busy after her final exams. Even in their off-season, Spark didn't stop releasing content. After their group trip, they released a stream of boyfriend material photos perfect for wallpapers and memes. Much greater than Spark are really something else. Look at them. They even back up their Insta photos on the fan cafe because they know it's hard to save them. They're the only idols who tell you to download in high quality so the resolution doesn't break. Giving it to us in a zip file so we can save it all at once without multiple annoying clicks is legendary. Much greater than Spark, all have great personal style. Must be fun for fans to follow their Instas. There's a very sad story behind that. Lololololol. A certain Mr. Kim, the boy of justice, apparently stole from the members' closets. The funniest part is that he doesn't even wear the stolen clothes. He just hides them somewhere. Much greater than what's with the floral print squad lol. Is it their class t-shirt? LOL. Seriously, if you ignore their faces and physiques, they look like guys you'd find in the class next door. Anyone can tell they're just kids on vacation for summer break lol. And Kim Yiwol allowed this. They said he made a deal involving a marathon. What is this now? This is insane. She was glad she had upgraded to the latest phone model after starting college. The ample storage space always reassured her. An idol fan could never have enough money or phone storage. Just as she was observing each new photo for a full 30 minutes, an alarm went off. A bubble pop from Kim Yiwol arrived. Hunter, I'm so sorry. I fell asleep early on the last day and couldn't film the interview. It would have been nice if I had woken up in the middle, but I guess I was sleeping too deeply. I'll post a lot of trip photos on the fan cafe instead. She had forgotten to change her name from Hunter again, but an interview? While Baek Hae-won puzzled over this news, her phone vibrated again. A video had been uploaded to Spark's official YouTube account. The title was, Warning, Short. Spark is on vacation. The video wasn't a formal production, but a collection of short, 30-second clips stitched together. Since they had filmed it all themselves, it didn't seem planned as content. If the company had attached a content team to them, even during their vacation, the Sparklers would have sent a protest truck, and then some. They had clearly gathered and uploaded clips they filmed themselves because they wanted to show the fans something. The relaxed atmosphere and simple composition made Baek Hae-won feel like she was getting an intimate glimpse of their vacation. At the very end of the video, an interview segment in their hotel room asked for their thoughts on the trip. The back of Kim Yiwol's head was visible behind Choi Ji-ho as he answered a question. A drawing of a star and the word Dreamland floated above his head. Where Kim Yiwol's segment should have been, a close-up of the cat figurines lying down played instead. The subject of the interview is asleep, so we are substituting with this footage. From Kion. Instead of comments, we present the gentle touch of Yiwol Hyung, who carefully tucked them in. From Chong-hyun. Handwritten captions from the younger members overlaid the screen. Her bubble pop notifications went off nonstop as Kim Yiwol spammed photos. Baek Hae-won laughed until she cried, watching her favorite idol be his usual self. 463. Chapter 463. Action. Finding something to do during my break was not easy. I could spend 10 hours a day glued to the music composition program and still have time left over. Things to do on annual leave. How to use your annual leave without regrets. How to make people say you used your leave well. Searching diligently proved useless. In this era of God-tier living, everyone focused on career-enhancing projects for their precious holidays. With my limited options, there was nothing for me to follow. If anyone asked what I did on leave at Hampyeong Industry, I'd say I was just on standby at home, damn it. For some office workers, holidays meant very little. Many employees took their laptops to cafes or could not turn off their company messenger notifications. How could I rest easy just because I took a day off? I lived with my phone glued to my side from morning until night, never knowing when department head Nam might call. My computer, of course, was always on. Even after coming to UA, I could count the times I did nothing on a holiday on one hand. Unless I was bedridden with exhaustion, I was usually doing something. The holidays were never long, either. Then, I was suddenly thrown into a world of rest. I received an incomplete freedom where digital civilization was not permitted. Like a new employee on his first day, I was flustered and did not know what to do. Is that why you want to follow me to action school? Do you need a more detailed explanation? Choi Ji-ho showed his disapproval at my words and said that was enough. You'd be better off taking a lecture with Kang Ki-on. Didn't he sign up for some online course? Webshell? I'm already good at that. Why would he be learning that? I don't know. Yesterday, he was watching the special lecture on Webshell I uploaded. Choi Ji-ho's brow furrowed like an accordion. He looked like he genuinely could not understand Kang Ki-on, so I could not even mention my grand plan to film a second part of the Webshell special lecture for him. When Changhyun and I went to make a delivery, you said they also run a trial program. Don't they do that anymore? They do, but you're embarrassed to have a friend your age tagging along. In that case, I'll take the hint and visit separately. Who? Choi Ji-ho sighed as if he could pierce the floor. I don't want to get an earful from Jong Song-bin, you know? His tightly crossed arms clearly revealed Choi Ji-ho's displeasure. Get his permission, then I'll take you. That's a tough condition. Could you give me a generous amount of time to prepare? Choi Ji-ho left after telling me to figure it out myself. After that, I began to plead with Jong Song-bin as pathetically and servilely as possible. My laziness and Jong Song-bin's strictness were inversely proportional. The more I lazed around in bed, the more lenient Jong Song-bin became. I thoroughly exploited this fact. Song-bin, I'm so bored. Do you want to play a game or something? I want to stop doing things sitting down. My body aches. My body really did ache. I had not felt cooped up at our travel destination since we were always moving around. But just going between the dorm and the gym was not enough to burn off my excess energy. Strictly speaking, Jong Song-bin was not interfering with me. Stay away from work for a while, and refrain from strenuous physical activity. These were the only two things Jong Song-bin demanded. But if you took those things away, what was left of my daily routine? Strumming the bass in my room is fun, but the days are just too monotonous. Can't you see the cracks forming in my peaceful daily life? I had tried everything from visiting a comic cafe to watering plants with the members' help, but I still had not found a hobby that was a perfect fit. The youth of the Republic of Korea desperately needed more opportunities to explore hobbies and careers. Jong Song-bin looked at me lying on the bed. If you're going to the gym, let's go together, he said. Didn't you say you had muscle soreness from leg day yesterday? You think you can go again today? I muttered relentlessly every time Jong Song-bin entered the room. I think I'd feel so refreshed if I could just go stretch my body out once. Watching Choi Ji-ho and Changhyun do it looked really fun. Once our activities start, I won't even be able to dream of it. Unable to watch any longer, Jong Song-bin finally raised the white flag after 3 days. I'll check it carefully, but please make sure to double and triple check the safety equipment. Be sure to tell them about your head beforehand. And please be careful not to get swept up in the atmosphere and perform any excessive actions. Song-bin, shouldn't you be saying that to Choi Ji-ho, not me? Even though I was the beginner, Jong Song-bin was busy nagging Choi Ji-ho. Funnily enough, Choi Ji-ho actually listened to Jong Song-bin's nagging. He would not even pay attention when I talked to him. What a ridiculous guy. In any case, I could now set foot in Choi Ji-ho's action school. I remembered following him to Jang Junha's music video set. Thinking about how I went all that way just to watch and make sure Choi Ji-ho did not do anything stupid, I felt like I had been through all sorts of things. Everyone on this team is so handsome in person, aren't they? This was the instructor's first comment after seeing me. I was extremely nervous, being the next one up after Lee Changhyun, but the long gap of time had saved me. During the warm-up, I also received praise for my excellent basic stamina. I'm embarrassed that stamina is the only thing I have to show for myself. He won't fall over easily no matter what you ask him to do, Choi Ji-ho added, vouching for my stamina. If you take away my stamina, I'm just a corpse. No, why are there so many extreme expressions in the world? Do I just use an unusual number of negative idioms? I urgently need to improve my linguistic habits. Mr. Yiwol, is there anything you wanted to try while you're here? There are many types of action, you know? There's wire work, and there's also using props like wooden swords. The instructor readily offered a wide range of options, even to me, who had just tagged along as his star pupil's friend. I had a clear move I wanted to learn. Car stunts. A black car rushes menacingly toward the protagonist. At a dead end with nowhere to run, the protagonist leaps onto the hood to minimize the impact. So you don't just want to hang onto the car body, but you want to try rolling and falling? What do you mean, falling techniques? Just do something normal. Choi Jiho grumbled from the side, throwing a wet blanket on my idea. Since it's not an actual shoot, it would be possible if we use a filming vehicle and go slowly, but for safety, it would be better to practice a bit before attempting it. You'll need to master the falling techniques, too, especially if you have to be careful with your head. I see. Come along with Jiho when he comes. I'll tell one of the guys who has free time to watch over you. Thank you. The instructor gladly extended the trial period for the one-day visitor, Kim Yiwol. While Choi Jiho practiced his fight choreography, he also taught me how to roll safely on the ground. The entertainment industry has a strong impression of being insensitive to injuries, but it seems UA pays a lot of attention to safety, the instructor remarked as he wrapped up the special lesson. Is that so? Considering the accidents that have happened at UA, I don't really want to agree. However, for those working in the field, things were relative, so I did not strongly deny it. When we were told that Mr. Chong-hyun and Mr. Yiwol were coming, a company staff member repeatedly requested it. They asked us to prioritize safety over getting active scenes. Usually, it's the other way around, isn't it? Since Ju-kyung usually handled casting contacts, the staff member must have been her. The words, usually, it's the other way around left a bitter taste. Jiho has also become more interested in first aid. He was never one to neglect his studies, but it seems the company's policy has had a big influence. Whenever we have safety training, he always comes to attend. Even when I ask if he isn't busy with his schedule, he doesn't say one way or the other, just looks sullen. The instructor laughed out loud. I, however, could not laugh. The car was quiet on the way back. I debated dozens of times whether to say something to Choi Jiho. Hey you. As I finally broke the silence, Choi Jiho looked back at me. His gaze was utterly indifferent. You haven't developed some kind of trauma, have you? I wanted to ask, but the question got stuck in my throat. It was even harder to ask when it might have started. I'd rather be overthinking it. After all, Choi Jiho seems perfectly fine, doesn't he? When are you going next? I'll see when I have time. Choi Jiho answered nonchalantly. The guy really, truly seemed completely unfazed. The path of creation was long and arduous. My progress on the top line making homework from Lee Chong-hyun was converging to zero. Creation is so painful and difficult. Hyung, you're good at planning items, aren't you? Is this different from that? It's on a whole different level. At my words, Kang Ki-yeon stared blankly at Lee Chong-hyun, who was doing a cheerful shoulder dance in front of his laptop. He seemed to find it hard to believe that this was what someone in the middle of arduous work looked like. Chong-hyun is in another class. Comparing a god to a human is just too cruel. Ah yes. Kang Ki-yeon's face clearly read. Of course you'd say that. I saw it with my own two eyes. Is there a genre you want to write? Ju was kind of curious. Ju was? Park Ju had also shown a particular interest when Lee Chong-hyun started composing. Back then, it was because he had a lingering attachment to being in a band. I wondered what it was this time, so I asked him indirectly and got an unexpected answer. Singing a song written by a member. That's so cool. He was simply curious about what kind of song he would get to sing. It was an incredibly pure reason, even if it might not make it onto the track list. There was no guarantee that a member's song would be included on the album. Even Lee Chong-hyun himself had to pass a blind test every time to secure the title track. Park Ju-hwa's answer to my hypothetical question was clear. Because singers don't only sing songs that go on albums. Honestly, I was surprised. If Park Ju-hwa's desire for a band had been a small ember, it had now swallowed all available firewood and grown into a large flame. I felt I could understand why the word passion suited him so well. What do I need to swallow to bring warmth to my own lukewarm life? Hearing Lee Chong-hyun's voice shout that he had done it, I was lost in thought. 464. Chapter 464. The Elder 1. Besides the action school, other minor events occurred. I watched the setting sun and racked my brain about what to do the next day. A random text arrived from Gu Jahan. I heard Spark is on a break. I had no idea how he knew about someone else's vacation. I replied, that's right. Gu Jahan texted back, want to come out tomorrow? I'm meeting with Woo Yoon-jae. It seemed Gu Jahan wasn't planning on being alone. He now referred to him as Woo Yoon-jae instead of Yoon-jae. Since when were those two so close? It was utterly baffling. I wrote, it's all right. You two have a good time together. Gu Jahan replied. Woo Yoon-jae said if I'm calling you, he's going to the fish market auction at dawn tomorrow. These old guys were being ridiculous. I couldn't understand why they were including me when they were the ones eating raw fish. I had no clue what kind of fish was worth buying at the crack of dawn. Gu Jahan texted, "You're really not coming." Wu Yunjae is going at 3 a.m. I replied, "If you send me the time and place, I'll be there tomorrow." Gu Jahan sent back, "Okay." The plan formed in an instant. I immediately reported the new schedule to our leader. Zhang Songbin looked completely surprised. "Sorry, was that too sudden? Should I tell them I can't make it now?" "No, it's not that. It's just the first time I've seen you make personal plans, Hyung." "Is that so?" Looking back, it was true. I had never met anyone outside for non-work-related reasons. It would have been stranger to be out having fun when I should have been working my butt off to escape being a sealed-off clunker. "Is it a dinner meeting?" "It's for lunch. I'm not sure when it'll end. Take your time and have fun. If not now, when else will you get to hang out?" Zhang Songbin enthusiastically supported my outing. I started to wonder if going out was actually for these guys' sake, though there was no way these soft-hearted guys were being two-faced. When Spark heard the meeting place was Wu Yunji's house, they put their heads together to choose a gift for me to bring. I think it's only right that we send a gift of equivalent value to the 6 boxes of fresh cabbage juice. Kong Keon led a heated debate on recommended gifts for a work senior. Amidst AI-generated posts and advertisements, Spark found a recommendation post with meaningful information. Candidate number 3, towels. They last longer than daily necessities like toilet paper, and they're the kind of item you feel hesitant to buy with your own money, so it's highly recommended. If you search for hotel towels, you can find thick and fluffy ones. Generally, the replacement cycle for towels is. As Park Ju-woo found the candidates, Choi Ji-ho diligently wrote them down beside him. Lee Chong-hyun searched for nearby stores that sold the items. Kong Keon carefully scanned the quickly filled webshell file and called out to me. "Hyung, how about a home-use emotional design fire extinguisher for safety and a whole pie for dessert?" "All right." Kong Keon even kindly made a reservation for the pie. Making gift lists was normally my main job. It usually involved purchasing the item, placing it on department head Nam's desk, or shipping it, and tracking the delivery process. I'll respect your desire to repay the seniors' kindness this time, but don't do this from now on. You know what I mean, right? I said it, hoping these guys wouldn't get stuck doing menial tasks somewhere else. Kong Keon just shrugged and left without a word. Gu Jahan opened the door to Wu Yunji's house. "You're here. I thought I was late for our appointment. This guy must have a lot of free time now that his drama filming is over." "Sunbae, I'm he. What are you doing?" "Ah, welcome." I quickly tossed the gifts to Gu Jahan and ran to the kitchen. A huge slab of fish lay on the island counter. "You didn't have to come over here, just sit down. Would you like something to drink?" "Don't say that. Please give me something to do." "I told you to sit. Want some water?" Wu Yunjae Yiwol brought this. "Is this a gift?" "Thank you." The two of them were completely unfazed. I was the only one who was dumbfounded. Gu Jahan pulled out a chair at the table and handed me a mug filled with water. "Did you really go to the auction?" "Yes. It's hard to get live croaker in Seoul." Wu Yunjae asked if it was okay to eat the raw fish first and look at the gifts later. Are the gifts really the issue right now? He had gone to the market at 3 a.m. to secure the fish, left it in a tank, and then filleted it right before our visit. I exclaimed that he should please do as he wished. While Wu Yunjae sliced the fish, we made small talk about what we had been up to. Most of it was about Gu Jahan, who was starting over from supporting roles. Wu Yunjae helped a lot. Was it really enough to be called helping? Well, the two of them were even speaking informally now. "You two have gotten close in such a short time. You must be very compatible. I don't have any friends in the acting scene, you know." Still, he had resolved the unfortunate incident from his past and showed a pretty good side of himself on variety shows, but I never expected them to get this close. Wu Yunjae answered my question simply. "My situation isn't much different." So it was a symbiotic relationship. I thought that once you become an adult, you only grow apart over trivial things, but it seemed you could also grow closer over trivial commonalities. The sashimi Wu Yunjae sliced was incredibly delicious. They said croaker was in season, and they were right. Soju naturally followed. When I told a worried Wu Yunjae that my stomach ulcer had healed, Gu Jahan brought a green bottle from the veranda. Gu Jahan asked as he filled my glass. "I heard you went on a trip?" "Yes, to celebrate my vacation." "Was it fun?" "It was eventful." The older guys, without being asked, searched for the vivid flower shirt photo themselves and burst out laughing. The soju tasted bitter. No, it was probably my heart that felt bitter. What do you seniors usually do during your breaks? I go to my family's home to help with the rice farming. There's a lot to do on a farm. Isn't farming also work? Gu Jahan made a fed-up expression. It was closer to admiration than contempt. What about you? Go for a drive or play golf. The conversation flowed through various topics, from leisure activities to lifestyle patterns and recent interests. We even touched upon the abyss of the drama industry's internal affairs a few times. I just laughed and kept drinking. Empty bottles began to pile up on the table one by one. When the pie came out as both a side dish and dessert, the conversation deepened. The members picked this out. They said they really wanted to thank you, Sunbae. I came as their representative because they were worried it would be a hassle if all 6 of them contacted you separately. The kids are nice. We also changed the type of alcohol for a proper pairing. The subtle scent of wine filled the house. Once mentioned, Spark quickly became a major topic of conversation. The members of Spark are all tall. Are kids these days generally tall? They say the average height tends to increase year by year. I've seen some rookie actors who are 190 centimeters. Gu Jahan marveled at Mai and Wu Yunji's words. It's something I've been thinking recently, but I don't think I would have landed lead roles if it weren't for my height. Gu Jahan emptied his glass with a self-deprecating remark. It wasn't that uncommon for the male lead to be chosen based on height and visuals. Wu Yunji refilled Gu Jahan's glass. Whatever it is, having a strength is a good thing. Wu Yunji's face was far from that of a typical male lead, so he had spent many years in supporting roles. He also lacked proper opportunities. However, his unique atmosphere and charm shone in certain genres. The reason Wu Yunji was able to have a long-running career was that for those specific genres and characters, there was no one as suitable as Wu Yunji. In the end, isn't it a matter of how you utilize your strengths? That's right. The 2 men clinked their glasses. I didn't hold back and joined in. Sunbae, did you always want to be an actor? Me? Gu Jahan asked back. I liked acting. I can't say I didn't have any desire for lead roles. Is there anyone who dreams of being an actor but doesn't want a lead role? You didn't seem to have any. Even back then. I was just trying to be realistic. Wu Yunji smiled gently. I couldn't dare to imagine how much time he must have gone through to be able to speak of such worries so calmly. The reason for choosing your career question was passed to me. What about Yiwol? Why did you want to be an idol? I answered that I wasn't sure when I first challenged myself, but I started to feel a sense of accomplishment after debuting. As long as you enjoy it, that's all that matters. If you're going to do it for a long time, Gu Jahan said in passing, I might have enjoyed it if it weren't for the system. Then again, if it weren't for the system, I never would have become an idol in the first place. I don't know if I can do it for a long time. I was in no state to realize it at the time, but my synchronization rate had already hit 90%. There were no separate physical side effects, but I could only guess that my impulsive attempt to make an extreme choice was the penalty corresponding to that 10%. How many percentage points has the synchronization rate risen this year alone? If a stock rose this much, trading would be halted for being too steep. It gave me a headache just thinking about having to conserve the remaining 10% until I achieved the final KPI. As I sipped wine to soothe my complicated feelings, Gu Jahan muttered, as if to himself, why does it feel like I'm drinking with people my own age? Are you saying I look old for my age? Could you please not ruin my reputation in an instant? Gu Jahan clutched his chest. I was the one who should have been surprised. Hadn't I almost revealed my soul's age? He means you're mature. I sometimes can't believe Yiwol is in his early 20s either. Thank you. I'm in my mid-20s now, though. Thanks to Wu Yunji's nice packaging of the comment, I was barely saved. Considering I was warned before not to talk like an old man, it seems I can't hide the years I've lived. However, separate from my soul being in its 30s, I remembered something I wanted to ask these 2, who were actually in their 30s. Sunbase, there's something I'd like to ask, if that's okay. What is it? Gu Jahan asked, propping his chin on his hand. When you've committed a grave offense against a man in his mid-30s and want to ask for forgiveness, at least materially, what kind of gift would be good? 465. Chapter 465. The Elder, 2. Mid-30s. Mr. Gu Jahan confirmed the age range. I nodded. Since Mr. Gujahan and Wu Yunjae were in their late 30s, they were suitable people to ask for advice. A gift for an elder in their 40s or a teenage girl would be easy. I was confident I could pick something decent, but a gift that could satisfy someone in their 30s felt like a difficult puzzle. I had never experienced that age or interacted with anyone enough to exchange gifts. Mr. Yiwol isn't the type to cause trouble. Are you going to apologize for someone else? Tell them to do it themselves. What's so hard about saying you're sorry? Mr. Gujahan rattled off. He sounded worried that I might be apologizing for someone else. I was grateful, but his concern was excessive. It's true that I was the one who caused the trouble. I have to go apologize. You, Mr. Yiwol? Wu Yunjae looked surprised. Yes, I'm the one who caused a massive incident. So massive I should be bowing my head until it wears down. How did that happen? Mr. Gujahan asked as he poured himself a drink. Neither I nor Wu Yunjae had a chance to grab the bottle for him. I received a great deal of help from a senior. I was also indebted to another senior at their home. For something like that, you don't need to get anything too big, do you? Mr. Gujahan and Wu Yunjae recommended reasonably priced housewarming gifts. They added that there was no reason to spend hundreds of thousands of won for staying over just one day. I had to summarize the situation concisely. I explained that they were important people who had kept me from straying during a precarious time. When I told them I had been left like checked baggage at the home of a senior I barely knew and even slept there while mentally adrift, Mr. Gujahan took my glass away. Are you okay now? I rested for a while, so I'm perfectly fine. So, about the drink. No, stop drinking. Mr. Gujahan decisively pushed the glass to the edge of the table. Wu Yunjae then took my glass to the sink. Is it an idol senior? Not from the same agency, I guess. I heard Spark is the only idol group at UA. Yes, which is why a more formal apology is necessary. I see. Mr. Gujahan and Wu Yunjae started reselecting a gift. They even set a budget and began a fierce debate. Since their tastes and interests were polar opposites, a wide variety of candidates emerged. It's rare to find someone who dislikes liquor, you know? There are people in the world who don't drink. What about small home appliances? You're not even that close, so how would you know what they need? And if it's a duplicate or something they don't need, exchanging it is a hassle. While the two of them chattered, I sipped my pie alone. I was thirsty, so I also got some water from the purifier and drank it. Wu Yunjae, who had been in a heated discussion, stared at me blankly. When our eyes met, Wu Yunjae spoke. Setting aside age and situation, what about giving the gift that you, Mr. Yiwol, think that person would like the most? What I think. I understand you want to give a return gift that anyone would see as appropriate since you caused trouble, but sincerity is the most important thing, isn't it? As he spoke, Wu Yunjae placed a new slice of pie on my plate. If it's a gift chosen with the recipient in mind, wouldn't they understand your feelings, Mr. Yiwol? Because I really like the gift I received from you, Mr. Yiwol. That short sentence gave me a lot to think about. Just as Wu Yunjae said, I had been agonizing over a gift for Polo and Yura without looking into what they actually liked. Normally, I would have researched their preferences first. That's good advice. Thank you. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I asked if I could have just one more drink. Wu Yunjae silently filled my cup to the brim with water. It shouldn't happen, but if you ever need a place to crash again, come to our house. We're here. Then you wouldn't have to be so anxious, right? Mr. Gujahan grumbled. Wu Yunjae also showed his kindness. Mr. Yiwol is always welcome. You can come anytime. The seniors kindly gave me, the youngest, the bed. They slept on the sofa and the living room floor. The two men had drunk a lot and seemed to reach their limit after clearing the empty bottles. They fell asleep the moment their heads hit the cushions. My conscience pricked me for just receiving their hospitality, so I cleaned up afterward. After finishing the cleanup, I lay in bed and turned on a live stream from Helix. In the darkness, the phone screen glowed softly. The members' Q&A session flowed calmly, like ASMR. I made plans with Yura right away. I invited Polo as well. One had watched over me, and the other was literally my lifesaver. It was only right to treat them with the utmost respect. So I booked a table at the best restaurant I knew. It was a course meal restaurant I had only ever booked when the CEO spouted nonsense about meeting a director to plan Hampion's future. To think the day would come when I'd book this place with my own money. It feels like a whole different era. As I waited, trembling with nervousness, the seniors entered at the same time. They said they had met at the entrance and came in together. I shot up from my seat and bowed at a 90-degree angle. I was truly rude the other day. Egu, what are you doing? Straighten up. Polo hurriedly grabbed my upper body. I didn't shed any tears, but I apologized, practically sobbing. It took a full 10 minutes for me to calm down and take a seat. Did you get home safely that day? You're asked kindly. I nodded so hard it felt like my head would fall off. I'm sorry for only sending a text and taking so long to see you in person. I should have contacted you sooner. Mr. Yiwol, don't be like that. Have some porridge. The pumpkin porridge smells amazing. Polo cut me off and offered the appetizer. I cautiously put a spoonful of porridge into my mouth. I could only feel that it was warm and sticky. I couldn't taste anything. While the food was served, we only exchanged light conversation, mostly catching up and talking about the menu. Hearing them say the food was delicious was a small comfort to my uneasy heart. Yura broke the thin ice of the tense atmosphere. Your complexion looks much better. Her words pierced the tension, and the chilling sensation I had felt that day gushed out, making my fingertips tingle. I truly hadn't been in my right mind back then. It's all thanks to you seniors. Not at all. You're the one who went through a lot, Mr. Yiwol. Yura said calmly. Polo also listened in silence. The hospital. I've been going regularly. The company is also taking good care of me, and I've decided to take a break from activities for a while. Explaining the steps I was taking felt like a duty. If you cause trouble for others, you have to promise it won't happen again. I chose my words carefully, hoping my intentions would be clear. I'm going to get myself properly sorted out. I'll make sure this never happens again. At my words, Polo smiled. It wasn't a completely relieved smile. Don't feel too burdened. What did I do, other than give you a ride once? If it weren't for you, senior, I just think I was lucky to be passing by there at that time. I don't think of it as me helping someone. The timing was just good for both of us. You know what I mean, right? Polo pushed a plate of food toward me. He added that I needed to eat to get my energy back. Your members probably feel the same way. I'm saying they'll want to be a source of strength for you. I'm saying this because it seems like you're not the type to easily rely on others, Mr. Yiwol. The guys in Spark all know about your situation, don't they? I understood what he meant, but it was difficult in reality. I had lived 10 years longer than them. Those guys had already fulfilled their role just by giving me mental comfort. My members are still young. The youngest ones just became adults. I don't want to talk about things that are too dark. Outwardly, there might not be much of a difference, but I couldn't afford to forget the age gap myself. I don't think you necessarily have to talk about dark things. Yura smiled. It would just be good to share your mental state. That way, your members will worry less. Instead of giving them unnecessary worries, it would actually lessen their worries. I didn't quite understand. Then, something came to mind. Don't say you hid it because you were worried about us. It was what Kong Kian had said, telling me not to hide difficult things for their sake. If you're hurting, tell us. I had replied that I understood and had actually kept that promise well. However, in the eyes of the system and Yura, it seemed there was still a mountain I had yet to climb. To think I have to reveal more of my inner thoughts than when I told the guys I'd answer their questions over drinks. I was reluctant. If it went that far, it would truly be like crossing a line. However, I couldn't ignore Jong Songbin's arms hugging me when I came home, Park Juwoo's wavering eyes, the sound of Kong Kian's footsteps as he checked on me every night, or Lee Chonghyun's fingers poking my side playfully. I'll try. Good. Just take it easy. After that, we decided to only talk about pleasant things. I heard their thoughts on Deserted Rest Island and Bright. They asked if I had any thoughts of producing for a new agency after my contract with UA ended. I broke out in a cold sweat and told them not to make such scary jokes. Before we parted, I gave them the gifts I had prepared. Both of them adamantly refused at first, but gladly accepted when I told them I had put a lot of thought into choosing them. Mr. Yiwol, Yura, in her car, rolled down the passenger side window and spoke to me. Live joyfully, have fun. I know you might wonder how you can enjoy life when there are so many hardships, but that's how people are able to live. While Yura started the engine with a smile, Polo arrived. He had insisted on paying and sent us out first. Polo pulled me into a strong hug. Let's see each other again. Stay healthy. Got it. Then he hit my back a couple of times. Whap, whap. He hit me so hard that my back stung. You're driving, Hyung? It's my car, so of course I have to. All right, Polo got into the passenger seat with a thrilled expression. Shall we get going too? Manager Dayan asked. He had come to pick me up and had been waiting for the farewells to end. The ride back felt quite liberating. 466. Chapter 466. True Feelings. The dorm always looked the same on a day with no practice. Jang Songbin watched the news or read a book on the living room sofa. Outside the window, Park Ju-woo watered the potted plants. Through the wide-open door, I could clearly see Lee Chong-hyun sitting at his new desktop with a headset on. Kang Keon read a comic book on his bed. Choi Ji-ho was probably lying on the bed in his room. They all looked like ordinary young men in their early 20s. Am I, who has lived an eternity longer than them, supposed to complain about how hard things are? I'd sooner cry alone under the covers. I just don't have the courage for that. Sigh. Swallowing a sigh, I went back to my room and changed. I then lay still on my bed, replaying the conversation I had with the sunbase. As I stared into space without lifting a finger, I sensed someone nearby. A rustling sound came and went, followed by the sound of a page turning. Keon. Even if I didn't complain, these guys would stick by my side, worried that the grown-up Yiwol would fall into a swamp of depression all by himself. I didn't want to burden kids like them any further. Keon. Do you like a dependable hyung or a weak-willed hyung? A dependable hyung, of course. Who would like a weak-willed hyung? A sensitive one, maybe. I completely agreed with Kang Keon's answer. Between a diligent hyung and a lazy hyung? The diligent one. Between a responsible hyung and an irresponsible one, which is better? The responsible one, obviously. See, a person should have a dependable side, live diligently, and be responsible for their actions. Is the quiz over? Kang Keon snapped his comic book shut. He then dragged me out to the living room. Everyone, please gather around. We need to have a talk. Despite my bewilderment, Kang Keon stood rigidly and waited for the members to gather. From all corners, the members of Spark ambled out. What's this about? Choi Ji-ho asked, taking a seat on the floor. I don't know either. Keon called us. Despite the sudden summons, Spark's attendance was 100%. My mind was truly fine now, so I felt like shouting at them to go out and wander around during their break. Hyung, is there something you want to say to us? Kang Keon asked. His expression was nearly blank, but his eyes shone fiercely. No, really. Well, I have something to say, so I'll say it. Yiwol, I think your self-esteem has gotten incredibly low. It seems you need active help from those around you. My mouth fell open. The fastball didn't just hit my solar plexus, it pierced right through it. That's not true. It's not? Then why did you ask what kind of hyung is better? I don't think you're weak-willed or pathetic, hyung, but anyway. The members' gazes fixed on me. Each pair of eyes was so clear it felt like I was facing them up close. It was so burdensome I wanted to hide anywhere. Should I really tell you everything? At my words, Kang Keon, who had his arms crossed, nodded. I didn't have the confidence to meet their eyes, so I asked if I could lie down. Park Ju-woo offered his lap. I pulled Jang Songbin's blanket over myself and lay there for a long while. No one rushed me. When I could hear the second hand of the living room clock ticking, I finally spoke. I've been having a hard time lately. I was depressed. It's similar to burnout, but a little different. I had no energy. It wasn't because of you guys or work. It's a personal problem. I couldn't imagine the expressions on their faces outside the blanket. So I cowardly continued to talk, hidden under the microfiber. I'm completely recovered now, so you don't have to worry. But with your personalities, that's not possible, is it? The guys were silent. I had resolved my gloomy feelings during the trip, and all that remained was this awkwardness in front of the kids. Even so, I wanted to call Yor and Polo right away and ask if this was the right thing to do. It's thanks to your help that I've gotten this much better. If not for you, I would have just kept digging a hole, you know? I'm really good at digging. I'll dig by myself until I hit rock bottom. Can't even act my age. It's pathetic, isn't it? That's why I didn't want to talk about it. It's pathetic. I tried my best to explain it as calmly as possible. Fortunately, my voice didn't tremble or choke. I just felt relieved that the blanket was hiding my flushed face. I have a lot of things I have to do. Things like the lawsuit or winning the grand prize. I also had to repay the love I received from the fans before the synchronization rate filled up completely. The piling responsibilities kept making me anxious. I was impatient because it wasn't going well, and I felt helpless because I found myself so pathetic. Because I'm not really anyone special. I wanted to repay the expectations and love I'd received, even if I wasn't a big enough vessel to contain it all. You have no idea how regretful I feel every time I see the things I've missed, like water spilling to the floor, even when I brace myself to get soaked trying to hold the overflow. I know everyone must be tired. I keep starting all sorts of projects, and when you tell me to rest, I say I don't have time. I just have so many expectations. My voice grew smaller and smaller. The more I spoke, the more I shrank into myself. Standing confidently before Spark, all I could think of were the endless sins I had committed. I didn't want to make you worry about things like this. I meant it. Negative emotions are so easily contagious. The greater the dark energy, the more so. I didn't want to taint these guys with the same emotions. It was enough that their past selves had experienced a colleague nearly disappearing from the world. However, in the end, I burdened these guys with anxiety. These guys who had lived so much less than me, whom I was supposed to be protecting. My conscience pricked me, and yet, the warmth these young guys gave me was a comfort. Aren't people just so two-faced? I thought I should tell you that everything was okay now, and that it was thanks to you, but I couldn't find the chance. Someone let out a small sigh. An unknown hand patted my shoulder. So you're saying there's no problem now, right? Choi Jiho asked. I answered honestly. I can't say it's 100%. My counselor said my condition is improving. I feel much more at ease than before, too. I didn't plan on saying this much. It was an impulsive act, so you can just let it go. Hiding under the blanket isn't avoidant behavior because I don't want to show my depression. It's because I'm embarrassed, so ignore it. Now, can you all go back to your spots? The guys got up awkwardly. With a sound of aish, Lee Chong-hyun thoroughly messed up the hair sticking out from my blanket and left. I excused myself to Park Ju-woo and sat up, only to see two legs standing rigidly in place. It was Kang Ki-on. The guy didn't leave his spot, even as I neatly folded the blanket and placed it on the sofa. Instead, he trailed after me as I tried to escape to my room. What's wrong? I really told you everything honestly. Because there's something I haven't said to you, Hyung. Can I use the blanket again? No. Kang Ki-on's expression turned serious. I'm not exaggerating, it was scary. It was all because of Kang Ki-on's features, which grew colder with each passing year. Regardless of whether I was trembling in fear, Kang Ki-on pulled out a chair and sat down. This time, he didn't even pretend to bring a comic book. A while ago, do you remember? When I said something harsh to you. When I had a panic attack, I retraced my memories, but I couldn't recall hearing anything particularly harsh. I don't think you ever did that, Ki-on. I did. That's why I apologized. Kang Ki-on unfolded his arms. Before, I was upset that you didn't rely on us, Hyung. I thought it would be nice if we could comfort each other and get through things together, but I couldn't understand why you didn't want to get help from others. I was also angry at myself, knowing I couldn't be a source of support because my mentality was weak. That was just like Kang Ki-on, who valued group activities. I quietly waited for him to continue. But now that I know your situation, all I can think is that you had too many burdens, Hyung. Of course you couldn't rely on us. With your personality, how could you have told a kid who couldn't even get on stage at the time that you were struggling? I've never thought of you guys as a burden. I know that much. I mean that I couldn't be a reliable source of support. Kang Ki-on smiled bitterly. Still, Hyung, we're also getting older and growing. Just because you're struggling doesn't mean we'll lose our balance and be swayed. I pondered for a moment what Kang Ki-on's intention was. As I was confused about whether I had understood his meaning correctly, Kang Ki-on gave me the answer. We're not as weak as we used to be, unable to handle someone else's struggles. So if you need to, just relax and vent to any of us. Haven't we all grown up that much? I was dumbfounded. What does he mean, grown up? Just because he's a few years older. I've already lived about 9 years longer, and I shouldn't calculate it without that. But even giving you the benefit of the doubt and excluding it, I'm still 3 years older than you. Have you grown? Stand up, Ki-on. At my words, Kang Ki-on awkwardly stood up. I grabbed his wrist, dashed out to the living room, and pressed Kang Ki-on flat against the wall. Choi Jiho. Measuring tape. Choi Jiho slowly approached from his room, holding a measuring tape. I marked the spot above Kang Ki-on's head with my finger, snatched the measuring tape, and measured his height with a trembling hand. The result was, it's 180. Really? 180. It was exactly 180 centimeters. You really have grown. No, that's not what I meant by grown up. You've really grown. I wonder if Kong Keon himself knew how significant it was for his body to grow. That it wasn't just about getting older, but something that required him to never get injured or overworked, and even have a healthy glow. Even though I was busy just doing what the system told me to, the reason I wanted to grant Kong Keon's wish was to lessen the burden that came from my situation of having to eliminate things. Now that his dream had come true, I felt the accumulated sense of debt lighten. I excitedly massaged Kong Keon's shoulders. I even had him sit on the floor and massaged his knees. Kong Keon looked disgusted at first, but seeing how thrilled I was, he obediently accepted my congratulations. 467. Chapter 467. Looking for work. The next day, Kong Keon finally gave in to my nagging and got his height measured. He returned with an official certificate recognizing him as 180 centimeters tall. I was in top condition and couldn't stop smiling. Spark, the group where every member is 180 centimeters tall. What a sweet title. What would you've done if I hadn't reached 180 centimeters? Then I would have worked hard to promote our average height. That's a terrifying thought. Kong Keon fled with a reluctant look. No matter what he did, I thoroughly enjoyed the achievement I had secured over several years. My pleasant mood improved my efficiency. I could physically feel my mind working faster and my focus sharpening. My composition studies and breakfall practice both went smoothly. Everyone who saw me asked if something good had happened. As my condition improved like this, I surprisingly, Songbin. Yes, Hyung. I want to work. Started wanting to work. Amazing, isn't it? I need to pause and clarify a point here. I definitely wasn't obsessed with doing something. I didn't feel chased. No one rushed me. Even the system had been quiet since it threw that KPI at me. So, this was purely a case of wanting to work because I was bored. This had happened before during the In My Office filming, like when I made financial statements in a corner. That became the starting point for the movie meme about bringing in a real Udo office worker. But anyway, the other members' schedules weren't as empty as mine. Even Park Ju-woo had returned to his radio show after a 2-week break. Only I had truly become unemployed. How could a person not be bored in this situation? Jong Songbin stared at me with a horrified expression. I broke into a sweat and scrambled to explain. I earnestly insisted that I wasn't a workaholic. I just wanted to strike a balance with a moderate amount of work now that my quality of life had improved. I don't like hard labor either. I'm not saying I want to stare at a monitor until my eyes get dry. It's just natural for people to want to do other things when they're in the middle of something. When an idea comes to mind, I just want to be able to jot it down. Is that not possible? My heartfelt plea earned me the shared laptop. The password was still as weak as ever. I considered changing it, but gave up, knowing Choi Ji-ho would forget it with 100% certainty. I used to squeeze out non-existent time to work, so maybe this time, I can think of it as leisurely preparing for the next thing. A new, blank page in .ion greeted me. I slowly began to type the title. The summer was sweltering. The weather was brutal, too hot for any flame to thrive. It was so hot that all the members lost what little body fat they had. We literally clocked in at the practice room every day just to survive. Since the company provided support for our electricity bills, we figured it was better to improve our professional skills than to just waste living expenses. Since we were at the company anyway, we practiced, got training, and ate there because it was hot outside. We had to digest the food, so we practiced again. The commute home was only bearable after sunset, but the summer sun set late, so we ended up stuck in the basement until night. After 2 months of this, Spark became masters who could perform a dance medley of all the new songs from the first half of the year without a single person making a mistake. Even me. Isn't our schedule similar to when we were trainees? It's a good thing we have more time to learn and practice. Kong Keon immediately agreed with me. He clearly felt a sense of accomplishment after I, who took 3 years to progress from a hula hoop show to a wave, finally developed what could be called dance lines after a summer of intense training. Oh right, Barian is having a comeback soon. Next month, I think. Something's already been posted on their public account. Lee Chonghyun fiddled with his phone and showed it to us. It seemed they were pushing for an aggressive comeback to coincide with the changing seasons. The I don't think they'll have a domestic comeback this year either, right? Park Ji-woo asked cautiously. After the expos during the IDC, Partha had one domestic comeback, faced harsh public criticism, and had been touring exclusively overseas ever since. There was no mention of a comeback in the annual plan, so I suppose that's how it'll be, I said, feeling a sense of regret. There was no better time to be active than now, a period called an idle recession due to the lack of a proper nations group. If we had done about 3 consecutive comebacks by the end of the year, we could have secured more buzz and better results. It was frustrating and vexing. Someone pressed down heavily on my back. I saw Lee Chong-hyun's playful face in the mirror. What are you worrying about now? I was just thinking about how my stomach hurts from missing the perfect comeback timing. So honest. I'll give you some water as a prize. Lee Chong-hyun held out a tumbler. I drank half the water, chugging it down. We decided to release a full album in exchange for a long preparation period. Are you still greedy for the schedules we couldn't do? To compensate the Sparklers, who were used to frequent comebacks but would now have to wait, Spark had decided to produce a full album for the first time in a long while. We would pack it with songs and rack our brains over the album concept. The dedicated team had somehow managed to add a proposal to the draft I submitted, using the budget plan for the second half of the year and unspent money from the first half. Flexibility was a unique advantage of a small company. Still, what was regrettable. If humanity had no greed, it would never have progressed. Time that has passed doesn't come back. Even if you asked me to look back on this period in the distant future, I wouldn't have any regrets. I've lived so fully. Really? You want to take it easy for a bit? No. I mean, it's a good thing. Lee Chong-hyun shrugged. But are you really not going to release a song? You could at least finish it enough for a test. He mentioned my toddling self-composed song, which was currently learning to walk on 2 feet. I've decided to find meaning in its completion. It's too lacking to be commercialized. And yet you entrusted me with our debut song. Lee Chong-hyun grumbled. He didn't press me further, though. He must have heard me muttering to brilliance on the veranda. Brilliance. I don't think I have a talent for composing. But how can one be full from the first spoonful? I decided to make the grand dream of writing one decent song a long-term goal. But Hyung, are you really going with that for the album concept? Lee Chong-hyun suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, Why? Is it bad? It's not bad, but does it reek of being too niche? Does it seem like I was inspired by some weird subculture trend and am just poorly imitating it? I didn't go that far, Lee Chong-hyun frantically denied. It's just hard to imagine. Jiho Hyung, or you, with that kind of concept? I'm not doubting your artistic sense, but I guess it's hard to match with my narrow perspective. Slandering me? Chong-hyun trusts you completely, Hyung. I was just worried that Jiho Hyung might have to fold up his lats before the comeback. If that's what you're worried about, you can rest assured. He decided to slim down before the comeback. Really? After bulking up so much? Even among well-built idols, Choi Jiho's physique was exceptional. The fans kindly called him chubby, but the word thick was more appropriate. Some say too much muscle can make a dancer look sluggish, but that wasn't the case for Choi Jiho. He used his perfect body control and power to create a sense of speed and knew how to use dynamics to show flexibility. He had previously controlled his physique to avoid standing out too much as an idol, occasionally trimming his muscles for photo shoots. During the break, however, he swelled up like a waterlogged sponge. It wouldn't have been strange for him to get a casting offer from a workout channel. I'm telling you in advance. You need to be back to how you were during the flowering shoot before the comeback. Not bright, but our debut days? It can't be helped. I ran a simulation, and that looked the best. I was so concerned that I gave him a prior warning. I did get an I understand in response. Other than that, I spent my time repeatedly flipping Jong Songbin's bangs up and down, and experimenting to see what color lights made Park Ji-woo's eyes look most brilliant. Songbin, let's definitely show your forehead next time. Even if I forget, you have to remind me. Hyung, you already wrote it in huge letters in .ion. I even checked his hairline to ensure that Jong Songbin forehead reveal prayer group wouldn't be disappointed. Fortunately, Jong Songbin had a nice hairline too. I was satisfied. Why aren't you saying anything to me? In the middle of it all, I received a small complaint from Kang Kian, who felt left out. Kian, by showing such miraculous growth, you have given me peace, solace, and infinite options. Because of you, I am able to dream bigger dreams. Yes. He accepted my clear answer and went back. As he walked away, I called out to his back, suggesting he practice the guitar diligently if he really wanted something to do. After all, practicing guitar doesn't strain the joints. The car stunt practice was also going well, and individual activities for each member were scheduled to begin one by one soon. In the idol industry where love calls are life, there was no better golden age than this. So if we had also showcased a comeback rush at a time like this, I stopped myself mid-thought. I had to accept that there was no use regretting a schedule that had already been royally screwed up. I reminded myself, again and again, that the most foolish thing to do would be to ruin this hard-earned break because I couldn't manage my own mentality. However, as they say, when one door closes, another opens. An inquiry to film live content. Yes, we replied that Spark isn't accepting offers right now, but they contacted us again asking if you could at least review it. As I idly walked down the company hallway, the news of an appearance request for Spark rang in my ears as if someone had put a megaphone right next to them. 468. Chapter 468. Cooldown Time 1. I heard everything. Gasp Yiwol. Ju-kyung exclaimed, startled by my sudden appearance. Do I still look that scary? I had been getting the camera massage for 3 years. At this point, I should probably just accept that I have no talent for being an idol. Are we really not going? I asked. Of course not. It's our break, Ju-kyung said. When we have a comeback, we'll be working so much we'll miss resting. So why rush into it? But we don't have to dance. We just have to sing, I argued. Some members agreed with Ju-kyung. Living as a working adult with no vacations teaches you how precious a break is, but I had heard the program's name, so I resisted strongly. Ju-kyung's defense was formidable. I faced her in a standoff in the hallway until Jong Songbin came to get me. Why can't you ever stay still? Choi Jiho chided me. I also think I've been acting out too much lately, I replied. That's why I'm reflecting. By being dragged here and lying down facing the wall. The longer I lie here, the faster Songbin's worries disappear. Learning the 101 ways to appease your boss is an essential survival skill for social life. That bastard Choi Jiho looks down on my crisis aversion skills, though. Hyung, are you okay? Park Ju-woo approached from behind me, his voice soft. He must have misunderstood and thought I was dejected. I'm fine, I said. It's just a shame that you guys are throwing away a good opportunity. As the demand for singers' live performances grew, MTube channels focused on live content sprouted like mushrooms. Among them, a few channels solidified their position in the tough MTube market with a solid subscriber base. The channel Rai Bing, which had sent an appearance request to Spark, was the originator of these live channels. Rai Bing boasted steady popularity since its launch, thanks to its powerful sound system, experienced band session, and stylish visuals. Completely live performances without any AR backing tracks were always a hot debate in the idol scene. The opinion, you expect us to sing the chorus while dancing, always clashed fiercely with they don't just use AR for the chorus, they blatantly use it for their own parts too. In such a market, live videos that clearly revealed one's skills became a good way to gauge abilities. Even then, no video was free of comments like, they pitch corrected it, or they couldn't perform at their best. Still, people found it interesting to check the average skill level. There were almost no reviews saying Spark couldn't sing. Through years of performances, Spark had already proven their skills. In concerts, MR-removed videos, and radio live shows, Spark flawlessly showcased their amazing vocal volume and machine-like pitch. Such amazing idols were usually followed by downplaying. For example, something like this. Much greater than it's funny how SBKLS hype up Spark's skills. Back in the day, singing completely live was the standard. If the second-generation Sunbainims disciplined them once, they'd snap right out of it. Did I need to get worked up over a single comment? Yes. If nothing else, I had to be furious at that comment. I wouldn't care if they criticized Choi Jiho's casual fashion or my love for all black, but disparaging Spark's skills was an insult. I don't know why they ignore the premise that both the Sunbainims and the Hoobies can be good. Rai Bing was also a channel where those Sunbainims and Hoobies appeared in equal measure. All sorts of renowned figures showed off their skills, from hot idols to nostalgic singers, ballad singers who were karaoke chart staples, and stars of the indie band scene. The show had no interviews or comments. The sound consisted entirely of the band's accompaniment, and the singing voices. If Genre Swap was a crossover world experience hosted by the broadcasting industry, Ribing could be called a front-row listening session in your own room. Imagine Jong Song-bin, Park Ji-woo, and Lee Chong-hyun on there. Their dancing overshadows it, but Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-yeon also more than pull their weight wherever they go. Where else could there be a stage so perfectly suited for these guys? If they had proven their performance skills with choreography videos and challenges, it was time for a vocal power show. I thought it would be a long time before Spark's turn came because the existing subscribers weren't fond of idols. The more I thought about it, the more I felt it was a waste, and I fumed. To swallow my indignation, I pressed myself closer to the wall. Should I try talking to Songbin? Really? I asked, surprised by Park Ji-woo's ready goodwill. It was even more surprising because he rarely expressed an opinion contrary to Jong Songbin's. You just look so pathetic, Hyung. Turns out it was a pity vote. Park Ji-woo even managed to persuade Jong Songbin within a long 30 minutes. The leader's soft heart was a great help at times like this. Will something bad happen if you just rest? Choi Ji-ho clicked his tongue. I had a lot to say about this too. If our last show before the break hadn't been Deserted Rest Island, I wouldn't have been so insistent. If Spark hadn't become primitive jungle idols, I wouldn't have been so desperate. And was it just Deserted Rest Island? Right now, Spark had become walking idols in Northern Grand Duke for running a Boss Sam marathon and wearing matching 6-person, 6-color floral t-shirts. I was about to argue with Choi Ji-ho right then and there, but held back. I didn't want to speak harshly to a guy who might have developed some kind of trauma because of me. Instead, I answered gently and as indirectly as possible. As idols, we have a duty to periodically share our cool sides with the fans. Saying that while sprawled out on the floor, a gaze full of pity landed on me. I returned it with a shameless look. Choi Ji-ho just shook his head and left me there. Until recently, Baek Haewon's life had been utterly dull. The off-season that arrived in the middle of summer was cold and harsh. Baek Haewon and her fellow fans gathered on their no longer small sparkler timelines. They shared warmth with content they rehashed over and over like a bone broth. Much greater than this is weird. Isn't content supposed to get a deeper flavor the more you rehash it? Why do I keep looking for the next dish? That's because every time new Spark content drops, you grill, stir-fry, pan-fry, and deep-fry it for 24 hours. Do you have a conscience? No wonder. Awkward. If she had known it would be like this, she would have savored her bubble pop messages. The only thing that comforted Baek Haewon was the self-produced content that was uploaded regularly. She was a bit scared wondering just how many pieces of content they had filmed before their break, but only those pre-scheduled, aged, homemade videos could quench Baek Haewon's thirst. Just as the lonely and solitary summer was ending, Spark arrived with the autumn rain. Much greater than even when summer goes, the heat doesn't fade. So Spark, band live, Ribing. Wait, when did they film this? The guest on Ribing that was uploaded a while ago was a singer who had recently released an album. Seeing how the promotional schedule and the content release date were similar, it didn't seem likely that they would film only Spark's content far in advance and release it much later. Just as Baek Haewon had guessed, the members' hair colors had faded slightly. However, there was no ugly blonde hair. The members whose hair was about to fade into a bright blonde had toned it down with a calmer color. There was no way Kim Yiwol would have left their hair as dull, bland, bleached strands. Blue-violet Kim Yiwol is insane. The instrumental hadn't even started, yet she couldn't unpause the screen. She wanted to trap Kim Yiwol with his blue-violet hair inside the screen forever. When sparklers teased Kim Yiwol about his casual clothes, calling him all-black Yiwol, it was half a joke. Black truly, genuinely suited a cool-toned person from the underworld like Kim Yiwol. Even those who used to say, "Who doesn't look good in black?" would see Kim Yiwol in a black suit and admit, there are people who look especially good in black. That same Kim Yiwol wore a black silk shirt and slacks, fiddling with the handle of a standing microphone. His habit of always neatly fastening his sleeve buttons seemed to have been left behind in the animation world. The sight of his sleeves rolled up to his elbows made Baek Haewon's heart flutter in turmoil. The shadow contrasting with the bright lighting made his diagonal jawline stand out even more. The shadow that began from his eyelashes held Baek Haewon captive before Kim Yiwol for an eternity. Kim Yiwol, god of shadows, genius of shadows, master of shadows, the one blessed by shadows. They said Spark in dress shirts could make even a sparkler who had left the fandom come back. Beck Haywin, who hadn't even left, was dragged in with her heart held hostage. Showing them in floral shirts until recently, and then doing this was beyond cheating. It was a heinous act. His shiny dress, shoes gleamed like Kim Yiwol's future. Beck Haywin took a deep breath and played the video. Then she paused it again after 2 seconds. She couldn't move forward without taking in every single detail of the members' styles as they stood side by side. Choi Ji-ho with 2 shirt buttons undone, Jong Songbin wearing geek chic glasses that suited him perfectly, Park Ju-woo who had found some incredibly hip wide-leg ripped jeans, Lee Chong-hyun in a plain yet beautifully fitting cardigan, and Kang Ki-on with his hair neatly slicked back with wax, all made Beck Haywin want to cry. Much greater than Lee Chong-hyun's cardigan is super cute. I bet if I search for it, it'll be 100 million won. Thankfully, it's not 100 million won, it's 1 million won. Wow, so cheap, Chong-hyun. I'm happy you're the muse of a luxury brand. But I'm also sad. Appearing in high-quality music content and becoming a model for a cool clothing brand. The fact that her idol had grown hit Beck Haywin in many different ways. It felt like a waste to let the 10-minute or so video fly by in a single rush of endorphins. With the mindset of savoring an ice cream cone from the very tip, Beck Haywin clicked on the video's description box. Much greater than neither the flame nor the music will go out. Spark's rhyming list is right here. Chapter 1. 010 Flowering. Chapter 2. 429 on a high note. Chapter 3. 937 Bright. It was the lineup that fans had been chanting for, wanting to hear a band version. Beck Haywin reverently found her earphones and put them on. She even turned up the volume in advance, afraid she might miss a single note if she played the video first. After steadying her breath, Beck Haywin finally pressed the play button, a mental preparation that felt longer than the video itself. A refreshing yet rhythmical sound rang in Beck Haywin's ears in a new form. 469. Chapter 469. Cooldown time, 2. Much greater than the views on the rhyming video are insane. The growth is insane, ha ha ha. It'll hit 1 million views soon. People say Spark is in their own little world, but you can't claim they lack public appeal when a video even muggles watch gets so many views. I'm so proud. It just hit 1 million as I'm typing this dash. Congratulations, Spark dash. Much greater than rhyming really went all out for this. A live band performance with 3 songs, ha ha ha. Don't they usually do 2 songs at most? Ha ha ha. Much greater than I've only known Lee Chong-hyun as the commercial shooting visual, the pretty boy the members all acknowledge, and the cutie from Bubble Pop. Seeing him do his main job makes me want to die. Isn't it cheating to rap with just a drum beat? You're going to get arrested for this, Lee Chong-hyun. He usually raps so it doesn't stand out, which is great because it blends with Spark's music, but it sometimes felt like a shame. It was so great to see him go all out when he got the stage. The IDC position battle and mission for me. His face is like a nobleman's, but his rap style. Much greater than Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-on are good singers. 2. Maybe it's because they're from UA. My lifelong wish is to see Kang Ki-on with a delinquent look, rapping with a trashy ex-boyfriend vibe. Last week's cover video had exactly that vibe. I recommend it if you haven't seen it. Nope. That kind of half-baked delinquent mood, where only his face looks the part, can't satisfy my craving. Ha ha ha. Much greater than Jong Songbin is forbidden from looking down under red lights. You're forbidden from seducing sparklers if you're not going to marry them. When a cute member from another group tries to look sexy, it's just cute and funny, but with Spark, even when they're being cute, they're still Spark. I don't laugh at all, my heart just has a XX hard time. You guys are sexy just by standing there with your mouth shut. If Spark ever does an all-out sexy concept, I'm seriously worried if I'll survive. Much greater than Park Ju-woo's personal color is band sound. I'm not taking any rebuttals. If you don't know, get lost. I'm genuinely curious. Are there really people who say Park Ju-woo's personal color isn't band sound? I don't know, but I doubt Kim Yiwol would have let that slide. Much greater than you know what's really wicked about Kim Yiwol? He looks like he wouldn't be affectionate at all, but he's a kind person. His voice sounds like it would never make small talk, but it turns gentle only when he sings. Look at him today. He showed up in an all-black outfit with zero warmth, but he's smiling so brightly. He holds the mic with hands that look like they should be flicking a Zippo, and now people are making hand-size comparison shots with the mic. Grandma, please stop. It's been 70 years already. You write scripts for a living, don't you? You know what's really wicked about Kim Yiwol? His face turns beet red from one compliment. But he's not shy at all when he tells his fans he loves them. I'm sincere and you're sincere, but the fact that we can't be together feels like a lie. Look at him today, making a two-handed heart and being all charming, but he won't come out of the screen. What is this if not betrayal and deception? Did I ask for a lifetime contract? What did I do wrong? I just asked you to sing by my side until the day I die. Nothing more, nothing less. To think this wasn't a script, but handmade. Our performance, the first on an external channel in a while, received many positive responses. I was relieved everyone liked it. We planned to re-record the band version for a bonus track on our next album. UA handled the arrangement to avoid copyright issues. It was a spoiler that wasn't really a spoiler, so the good reviews were a relief. A huge weight lifted from my chest. The members' individual activities slowly started up after that. It wasn't like before, where we had to run to 2 events a day. The schedules were manageable, with enough time between them. One particularly special activity was Jong Song-bin and Kang Kyun's one-day job at a doggy daycare. Fans had an explosive reaction to seeing the leader and the youngest member surrounded by puppies, becoming fluffballs themselves. Lee Chong-hyun produced a new song before the semester started. His song even won against one from an outside composer in a blind test, proudly securing its place as the title track. With that settled, he returned to school for the second semester with no regrets. I was the only exception. My life was still confined to the dorm, UA, the gym, and the action school. The only special things I did were make an album mock-up by folding pearl paper boxes in an empty conference room and look at our seniors' albums displayed at the company. Otherwise, my daily routine was just strumming the bass in the practice room, peeking into our team's office, and then returning to practice. It was a little boring, but I decided not to complain since I had done whatever I wanted during the break. I'm practicing a cover song to upload next week. Wanna listen? If I just stayed put, the Spark members brought content to me. Getting a preview of Park Ju-woo's new song or Kang Kyun's cover dance was an incredible privilege. What about Choi Ji-ho? Is he still with Junwon? Yeah. He said he's working late today. Choi Ji-ho poured all his time outside of commercial shoots into creating choreography. He worked so hard that I started to wonder if I had unknowingly made unreasonable demands of him. Still, it's finally starting to feel like we're having a comeback. Starting in September, Spark spent nearly 2 months recording, choreographing, adding chorus parts, and drafting the group dance. With more songs, it took 2 to 3 times longer than usual. Before we knew it, it was already the end of October. Then there was the jacket photo shoot. We went out twice a week, determined to shoot the casual wear photo cards and the jacket photos during autumn when the clothes are nice. Just last week, we went to a farm to shoot a group video of us picking pumpkins. We also rented a studio early on to take the concept photos and album pictures with a proper setup. If we took 1,000 photos and 900 of them came out well, shouldn't we use these photos everywhere somehow? Still, you have to select the photos for the album, Kim Yiwol. I had no choice but to shed tears of blood as I carefully selected only the best shots. I swore that after promotions, I would raid UA's external hard drive, with legal approval of course, and release everything. I also checked the promotion schedule. Or rather, I peeked at it. I secretly went into .ion and got an earful, with them asking if I was a squirrel hiding acorns. I wanted to ask what neighborhood has squirrels this big, but I held back because their promotion plan was so good. Once the choreography is finalized, we'll film the dance, practice video in the practice room, then do a final review to see if we can upgrade any of the album components. Can't we make the fan sign event notice image more flashy? With more time on my hands, I thought of endless things I wanted to do. My creativity, which I thought was dead, felt like it had sprouted a single bud. I guess this is why people say a change of pace is important. While I was lost in thought, Park Ju-woo finished setting up the MR. After listening, I was reminded that our team's main vocal is the best. Spark regularly uploaded content to their official YouTube account. Videos were expected during promotions, but Spark consistently posted their own updates even during their break. First, individual member videos would appear at the start of a non-promotional period. This content, featuring song covers or instrumentals based on their personal tastes, had been a tradition since their early debut days. Next was their original content. Most idol groups have original content, but Spark filmed long-form episodes over 30 minutes long, even when they weren't promoting. Waiting room and commute vlogs were separate. The original content always followed a standard web variety show format. Because of this, Sparklers experienced periods with little content, but never periods with no content. Today was no exception. One Chahi saw the thumbnail for the Halloween week episode, titled Spark Can't Be Left Out of Lantern, making a Let's Make Jack-o'-lanterns, and doubted her eyes. Do they usually start by picking the pumpkins? The title didn't match the image of the Spark members huddled in a pumpkin patch, holding ripe pumpkins. How was this idol content? It looked like a promotional photo for a government project to get young people back into farming. To make matters worse, the video was over an hour long. The old documentary-style intro and a lyrical BGM arrangement of one of their B-side tracks blended together strangely. Part 1. Harvesting the Pumpkins. Look at the subtitles. They're in Gungseo font. Even a time machine wouldn't feel this strange. One Chahi wasn't from that generation. Even to her, a woman in her late 20s, the retro vibe from this content was so thick, it was almost gooey. The young men had set out at dawn. They got out of the van, grabbed work gloves and gardening shears, and headed to the field. Kim Yiwol, the harvest season is ending, so we came to pick the last remaining pumpkins. Kim Yiwol, after his experience on a farming show and Let's Eat Before We Work, had the distinct aura of a farmer. He looked like the grown son of the farm's owner, home from the city to help his family during his break. Choi Jiho, these pumpkins are huge. Choi Jiho was just as natural, looking like the childhood friend who lived next door to the city-dwelling Kim Yiwol. A passing neighbor would surely say of Choi Jiho, he grew up eating his own pumpkins, so he never got sick. Jong Songbin. Hyung, are pumpkins always this heavy? Jong Songbin said, walking over with a pumpkin twice the size of his face. Jong Songbin was the junior Kim Yiwol met in college. That was his exact role. Park Ju-woo, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, was engrossed in picking pumpkins nearby. He fit the role of a kind junior who followed his classmate all the way here. The two juniors from the city scattered across the field to help Kim Yiwol, diligently picking pumpkins. Then, a familiar figure essential to such a peaceful scene appeared. Lee Chonghyun. Hyung, are we getting snacks too? His city cousin, Lee Chonghyun, followed Kim Yiwol like a shadow. The only difference was that Lee Chonghyun chattered non-stop while effortlessly carrying the mountain of pumpkins Kim Yiwol had piled up to the truck. The young men picked pumpkins for a long time. The footage played in slow motion, not fast-forwarded, like a healing video. Kong Keon. They said everyone should eat before we continue. Kong Keon appeared in the distance. He held a yellow kettle in one hand and a tray piled high with plates in the other. One Chahi checked the video's title again. She then wondered why the video wasn't titled in commemoration of Farmers' Day. 470. Chapter 470. Cool Down Time, 3. Part 2 began in a clean shared kitchen. One Chahi watched as Spark, dressed in navy blue aprons, stood before a table piled high with pumpkins. Songbin, the ingredients to make jack-o'-lanterns are finally ready. Keon, I guess nothing in the world is easy. Wouldn't it have been easier if they'd just gone to a large supermarket? But that would have been less shocking and fun. Spark always showed their strangest side to their sparklers. At this point, nothing my idols did surprise me anymore. The Spark members used a small saw to cut the tops off the pumpkins. They then diligently scooped out the insides of the large gourds. Chonghyun, there's so much to scoop out. Keon, Ju Hyung is practically an excavator. Ju, maybe I should change careers. Jiho, to where? A construction site. Their loud banter competed with their impressive, hard-working arm muscles. It was hard to know whether to focus on listening or watching. Songbin, Jong Seongjin is good at this kind of thing. Ju, no, Songbin, you too. Keon, why can't you finish your sentence, Hyung? Chonghyun, even Ju Hyung can't bring himself to say empty words. In the end, Park Ju-woo could not say anything after seeing Jong Songbin's sketch. Everyone was surprised when Jong Songbin revealed he had been drawing an extremely ordinary pumpkin face. A visual aid appeared in the corner of the screen, showing melon and grape art made by Mr. Jong Seongjin. His excellent skill was a stark contrast to his brother's soaring artistic spirit. Yiwol. Jiho ya, how did I tell you to separate the seeds and the pulp? Jiho, seeds on the left, pulp on the right. Yiwol, then where's my plate? Jiho. Choi Jiho used all the time he had saved with his overflowing strength to resort the mixed ingredients. He still had so much energy left that he helped Jong Songbin scoop out his pumpkin too. Hyun, does anyone like habakoji sirdiak? I used to eat it a lot when I was young. Chonghyun, you put pumpkin in sirdiak. Hyun, you slice and dry the pumpkin, then add it in and steam it. Yiwol, it's also often given out as opening ceremony or thank you rice cakes. Songbin, do you have a startup club or something? Hyung. The intermittent mentions of pumpkin dishes made Won Chae hungry. She searched for habakoji sirdiak on a portal site and found images of bright yellow pumpkin layered between red bean sirdiak. Shopping cart. She had to add it before she forgot. Otherwise, she would finish the video and get lost in thought, wondering, what was I thinking about earlier? Won Chae added a set of frozen rice cakes labeled as a popular product to her cart, then focused on the video again. Spark, trained through rigorous exercise, successfully scooped out all the pumpkins without a single person complaining about the difficulty. When they entered the detail-oriented stage that required delicate work, the audio did not quiet down at all. Chonghyun, what glory did I think I'd enjoy by saying I'd make a firework lamp? Yiwol. Chonghyun, was your love for the team so weak that it would crumble over something like this? Chonghyun, you're so annoying. Jiho. Hyun. The youngest looks at his suddenly quiet Hyung with an anxious expression. Jiho, I carved all the way through this. What should I do? Hyun, what do you mean? What should you do? The light will just shine out brightly. By the way, Hyung, didn't you pierce through your desk mat last time too? Jiho tries to fit the pumpkin piece back in. Yiwol, do you think that's going to make it stick back on? Both the scooped-out pumpkin and their comments overflowed. It was a wonder Won Chae couldn't smell pumpkin through the screen. She wanted to give the ceaselessly chattering Spark the nickname Masters of Multitasking. After many twists and turns, they completed 6 large pumpkin lanterns. The playback bar, however, had only just passed the halfway mark. An icon reading Spark's cooking class appeared in the left corner. Then, with a bright sparkling effect, a mountain of pumpkin pulp that Choi Jiho had diligently separated was piled on the table. Yiwol, we'll now use this interlude to have a gluten-free pumpkin muffin and cookie-making session. Juwoo, can't we make pumpkin porridge too? Yiwol, and we will also have time to make pumpkin porridge. The recipe came from a cookbook Jong Songbin had brought from his family home. An explanation followed, stating it was a historic book that had been on the bookshelf since before Jong Songbin was born. Songbin, my baking skills have been improving since I became an idol. Yiwol, the more skills you have, the better. Songbin, that's true. They say technology is national power, after all. Juwoo, Hyung, your pumpkin looks a little pale. Jiho, why? Chonghyun, didn't you give it too much of a hard time while extracting it? Yiwol, Juwoo, your knife skills have improved. Juwoo, I can slice anything. Hyun, that's a little scary. In any case, Spark's hands skillfully made the muffins. They were so skillful that a huge pile of freshly baked muffins formed what looked like an endless procession. Behind them, yellow cookies waited for their turn in the oven. An insert shot showed the golden brown muffins and cookies, followed by an addictive packaging video. ASMR appeared in cursive as a rustling sound tickled the ears. 6 pairs of hands packed the treats at double speed. The reason for their baking enthusiasm was soon revealed, especially since Spark only ate desserts when they had almost forgotten the taste of sugar due to their management. The screen's focus blurred, and a small subtitle appeared, stating that Spark would send the baked snacks to a nearby welfare center and playroom. The focus grew even blurrier after the subtitle disappeared. Colorful lumps merged into one bright orange color. A bubble sound came from the speaker. As the screen slowly focused, something like magma boiled vigorously. Part 3. Let's have a party. Juwoo, it's all boiled. Pumpkin porridge boiled in the black pot. A hand with white skin and black fingernails picked up a ladle and began scooping the porridge into a hollowed-out mini sweet pumpkin. Yiwol, ghosts, let's have a snack. Chonghyun, okay. Won Chae blinked in disbelief. Any sparkler would have had the same reaction. They would have seen Kim Yiwol, wearing a gat and a black durumagi, handing a sweet pumpkin bowl to Lee Chonghyun, who wore a fox headband. Next to them, Park Ju-woo was draped in a tattered, hooded white cloth. His face was whiter than usual, and his fingernails were blue. Jong Song-bin, carrying a silver tray to transport the sweet pumpkin bowls, wore a sparkling navy blue wizard's hat and a cape with golden stars on the shoulders. Jong Song-bin and Lee Chonghyun moved with the pumpkin porridge. The camera slowly panned to follow them. Kion, isn't it hot? Give it to me. Jiho, is there anything else to bring? Choi Jiho appeared, dressed in a suit with silver hair and a long black cape. Kong Kion's entire body was modeled, as if he had been hit by a green paintball. Even cosplay seemed to have experience points. It made sense why companies looked for experienced employees. Won Chai-hee marveled at the high-quality costumes and makeup. The makeup was so natural it seemed innate, going far beyond just not being awkward. Song-bin, for the sparklers who must be confused, should we explain our characters before we eat? The kind leader even soothed Won Chai-hee's startled heart. Thanks to him, she could appreciate Spark's new side with a slightly calmer mind. Yiwol, as you can see, I'm a Grim Reaper. The dark circles are painted on. I'm not usually like this. Jiho, I'm a vampire. Choi Jiho lifted one corner of his lips with his index finger. A close-up showed a sharp fang. Song-bin, I've become a dark wizard. I have a staff, too. Jong Song-bin rummaged behind his chair and pulled something out. It was a large plastic staff with a red eye drawn on it. The quality was so high that if she had not known it was made by disassembling their dorm's broken vacuum cleaner, she would have thought it was a commercial product. Ju-woo, I'm a little ghost. There was an opinion that a regular ghost would be too scary and appear in dreams, so I try to make it as approachable as possible. Won Chai-hee was curious how realistic the first draft was, but she also didn't want to know. She was relieved Park Ju-woo had made a wise choice. After all, the pale-skinned Park Ju-woo looked chilly no matter what rags he wore. When Lee Chonghyun said he was a desert gumiho, Won Chai-hee thought the older members had at least given the younger ones cute costumes. Kong Kion's deep backstory, however, reminded her of Spark's intensity. Kion, I'm a zombie. Thanks to being lucky enough to be revived, I'm living an eternal life. The green liquid was the blood of other zombies. Only then could Won Chai-hee understand the arduous journey for survival reflected in Kong Kion's messy attire. The ghosts and monsters gathered together and amicably ate pumpkin porridge. Their character immersion continued even during the feast. Chonghyun, Jiho Hyung, didn't you say you were a tiger back during the Foundation myth? How did you become a vampire? Yiwol, he was exported overseas around the time the Republic of Korea achieved $100 million in exports, and his traits changed after he got a taste of foreign culture. Chonghyun, so even if your traits changed, you still can't eat garlic. Kion, a meal with a Hyung I thought I'd never see in my lifetime. It's an honor. Yiwol, your name never comes up on the list. Kion, it probably does. It's just that I secretly erase it with correction tape every time. Song-bin, you've become a master at it now. Jiho, Jong Song-bin, boiling porridge like that. You really look like a wizard. Ju-woo, what do you mean he looks like a wizard? Song-bin is a wizard. Jiho, right, that's true. Spark completely captivated their sparklers while having a fun snack time and laughing amongst themselves. They turned off the kitchen lights and took sentimental Polaroid pictures in front of the lit pumpkin lanterns. If you don't forget and wait for us, we'll come back again next year. The video ended with the playful handwriting. With a warmed heart, Won Chai-hee opened Photoplat faster than anyone. 471. Chapter 471, Passion. The fantasy-themed, non-human cosplay received a passionate response. Fans, once soothing their disappointment with edits, now quenched their thirst by sharing high-definition, retouched photos. They loved it so much it felt like all their past grievances were resolved, and they could die happy. But it was too early to leave this world. A mountain of teasers was still unreleased. You have no idea how much Spark and the entire UA staff have staked on this comeback. Even the dance practice video I'm rewatching for the 10th time is so polished I could send it for editing as is, if there are no issues. Everyone is excellent, but Choi Jiho is particularly outstanding. After tasting the sweetness of the golden paradise in Bright, The guy greedily devours all the attention. The clean physique and defined muscle lines I requested also play a part. The trifecta of his expressions, silhouette, and dance lines is perfect. No matter where you look in the video, once your eyes land on Choi Ji-ho, you can't look away. A large hand landed on the laptop screen just as the spectacular dance break, where that very Choi Ji-ho shone, was about to start. The uninvited guest was none other than Choi Ji-ho, the owner of that part. Let's reshoot the video. He came to request a reshoot. I reset the video to the beginning and asked, did a part of it come out weird? From what I saw, it looked good enough to screenshot at any moment. Your clothes fit well until the very end, too. I don't like it. He moved the cursor to the dance break section I was about to check. The pause screen filled with Choi Ji-ho, standing dead center. I found it hard to agree. I didn't want to admit it, but Choi Ji-ho's skills were consistently outstanding. Choi Ji-ho's strength was that if we filmed 10 takes, all 10 would be good. If we filmed 20, all 20 would be good. Picking any one was never a waste. With Choi Ji-ho, you never had to say, I'm torn because this part is good in this video, but that part is good in that video. Choi Ji-ho boasted that level of perfection in everything he did. And his potential for growth? Visualizing Choi Ji-ho's growth required a quantum leap graph, not a gentle curve. Choi Ji-ho earned the title Monster Rookie early in his debut. He had now become a full-fledged monster, praised as an ecosystem-disturbing species that should be classified separately within the fancam and stage performance ecosystem. His refusal to settle for the status quo was certainly praiseworthy. But for some reason, seeing Choi Ji-ho give it his all felt unfamiliar, even though he had never been lazy or reluctant. Was it because he usually made everything look effortless? But Choi Ji-ho was always serious. He bulked up to gain power and never skipped individual practice, no matter how much group practice was scheduled. It was all to dance well. Then he would cut muscle again so his movements wouldn't look sluggish and he could blend in with the team. He also knew how to dial down his presence when it wasn't his part. As a born star, he couldn't hide completely, but during group activities, Choi Ji-ho controlled his intensity as much as possible. Born with natural talent, yet frighteningly dedicated to honing his skills, Choi Ji-ho boasted overwhelming abilities among his peers. His superior recognition and a flood of offers supported Choi Ji-ho's value. And yet, Choi Ji-ho said a single detail in the dance practice video bothered him. In the idol industry, where passion determines career longevity, this was praiseworthy. As a colleague sharing life's ups and downs, I found it both expected and admirable. Wanting to be good at something because you have to and wanting to be good because you love it were similar yet different. Choi Ji-ho jumped into this scene purely because he loved to dance. He never complained or hesitated, just doing what he had to do. It struck me again that this guy truly, obsessively loved to dance. I looked at the guy, who seemed to live in a different world, and asked, are there times when you're desperate too? What are you talking about? I'm asking if you've ever been desperate about anything in your life. People tend to be lenient with themselves and strict with others. They often think others' efforts are a given and nothing special. I, at least, had to be wary of that. This was especially true because I knew how consistently Spark had always done their best. However, I didn't need to reflect on myself. I don't really live my life thinking about things like that. I've never done anything half-heartedly. Because Choi Ji-ho himself commanded acknowledgement from those around him. Whether you viewed him negatively or thought his efforts came easily, facing him gripped you. He made you marvel that a guy like this was your age. In any case, if the guy wanted to dance and his body was fine, who was I to object? If anything, I should learn from him and whip myself into shape so my own discipline wouldn't slacken. After that, we rescheduled and reshot the dance practice video. It added to our schedule right before the comeback, but no one complained. The new video was, as expected, even better than the last. Until now, Spark's comebacks had been rushed, like roasting beans over a lightning flash. This didn't mean UA's work was clumsy. Every schedule was just incredibly tight. I poured ideas into a rice cake machine, and Lee Chong-hyun ran it, churning out songs like a factory. Jang Song-bin and Park Ju-woo took the fresh rice cakes from the recording studio and pressed them beautifully with a stamp. The finished song was then packaged for Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-yeon to present beautifully on stage. Completing this process in 2 months was a miracle. We created the next title track during our current promotions. Even working on several songs at once, we never had enough time. It was the same for UA. They managed promotions and support during our active period while also finishing groundwork for the new album during the off-season. Until we took a long break, no one on the dedicated Spark team could rest easy. Because of this, while other groups released concept photos for 2 members a week, Spark had to drop concept photos on Monday, a teaser on Wednesday, and the tracklist on Friday. We had to be diligent in other areas to avoid announcing offline schedules like fan meetings and pre-recordings at the last minute. Much greater than when's the Spark MV dropping? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In an hour? They filmed it yesterday. What were you doing while this place was on fire? Didn't the tracklist just come out the day before yesterday? Spark's time moves 6 times faster. Now, however, we could do a standard, heart-pounding, exciting promotion. Why? Because the comeback was pushed back a ton because of me. Because no one thinks we're having a comeback in the second half of the year. A storm of complex emotions raged inside me as I swallowed my tears. I desperately needed a meme of an animal with teary eyes covering its mouth. This time, instead of a blatant spoiler, we released a designed image mixed with symbols. It didn't even say comeback. The meaningful move from Spark, who always pursued straightforward promotions, caused a stir. Much greater than what's this new public upload? A flask, maybe? A comeback? Much greater than gasp. Gasp, what is this? My heart is pounding. Isotone contentis anaveniceterae package isoton nitis a concertism any fan meeting? Just tell me. Breathe, haraha. Please a unit. Much greater than guys. I think Spark is up to something. Let's gather and start spreading rumors first. Ha. Let's start spreading rumors first, lol. If it's a concert, spread the rumor late so I can get my seat first. They just had an encore con not long ago. Would they do another concert so soon? If they get our excitement to the max, and then go tada, it's a world tour announcement, I'm unplugging the fax machine immediately. By the time the third image was uploaded after a 24-hour interval, most sparklers were already piecing the images together to guess the meaning. Much greater than I think if you put them together in 2 rows of 3, it'll make a connected picture. A laboratory? What variety show has flasks, notebooks, and beakers? It could be a full group music show with a scientist concept. Once the puzzle was complete, it revealed a dark, antique attic with a purplish atmosphere. A single ray of light leaked through thick blackout curtains and cut across the desk. In the dimly lit picture, only a feathered pen bathed in sunlight was clearly visible. The final photo, which fit in the bottom right corner, had a date written in small cursive. Much greater than it's a comeback. It's a comeback. Since it says second, everyone's whispering that it might be a full album, lol. Why are the boys pushing themselves so hard ttt, but I love it ttt. Right after the comeback hint was released, a teaser video with a short audio snippet of the pre-release track was uploaded. Much greater than? What is this? Am I the only one hearing this song for the first time? I guess it's not a repackage. We sent them off to rest, and they came back with a whole new full album? They're insane. Much greater than what's the concept. The props look pretty old, so I don't think it's an extension of Spark High School. Is it the What I Want to Say universe? If What I Want to Say had a storybook feel, this one feels more like a gloomy, secret experiment. Notebook. Ha. I was wondering what you meant, lol. As the teasers began to drop, I strictly monitored the members to prevent any spoilers on Bubble Pop. Fortunately, none of my colleagues had loose fingers. After a frantic weekend, Monday at 6 p.m. arrived. The teaser for the pre-release track, Dreamer, was revealed. Much greater than wait a minute. Papers showered down on my head as I lay slumped over a desk. Choi Jiho's hand drew a red liquid with a syringe from something off camera. Jong Songbin's face was obscured by black mist. A chess piece rolled at Park Jui's feet. Kang Keon's blurry figure reflected on a beaker filled with green liquid. All of it flashed by in an instant. A golden tear flowed from Lee Chonghyun's right eye in a close-up. The tips of his long, white fingers scraped down the tear's track. A stroke extended from the red mark, completing the title, Dreamer. Much greater than am I really watching a Spark teaser? Everyone was bewildered by the new Spark's appearance. For until the music video and song release. The countdown had begun. 472. Chapter 472. The result, 1. The music video for Spark's pre-release track, Dreamer, began with Lee Chonghyun slumped over his desk, staring at a career aspiration form. Lee Chonghyun's golden irises reflected the empty spaces on the unfilled paper. He watched students on the playground outside and classmates studying inside, unable to hide his troubled heart. I don't get it. Lee Chonghyun shoved the career form into his bag. The walk home from school felt endlessly long. With his school bag on, Lee Chonghyun walked through ordinary alleys until he reached a large, old, three-story wooden mansion in a dark blue forest. He pushed open the creaking door. Everyone tells lies. 5 pairs of multicolored eyes turned toward Lee Chonghyun. They say life is similar, that no matter who you are, it's all the same. Individual scenes then cut into the main story. The first featured Choi Ji-ho. In Choi Ji-ho's room, the wallpaper and floor were both black. The room was gloomy and had no light source. A huge, thick, gold-rimmed frame hung on the wall. Beneath the empty frame, Choi Ji-ho sat slanted on a large, one-person velvet sofa. He stuck a syringe into a ripe tomato and pulled the piston. Once the cylinder filled with juice, Choi Ji-ho opened his mouth and pressed the piston firmly. Juice and clumpy seeds sprayed from the thick needle. They turn around, watch others, and hide their true feelings. A white belt was draped over the returned Lee Chonghyun's head. Park Ju-woo floated as if hanging from the ceiling and smiled brightly at Lee Chonghyun below. Kim Yiwol leaned his chair back and waved. The camera captured the scene from Lee Chonghyun's point of view. A glass lamp with a flickering candle, thick books with peeling leather covers, and a faded, worn-out rug. I want to live in my imagination. Jang Songbin boiled something vigorously in front of the forest and held a steaming object out to Lee Chonghyun. The vessel was too strange to be a cup, its sides caked with thick, hardened layers of overflowed liquid. Even if I'm not cheered on. Lee Chonghyun tossed the cup aside, threw off his bag, kicked open the wooden door, and ran out. Kang Kyeon, who had been sprawled on a sofa patched with various patterned fabrics, furrowed his brow and got up. The screen cut to a black lawn. The camera slowly zoomed in on a thick tombstone in the middle of the field. A green-mottled hand suddenly grabbed the tombstone, which was already covered in green handprints. I'm going to believe in myself. A dark blue liquid dripped from Kang Kyeon's hair. His green eyes sparkled through the strands. The camera shook violently, chasing Lee Chonghyun. He gestured to shake off his pursuer, and the camera fell to the ground. Lee Chonghyun stopped running. Green liquid splattered up to his feet. He looked horrified. He carefully walked toward the off-screen space where Kang Kyeon must have fallen. A hand holding a beaker shot up from below the screen, which showed only empty air. The blue-tipped hand turned the beaker over and shook it. Its loose cork fell out, and a sticky black liquid oozed down. The hand lowered the empty beaker. After a brief pause, because we all live while dreaming, Kang Kyeon shot up like a spring. His face was completely soaked, and the cork was stuck to his head. Park Ju-woo worriedly lifted the curtain and looked out the window. He stepped between the curtain and the window to block the light, pressing his face to the glass. His silver-gray pupils, shrunken by the sunlight, dilated. The scene then transformed into a dark brown mahogany round table. I don't get it. How a wonderful wish can be a laughingstock. In what seemed to be Park Ju-woo's personal space, there was only a low round table and a single chessboard. Park Ju-woo sat at the table, fiddling with a white piece, and knocked over a black one. The black piece, shaped like a wizard's hat, rolled onto the white hem of his clothes, which covered the floor. They say it's absurd. Choi Ji-ho picked up Lee Chonghyun's bag from beside the cup. He accidentally held it upside down, and its contents spilled onto the floor. A single, crumpled paper fluttered away. It was swept into a pile of papers pouring down on Kim Yiwol's head. Kim Yiwol, buried under the papers, lifted his head. Yellowed, faded sheets cascaded down around him. A particularly white paper caught his eye. Choi Ji-ho and Jang Songbin peeked over Kim Yiwol's shoulder. Kim Yiwol carefully unfolded the paper, revealing the words career aspiration form. They say a big wish can't overcome a high wall. Kim Yiwol stood before a library wall filled with identical notebooks. Kim Yiwol took an identical notebook from his long black coat and opened it to the last page. Seeing no space left, he placed the notebook into an empty spot on the bookshelf. His white wrist stood out as he clipped a fountain pen into his jacket pocket, worn under the long coat. Is there any sincerity in your worries? I can see right through it. When Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-an returned, a rug was spread out on an old black tree in front of the house. They opened the door and entered. Hazy, grayish-white natural light streamed through wide-open curtains, welcoming them. A clean mug and a single piece of paper sat on the well-polished dining table. Steam rose from hot chocolate, where a cute, teddy bear-shaped marshmallow floated. Lee Chong-hyun looked back and forth between the cup and the living room in disbelief, then picked up the paper. Korean Employment and Occupation Classification Table. I want to dream tomorrow too. Jong Songbin's eyes shone a vivid purple through the thick black smoke. Beyond the murky fog, antique glass jars of herbs and crowded tableware were visible on a wooden shelf. Jong Songbin uncorked a small bottle of deep purple powder. The powder, mixed with glitter, sparkled. He took some powder on his finger, tasted it, and then slowly poured it out. The dust swirled in the air like an aurora. Whatever I want to achieve it with my own hands. Water streamed from a stately marble fountain. Lee Chong-hyun wet his fingertips and drew a straight line under a statue's eye. When the water dried, a mark remained, as if coated in gold dust. Ripples formed over Lee Chong-hyun's golden eyes. A small photograph sat next to Lee Chong-hyun as he sat before the fountain. In the photo, Lee Chong-hyun held a cake topped with wild strawberries and drenched in red syrup. Instead of joyful tear tracks, his face was a mess of dried gold dust. The screen showed the soggy occupation table, then the thin, water-streaked marks of gold dust on Lee Chong-hyun's cheek. Lee Chong-hyun gently scraped the corners of his dry eyes. Because my heart is only audible to me. The next morning, Lee Chong-hyun left the house in silence. Everyone stared wordlessly at his back as he departed. Even Choi Ji-ho, wearing sunglasses and draped in Kim Iwol's long black coat, endured the light from the ajar door to watch Lee Chong-hyun leave for school. A student moved through the classroom collecting papers. When the student reached him, Lee Chong-hyun took out the crumpled career form and held it out. The student took the paper with a smile, but their expression turned strange. Lee Chong-hyun smiled mischievously at his friend, who looked back and forth between him and the paper. Much greater than I summarized this MV's plot for a friend, and they told me it's not April Fool's Day. Of course. It's a story about a water attribute non-human who cries gold dust, torn between his teacher telling him to join the precious metals department of the Korea Minting and Security Printing Corporation and the research fanatics telling him to evolve and become the ruler of the sea. I was wondering what the MV was about with a teaser like that, and it turns out it's about a non-human worrying about his career path. LOL. MV summary. This damn, dreadful magical creature family. The dream job he decided on after his Hyungs and Kion encouraged and supported him is Pacific Ocean Guide. I think I've heard the myth about a mermaid's tears becoming pearls, but Kim Iwol just couldn't give up the gold face. LOL. Much greater than it hasn't even been that long since they cosplayed Princess Soda. So I was wondering why they were giving us a Halloween cosplay, but you guys had a plan all along. Not realizing it was a blatant spoiler and not even thinking to guess, because our boys never give spoilers. Sparkler takes another L today. However, if you're a sparkler who's had information security training, you're bound to think that way, right? Much greater than I've figured out the identity of Najisigan. This familiar B-movie vibe, with a narrative that's slightly horrifying and somewhat clumsy. It's a Flowering Group project. No wonder it felt familiar. Flowering's B-movie narrative combined with Bright's aesthetic. The way they use imagery and color palettes changed drastically starting with Bright. And because of that, even though it's a funny MV, it has a horror movie feel. What an unreadable MV. Right, if you just cut out scenes from the MV, it totally gives off a horror game vibe, especially the part where Keon falls and revives himself by pouring a potion on himself. It's the perfect song to listen to in late autumn. LOL, they timed it well. Much greater than using the night sky as the background for the group dance was a killer move. Because of the choreography, it really feels like they're crawling out at night. The detail of using autumn constellations is insane. Go read the summary a genius sparkler put together. Wow, I just thought they drew the stars with CG. Lee Chong-hyun is a Pisces. LOL. Is Kang Ki-an an Aquarius because he carries a revival potion? Much greater than flustered Kim Iwol and clumsy Choi Ji-ho are so funny. A grim reaper buried under a mountain of work and a vampire who uppins his younger brother's bag, unintentionally. It's a magical world full of fantasy soul, so why do the kids all seem like they're lacking something? The epitome of the kids are nice. They used up all their coolness during Bright, so there's none left. The pre-release track trended for a long time after its release. People who saw the keywords flowed in. New viewers posted their own analyses, comparing the characters with the group's self-produced content. The buzz was explosive. After the pre-release track gained so much traction, much greater than looking forward to the title track. What on earth will they bring out? Everyone began to wait for the title track's release. 473. Chapter 473. The result, 2. What determines mainstream appeal? There is no single right answer, but people commonly mention a few things. A flow that doesn't tire you out, easy and intuitive lyrics, a melody you can sing along to, impressive choreography, and a catchy, memorable quality. It took a long time to find one word that summarized all of these. A simple structure that doesn't get old, or something easy yet impressive, felt as dissonant as sweet kimchi jjigae, if not as contradictory as a hot iced Americano. So I condensed these opinions into a song that makes you think, get out of my head. A song that pops into your mind while you eat or lie down to sleep is one you can't help but add to your playlist. However, mainstream appeal often hit a wall of prejudice despite its real power. People frequently dismissed it as commercial. Even within popular music, they treated it as something only kids would like. If you can't satisfy the majority, you lose marketability and profitability. If the artistry is lacking, you fail to meet the standards of existing consumers and become prey for those waiting to exploit a flaw. There were many rabbits to catch, and we couldn't afford to miss a single one. In this situation, Spark decided to push forward with a full-length album. Lee Chong-hyun worked himself to the bone writing songs. I provided all the support a novice composer could and relentlessly pushed Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-an. After everyone's arduous efforts, a result like the standard for a hit song was born. The album needed a quality that would satisfy the fans and content with a low barrier to entry that was fun to enjoy. Dreamer met both requirements. Its tone was also lower and heavier than the title track coming out today, focusing more on musicality. Dreamer was a kind of shield. It proved that Spark could showcase diverse colors within a single album. The title track had to be more mainstream than any other song on the album. It also had to be orally and visually intense. A narrative is nice, but it's not a problem if there isn't one. We just needed to imprint a single scene, a single movement, a single image. More important than beautiful lyrics was a combination of words that fit the music and sounds that caught the ear. We excluded unnecessary elements, leaving only the core. As long as we had Dreamer, we could prove that Spark and UA's skills were not lacking. What were we going to do with this blatantly simple and addictive song? They said the Alight music video was uploaded successfully. We're going to make money unscrupulously. Oh heavens! Please allow me to become an idol who doesn't play fair and square. Lee Soo-hoon was quite displeased. The trouble started when a passing classmate said, "Your brother made a comeback." This prompted Lee Soo-hoon to look up Spark's new music video. The video showed a house clearly made of rotten wood, smoke that looked hazardous, and a dust-covered study. Lee Soo-hoon disliked everything, from the poorly maintained rug and the rag-like sofa to the warped floorboards and the grimy mud. They dunked someone in a fountain and made them run on a floor made uneven by tree roots. Every element made Lee Soo-hoon uncomfortable. He didn't like a single thing. Are they going to call this vintage, too? A mistake had been made. Lee Soo-hoon felt like the hamster printed on his closet t-shirt was laughing at him. Even getting splashed with cola under a glittering disco ball wouldn't have felt this unpleasant. This is why I went out of my way to make a request. Lee Soo-hoon glared at the white-haired man on his phone screen. That man, Park Ju-woo, wasn't in a much better situation. Park Ju-woo not only hung from the ceiling but also exposed his bare eyes to UV light and squatted in a posture that couldn't be good for his back. Still, this wasn't right. Lee Soo-hoon burned with frustration. Disturbed, Lee Soo-hoon returned to his dorm early. He sat on his bed from 5:30 and stared at his phone. When his roommate asked what he was doing, Lee Soo-hoon answered, "I'm waiting for a music video." The video that made Lee Soo-hoon so restless was, thankfully, the music video for a pre-release track. After a few searches, he realized a pre-release was content opened before the main, more heavily invested content was revealed. He felt a small sense of relief. His brother's father had said they didn't seem to skimp on money at the concert. It was loud and chaotic, but the people around them enjoyed it. Jang Hyunwoo had said he enjoyed watching it, and Lee Soo-hoon, who later watched a video of the concert, agreed with his father. Therefore, he believed the video coming out today would be a work more befitting of Lee Chong-hyun. As soon as the clock struck the hour, Lee Soo-hoon went to the official YouTube channel. A newly uploaded video appeared. A short word was written in white cursive on a black background. A light. It was the polar opposite of the splendor Lee Soo-hoon had hoped for. When he pressed play, a small noise tickled his ear, followed by a clicking sound. Beyond the background, a blurry gray object slowly revealed its outline. A tiny spark flew with each click. "Hold on, I need something to swallow." The spark flashed 3 times, and a pure white fire ignited. The embers spread instantly, swallowing the surrounding darkness. Piles of paper covered in text poured down over the burning black background, becoming kindling for the flames. The face of the person who had come to burn the papers filled the screen. The firelight flickered in his black eyes. Lee Soo-hoon remembered those eyes. They were the eyes of Kim Yiwol, who had disappeared beyond the car window on the day of the festival. Long, thin eyelashes, as if drawn with a fountain pen, slowly covered Kim Yiwol's eyes. "Because I can't burn alone." Color flooded the black and white screen. Intense music slammed into Lee Soo-hoon's ears, like the flames engulfing the paper and Kim Yiwol. Desire doesn't die, and thirst isn't quenched. When the scene of the 6 of them dancing together appeared, their outfits had changed. Kim Yiwol, who had worn a white shirt with a brooch and a black coat, now wore a leather jacket adorned with numerous straps. Inside the jacket, what is this? There was nothing but something embroidered, too transparent to be called fabric. A grayish shadow fell whenever Kim Yiwol moved, but that was all. Everyone's outfits were similar. Only minor details, like jacket lengths or fastened buttons, were different. The smooth leather, the translucent fabric that felt soft without touching it, and the sheen flowing from their boot heels followed the owner's dance moves. The fluid light made their movements look like a single line. Their damp hair and leather-gloved fingers gave a sharp, restrained impression. Not enough heat, so I swallow my surroundings. The man with light purple, hair-wearing goggles was in a slightly better situation. Was his name Choi Ji-ho? Lee Soo-hoon recalled Lee Chong-hyun showing him a photo and introducing each member. Choi Ji-ho at least wore a shirt under his jacket, but its buttons were still only halfway done. The embroidery was much more extravagant. Raise the temperature. The man seemed to be the group's center, just as Lee Chong-hyun had introduced him. The man's aura shifted from moment to moment, like his hair, which changed between purple and blue depending on the angle. The music's presence grew stronger with the thumping beat. All the instruments screamed in a clamor as the rhythm raced forward in a sprint. When the members turned, a slow whistle sounded. When they shook their shoulders or hands, a fast guitar riff played. When they took a step, the sound of drums pounded in Lee Soo-hoon's head. The sight of Lee Chong-hyun with his zipper only halfway up was more unfamiliar than his clothes with holes in them during hideout. The long, flashy earrings were also a combination Lee Soo-hoon had never seen on Lee Chong-hyun. The saffron-shaped embroidery covering his torso and neck looked like it was one with Lee Chong-hyun. Whether it was overwhelming or confusing, his thoughts were a complete mess. Even so, Lee Soo-hoon thought the red highlights scattered in Lee Chong-hyun's black hair looked like the flames from the beginning of the video. The music didn't stop. It seized Lee Soo-hoon with a destructive force, pinning him to his seat, becoming a great fire that will swallow the world. The face of someone with green-dyed hair magnified on the screen. It was the person Lee Soo-hoon had tried especially hard to memorize. Kang Ki-on, Lee Chong-hyun's friend, the only one in the group. Melted all. It wasn't calm, it was chaotic. However, he couldn't stop listening. The song didn't have a story like Dreamer. It was a simple composition that highlighted each member one by one, just when you might forget. He found himself waiting for what came next. When the soul burns blue, without leaving anything behind. The high notes from the 2 people whose photos Lee Chong-hyun had excitedly shown him, boasting about how well they sang, appeared on screen one after another. Let it. Kang Ki-on's gesture and smile toward the front, unable to overcome the rushing speed, mixed together and Boom. It all exploded. Open a new era. A plain black three-piece suit and a leather setup alternated ceaselessly. The buttons fastened to the neck, the glossy gloves covering past the wrist, and the black socks between the shoes and pant cuffs contrasted with the open jackets, amplifying a strange feeling. Me, until I turned to ash. The silver accessories cinching various parts of their bodies shone white. Chains rippled and swayed. An intense flame swallowed everything. Lee Soo-hoon slowly removed his earphones. He stared blankly for a long time. What did I just listen to? He thought the word impulse fit his current emotion. Lee Soo-hoon felt a strong desire to keep doing something. A dance that made him want to see the movements again. Clear and distinct voices. It all passed by too quickly, but for that very reason, the scenes he wanted to see more closely stirred a certain desire. Lee Soo-hoon plugged his earphones back in. He pressed the play button one more time. The music video played 2, then 3 more times. Still, it wasn't enough. This behavior went beyond mulling it over. It made him repeatedly seek out a specific target. The addiction had begun. 474. Chapter 474. The result, 3. Immediately after the music video and song's release, Spark's official channel poured out endless content for a light. A comment recommending the best order to watch the group choreography video, individual fan cams, and behind-the-scenes footage received many upvotes. Much greater than I thought. The MV style changed a bit starting from bright, but I guess it was to film this. The visuals are insane. I've taken so many screenshots my hard drive is about to explode. Putting everything else aside, I love it because it fits the song so well. Much greater than you go seriously, how could you do this? My fingers can only type curses, my mouth can only drool. My humanity is shattered to think you could do a concept like this and never gave it to us until now. Is this all the loyalty between Spark and Sparkler amounts to, huh? I can't watch this music video with a sane mind. It's amazing how there's only one sentence that isn't filtered in such a long comment. Ha ha ha. Much greater than they wore leather outfits, showed that much chest, and did a group wave. I can't believe this isn't a dream. Wasn't it just yesterday that Yiwol said he'd only consider a sexy concept after the ink on the kids' new ID cards was dry? Time flies. After watching a light, I realized I can hold my breath for a full 5 minutes. Much greater than my head is about to explode trying to list all the good parts of the choreography. The cha-cha-cha choreo, the group wave, sweeping the floor, rubbing their lips, grabbing their belts, the sudden back appeal, raising their arms to emphasize upper body muscles, stroking their thighs. It's a determinately power-sexy dance. Character limit, damn it. What am I supposed to remove from this? You guys need to increase the limit. The sudden back appeal. A super intense dance that fits the intense song. I praise it. There's not a single break, and it's a magical choreography where you get even busier when it's not your part. Songbin and Juwoo are busy even during their own parts. Save the main vocals. They don't seem to have any intention of seducing me, but they're just full of madness, which makes them sexy. It's a unique sexy concept. Much greater than I guess I like it when intimidating-looking guys do powerful dance tracks. The more powerful the music, the better, BB. I was done for the moment I heard the sound of a motorcycle starting up LOL. I was surprised when I saw the comment saying there were no backup dancers. They really used the stage formations so widely. Since their arm and leg reach is long, the stage looks full. Much greater than Keon was definitely super cute Kong Keon. But when did he become king of sexy? Authority on sexy.kings. Dignity Kong Keon. The shy Chonghyun stands club, and Chonghyun who returned as a sexy, gorgeous visual, leaving cutie pretty behind, like this post. Mr. Lee Chonghyun, you were truly amazing. I was distracted for a moment. Mr. Kong Keon, you were absolutely incredible. I've put you in my wicker basket. Hey, give him back. Much greater than all day long I'm going around saying, raise the temperature, let it burn, melt it all, let it burn and shit. Get out of my head. You're still better off than me. I'm just going let it burn, let it burn. I watched a few reaction videos, heard them explain why it's so good. Went, oh I see, turned off my phone, and then found myself going let it burn. To the comment above, did you install a CCTV in my house? Take it down before I report you. Much greater than. I heard they had a new song, so I thought I'd just check it out. But then I saw the comment compilations, watched the reactions, the relay dance, the fan cams, then the dance practice. more fan cams, and more comments. So, when are they on the music shows? For 3 weeks, starting next week. 3 weeks? Desperately praying for cross-edits. Much greater than Jong, Song, Bin, slicked, back, hair. Kim Mahayan lies here. No, but for real, are the hearts of Songbin stans okay? Our boy is no longer just a gentle beauty limited to Spark. He's no longer the vanguard of the Blue Flame Corps. Songbin. Songbin is too much of a man, Mahayan. To be able to see slicked back hair Songbin in various versions, there's no other luxury buffet like this. He only gave us a sample at the Encore concert, and now he's finally brought out the full course meal. Much greater than the charting is insane. Are they getting #1 on the first broadcast? Crazy. When did their firepower get this strong? SPKL are streaming machines. Lining up, even the B-sides on the charts at dawn is streaming. Do you think staying on the roof in broad daylight is possible just with streaming? Seeing them maintain their rank even when it's not dawn, it's a sure thing. Alight boasted overwhelming buzz. This result was expected, as it combined the mass appeal of Hideout with the know-how from Bright, which had emphasized the organic connection between song and video. However, none of them grew arrogant or claimed they simply got the results they deserved. Even after seeing the graph shoot through the roof upon entry, the members expressed their wholehearted gratitude for winning first place in their first comeback week. This is all thanks to your brilliant music. What are you talking about? Thank you for looking so good again. It's not like my face got handsome because you styled it, but thanks for the compliment. Lee Chonghyun and I shared a warm, victorious handshake. Park Ji-woo clapped his hands with a pleased look on his face. The moment promotions began, Spark's path of suffering reopened to rave reviews. Like idols who must work hard when they are in demand, Spark accepted most of the schedules that came their way. This eventually led to a situation where only one person slept in the 6-person dorm. Cutie pretty visual Lee Chonghyun, awesome. Am I the only one at the dorm today? 21-year vintage metal marbles Park Ji-woo. I'll be back in the early morning. Wait just a little longer. Cutie pretty visual Lee Chonghyun. But I'm alone until 11:59 p.m. You're all staying out too much. This is a communal living space, so could you please not ignore your housemates' loneliness. Center Emperor Choi Ji-ho, on my way. Cutie pretty visual Lee Chonghyun. Dad, Chonghyun is bored. Me, you have to leave early. In the morning. Go to sleep early. Cutie pretty visual Lee Chonghyun. Yes, father. Me, why am I father and Choi Ji-ho is dad? Super cute Kong Kyeon, stick to your role, father. Me, this is ridiculous. Mental pillar Jong Song Bin, Chonghyun. Don't you have to be at work at 3 a.m. tomorrow? It's the day you're a special MC. Cutie pretty visual Lee Chonghyun. The Hyungs keep nagging me, so Chonghyun is going to bed in tears dash. Everyone send a kind word for the Chonghyun, who cried himself to sleep dash. Me, the sun won't rise tomorrow, because your face will rise first, Chonghyun. Super cute Kong Kyeon, I don't know about that. If he cries himself to sleep, won't his face be too swollen to rise? Me, the first person to get there is responsible for putting a heated eye mask on Chonghyun. 21-year vintage metal marbles Park Ji-woo. I'll do it VV happy face VV. Mental pillar Jong Song Bin, Ji-woo, and I will be there before 2 a.m. And so they repeated a schedule of being loaded into a van as a group before sunrise, running off to music shows and variety programs. The rest they had gotten right before helped immensely. With their stamina fully recharged, Spark flew around from morning till night. Having a full album's worth of diverse songs also added fun to their promotions. They never got bored as they took turns performing the pre-release single, the title track, and the B-sides. Another event kept them on their toes in a different way. Since Spark's most recent issue was surviving a major accident on an outdoor stage with miraculous quick-wittedness, this episode was mentioned on every variety show they attended. Because no one was hurt, people tended to ask about it casually. The great commotion behind the scenes was a story only we knew. To others, it was just a perilous incident that ended simply. So we went around answering nicely to get more views. My internal injuries had healed, and we couldn't look serious in front of the cameras anyway. We talked it up, hoping for more publicity. A moderate amount of tension, long-suppressed energy, and the cheers right in front of you combined to create an incredible rush of endorphins. It reached a point where I didn't even feel tired. We wanted to show more than we had prepared, and we chattered away excitedly in the car every day on the way home. The excited atmosphere led to results, much greater than what is this discipline. The glint in their eyes is legendary. As expected, people need to work at a relaxed pace. The kids came back with a different glow. Our kids always had a good glow, though. They came back with a menacingly sharp glow. Ha 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 ha, is that a good thing? LOL. Much greater than Manager Yiwol is here. What? It was black until yesterday. When did he dye it? OMG, if Kim Yiwol's personal color was blonde, how could he have not had blonde hair until now? Know thyself before you style your little brothers, please. Sorry, but are you humans just going to tell us about Yiwol, and that's it? Are you just going to wipe your mouths and look at Choi Jiho's neo-purple hair by yourselves? I'm crying from the sense of betrayal. Much greater than seeing other idols mention a light. The song must be really good. Idols who do karaoke live seem to sing it at least once. Even though it's a song with intense choreography, I like that there's no awkward silence in karaoke. Ha ha ha. This is important. Much greater than Rare's in uniform. Are you only giving us this precious outfit on stage? Could you not have given it to us in the music video? A week after I said that, the performance version MV teaser dropped. I can die with no regrets. An idol who gives you everything without you having to ask. A dutiful son idol who leaves the granary door open and waits for me when I come to raid it. There were so many cool point choreographies and formation changes that I knew the dance video would blow up. But seeing that they even had a performance MV saved up, it seems they anticipated the word-of-mouth buzz to some extent. Leader Jong is still on his legendary path. Slicked back black hair with wax and goggles. I'll die for you. From the radio during their commutes to various broadcasts and music quizzes, a light. Played constantly. In a market where album sales don't always correlate with digital chart performance or public recognition, Spark sales and buzz graphs rose in a similar pattern. How can we repay this incredible response? Jong Songbin asked seriously. He seemed to feel that since they had received so much, they had to do something more. We put our heads together to think. The easiest thing would be long-form original content, right? Vlogs are uploaded often, so something different would be good. Should we open up the survey we did last time? Jong Songbin opened a WebCell file from the shared drive. It was a compilation of survey results for content fans want to see from Spark, which the group collected annually. The first-place winner, a skit, and the second-place winner, an observational camera, were filmed before the comeback. The Bizarre Family skit, where their jobs were village guardian posts and village chief, had been popular for ages. Fans also wanted to see Spark's daily life up close, so we filmed a day of them properly resting during their break. That video was scheduled for upload tomorrow. However, the one that narrowly came in third place was on my mind. The Mission Failure, Age of Suffering series is consistently popular, huh? Mission Failure, Age of Suffering was an original web variety series produced during the Mission promotions to show Spark in various suits. It needed to be entertaining, and since Spark's office worker moments were already known from the IDC meeting scene, we felt there was no merit in showing a similar scene again. So, we produced a series where they were office workers in name only, allowing each member's true personality to shine. This series boasted a surprisingly long lifespan. Just recently, an Age of Suffering episode became a hot topic. It featured the 6 cold-faced handsome men who got their jobs through connections as contradictory characters who had mastered the love triangle and winning combinations of Tiak Chui Sun. Do they like seeing us look foolish? Seeing how it became such a steady seller. It seemed the scene where they sat on a company newsletter spread on the floor and dipped fried food into tteokbokki sauce, despite their fine appearances, was particularly impressive. In any case, I wanted to prioritize what the Sparklers wanted, so I contacted the dedicated team. Unfortunately, their reply was that it would be difficult due to the schedule. The filming and editing schedule is fine, but we're too short on time to rent an office. They said all the places they had used for filming before were fully booked. The situation wasn't right for renting a space in a hurry. I see. There was just one candidate location that the dedicated team probably hadn't contacted. It was a place I had intended to visit someday, but kept putting off because I was reluctant to. Go. Jukyung, could you please check on one more company for me? The cost probably won't be too high, and it's a place that will most likely accommodate our schedule. Where is it? I took a deep breath and answered, Hampyeong Industry. 475, Chapter 475, Hampyeong Industry 1. Hampyeong Industry's office looked traditional, fitting for an older company. It had partitions, worn-out black computer towers and keyboards, and a rarely used whiteboard that was brought out once a month. Cabinets overflowed with documents, and an ugly green trash can, likely from a convenience store, sat in a corner. It has a completely different feel from a startup. There was decent demand for filming dramas or movies in a real office like this. Even in my office, had only filmed on the rooftop or in a large corporation's lobby. Seeing the steady stream of office-themed dramas, management often told them to actively appeal to studios instead of letting the empty office sit idle. But almost no one wanted to use Hampyeong Industry as a filming location. Studios wanted a clean and spacious space suitable for practical use, where they could turn on computers or open drawers. They didn't want a neglected hell for office workers with leaking walls and broken air conditioning. Since there was no demand, booking it would be easy and the price could be significantly reduced. It wasn't the rainy season, so leaks weren't a concern. Seeing a young, handsome team leader repotting a dead plant in a drama would have its own unique charm. If it went through, the person in charge would be an employee from the HR team. That was their jurisdiction. It's still too early for Assistant Manager Huang to have joined the company. No matter how much I pulled schedules forward and fast-forwarded incidents, the time for Assistant Manager Huang, who would still be a university student, wouldn't have flowed twice as fast. The age gap between my sister and me was the same as before. It would most likely be the senior who vanished right after I joined, or perhaps that senior's own senior, who also cut off contact without leaving a single handover document. I could bet my entire career that Department Head Nam would show his face at least once. As long as Nam Jua was a debut fan of Spark, Department Head Nam would have known about Spark from the moment they debuted. Disgusting human. I grumbled inwardly. I couldn't stand the sight of him, but I was prepared. There were matters I needed to resolve. I've lived with the Department Head Speak Patch system for a while now, so maybe I've built up some immunity? Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button in my opinion, about 90%. Assistant Manager Kim is always unsatisfactory in some way, always a little lacking. The system popped up with frightening speed, even though I had only thought of it. The screen shone much brighter than usual, maybe because it had been a while. Its attitude was the same as ever. I wanted to turn it off again immediately, but the system ignored my volcanic irritation. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button I always tell you, don't I? Report first even if your superior doesn't ask, and if you have nothing to do, find something yourself. Be proactive and independent. This is great. I really like what I'm seeing right now. If you like it so much, why don't you give me a reward? But then you just ask if Assistant Manager Kim only moves when there's a reward, right? You'd say the company pays my salary, which covers the time I spend sighing and slacking off, yet I still expect so much. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button hey. Assistant Manager Kim, you're a pro at making others look petty. Have you ever seen me withhold money I was supposed to give you? And I even give you some nice bonuses on the side. I wish the guy who was so damn late approving a single KPI achievement would just shut up. I hope he realizes he'd have nothing to say even if he were sued for unpaid wages. The system read my inner thoughts and grumbled for a long time. Every word was about how disappointed it was in Assistant Manager Kim and how Assistant Manager Kim could do this to it. As I tried to ignore it, the system asserted its presence. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button stop slacking and get to work. Since Assistant Manager Kim voluntarily offered to work overtime, I'll give you a little something as a token of encouragement. You trust me, right? And with that, it vanished. After a slight delay, a message arrived from Jukyung. The location booking was confirmed. Assistant Manager Kim. Department Head Nam saw me arrive at work and smiled so widely that all his teeth showed. The moment I saw that smile, I thought this had to be a dream. The only time Department Head Nam ever welcomed me was when he was delivering news that Nam Jua was extremely pleased with my work. What are you doing? Not sitting down. If you're at work, you should sit down promptly. Department Head Nam moved behind me and grabbed both my shoulders. An irresistible force pushed me into my familiar seat. A single white chrysanthemum lay on the desk, He pulled out the chair and sat me down, acting as if he couldn't see the flower. He turned on my computer and placed my hand on the mouse. It was hard to tell if the feeling surging inside me was anger or nausea. The short, authoritative word crushed me. Even in a dream, I was sick of it all. I was sick of myself for returning to this place after death, and sick of department head Nam, who would surely treat a resurrected employee the same way. The blue desktop background stung my eyes. I didn't want to carry this feeling any longer. I wanted to shake it off now. A morning alarm rang from somewhere far away. I turned it off and got up, seeing the dim light of dawn through the window. I slowly began to prepare to go out. It was a suit I often wore even after becoming an idol, but today my wrists and waist felt terribly uncomfortable. The size wasn't wrong, but the sleeves felt tight. After putting on my tie, I noticed my rigid expression in the mirror. I tried forcing a friendly smile. It looked more unnatural than the thumbnail of a recent stage fan cam. I don't know when it became so difficult to pretend to be fine in a bad situation. Could this also be part of the coercive but macroscopically a path to mental health that the system pursues? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? While I was lost in thought, Jong Songbin approached and asked. He had finished his hairstyling, and the department director style part suited him well. No. To think I, who had turned UA upside down to chase out the industry senior tormenting Jong Songbin, was now taking him to Hampyong Industry. It felt like a different era. I remembered the day Jong Songbin first showed signs of depression. Gripped by the fear of losing our leader, I had rambled incoherently in front of him. Thinking back, it was ridiculous. How could anyone believe me when I said I could see the future, or that he would become a leader? Still, I felt a strange nostalgia. I looked at Jong Songbin and spoke. Somehow, I have a strong feeling that the place we're going is not compatible with me, feng shui-wise. You know, the yin and yang energies aren't in harmony? I suspect it won't be an auspicious place for me. Back in his trainee days, Jong Songbin would have laughed at such nonsense. He might have even teased me with strange questions. It was the same when he acted like he believed the fortune-telling octopus. Jong Songbin's stance was to either brush it off with a joke or add some flavor by saying my intuition was scarily accurate, treating it as a simple topic of conversation. However, Jong Songbin didn't laugh. He didn't pepper me with joking questions either. Should I tell them to cancel the shoot? We just have to pay the company a penalty fee. His unexpected reaction flustered me. I hadn't complained with the same intensity as when I confessed my conscience under a blanket. Yet Jong Songbin was completely serious. Seeing him turn to leave as I stood there blinking, I quickly grabbed him. It was a joke. Really? Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd believe me. Because it's such a ridiculous story. I never thought you'd take it seriously. An awkward silence fell. Then and now, I was just making excuses because I didn't want to die for revealing heavenly secrets. But it was also true that my attitude could seem playful, so I apologized. Politely. If you believe in fortune-telling or divination and were offended because it seemed like I was making light of the subject. It's not like that. It's not. No. I don't really believe in that kind of thing. Jong Songbin was firm. His calm demeanor made me feel like I was the strange one. Then why did you suggest canceling the shoot? You said you don't believe in fortune-telling. I just don't want to force you to do something you're not comfortable with. Force it. I thought. Any working adult knew you couldn't always do only what you wanted in life. Jong Songbin explained his reasoning with a single added line. Especially at a time like this. He lowered his voice, still seeming worried about my mental state. If it were an external broadcast recording, my response might have been different, but for internal company matters, there's a lot we can decide amongst ourselves. I know you have particularly good intuition, Hyung. I was really surprised when you correctly guessed the score of the Korea-Japan match. If I had to choose, I'm closer to believing your words than some superstitious realm. And it's also rare for you to say you dislike something, Hyung. Jong Songbin smiled. There was a time I would see myself smiling reflexively, whether I felt good or bad, and I would curse myself as an idiot or a fool. Saying I disliked something I disliked was an unrealistic act I had never even imagined. Refusing something unpleasant was thousands of times harder than desiring something I wanted. Life forces you to take on things you dislike far more often than it gives you the chance to say what you want. And yet, this is happening so peacefully, without any great catalyst. A strange feeling rose in my heart. So I turned my frustration on the innocent Jong Songbin. I told myself the kid was too naive and would struggle to survive in the harsh entertainment industry if he trusted others so blindly. My worries proved baseless as Jong Songbin continued with untainted words. If you went so far as to mention that it doesn't feel right, Hyung, there must be something to it. I have no intention of questioning it. Even so, you should have some doubts. What if I've just gotten lazy? Is there any hypothesis more unbelievable than you getting lazy, Hyung? His infinite trust left me at a loss. As I suffered from self-reproach, wondering if I had spoiled the kid, Jong Songbin asked a question. So, what should we do about the shoot? If we're going to call it off, let's decide before we leave the salon. I told you it was a joke. Let's go. If the yin and yang energies don't seem to match, I'll just have you stick by my side to create some harmony. But you once said that I only have yang energy in my features when I'm with Spark. Well, isn't that better? From a balanced perspective than having only yin energy. I had worked so hard to decide to visit Hampyeong Industry, stealing my resolve to visit my old workplace again. I could never. It's only possible when you've made up your mind. Who in their right mind would make such a misguided choice? I didn't want to back down now. However, I'd like it if we could move as a group as much as possible at the filming location. It's shameless of me to ask, but I'd be grateful if you could help alleviate my excessive worry and anxiety, even a little. Of course, we can do that. Jong Songbin answered confidently and headed straight for the managers. A short while later, all the luggage that had been split between two vehicles was moved into one. All the members of Spark piled into the now spacious car. Our shoulders touched, but it was incomparably more comfortable than a hellish subway ride. 476. Chapter 476. Hampyeong Industry, 2. Every office worker dreams of getting revenge on a difficult boss or workplace. I was no different. When my anger built up, I wished for department head Nam to get chewed out by executives or ruin his shoes by stepping on gum. Sometimes, my fury crossed a humane line. Swept up in my emotions, I had thoughts a person should not have. Once I cooled down, the fact that I had entertained such extreme ideas made me question my own humanity. At a glance, my hatred for my boss seemed to follow a steady wave. It rose when I got angry, then calmed over time in a gentle curve. However, the central axis of that wave gradually dropped without me realizing it. My best days were never half as good as before I joined the company. My worst days were so low they interfered with my daily life. It felt like I was slowly wasting away. I did not even know it back then. I only realize it now, looking back. Saying I hated department head Nam or did not want to rejoin Hampyeong Industry was not wrong, but it was not entirely accurate either. I was afraid. The mere thought of reliving that time was suffocating. I knew what words would be thrown at me, and the idea of a future where I could not escape was terrifying. I learned from department head Nam that when hatred grows too large, it moves beyond revenge. You reach a point where you do not even want to see the person by chance. It was fine when I did not know what an ideal workplace was. You do not complain when you think everyone lives a similar life. However, after working with good people for a long time and tasting accomplishment again and again, you realize just how deep a scar that place left on you. That was why I wanted to ignore it for the rest of my life. I wanted to rip it from my memory. Still, there were people I could not bring myself to forget. Assistant Manager Huang and Assistant Manager Song. My colleagues would follow my path and fill my vacant spot. They became the reason I had to see department head Nam, a man whose obituary I did not even want to hear. Before my regression, I would have had many cards to play. I had mountains of recordings, screenshots, and used vacation records and work logs. However, all of that was gone now. It was impossible to get revenge by dredging up the past. Looking for other victims did not seem meaningful either. In the history of Hampyeong Industry, I had never heard of anyone department head Nam tormented as much as me. This gave me pause, but was there really no way? Humans built pyramids from nothing. I just had to find a new path. The goal was to make department head Nam stop his power tripping. Exposing his past insults to vent my resentment would be best, but I was willing to take the second best option if it put the brakes on him. The most powerful tool would be the right to speak. The influence of an idol his daughter likes is incomparable to that of a subordinate far below him in rank. The risk was also low. It might be different if it were an industry insider close to Spark, but it would be hard for a middle-aged department head with no connection to me to get much attention, even if he talked about me. Department head Nam was also not the type to be good at trolling young people online. Conversely, what would happen if the subordinate Kim Yiwol rebelled against his department head? I would be lucky to leave work with both legs intact. Even if I resigned, he would block my future by spewing malicious gossip during every reference check. Generally, celebrities were at a slight disadvantage in a public expos. Those with more to lose had to be more careful. However, the idol Kim Yiwol had gained a buffer from the several rumors and controversies. The fact that people would take my side was also a factor that could not be ignored. Besides, I'm not alone. With 5 others in my party, if department head Nam tried to throw something, wouldn't at least one of them step in and ask what he was doing? I say it like a joke, but I am serious. Honestly, I did not have the confidence to face department head Nam alone. Years of being unilaterally beaten down puts pressure on a person, regardless of any actual difference in physical strength. The system borrowed department head Nam's way of speaking, because using department head Nam's authority is the most effective method against Kim Yiwol. Just as the system judged, I was still under department head Nam's shadow. I hesitated, even though I could have come up with any number of reasons to see him. My head screamed at me to go and act on my conscience, but my body would not move. However, if we could all go together, I felt I would not be so helplessly beaten down, even if Spark did nothing specific. They lectured me so much normally, they would have to say at least one thing before leaving, if only to save face. No, just having them nearby would be much more calming, just like it was at the Sky Garden when we all went to see the night view. There should never be another person like me because of department head Nam. I hope no one ever has to experience that kind of pain. That was all I wanted. I felt like there would be no greater challenge in my life. It was so difficult that I could not have made the decision without people on my side. So it had to be now. The last thing to decide was what method I would use. The current me and department head Nam were complete strangers, no matter how friendly he might feel toward me. Persuasion would take a lot of time, and department head Nam would probably not listen seriously. One-time events or rewards lacked sustainability. A vile person like department head Nam could not be reformed with light lip service like, "If you make me one promise, I'll give your daughter an autograph." A hardline approach was necessary. In a closed environment where I could not ask for help, I had to be in such an overwhelmingly superior position that he had no choice but to listen to me. For a long time, probably until the day department head Nam retires, I had to make him constantly monitor himself from the closest possible distance. I had to instill fear in him. This would prevent a momentary lapse of control and stop him from taking his anger out on someone weaker. It was time for him to pay the price for making his subordinates constantly censor their own conduct. I would use what I had to force department head Nam to turn over a new leaf. There was no plan more concise than this. I had decided on the method. All that was left was to confirm. System. A glowing dialog box appeared when I called the system. I was not naive enough to dismiss everything as a coincidence. The well-laid stage, my decision to meet department head Nam, the solution I chose, and the tools I intended to use. If the table was set this well, the system clearly wanted something. I think I know what that small reward you said you'd prepared is, so I want to confirm. If the system wanted me to overcome life's obstacles that badly, it must have prepared a proper safety net. The system immediately displayed a response. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button. You've been with the company for 4 years, so assistant manager Kim, you should be able to guess what I'm thinking, right? Plus, the system flickered. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button. An external presentation for business expansion is not considered a leak of internal company secrets, so feel free to go. Plus, as expected, the system declared that it would not increase the synchronization rate or give me a penalty. As the system turned off, the car gradually slowed to park. Getting out of the car, I looked up at the building's exterior. It was as neat as ever. On the surface, no company was better than this one. People who valued appearances invested in what was visible rather than what was substantial. Hampyong Industry was crawling with such characters. They hired an acquaintance's construction company to do the work on the cheap. They were saddled with a leaking ceiling and toilets with abnormally weak water pressure. Yet, they plastered a huge photo of the company's exterior on job postings, as if they provided a fantastic work environment. How ridiculous. I was in pretty good shape, so much so that I felt embarrassed for worrying I might be intimidated. Maybe it was because I had steeled my resolve, but I even felt calm. If I had an ounce of affection left, I might have felt nostalgic. However, the only emotions I felt now were negative. The fact that hostility was not spreading was a good sign. Anger was essential for what was to come. While I enthusiastically cursed them in my head, someone walked into the lobby. It was an unfamiliar face. "You're here for the Spark shoot, right?" I overheard snippets of his conversation with the managers. I racked my brain over the name, which was as unfamiliar as his face, before I realized the man's identity. He was one of the 83 senior assistant managers who had passed through the HR team. I had seen their names while scouring meeting minutes, approval documents, and the server like a madman. Because there was not even a handover document. If this was not the graveyard for assistant managers, what was? It felt strange seeing this distant senior of mine in a neat suit. Although he smiled, the exhaustion caked around his eyes, and his worn-out slippers completely closed the psychological distance with this person I was meeting for the first time. "How did you know about a place like this?" Lee Chonghyun asked. I whispered into his ear. "I saw it while doing research a long time ago." "Oh." Lee Chonghyun was easily convinced, recalling the days before we had a dedicated team when we had to handle everything ourselves. We rode the painfully slow elevator and passed through a suffocating hallway before a familiar office came into view. It was a corner office I once managed, which was completely unusable because it had no heating or air conditioning. It had also been neglected for years until it caught management's eye. They chewed out the employees, asking, "How on earth are you managing the company?" The employees then had to convert it into a warehouse with their own hands. "Well, why did you dissolve perfectly good teams, ruin a business, and make the company a hollow shell?" The office for the shoot was next to it. It was a space for the TFs that were hastily thrown together whenever the CEO saw an article like "Corporation's TF team did it creating the best performance with a flexible organizational structure." And threw a fit. At Hampyong Industry, forming a TF, running it for 3.5 months, and then dismantling it if it did not produce results was an annual event. Then, they would hear about someone else hitting the jackpot with a small TF and create a new one all over again. Thanks to that, things worked out well for me. I rented a filming office on the cheap and gained a justification for confronting department head Nam. The background knowledge, passed down like an old folktale, helped me draw a concrete picture of everything, from where to shoot to how to confront him. While the staff rearranged the desks in the rental space, we were guided to an empty conference room. Just as we were about to review our roles and the flow one last time before the shoot began, we heard a knock on the door. 477. Chapter 477. Hampyong Industry, 3. An unexpected person appeared. Deputy General Manager On? It was Deputy General Manager On from the marketing team. His hands were full of bottled drinks and snacks. The members sitting by the door shot up to help him. The assistant manager from before had not come, so he was probably getting chewed out by department head Nam or team leader Joe somewhere. "I came to bring you all some drinks," Deputy General Manager On said. "I heard you haven't started filming yet." "Thank you." Every month, Hampyong Industry ordered the cheapest snack set from its office snack supplier. Deputy General Manager On seemed to have tried to pick the most diverse selection from it. If my memory is right, Deputy General Manager On still held the same rank as Department Head Nam around this time. Deputy General Manager On and Department Head Nam had joined the company around the same time. Their promotion speeds were similar until they both became Deputy General Managers. The divergence began when Department Head Nam started seriously playing office politics. At Hampyong Industry, it was not uncommon for superiors to nitpick at those they considered thorns in their side and sabotage their promotions. This coercive behavior was even worse toward employees in difficult situations. They commonly broke a person's pride with words like, "You think you have anywhere else to go?" just to keep them from leaving. Deputy General Manager On was a similar case. Department Head Nam had cozied up to the management and used his position in the HR team to make a few comments, like, "Deputy General Manager On doesn't seem to work much overtime." This resulted in On receiving bogus performance reviews every time. After the marketing team's team leader resigned due to internal conflict, everyone thought no one was more qualified to take the position than Deputy General Manager On. The CEO made the absurd decision to leave the team leader position vacant. He designated Deputy General Manager On as the sole person in charge of the handover. This piled on practical responsibilities without increasing his pay, a classic case of labor exploitation. This contrasted starkly with how former Deputy General Manager Nam was simultaneously made a team leader when the head of the HR team was promoted to Director of the Management Support Division. Deputy General Manager Joe had also gotten his position similarly when Department Head Nam became the Deputy Director of the Management Support Division. Despite doing a team leader's work, his path to the higher position of Deputy Director of the Business Division was blocked. No one officially recognized him as a manager. This bizarre state continued right up until I joined the company and became an assistant manager. In a situation with such blatant disparity, one would expect some discretion, but Department Head Nam was shameless. Backed by his newfound power, he openly bragged about how well he knew who to suck up to and what he had done to a colleague of the same rank. Nevertheless, Deputy General Manager On did not leave the company. No one knew if he wanted acknowledgement from the company that had mistreated him or if he had unavoidable circumstances. However, one thing was certain. He's too good of a talent for Hampyeong industry. Anyone who knew Deputy General Manager On said the same thing. I was no exception. Deputy General Manager On was kind even to me, a member of another team and a subordinate of the very man who constantly threw a wrench in his work life. He always worried about me being worn down under Department Head Nam. He told me several times that he wished things were different for me. The reason he deliberately called me so late that night, right before I drew my last breath, must have been because he was worried about me being ground to dust. I only realized the caller of that last phone call was Deputy General Manager On after I re-examined my memory data to act out Cheon Yunsong's ending scene. At the time, I was too preoccupied with Park Ju-woo's situation to dwell on it. I was only surprised by it later, after the incident was resolved. Deputy General Manager On had once given me his number, saying he would buy me a drink sometime, but we had never actually contacted each other personally. The timing was just too coincidental. The sight of Deputy General Manager On, who was not even on the HR team, taking care of visitors, overlapped with the image of my phone screen, where his unanswered call did not disconnect until it went to voicemail. Good luck with the shoot. Deputy General Manager On gave a deep bow and left the conference room. It was hard to tear my eyes from the closed door. The shoot did not take long. In fact, it went quite smoothly. When we drew lots to assign roles, I drew the department head role, whether by chance or by fate. Thanks to that, I spouted a whole repertoire of quintessential, old-school boss lines with all my might throughout the recording, leaving nothing in reserve. I treated it as a dress rehearsal for my confrontation with Department Head Nam, poking at my junior's left and right like a hedgehog with starch toothpicks stuck in its back. My performance as a living, breathing, power-tripping boss was so perfect it was like a caricature come to life. It received high praise from both the members and the staff. The phrase "an honor without glory" fit perfectly. After checking that we had filmed enough content and confirming the remaining rental time, we shot some bonus clips and took selfies that we might use someday. After a final check, while the equipment was being packed up, I was about to take off my props and put them away when the office door opened. "Agu, everyone from Spark." A voice that was unpleasant just to hear. A shameless attitude, visiting whenever he pleased without distinguishing between public and private matters. "It's an honor to meet you." I knew who it was without even seeing his face. Department Head Nam. My stomach churned. Department Head Nam had an exceptional talent for sucking up to people he needed. I was sure he had calculated that this was the perfect time to strike, right after work was done and everyone was in a good mood. I knew he would come himself for something like this, rather than sending someone else. How could he entrust such an important task to a disrespectful subordinate who doesn't treat his boss's daughter's affairs as his own, especially when he did not know how much more he could get if he played his cards right? A conventional man who never deviated an inch from my expectations. A figure who was narrow-minded beyond belief, even in his younger days. My mind, instinctively repulsed, continued to rail against Department Head Nam. "So how did the shoot go?" "Yes, it went well, thank you." Department Head Nam bypassed Manager Dan, who was thanking him, and approached us directly. Then he started grabbing the members' hands one by one as he struck up a conversation. My daughter is a huge fan of Spark. There he goes again. Goosebumps broke out on my arms. Department Head Nam's hand reached toward me, but it stopped. Choi Ji-ho was shaking Department Head Nam's hand and asking a question. Who's your daughter a fan of? She says she likes the older members. Can you take a few pictures for me on my phone? The kid talks about nothing but Spark at home. Sir, we're prohibited from filming with outsiders due to our spoiler policy. Manager Dayan rushed over to stop Department Head Nam. Department Head Nam paid him no mind at all. Who's an old guy like me going to spread this to? I'm just going to show it to my daughter. Besides, isn't this the kind of thing the members can just do at their own discretion? His habit of half listening to and dismissing the words of anyone he did not consider important, and his attitude of acting only as he pleased without any consideration for others' circumstances, were still the same. Treating the rules like crap was just a bonus. The fact that he was a consistent bastard even before I knew him was actually a welcome discovery. I might have felt bad about causing a scene in his face otherwise. If she likes the older members, I guess that includes me, right? I pulled Department Head Nam's hand toward me for a handshake and spoke to him. Perhaps thinking I would be more reasonable than Choi Ji-ho, Department Head Nam patted my forearm enthusiastically while chattering on about his daughter's love for Spark. Well, in that case, we have to do something for her. I'll get in trouble if our CEO finds out. So how about I secretly film something for you? Just me. What? What kind of company manages something like that? I know, right? It's incredibly frustrating for us too, but I'll film a video for you instead. The Spark members stared at me with strange expressions as I complained along with Department Head Nam. Only Department Head Nam was excited, thinking of bringing an idle video home to his daughter. I asked politely, is there a quiet place nearby where we won't hear any outside noise? We don't have enough time to record it multiple times. It would be best if we could keep other sounds from mixing in. Right. I should do as you young people say. There's a quiet place right next door. Let's go there. Choi Ji-ho looked like he was about to intervene, so I glanced around and quickly stepped on his foot. The guy took the hint and shut his mouth. I laid out all the necessary conditions for the shoot to Department Head Nam. A space with no prying eyes. A place sealed on all sides so no outside noise could get in, and the prerequisite that we had to make the most of our short time. In a situation like this, there was only one candidate Department Head Nam could possibly think of. The office we had passed on our way here, the one that had been demoted to a supply room. Let's go inside. Department Head Nam unhesitatingly led me into a small storage closet inside the supply room. This space, attached to the office, had also once been used as a break room. The supply room was not opened often, except on days when new items were delivered. Hampyeong Industry was not a generous enough company to frequently replace its employees' electronic devices. Frequently used items were stacked in boxes all over the supply room. Whenever a refill request came in, HR team employees would move them to the respective departments, restrooms, or break rooms. This meant the only people who ever came here were HR staff, and even they did not come often. Still, the probability of someone entering the supply room was not absolute zero. There were always exceptions. For Department Head Nam, there were people in the HR team outside his control, like the team leader or the director, and despite repeated notices, an employee who secretly took supplies from the room would pop up about once a quarter. Therefore, it was a natural step for Department Head Nam to choose the most secluded spot within the supply room. This was the background behind his choice of the dusty storage closet, where unwanted inventory and broken items were piled up indefinitely for the simple reason that it was a waste to throw them away. Department Head Nam flicked on the light in the closet. The light flickered weakly before brightly illuminating the space. Motes of dust were visible in the air. When Department Head Nam waved his arm, the dust swirled up before settling again. The steel shelves, which had looked like they would give you tetanus if you touched them when I first joined the company, were still there in relatively good condition. How about it? Is this place good enough? Department Head Nam asked. It's more than enough. Of course. I came in and out of this place for years. Could there be a better spot? It's perfect. I smiled brightly. Then, I mentally reviewed the things I had brought with me. Writer, PD, I'm sorry. I'll be borrowing Cheon Yunsong, without permission, just this once. It's just that I've never acted like such a bastard in my entire life. I'll do my best to act the part so as not to tarnish the original work, and I'll return him without a sound when I'm done. For 78. Chapter 478, Repayment 1. Department head Nam fumbled with his phone. Hold on. I'm, not very good at taking videos. He pressed several buttons in a row. I held out my hand, and Department head Nam willingly gave me the phone. I pretended to change the settings to high definition and started the conversation. You seem to have a good relationship with your daughter. You even talk about idols. It's just a normal father-daughter relationship, Department head Nam said. He always took pride in his relationship with his daughter. He often said, "Kids these days have such difficult teenage years, but not our Jua. You have no idea how sweet our child is to her mom and dad." I had heard those words so often my ears were worn out. Department head Nam's love for his daughter never ran dry. Normal? How often do you see a father and daughter who get along so well? For Department head Nam, whose life's pride was being a father and daughter who are like friends, there was no better compliment. Sure enough, the corners of Department head Nam's mouth stretched to his ears. One more thing. A person like Department head Nam, who is authoritarian and obsessed with external factors. It must be all thanks to your care, team leader, I said. Feels great displeasure when others get information about them. Wrong. He's the type to say, "You don't know what kind of coffee I like? Or did you forget I don't eat seafood?" It's all in a similar vein. Such people insist that everyone should naturally know their preferences. They consider themselves influential. Their bloated egos extend beyond those close to them. This trait of obsessing over trivial matters also appears with strangers. They make remarks like, "You expect me to just drink something this bitter? Or do I really have to spell it out for you?" They think others should cater to their every need, as if providing a service. Not team leader, deputy head. And they can't rest until they've pointed out others' mistakes, slips of the tongue, or misunderstandings. It's better to understate their achievements. That way, they can correct you and boast about how much more amazing they are. In the opposite case, their pride gets wounded. Even if the other person had no such intention, they feel slighted. That's why they go out of their way to rebuke you for misspeaking. Pointing out another's mistake helps them forget their own hurt feelings. His correction was at least lenient, likely because I had just flattered his father-daughter relationship. For Department head Nam, who usually looked down on strangers, it meant I had reached the not entirely unlikable stage. This was even more true since he wanted something from me. Today's plan began with stimulating Department head Nam using information the past Kim Yiwol had accumulated. To do that, I first had to raise this mediocre level of favorability to its absolute limit. I needed to build trust to move the story forward. So you might not have been notified yet. About what? A definite stroke of luck for a promotion has come your way. Your appointment as team leader is a sure thing. I thought you already knew. Department head Nam was not slow-witted about company politics. He instantly grasped that he had never introduced himself as a deputy head. He also knew the current HR team leader was likely to be promoted to department head, leaving the team leader position vacant. So it was better to include a meaningful word, something that would linger in his mind while he wondered if my words were just empty flattery. In this case, it was promotion luck. The word luck alone could mean good fortune or a fluke, but adding promotion gave it a superstitious nature. It might seem like a trivial difference, but I had to imprint these points one by one in Department head Nam's mind. To the public, especially those uninterested in idols, Kim Yiwol was known as the idol who predicted a comeback victory in a grim Korea-Japan match. A clip of him on a fortune-telling show also recorded an unimaginable number of views, hitting millions. Moreover, in our country, when a celebrity faced controversy or became a target of gossip, channels, their birth time was often exposed. Their fortune would then be analyzed on all sorts of Sajumatub channels. I was no exception. While I battled accusations of patricide and abuse in the news, countless videos appeared. They had sensational titles and expanded on a bodhisattva's mysterious statements like his face cannot be seen, and he knows the future. There was no way a person like Department head Nam, who loves the misfortunes of others, hadn't seen at least one of those news reports or Saju analysis videos targeting the 40 to 70 age group. I was certain because I had seen his YouTube channel subscription list. On top of that, a video of me saving a member from a collapsing stage recently aired on the news. The younger generation, frequently exposed to idol news, likely remembered me from various things. They might know me as the guy from the Ministry of Employment and Labor ad, or the villain in that one drama. On the other hand, to a middle-aged man who ignores uninteresting information and only remembers major incidents and sensational clip titles, my image was something like a young man with a tragic life and spiritual powers. A person publicly known for shamanistic issues knew the company's internal affairs, pinpointed his promotion at the perfect time, and had no reason to lie. Department head Nam is easily swayed by such things. I knew he had visited many skilled fortune tellers for his sickly daughter, so I didn't want to exploit it too deeply, but Department head Nam's eyebrows twitched. "Is that so?" he asked, trying to sound nonchalant, but his voice held a hint of excitement. "I've never been told my predictions are inaccurate," I said. "Even if they're just words, it's nice to hear, huh?" Department head Nam looked pleased. "I took a few selfies for show. The announcement hasn't been made, but it would be good to tell your mother in advance. Are you that confident? If you're wrong, how am I supposed to face my mom? What does it matter?" I had narrowed the distance with my background knowledge and increased my credibility with my public image. Now I took the next step. I had to make sure Department head Nam would never think of pulling any stupid stunts again. I looked at the camera lens, pressed the record button, and spoke. "She's going to pass away soon." I delivered the absurd statement calmly. "If she hears the good news, won't her passing be a little more peaceful?" From the corner of my eye, I saw Department head Nam's face turn grim. Before, a look like that would have been immediately followed by a shout. However, Department head Nam held back for a moment. His anger was likely mixed with bewilderment. "Don't say such unlucky things. I don't see why this is an unlucky thing to say. It's not like it's a story that will bring you any harm, team leader." Not. Showing his mother his promotion to team leader was one of Department head Nam's many regrets. At every company dinner, he would shout about how devoted his mother was. He always ended by boasting about how he overcame his deep sorrow to become a department head. It was his routine. Unfortunately, even if I had told him in advance, there was no way to stop it. It might have been different if she died from an illness, but old age left no room for human intervention. Still, he should be grateful I at least gave him a warning. Use the little time she has left to be a good son. Compared to him blowing up my phone during a funeral, right up to the burial. Isn't this an extremely humane gesture? I'm even giving him a chance to avoid regrets after she's gone. She's taking your karma with her, so it's the least you can do. This son of a BTCH. Department head Nam lunged forward to snatch the phone. I raised the phone high, and Department head Nam shoved me hard. I brushed off my crumpled shoulder and spoke. "You should have lived a better life. At her age, she deserves to benefit from her child's success. So what kind of filial impiety is this? Won't you shut up? I'll make sure everyone knows you're a piece of shit who goes around spouting this. Do you not understand what I mean when I say your mother passed away because of you, team leader?" Department head Nam did not grasp the implication of my words and just blinked. It meant that because he had committed many sins, the pitiful people around him were suffering. Seeing Department head Nam so agitated just from hearing someone might die made my anger surge. I wanted to ask him why he had so mercilessly trampled on the life of someone who did not know how to cherish people. However, I tried to remain calm. I wasn't here for personal revenge. I had a goal to achieve, even if it meant meeting Department head Nam, a man I wouldn't want to encounter even in hell. The human Kim Yiwol was not enough. A threat from someone unaccustomed to intimidation would only be an act. I had learned from painful experience that a trembling bluff had no effect. So I thought of Cheon Yunsong. I recalled my memories of playing that role, a steadfast person who never bowed to the powerful or corrupt to achieve his goals. For this moment, I would accept my actions, even if they were immoral. I would erase from my mind whether the person before me was an elder or what kind of story he had, all to prevent any more victims from appearing. Have you heard that evil spirits are cowardly and only cling to the weak? Just like Department head Nam himself. Department head Nam's eyebrows flinched. I smiled gently. Your daughter is frail, isn't she? Unable to contain his anger, Department head Nam grabbed me by the collar. I'm going to sue you. I'll spread this on the internet and make sure the whole country knows you're a piece of human trash for saying things like this. You don't think I can do it? Do it, I said. Department head Nam froze, hearing such informal speech from a kid young enough to be his son. Department head Nam's eyes trembled pathetically. He must be confused. He grabbed my collar, but he had to look up at me, so it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Department head Nam couldn't understand a situation where he was cursing and throwing punches while the other person just smiled. Looking down, Department head Nam seemed truly insignificant. I even doubted if the time I spent worrying about a man like this had ever really existed. Why had I suffered so much because of this person? I could not believe that this man, who looked ready to foam at the mouth and collapse just from hearing a younger person speak informally, had once been threatening enough to ruin my life. A dry laugh escaped me. Do whatever the fuck you want. Go write malicious comments and use violence. Who do you think that hurts in the end? Then I pressed him further. This conversation would only be meaningful if Department head Nam was mentally cornered. I had to make him as flustered and anxious as possible to prolong the fear's effect. For this, I devised a simple stage effect. I was convinced the warehouse we were in would be the stage for our conversation. Department head Nam had dumped everything related to Hampion industry onto me, living with all that had turned my head into an encyclopedia of miscellaneous knowledge. For example, I was the only one who knew why the lights in this junkyard-like warehouse often went out by themselves. The other employees had tolerated something easily fixable for so long, right up until I joined the company. The reason was a faulty switch connection. The wide shelf used to maximize storage space slightly covered the small switch, which was also a problem. Every time the shelf's frame bumped the switch, it was affected. The contact terminal, a result of shoddy construction, frequently caused the light to flicker. I wouldn't know if I could use the lighting until I got here. Thankfully, the light flickered the moment I turned it on, proving the connection was still poor. Everything was perfect. You think you've lived well until now because people have taken care of you, praising you as the best, the greatest. Be anxious. Pray desperately that the arrow misses you. Be unable to run, fearing for your precious family. Tense about what words I will utter next. Just like I was when I painstakingly worked under you. Snap out of it. It's greedy to hope that a good person who does everything you say and would even pretend to die at your command would stay by the side of trash like you for long. Department head Nam shoved me violently. I slammed into a metal shelf with a loud crash. When that happens, the unstable light source, even without me reaching out to turn it off. You keep living like this, right? Goes out with just an indirect impact. Pop. The light went out with a sharp sound. The warehouse instantly plunged into darkness. That person will die. The color drained from Department head Nam's face. 479. Chapter 479. Repayment 2. The lights flickered back on, casting a dim, erratic glow. In that moment, Department head Nam might have thought of his wife, who always cared for him and praised him as a wonderful head of the household. Or perhaps he thought of his good and honest daughter, who followed her father's words without question. But the person who wanted to die because of him was someone else. The person who had given up on life stood right here. I felt guilty for using his innocent wife and Nam Jua, even as I spoke vaguely to avoid dragging them into this. The reality that Department head Nam wouldn't even think of the people he tormented was both laughable and miserable. I just hope I'm the last subordinate who ever has to endure this. The thought drove me. The last one forced to serve him, to say thank you for your advice while being cursed at, to do everything he was told, and to live as if my own self had died long ago. Because you lived like a piece of shit. Resentment poured from me like vomit. I packed all the indignation of the past years into my words, chewed them up, and spat them at Department head Nam. Because of you. I needed an anger intense enough to swallow a person whole. I stared at Department head Nam, determined to carve an unsettling, fearful memory into his mind that he couldn't dismiss as a madman's ravings. Department head Nam had lived his life never knowing the hell of feeling like everything in the world was your fault. He always ignored how some criticisms can turn a person into a sinner who doesn't deserve to live. However, now he would learn. The moment everything becomes irreversible, when he loses his mother and becomes conscious of the word karma, thrown at him by the person who predicted her death. He will want to atone for the atrocities he committed so casually that he doesn't even remember them, if only to keep from losing his remaining family. If even the slightest suspicion arises, his heart will sink even if he's done nothing wrong, and he'll tear his hair out wondering what he did, just as I used to do in the past. Self-censorship monitors a person's every move. For Department Head Nam, the sickness that eats away at him until death, the precarious crises, will take root as guilt in every single moment. As I stepped closer, Department Head Nam flinched and backed away. I took a slow breath. I hope you don't come to your senses too late. The afterlife doesn't care about your age. You can go anytime. I took Department Head Nam's trembling hand and placed the phone on his damp palm. Live with gratitude for those around you. Don't be cruel. Live with a repentant heart, as if you're clearing away the karma you've built up. I wasn't asking for much. I just thought it would be enough if he lived as anxiously and precariously as I had, reflected on his actions, and someday became a new person. And if you meet someone for the first time, treat them well. I sincerely hoped that at least Assistant Manager Huang and Assistant Manager Song wouldn't have to struggle with overtime every night. I wanted them to work here a little more comfortably. I pressed the side button of the turned-off phone, and the screen lit up. A photo of a mother and daughter with bright smiles shone brilliantly in the darkness. The young Nam Jua was particularly striking. Who knows? Maybe someone will turn back from the brink of death and return. Like me, standing right in front of you. If I had died back then, Department Head Nam would have simply been a perpetrator of workplace harassment, but I returned him to a turning point. I believe that with just that, I have fulfilled my duty as a subordinate. You will never be a boss I can learn anything from. So at least make a choice you won't be ashamed of in front of your child. I'll be going now. I left the frozen Department Head Nam behind and walked out into the bright outdoors. It was the first time since I had known Department Head Nam that I had not bowed my head before him. What kind of video shoot takes this long? It's because I had to film your part too, Jiho. Choi Jiho grumbled at my playful remark. Still, seeing the spark guys as soon as I came out made me feel much more at ease. I thought my head would explode from facing Department Head Nam alone. It was a good thing I didn't come by myself. What's with your clothes? The guy pointed out my collar, which Department Head Nam had grabbed. I had already prepared an excuse. This? It's from reenacting the Yomayo Grand Festival for fan service. Choi Jiho shut his mouth. With people watching, he couldn't swear, so our center self-muted. Truly amazing. You're booked for a 100-minute lecture when we get back to the dorm. While leaving with some props and the staff, I ran into Deputy General Manager on in front of the elevator. The elevator was full, even though the Deputy General Manager let us go first. I sent the members and staff down ahead of me. Only I, the props that couldn't fit, and Deputy General Manager on remained. Did the shoot go well? Yes. The facilities were really great. We filmed well, thanks to you. Thank you. That's a relief. A polite exchange of greetings was followed by silence. The elevator was coming back up. Deputy General Manager. Yes? Come to think of it, did I introduce myself? If you get an offer to change jobs, take it. I spoke while looking straight ahead. They'll recognize your value more than this place does. Anywhere would welcome you. The elevator doors opened. A staff member who came for the props pushed me into the elevator first, then diligently loaded the items. I held the open button and met the Deputy General Manager's surprised eyes. We would not see each other again. Today was the last time I would come to Hampyeong Industry of my own accord. I bowed deeply. Thank you for everything. For today, for the past, and for that day that was almost my last. The elevator doors closed. I felt unburdened. This episode of Mission Failure, an era of suffering, was set in a powerless marketing department. Their main business was producing promotional brochures and company newsletters for the large corporation, Yongwang Enterprise. They were like a parallel world Spark, making the very newsletters we sat on for our Tech Baki party last episode. The demand for Spark's office skits, deeply infused with the scent of office workers, continued to grow. At first, Spark's role was, "There's no senior like that." They gradually started acting as office workers with taglines like, "Office workers are people too, and there's no such thing as a good job in this world." Eventually, Concept, a realistic documentary that looks like a vlog about the characteristics of a disorganized company on Matube. They ended up carrying out a project to scam 10 million office workers into sympathizing. Recreating the vibe of a picture-perfect shitty company was already driving me crazy. Now I was on the verge of filming a documentary reenacting my past life. Please make sure to add a subtitle that says, "This is all acting, and any power abuse or unfair contracts must be reported to the Ministry of Employment and Labor." How many times do I have to tell you I get it? I grabbed both of Manager Chanyung's hands and pleaded earnestly. I couldn't even sue and died too early to leave a legal precedent. The result of filming with the determination to sacrifice myself to create a versatile video resource was this. Hashtag Marketing Team 6, tasked with creating the December newsletter for the major corporation Yongwang Electronics. With the deadline looming, the team's atmosphere is nothing short of brutal. While department heads of the past pretended to read paper newspapers, recent ones actively used digital technology. They took full advantage of the T-shaped desk arrangement, which hid their monitors from others, to check stock and Bitcoin charts the moment they arrived at work. Department head Kim was no different. I arrived at work, received greetings from the employees, and sat at my desk with the most tired face in the world to check the Kospi. The stark blue graph became my mood for the day. Department head Kim Yiwol. Assistant Manager Lee, what happened with that thing I told you to do yesterday? Fortunately, the role of the assistant manager went to Lee Chonghyun. If it had been Jong Songbin or Kong Kian, I would have hesitated, even knowing this was a mutually agreed-upon skit. However, my scene partner was the god of method acting. A half-hearted attitude would not be tolerated. Even before I arrived, Lee Chonghyun was already playing a quick-witted assistant manager who checked the Kospi to predict the department head's mood. Thanks to him, I could also act with sincerity. Assistant Manager Lee Chonghyun. The company hasn't responded yet. Department head Kim Yiwol. What do you mean, no response? Are you just going to wait until they reply? What do you have a phone for? To trade it for candy? Like the unreasonable person I was playing, I got angry about not getting a response to a task I had dumped on him at 10 p.m. the previous night. The camera closed up on Lee Chonghyun's hands, clenched tightly behind his back. I let out all sorts of annoyed sounds and took off my shoes. Beyond the partition, Park Ju-woo made a look of utter disgust. His veteran skill at not hiding his shitty mood when he felt shitty truly highlighted his role as a manager. Every time the department head cleared his throat once every 3 minutes and sighed once every 5, the back of employee Kong, sitting at the very end, would straighten up. Hampyeong Industry made you an assistant manager upon joining, but perhaps because Yongwang Enterprise was a large corporation, they had a separate employee-level position. In truth, it was just because we had to give each of the 6 members a different rank. It's not easy reading the boss's mood, is it? Sorry. I hated that version of myself too. Still, I hope you can forgive me for toning it down to clearing my throat, since spitting phlegm would have been disgusting for us, the staff, and all the viewers. Department head Kim's tyranny didn't end there. He ordered assistant manager Choi to go buy coffee, all while pretending to be a good guy by asking who in this day and age would make someone run an errand to brew coffee. Deputy Manager Jong Song-bin. Department head. Department head Kim Yiwol. Yes, Deputy Manager Jong. Even in the chaos, one guy stubbornly stuck to his character. It was Jong Song-bin, who had the rank of Deputy Manager. Deputy Manager Jong Song-bin. I've shot out some ideas. The guy said confidently, pushing up his horn-rimmed glasses. He held out a densely printed webshell document in 7 points font. Every single box was colored in fluorescent yellow. Department head Kim Yiwol. Deputy Manager Jong. How long have you been with the company? Deputy Manager Jong Song-bin. It's been 10 years. Department head Kim Yiwol. In those 10 years, have I never once mentioned readability? A long silence passed between them. Jong Song-bin spoke with dazed eyes. Deputy Manager Jong Song-bin. I don't believe so. It was method acting of unfathomable depth. Before me was an indispensable employee, the kind a shitty company can't do without, the kind that would make even a boomer boss think. I should have fired this bastard long ago. Shit, UA has shown you too many villains. Park Ju-woo shook his head. Sensing the grave atmosphere, the trio of the assistant manager, supervisor, and employee subtly rose from their seats. Department head Kim Yiwol. Nobody moved. Impressed by the deputy manager's spectacular performance, the department head roared out an order. Department head Kim Yiwol. Don't a single one of you think about going home today. Got it. The official closing time is 6 p.m. The wall clock currently reads 5:50 p.m. The evening of Yongwang Electronics marketing team 6 fades away. Cries of agony flooded in from all over in response to the hopeless marketing team and the surprisingly dated-looking screen. Everyone expressed their anguish toward the kind of shitty company they'd never worked at, but had definitely seen somewhere before. Much greater than the way their typing speed skyrockets the moment the department head goes to a meeting lololololol. All 5 of them starting their messages with no, but lolololol. If I were the department head and saw assistant manager choice message, I'd actually cry. Much greater than the assistant manager is writing curses in his notepad lol. Look at him reducing the font size and the settings as soon as the department head starts chewing everyone out from the top down lol. How many tabs does he have open in his notepad lol? The list of lunch menu candidates in the middle lol, I thought that was me. Much greater than Manager Park's glorious search history.jpg. Transferring jobs, transfer jobs, how to transfer jobs, taking leave for an interview. When interview dates overlap 2 interviews in one day, remaining leave allowance calculator. Look at the tiny note in his diary. Cannot receive allowance if urged to use and used leave, TTT. Excuse me, did you spy on my search history? Much greater than employee Kong, escape. The department head himself is rotten. Keon, run away. Run away holding the assistant manager's hand versus run away holding the supervisor's hand. Ride Deputy Manager John's coattails and aim for success. You're a Keon anti, aren't you? Much greater than Kim Yiwol. What the hell? Did you swallow? Spit it out. How can the soul of a trashy boss be in that face? Please perform an exorcism. I screamed out loud when he took off his shoes. Yiwol, you said you'd only ever show sparklers your cool side. Much greater than I barely escaped my shitty boss. So why is there a boss here too? I demand an explanation. Lolololololololol. I didn't think Spark was like this, but they're vicious idols. So rude. Lol, this looks like the angriest comment I've seen all year lol. Much greater than they make the newsletter like this. Of course the employees are going to sit on it and eat tekbaki. LOL, the Yongwang Electronics employees were innocent, crying face. I'm sorry for cursing you out for being a rude parachute hire. I didn't realize the newsletter was the rudest thing of all. The comments were funny, but also a little sad. The fact that this content resonated with people meant they had similar experiences. It might have been easier on my heart to just hear people ask, did companies like that really exist back in the day? Is it a win since everyone is crying while enjoying it? I vowed to myself that since I catered to the survey this time, I would definitely make fun and cheerful content next time. Yes, manager. Manager Chanyang called out to me. You asked me before to pass on any messages if the deputy general manager from Hampyeong Industry contacted us, instead of blocking them, right? Just as the manager said, I had put in a word when the content shoot ended. I was certain that department head Nam would come looking for me. He said he really wants to meet you. Was this arranged beforehand? My prediction was spot on, right to the end. After seeing his mother off, department head Nam came knocking on Yue's door of his own volition. 480, Chapter 480. Liberation. Not being there for my sister's last moments remained the greatest regret of my life. I wasn't even far away. If we had only spent a few more hours together, or if I had walked her a little further, her final moments might have been different. For years, I lived clutching such idle thoughts. It was true that I had prayed for department head Nam's utter ruin. I would be lying if I said I hadn't wished, at least once, that his future would be unhappy, even if it wasn't completely miserable. That was why I gave department head Nam one last chance, even as I threatened him. I warned him, hoping he would swallow his pride and see his mother, no matter how much he distrusted my words. I told him to at least go and greet her, to share one more piece of good news, even if it felt premature. But at the same time, I was certain department head Nam would never listen to me. I knew better than anyone that he wasn't the type to take others' words to heart. He probably didn't want to accept the end for his precious mother. Department head Nam had clearly thrown away his last chance. After losing a family member, you are initially in a daze. 3 days fly by with no room to think. You grieve. You meaninglessly regret the past, and then you must face the reality of a completely different life. My words, which department head Nam had ignored, gained power through tragedy. The statements I made now dominated his mind. How many people could ignore the palpable fear that if they continued living this way, they might lose their wife or daughter? The conference room door opened and department head Nam entered, dressed in a suit. The skin under his eyes was deeply sunken. Welcome. I gestured for him to sit. Department head Nam pulled out the opposite chair and sat down. I watched him silently for a moment. then stepped out to make a cup of coffee. It was a golden ratio I had perfected for his taste, even though I couldn't drink it myself. For some reason, Department Head Nam didn't drink the coffee. He stared at the rising steam and murmured, "I thought you'd say it serves me right." His voice was dry and cracked. What was there to gloat about in matters of life and death? Unless some great harm befell Department Head Nam himself, the target of my grudge, there was nothing to be happy about when others were hurt. My feelings were closer to pity. Otherwise, I never would have mentioned his mother to him. I would have preferred it if he had driven straight to see her, leaving me to feel awkward that my prediction was wrong. That damn pride. If only you'd swallowed it just once. You should have gone to see her, even while cursing my ominous words. If you had, this regret wouldn't be festering in your heart. A heavy silence fell. After a long period of contemplation, Department Head Nam finally spoke. Have I really done that much wrong? It sounded like he was talking to himself. I didn't want to answer. Repentance is only meaningful when one does it themselves. Department Head Nam didn't raise his head. The memory of my interviews with Department Head Nam at Hampyeong Industry overlapped with the present. Whenever the annual salary review season came, he would try to tear me down in any way he could. I would just wish for that eternity of time to pass quickly. Not every element had been reversed, but the balance of power had clearly tipped. That also felt strange. It would have been one thing if he were self-reflecting, but seeing him preemptively terrified that it could happen to him wasn't entirely satisfying. Say something, anything. After pushing a person into such a desperate situation, Department Head Nam's breathing grew ragged. I believe I did more than a mere passerby's duty would require, I said, fiddling with my phone. I had nothing to say to the man. He had no idea that my habit of recording every conversation started because of him. I gave you a clear hint, didn't I? Not listening was your choice. If you had said it nicely, I would have listened, but you made me want to rebel. And what part made you feel rebellious? When I retorted, Department Head Nam fell silent. Is it too embarrassing to say it yourself? No one likes hearing curses, but that wasn't the problem, was it? Can't you admit you were annoyed by a young punk talking down to you? That you were displeased at being told you'd lived your life wrong? Should I have buttered you up and begged you to go see your mother? If you had, even if I had, nothing would have changed. I knew what his cut-off sentence was without hearing it. He was probably going to say that something might have been different. Department Head Nam was always like that. But why should I have to cater to his every whim? He's probably confident he knows more than me and can make the right judgment anyway. Aren't we all past the age where we need praise just so we don't feel bad when told we did something wrong? I can understand wanting to vent your anger, but I won't accept anything more than that. Department Head Nam had lived his whole life doing as he pleased, so being rejected must have been unfamiliar. Just as I expected, his bewilderment was plain to see. If you have nothing more to say, I'll be leaving. I have nothing to say to you. Wait a moment. Department Head Nam called out to me urgently. Fine. I haven't lived a life so righteous I could boast about it. I'll admit that honestly. But I was busy just trying to live. I struggled to support my family, to climb up by stepping on others in this fiercely competitive society. Should I consider it progress that he's not being completely shameless? I swallowed a sigh. The only reason I didn't storm out was that his words seemed less like self-justification and more like an attempt to explain himself to me, however he could. The two utterances seemed similar, but they were distinctly different. The former was defiant, while the latter carried a sense of shame. It seemed he had all sorts of thoughts at his mother's funeral. Apparently, he wasn't just a filial son in words only. It must have been hard, stepping on your competitors to climb up. I know it couldn't have been easy, but what did I do that was so? It's harder and more painful for the one being stepped on. Department Head Nam flinched. No matter how busy they are, there are people who live honestly and don't use others, all while not abandoning their responsibility to their family. You chose to live selfishly because it was easier. I was simply telling you that someone has to pay the price for that ease. I could understand why he had come all this way to cause a scene. In the process of self-blame, people tend to blame others and society. Admitting that a series of events is your own fault is just that difficult. It was a perfectly natural phenomenon. However, if you keep living as you have, you'll become a general manager. It won't even take long to become a team leader and then a division head. You already suspect as much, don't you? Someone dies. Just like I told you. I give it 5 years after you take the general manager position. Wasn't it your ironclad rule, department head Nam, to hold people accountable for their wrongdoings no matter what? I didn't resort to lying to threaten him. I had actually died around that time. I figured that even if my replacement didn't inherit a sudden death, they would still have a hard time living unscathed. It was a shame that he couldn't pinpoint the problem, even after 3 days of blaming himself and looking back on his past. I suspected it would be difficult for him, since he's never tried to self-reflect before. It was obvious he had agonized until his head was about to burst, only to come crawling to me with an unsolvable problem. And just as I thought, can't you just think of it as helping a flawed person and tell me exactly what I should do? Reminded of death, department head Nam asked the obvious question. I'm asking because I'm truly at a loss. Older people are all like this, you know. When you work at a company for a long time, your way of thinking becomes rigid. Excuses don't solve anything. It's what you always say, isn't it? I hate hearing excuses more than anything in the world. Why should I have to understand their circumstances? Hearing his own pet phrase thrown back at him, department head Nam's face turned pale. He stared at me blankly for a moment before dropping his head. As if in resignation, he muttered in a small voice, "Should I get on my knees? Would that make you feel better, Mr. Yiwol?" No, don't do that. Nothing related to department head Nam held any meaning for me. I expected nothing from him, except that he live a proper life from now on. To say he'd get on his knees, knowing him, I had to admit it was a huge decision. What value would your knees have to me? Still, if I had to choose an action he could take that would have some worth. Apologize. There are many people you need to ask for forgiveness from. Don't just say you've reflected or that you have the will to improve. Show a sincere attitude, not just a performative act. I'll adopt the method of change that Mr. Gu Jahan showed me. While department head Nam took time to think, I didn't say a word, allowing him to contemplate to his heart's content. Instead, I took out a clean sheet of paper and a pen. Then, I began to write a handover document for department head Nam. It was the final document I couldn't leave behind because I had died without even a resignation interview. Now I was sending it directly to him. How to apologize properly. First, maintain a polite attitude. Second, state exactly what you did wrong. Third, do not make excuses. Below that, the list continued. Do not add superfluous remarks. State the reason for the mistake and where it became a problem. Present a minimal solution and compensation plan. As his predecessor, I also left some requests. He must attend the mandatory training himself. He must listen to the workplace harassment lecture and not do other things. Family matters should be resolved within the family. He must remember that tasks unrelated to company work are not an employee's job. Do not forget that employees are human. For a long while, the only sound in the conference room was my pen scratching on paper. Department head Nam no longer urged me to say something pleasant or pestered me for a solution. He simply kept his mouth shut and waited to see what I would do. I quietly pushed the paper toward him. Department head Nam picked up the How to Apologize Properly document. Silence fell. This is goodbye. Whether you crumple it up and throw it away only to regret it later, or pretend nothing's wrong, but secretly take it out in fear of future consequences, do as you please. As soon as department head Nam leaves, I'll truly be done with Hampyeong industry forever. I'm sorry, department head Nam muttered, staring blankly at the words on the paper. I shouldn't have raised my hand to you. I'm also sorry for coming to find you so recklessly. I thought he was just rehearsing, but he wasn't. He was speaking to me. I took out my anger on you because I didn't want to hear it. It's my fault. Department head Nam's gaze remained fixed on the paper. His hands trembled, making the paper shake. Each of department head Nam's words was very slow. The man who used to shout and act pompous was gone. Everything felt unfamiliar. Because of me, you suffered a lot. He said something more, but I couldn't hear it. I looked away, not wanting to see the redness in his eyes. He's sorry to me. He was wrong. That I suffered a lot. Huh. I was annoyed. I wanted to demand what he thought he was doing now, of all times. Thank you for giving me a chance to change. Department head Nam stood up and bowed. He gathered his coat, folded the paper neatly, and left. How much of that gratitude could be sincere? He wouldn't have batted an eye if it weren't for his family. Some of it must have been forced, some of it mechanically uttered. I don't believe him. Even if he said it sincerely, I had no intention of taking it at face value. I didn't feel sorry for him either. The wish for him to live his life trembling in misery remained. Still, I feel relieved. Because I never thought I'd receive an apology or thanks in my entire life. Because I heard the words, "I'm sorry" and "thank you" for the first time. After a life of shouldering unfairness and taking on others' work only to be met with criticism. That simple, verbal pleasantry. It felt like it was telling the me who sat at Hampyong Industry that the pain I suffered there was not my fault. I covered my face with both hands. The times I should have heard an apology, but never did flash through my mind. Now, I could finally shake those things off. Even if someone were to criticize me, asking if I myself was a perfect human being, my life would be less painful than before. At least I would no longer look back, wondering if I was completely without fault, and eat away at myself. I was no longer afraid. That was enough. 481. Chapter 481. One Day Part-Timer 1. Much greater than Kim Yiwol was always in his prime, but he's really hit his peak now. This song felt like a perfect fit for the other members. But with a light, it's like a confirmation stamp. Kim Yiwol's personal style is classic sexy. This will be on the test. Everyone take notes. His physique adds weight to his dance lines, and the Hyung's unique cool expressions are perfect. Seeing him sweat is rare, but the choreo is so intense that we're getting a flood of dewy Yiwol. Much greater than I thought. Of course the older members are in charge of sexy. That's an immutable, ancient history, but Choi and Kim seem to be a different kind of sexy. Spark has a sharp image overall, so they look more mature than their actual age. Not saying they look old. I'm not an anti-please. When I see the Magnes, this is the Magne line. Seriously? Their sexy talent is endless. When I see Mebas, the Magnes were cute, but the Hyungs are on another level. I used to think the agency should carry them on their backs since they sing and dance so well. Then Choi came on, and it was just, wow, fuck. That was the usual reaction, but in a light, Kim Yiwol took the final boss spot. I'm so sad my vocabulary is this bad, but he has that mature sexiness. It's not a forced, exaggerated expression for a sexy concept. It's a natural, seductive look that makes you keep watching, and that drives me even crazier. Stop deceiving. Much greater than I like that Yiwol looks happy these days. Besides the song being great and fitting the concept, his hair, makeup, and outfits are legendary every day. He just looks like he's genuinely having fun. Right. He's such a pro idol who never shows he's tired, so I didn't know. But seeing him smile this time, I realized a pleasant, wide smile is different from a smile where his mouth corners lift uncontrollably. Is he dating? You think dating is the only reason to smile in this world? I can tell how bleak your life is without even looking. Much greater than what's with Kang Kian. He's flying around lolalalal. Looks like he's awakened. LOL, he pulls off the concept so well. It must have been fucking hard for him to hold back on a sexy concept. It's amazing they haven't done a sexy concept with Choi Jiho and Kang Kian until now. Was it to avoid overexposing their image? Isn't it because you can't go back to a fresh concept after doing a sexy one? That's why I thought they just dipped their toes in it during Mission and then pulled back. Since it's a full album, I think they went all in on the image change while trying to maintain some of their original concept tone with Dreamer. Much greater than when the Alight music video first came out. Everyone said the song and choreo were more intense than Dreamer, but the conceptual parts and the MV visuals are a big step up from Dreamer. These bastards are seriously smart. Dramatized MVs are fun the first time, but you don't rewatch them as much as shorter MVs. Considering their group name, and how they've always included flames and embers in their MVs and lyrics, Alight fits their group identity better. I get why they pushed it as the title track. The choreography with its sharp, perfectly timed movements was a stroke of genius. Alight seems more optimized for music shows if you're talking about the fun of watching stage fan cams. Much greater than 4 idols, the challenge is finding a unique color that suits all the members and is hard for others to imitate. In Spark's case, it's a combination of a youth rock bass with a band sound plus restrained sexiness plus dance. The youth concept creates cognitive dissonance if a member looks too old. For sexy, if a member looks too young, people think, do this when you're older. But with these guys, maybe it's because they're still in their early 20s, but their overall visual color is similar. Whatever you give them, their faces harmonize and they pull it off well. Totally agree. There are idols who bulk up so much they look like personal trainers instead of idols. But it's a blessing that they all work out so much and none of them look like that. Their own preferred aesthetic pushes for restrained sexiness, which is a real he's got the touch moment, even though they suit decadent sexy the best in the world. But I'm not sure if this is a mild sexy. During mission, I watched it thinking, oh, their first sexy concept, but this time, I had to hide in my room to watch the MV. I keep getting this weird laugh, so I can only watch it at home. Many posts during our Alight promotions mentioned how my face had brightened. Countless comments said my expression had relaxed or that I was grinning from ear to ear. Is it that obvious? I touched my innocent face a few times. The fans see my face more than I do, so I guess they must be right. In fact, I'm noticeably less offended by the system's tone. The system had been making a fuss and throwing confetti by itself ever since my meeting with Department Head Nam. Plus, system, a work order from supervisor has arrived. Play button Assistant Manager Kim, congratulations. I knew you'd do well from the start, Assistant Manager Kim. Plus, I didn't find it particularly displeasing. Its tone wasn't as annoying as before. My emotions felt greatly diluted whenever I thought of Department Head Nam. I worried my concentration might drop after meeting Department Head Nam. Instead, I felt relieved and could focus on my work. Today, Spark dressed like children of the dark, adorned with dangling silver accessories. As always, we looked the toughest at the broadcasting station. We brought Dreamer with us, so we could return to a cheerful concept anytime. But I wondered if Spark could ever go back to being fresh dolls. Hyung, you're a vampire. Is it okay for you to wear a silver ring? He said to say it's fake. Who did? Lee Chonghyun. I heard the world's most foolish conversation from a distance. I was confident I could identify Choi Ji-ho and Kang Kian even with altered voices. Lee Chonghyun, the one who passed this infuriatingly clever tip to his Hyung, was away at a photo shoot for Liney's. The brand makes accessories from platinum, not pure silver. He was scheduled to arrive before the live broadcast, leaving only 5 of us in the waiting room. I wonder if the photo shoot is going well. It's Chonghyun, so he must be doing great. Park Ju-woo must have heard me muttering, because he came over to comfort me. What if the outfits don't do justice to Chonghyun's visuals? So that was the problem. Park Ju-woo hummed shortly and walked away. Liney's, if you fail to prepare a stand worthy of Spark's white porcelain moon jar, you will pay a fitting price. I'll curse you so that even if you take 100 photos, your new products will go unnoticed. The waiting room door opened while I was getting my makeup done and thinking such sinister thoughts. Manager Chan Young called me out urgently. What is it? Did the filming order change? The stylist sighed, and everyone in the waiting room bustled. I didn't want to get in the way, so I perked up my ears, ready to follow instructions. The manager returned just then. Can you be a temporary MC? What? My mind thought. Of course. My mouth moved faster than my thoughts. 3 minutes after I accepted, someone dropped a music show cue sheet into my hands. Music show MCs have historically been idols with a certain level of name recognition. A few Spark members had received offers too, but by the time our recognition grew enough for those calls, all the members were busy with their own activities. We had to politely decline any permanent MC positions. Lee Chonghyun was an exception. He gained attention for his revolutionary looks right from his debut and was often called to be a special MC. Thanks to that connection, he still occasionally filled in when a regular MC had to step away for personal reasons. But Lee Chonghyun wasn't here today. A scheduled absence would have allowed time to find a replacement, but of all things, acute appendicitis. It was an unforeseen emergency. Jong Songbin had concluded, I hope he has a speedy recovery. There wasn't even time to revise the 3-person script to a 2-person format. That's how I got roped in. I asked if it would be okay since I had no experience hosting a live broadcast. The reply was, isn't Yiwol smart? It meant I had to do well regardless. And so wait, where did Tizian go, and why is Yiwol here? Today, Sparks Yiwol, will be joining you as a special MC. Made my cute and adorable MC debut. Fortunately, there wasn't much to memorize. They said I could look at the prompter, but I could commit it all to memory. The problem was something else. I'm so nervous my heart is pounding, but I'll do my best, so please look upon me kindly. Of course. I say, will be right here, doing my best, to help Yiwol have a successful MC debut. Oh, say, are you acting like a senior already? The hastily prepared intro and the theatrical dialogue unique to music shows were a true mess. It was worse because my role was the 100% nervous, gentle Magne trembling at his first live MC gig. They set it up so viewers would understand if I flubbed my lines or my gaze was unsteady, so I couldn't complain. I had no choice but to act as the rookie MC who was the biggest in size, but also had the most worries. It wasn't easy, even with my thick skin. I admired how nonchalantly the senior hosts delivered their lines. I struggled through the first few stage introductions. As I was about to step away from the podium, I made eye contact with a sparkler in the audience. This sparkler, who must have traveled far for the fiery alight recording, had an expression of pure shock and horror. But even amidst the chaos, the fans' love was unwavering. Those holding familiar light sticks gave me a thumbs up from the darkness. All I could do was hold back tears and give them a 90-degree bow. Who said freshmen were supposed to party and drink day and night? Most of her classmates did, but Beck Haywen was different. Today, like always, Beck Haywen rushed home after her lectures. She set the TV to the right channel, then headed to the bathroom to purify herself with a bath. Running to all the music shows like crazy is the best. The outside air had turned from chilly to cold and made her body shiver, but her passion didn't cool. How could a sparkler be cold when spark burned so brightly? Beck Haywen was confident she could get through winter without an electric blanket. They'll probably post a selfie after the performance, right? It seems like they've run out of outfits to wear. So what did they wear today? When ideas are lacking, I call upon faith, hope, and love, and the greatest of these is mesh. Beck Haywen felt fresh and clean after washing up with plenty of foam. She chugged a bowl of cool mango juice. Park Ji-woo had bought it out of dual fandom, found it delicious, and stocked up during a sale. As she drank, a familiar voice reached her ears. Oh my, could it be their turn? The smooth, clear voice was definitely one Beck Haywen knew, but it was strange. The owner of that voice had never spoken in this kind of tone in his life. Besides, it wasn't time for their interview. Spark's popularity meant they now appeared near the end of the broadcast. Sensing something was off, Beck Haywen grabbed the entire bottle of mango juice and ran to the living room. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited I don't know what to do. On the large screen, Kim Yiwol shyly covered his face with both hands. Beck Haywen clearly saw the MC sign on the tilted microphone. Since when was Kim Yiwol hosting? Beck Haywen roared like a lion. Regardless, Kim Yiwol extended his arms toward the camera, introducing someone Beck Haywen had no interest in. 482, Chapter 482, One Day Part-Timer 2. Much greater than Kim Yiwol lolalalal. This is the first time I've seen a concept that doesn't suit him at all lol. Hey, be quiet. Our Yiwol is trying so hard, scraping up all the cuteness he can. At this point, he's not just scraping it up, he's taking out a loan for it. That's so mean lol. Much greater than Yiwol. Making money is hard, isn't it? But it's fun for the people watching. Sorry for being this kind of fan. He did the finger heart, the wink, and the EGO all fine. So why is just this one so funny? LOL. Usually when he has to do this stuff, he slightly changes the lines or gestures to fit his own style. But since he was a substitute, he had to do it exactly as he was told lol. Much greater than the shy performance of a man in a leather crop bolero. I enjoyed the show. If I were Kim Yiwol, I would have cried after seeing this comment. Lol, what's the point of the outfit being so fierce when his role is an EGO clapping bot? LOL. Much greater than did he not seriously immerse himself in the role? X. Did he make a mistake because he didn't memorize the script? X. Did the people around him not respond to his comments? X. Was he stiff and awkward? X. Was it funny? Oh. The writer who rewrote the script due to the sudden cancellation, the new MC who went live without a rehearsal, and the MC who hosted with a higher tone than usual to prevent dead air, all did their best, which makes this bizarre situation even funnier. Much greater than a dark history in the otherwise flawless idol life of Kim Yiwol. I'll remember it. If he'd looked awkward, we would have just thought, yeah, you must have been flustered by the script too. But he completely swapped out his ego lol. Sparklers who know Kim Yiwol's personality just can't hold back their laughter, you know? My MC debut caused a huge stir. A really huge one. A split-screen video even appeared, comparing clumsy Magne Kim Yiwol with a fan cam of the black and silver-haired Kim Yiwol from that day. A compilation of comments also came out. I didn't watch it, confident I would cry within 3 seconds of playing the video. I always thought Lee Chong-hyun was amazing, but after this, he felt like a being from another dimension. He had always skillfully appealed with his refreshing pretty boy power whenever he stepped in as a temporary MC. As expected, a god's walk is different from the start. Chong-hyun, I respect you. I respect you too, Hyung. You don't have to force yourself to comfort me. I'm serious. Chong-hyun is so excited for Hyung's next move that I don't know what to do. Lee Chong-hyun landed a critical hit and then disappeared. He left me alone with a gaping hole in my chest, staggering as I tried to soothe my stinging wound. The painful memory was just starting to fade thanks to my busy schedule and the flood of reactions. Much greater than seriously. Mr. Kim, Yiwol lol. Congratulations on being selected as the official MC LOL. I inherited the will of the senior MC who stepped down for a speedy recovery and gained the wonderful title of new MC. The Elite Promotions left Spark with several records. The full album, despite its high price, once again hit a career high in sales. Its digital chart rankings proved its popularity with the public, and it marked a successful image transformation. The various visual changes we attempted were also effective. During the promotion period, every member changed their hair color at least once, and some changed it up to 3 times. At a time when short, 1 or 2 week music show promotions were the trend, Elite received high praise for reviving the dying cross-edit market. The Spark members, who already had sharp faces, could have sliced things with their jawlines by the final week of promotions. We had been consistently managing our body fat, so I thought there was nothing left to lose. Perhaps because the choreography was so intense, everyone's face became sharper. Hyungs, do you guys secretly eat something while we're sleeping? Kang Keon even asked suspiciously. He found it strange that only Choi Ji-ho and I were fine. I told him to follow me to the gym at dawn if he was curious, and he actually came. It was both funny and pitiful, so I took him to a 24-hour donkatsu place and bought him a sweet potato cheese donkatsu. Usually, the buzz from promotions would gradually die down. Most content is released during comeback week, with things revolving around fan events afterward. However, an incident reignited the flames. Much greater than truth acknowledged after long battle with family. The trial was over. It was a complete victory. My mother and father couldn't withstand the numerous civil and criminal lawsuits and didn't win a single case. By dragging the case to a second trial, they now had to cover inflated court costs, settlement money, and even bail if they wanted to serve less time. They claimed they had no money. In response, my lawyer and I scraped together all their Matub donation records and estimated membership profits to report that they had plenty. I heard that if Matubers are suspected of tax evasion, a tax audit is launched. They would have plenty of investigations to deal with in their later years, so they wouldn't be bored. Just try not sending the settlement money on time. I'll keep suing them until they beg me to cut ties, offering me money to do so. The trial's resolution wasn't just a personal matter. Because the news had made it a national issue, the verdict also spread like wildfire. Since it was a somewhat refreshing conclusion in this frustrating world, Spark and I received congratulations and support from all over. After successfully completing our promotions and resolving the issue weighing on my mind, my physical and mental condition recovered completely. The synchronization rate was just high. My cumulative fatigue level fluctuated slightly around the 10% mark. I often heard from others that my face had brightened. If I had known Department Head Nam's exorcism effect would be this good, I would have settled things with him sooner. I poured my restored stamina generously into variety shows. Whenever an offer came in, I would grab 1 or 2 Spark members with free schedules and drag them along with me, 1 on each arm, without asking any questions. Generally, programs for a promotion period were decided before the comeback. In the fierce competition where you had to film a month in advance to air on time, sudden castings were rare. However, I realized that once your recognition surpasses a certain level, waiting lists become meaningless. Every channel was willing to clear their schedule to capture a walking hot topic. Spark didn't turn down any offers. We did all the trending challenges, unleashing the results of our harsh training in the basement practice room, and went wherever we were called. The advertisements we filmed before the comeback also started to be released. As a result, Spark became a category of its own. It meant that among the many K-pop idols, We could be recognized by the name Spark alone. Much greater than Spark is working really hard. There's nowhere they don't appear, lol. Seriously, if you flip through the channels, they'll be there. Much greater than everyone else is doing the Elite Challenge. But only our boys are doing weird stuff. Guys, promote your own challenge. They should be doing random play dance with their own songs. But they're so crazy about this year's hit song Random Play Dance that they don't seem to care about promoting. Did they only dance during their break? Lol, there's nothing they don't know, lol. If they have this level of synchronized dancing for other people's songs, how much must they have practiced? Much greater than SBK fancams become best posts every time they're uploaded. Their buzz is insane. I always click on the posts when they're up to, lol. I'm curious about their outfits. A stylist who does a good job. Wasn't that a mythical creature? The clothes suit them well, but they also show off the strengths of their figures, which has the effect of making you watch the fan cams more often, lol. It was also cute how they styled each member according to their personality. Giving Kong Keon all those dangling fake piercings was a legendary move. Much greater than FCK, so funny. My sibling isn't really interested in idols and just dabbles in a few famous variety shows, but when they heard Choi Jiho was on, they were like, gotta watch the variety show cheat code. The pride of the center. Kim Yiwol, cover your ears. Lol. How is the visual center a variety member? Much greater than after Spark finishes a shoot, whether it's right after or a little later, a proof shot or a staff review always seems to pop up. Their personalities must be really good. Speaking from a T perspective, it seems like it's because posts mentioning Spark get good reactions, lol, but seeing as the content is also good, their personalities do seem to be great. Celebs mention them often too. Yeah, I see it all the time, but if I had a junior who came to my radio show and even made a DJ headband, I'd dote on them like crazy too. Much greater than I think I get why SBK succeeded. Right now, the idol scene is full of kids who can't sing live, so it's common for one or two main vocals to hard carry, plus only the dancing has been standardized to a higher level, plus a lot of trainees come from financially stable backgrounds where their families can fully support them, and the average training period has gotten shorter, plus fandoms have become less intense, so they usually turn a blind eye if idols cause a bit of trouble. Isn't that the state of things? If someone has a decent face, they get to debut even if they're stiff, and after receiving a few luxury gifts, they start seeing fans as wallets and even find them annoying. But Spark has live singing as a default, and their training period was long compared to their debut peers. Though that's because UA is a shithole company. Anyway, for dancing, it was only at the beginning that one member, KKY, was a bit stiff, but he never became a hopeless, hidden member. He did his part properly. Yeah, honestly, I have a Condi mindset, but it's also true that people prefer to support those who work hard over those who coast by. Between the guys who are always late, even though their manager drives them every time, and the idols who diligently attend idea meetings because they're worried fans will get ripped off buying ad products, who would you choose? I'm not saying they should work themselves to the bone. I trust everyone will understand what I mean. I agree with the rest, but I don't get the part about fandoms becoming less intense. Isn't it a staple of the idol scene to send protest trucks and release statements at the drop of a hat? Statements and protest trucks, you say? Back in the day, it was letters written in blood and package attacks. Don't talk if you haven't seen a package attack. The company's doors get blocked. Whether it's the main vocal or main dancer, the kids who snag the main positions in a group are usually good at other things too, like acting or variety, because they have experience working with a do-or-die attitude. We shouldn't exploit people under the pretext of seeing their desperation, but I think we have to acknowledge their effort. If you watch their self-produced content of planning meetings, you'll see why they've never had a failed concept. They're super diligent with monitoring and grasping needs. Even if it wasn't now, they would have made it big someday. They have several songs that are hits with the public. The public knows who sang those songs. The public can distinguish the members of the team that sang the songs. The members build achievements in various fields and exert their influence. Once these conditions were met, much greater than there's no room for debate about Spark anymore. They're definitely a top-tier group. The scale at which Spark's influence was acknowledged had changed. Top tier. It was a phantom class with no official credibility, often dismissed by fans as a league of their own. However, it was an indicator that people in the industry couldn't ignore and a symbol of public recognition. The final gateway before the grand prize had opened. 483. Chapter 483. Merry Christmas, 1. Becoming a top-tier male idol didn't change anything. It didn't automatically make us candidates for the grand prize. It only meant we were at the level required to even have a shot. Our performance scores are good enough to meet the criteria, but I can't be sure. This year, no idol group generated as much buzz as Spark. We started the year with a decent performance for Bright and ended it with 2 successful songs, Dreamer and All I Want for Christmas Is You. Though I called it decent, Bright had actually set a career high for us at the time, part of Spark's steady rise. The lack of real rivals also helped. Drug and power abuse scandals had swept away nearly half the promising rookies of our generation, leaving no teams to directly compare with Spark. Spark also promoted without caring what others thought. While other agencies calculated the most advantageous comeback timing for their idols, UA and Spark simply launched as soon as we were ready. This left no room for suspicion that we were overlapping promotions or only targeting empty slots. We made comebacks every quarter. Who had time to worry about timing? Because we worked like cows. All our metrics, from broadcast scores to brand reputation indexes, were overwhelmingly high. So far, so good. The problem was that year-end award shows were a voting business. Votes meant money, so everyone was determined to make a huge profit. One might think the chances were higher since they gave out several awards besides the grand prize, like the performance grand prize, but reality was not so kind. The award criteria were entirely up to the organizers, and the evaluation details were not transparent. They might hold an event under the pretext of a year-end review, but only count scores up to the fall. Or they would add their own evaluation categories unrelated to votes to easily overturn the results. Such incidents were rampant. Even the saying, "it's possible with overwhelming firepower," had become a thing of the past. Just last time, the reactions and scores were better for Spark, but a different team got the grand prize. So I decided not to get my hopes up. If not this year, we would aim for next year. Not just anyone could get the grand prize. For now, I decided to be satisfied that the award was at least within our sights. However, being satisfied was different from preparing for the year-end music festivals. Nothing was more important than making our presence known at an event where all the idols gathered. A person had to be good at their main job. That was why I gathered Spark every day to hold strategy meetings for the best countdown performance. In the midst of all this, I received a message from Berrien. It was not particularly surprising. The Berrien members had been taking turns sending messages to check on me ever since the stage accident. They were so regular that I wondered if they had set up a rotation. I told them I was really fine and they didn't need to worry. Then they started asking about work. Songcan, how about a Berrien and Spark collaboration stage at the Yeomio Dijijian? I wonder if you're too busy. Me. You can't call it Yeomio Dijijian too. It seemed their large agency had secured an extra spot in addition to their own stage. For us, it was an offer we had no reason to refuse. The collaboration with Berrien came together without any issues, regardless of whether Choi Jiho's image had plummeted. Since we were both idol groups in the middle of active promotions, finding time to meet was difficult. We created a group chat for stage planning and actively exchanged opinions. Cutie pretty visual Lee Chonghyun. How about we wear floral shirts and go for a retro concept? Memories are bubbling up stage. Handsome men and flowers are a winning combination. Me, Chonghyun, Songcan. And if we wear vertically striped wide-leg suit pants, the look is complete. Yonkyu. Hey. And so, the leaders of each team had to sit their members down for a mental re-education session before we resumed the meeting. I had momentarily forgotten that as the number of heads increases, the mischief grows exponentially. I can't really say anything since it's work-related. It was not like they were just talking nonsense. They argued that a year-end stage has a wider viewer demographic than regular music shows. We could evoke nostalgia while also showing a new side of ourselves. For a special event, it was better if more people could enjoy it. It was all true, which only made it more infuriating to listen to. I decided to take comfort in the fact that bell-bottoms were not nominated as an option. We practiced at UA. The Green Line practice room was large and nice, but Berrien did not use it exclusively. The UA practice rooms, however, were exclusively for Spark, aside from the vocal rooms. We could use them day or night, so we coordinated a schedule for Berrien to come and go at set times. After I worked the members so hard, What's today's date? The 9th. Isn't it the 10th? It's the 16th. The 9th was ages ago. Everyone's sense of time had blurred. I did not worry too much. As long as you remember the deadline, you can get by even when living hectically. Separate from Spark's dizzying daily routine, I had something to take care of. Just then, a message arrived from the person I was supposed to meet in secret. Manager Dan, should I be ready by 8 p.m. tonight? I quickly replied, then casually mentioned it to Jong Songbin. Songbin, I'm just going to go for a drive with the manager tonight. During our break, the managers had used various methods to help me and the Spark members recover mentally. These included drives and night walks. The idea was that since too many eyes were on us during the day, we should at least get some fresh air at night. I had been participating in this mental recovery project almost by force. Whenever I was cooped up in my room staring at the wall or coming back from the hospital, the managers always took me for a drive around the city outskirts. Since I was going with someone trustworthy, and it had happened occasionally before, Jong Songbin found nothing strange. The guy even told me to have a good time. After confidently announcing my outing, I saw off the Spark van that Manager Chan Young was driving. Then, I got into an empty car with Manager Dan. A camera for filming was installed inside. I sat in the passenger seat, fastened my seatbelt, and took a prepared envelope from my bag. I handed it to the manager with both hands. This is today's transportation fee. What? You don't have to give me this. You know we get paid for overtime. It's a separate token of my sincerity. The manager adamantly refused. It seemed he would have never taken it if I had not insisted, arguing that he had to accept it for us to drive around as much as I had planned. I knew this would happen, which was why I deliberately gave it to him in front of the camera. The battery and time were limited, and we could not bicker endlessly. The manager maturely took a step back. Hello, Sparkler. I'm out right now to get Christmas presents for the members. Last time, Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Kian prepared a surprise Christmas Santa event without warning, making their hyungs look like the world's most shameless people who don't act their age. This Christmas was my revenge for that incident. It was the Santa has waited 730 days for today project. I had planned to include Choi Ji-ho, but I decided against it. I saw during my birthday live stream that he has zero talent for surprises. It would be a relief if he did not just make people burst with frustration, so I decided to give him a present too. A Dongsing who is 9 months younger is still a Dongsing, after all. I hoped he would be grateful for his hyung's generosity. A while ago, a limited quantity of an art book for a manhwa Kian likes was released. The author apparently gave handwritten autographs as a first edition exclusive, and a new, unopened copy was recently listed for sale, so I arranged to buy it today. Kian had been disappointed because he couldn't get it, having become a fan late. Normally, Kian would have seen the sales post faster than me, but it seems he missed it because he has been so busy. I also searched for it like a man possessed because I could not drink cream soda. I signed up for every secondhand trading platform I could find and turned on all the keyword notifications. Some sellers required fan verification, so I even studied Kingdom Cafeteria another. I also learned that asking for a character's MBTI was a trick question because the author has never officially revealed their MBTIs. They asked if I wanted to buy some event-exclusive pairing merch as well, so I said yes. That long-awaited transaction day was today. I clutched the envelope full of crisp, new bills and got out of the car in front of a police station, the best place to show I was not a dangerous person. Fortunately, the transaction ended successfully, and I even received a lot of freebies. I brought the hard-won merch close to the camera and introduced each item. I did not forget to thank the seller. I did not forget the other items. Next, I stopped by a Yugwa shop inside the market. The shops should have been long closed, but my visit was possible thanks to Woo Yunji's help. The owner said Woo Yunji had asked for a favor and kindly told me to come at my convenience. After careful selection, I put together a gift box for Park Ju-woo. It contained 3 types of yugwa that were light and easy to eat, with a fluffy texture and a ginger scent that wasn't overpowering. I also added a box for each of the managers and requested delivery to UA. Oh right, Yiwol. The sneakers have arrived too. Really? I got a text earlier. I guess it was from Nidus. Spark's practice shoes wore out quickly, even though we replaced them frequently. I took this opportunity to get a matching pair for everyone. The sneakers were the real gift, and the rest were bonuses. Choosing was not hard since I already knew everyone's design preferences and sizes. I heard that Jiho tried to open them, asking if he needed to post a picture of himself wearing them. The staff had to barely stop him by saying it wasn't a sponsorship and that they had bought them as a group. When did he even see them? Anyway, he does not look it, but he is really diligent about his work. Nidas must be happy to have a model who is so proactive about promoting their brand. Jukyung said they were hers, but Jiho asked if Jukyung wears a size 280 shoe, so she must have been very flustered. I resolved to apologize to Jukyung after the Santa event was over. Even giving out a single present was not easy. 484. Chapter 484. Merry Christmas, too. A Christmas present needs a heartwarming card. Lee Chonghyun and Kang Kian had also given me cards with messages, so I decided to make a heartfelt card myself. I returned to the company, found an empty conference room, and opened out design. I started creating a card with a fun party vibe. Why doesn't this look pretty? I added little light bulbs and a memo section with piling snow, but it wasn't satisfying. After some serious thought, I found a solution. First, I changed all the bright red colors to white. Then, I picked a photo of a Spark member from my drive, one I had edited when I was bored. I placed it prominently in the Gawon and filled the background with one of their personal colors. I added a shadow to the familiar font I often used for cup holders and emphasized a wintry blue hue. Finally, I was satisfied. Everyone, I don't have much talent for making pretty Christmas cards, so I made a Sparkmoss card instead. It's better for the recipient to get something pretty, right? I turned my laptop screen toward the mounted camera. Through the viewfinder, I saw Jong Song-bin, looking like a snowflower fairy, skillfully focusing the shot. I was pleased. After that, I continued making individual cards. I opened a new work window and made coupons too. The members all worked so hard this year. As praise and encouragement, I'm going to give Good Boy Help coupons. Making the coupons was much easier than the cards. I just had to slightly adapt the lucky draw image I made when preparing for the birthday cafe. Giving just one seems a bit stingy, so I'll give 2 to each member. I'll tailor the contents to what each of them needs. I wrote their names in 10 slots and entered the coupon titles. It was easy for members with clear wants, like Park Ju-woo or Lee Chong-hyun, but I had to rack my brain for those who rarely ask for anything, like Choi Ji-ho or Jong Song-bin. Kang Kian was somewhere in the middle. I decorated the edges with the little light bulbs I had removed from the card earlier. The plausible-looking coupon was now complete. I'll print these out next week. It's too late for any post-processing. I'll be back next time to show you the process of making the physical copies. After my closing remarks, I ended the recording. D9 until Christmas. The time to prove my worth as an idol Santa was approaching. The long-awaited D-Day arrived quickly. A few days still remained until Christmas, but we held the event early. This secured editing time to upload the self-produced content on Christmas Day. With this kind of content, the release date is more important than the filming date. Living a little ahead of time was no big deal if it meant viewers could enjoy it right on Christmas. I hid the camera exactly how Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Kian had hidden it before. Those naive guys. They probably never dreamed I would use their precious memory like this. While waiting for the members to fall asleep, I recalled my past efforts, which I couldn't remember without tearing up. I remembered going to a PC bang because the company printer was broken. I recalled the sadness when the thick paper wouldn't fold nicely, and I remembered raiding the company warehouse, with permission, for more official merch stickers from the What I Want to Say album after I ran out. But they say pleasure comes after pain. Right now, 5 boxes of sneakers, other gifts, and the card and coupon sets were hidden under my bed, safe from Jong Song-bin's eyes. The members, who lived by a tight schedule, fell asleep the moment their heads hit the pillow. This was precious data I had gathered by analyzing their sleep patterns for nearly a week. I just had to wait a safe 30 more minutes to avoid getting caught by Park Ju-woo. Then, no one could stop me. As expected, the dorm fell silent. I couldn't even hear footsteps heading for water or the bathroom. I carefully slipped out of bed and began my operation. I moved the presents to the living room, set up the camera, then headed to Choi Ji-ho's room, carrying a box of yugwa and a large blanket. I placed Choi Ji-ho's gift on a drawer, safe from being trampled by its owner's poor night vision. I put Park Ju-woo's gift at the foot of his bed to avoid waking him. I was just about to set down the sneaker box next to the gift box. NNGH. Park Ju-woo tossed and turned, wearing a sleep mask. Fearing I'd be caught, I held my breath and flattened myself under the bed. The noise stopped. Park Ju-woo resumed his journey to dreamland as if he had never moved. It was a crisis. I thought my heart was going to explode. How on earth did Kong Keon succeed at this? Afraid that another noise would wake him, I tiptoed to place the card. The youngest member's room was easy mode compared to the first. These guys slept without a care in the world. They wouldn't have woken up unless I beat a drum, so I even tucked them in properly. The room is quiet. I filmed some merch and storage units already shown on broadcast, careful not to invade their privacy. The room wasn't dirty or full of trash, but it was literally filled with a mountain of things. I should suggest a prize event at the fan meeting. Everyone could put up 20 of their own items. I can easily offer 20 of my things. Anything to improve the environment of this room. I even did live commentary, determined to fill the audio I couldn't get in Choi Ji-ho and Park Ju-woo's room. For Lee Chong-hyun, I prepared the Bubbling Deep-Sea Creatures Illustrated Guide. A new edition came out recently, so I ordered it from overseas. The delivery box got tattered, so I opened it beforehand and prepared a neat book cover. I placed Kong Keon's gift before the small 3-drawer chest where he keeps his Kingdom Cafeteria, another merch. Even for a surprise, I couldn't recklessly open his drawer and put something inside. A collector's space is as precious as their life. I studied up on it. 2 hours had passed by the time I left the sneaker box and card in front of the closet. For a moment, I regretted not roping Jong Songbin into this. Still, I had to give a gift to Spark's kind leader, Jong Songbin. I placed the game chip I had agonized over by his bedside. I had confirmed the console model at his house with Mr. Jong Seongjin, so he should be able to enjoy it. Once he gets a vacation. Songbin, I won't forget the joy of my pop that you taught me. I even gave a thumbs up over the sleeping Jong Songbin's face. I was completely drained after delivering presents to the 5 adults. The workload was so intense I worried if Santa and Rudolph had formed a union. A one-day experience was this hard, and people do this as a profession? If it were me, I would have immediately quit being Santa and learned sleigh making instead. In any case, the reverse Santa event was a success. Relieved and accomplished, I quietly slipped under the covers and went to sleep. Not long after, Lee Chong-hyun woke up and shouted that Santa had come to work early. The sound echoed through the dorm. And my first ever Santa part-time job. Much greater than a certain washed-up Hyung's Christmas event. Buying the biggest pizza blanket from the shopping mall. Gifting it with a new game expansion pack. Getting a custom gift set made at a traditional confectionery store. Directly ordering the sequel to a life-changing book from overseas. A sealed copy of a setting collection with the author's autograph plus practice shoes and handmade coupons. Spark's love for Spark is number 1. Sparkler will take second place. He gave the younger ones cute and sparkly gifts. So why did he only give Ji-ho a pizza blanket lol? LOL. He sleeps anywhere, so he wanted him to have something to cover up with. But while looking, he thought Ji-ho's legs would stick out lol, so he chose something that looked big and warm, which turned out to be a microfiber pepperoni pizza blanket Every time I see Yiwol, I think he's very logical in his thought process, you know? But the conclusion is always weird. Ha ha ha. It looks delicious and nice, while ignoring the expression of the person who received the gift. LOL. The final point is that Ji-ho himself has an easygoing personality, so he was more or less satisfied with it LOL. Much greater than look at him ducking down so agilely. Delivering presents isn't easy, is it, Yiwol? Hyung really did his best to deliver those presents. Much greater than I was just thinking it's a bit of a shame they didn't match the sneaker designs when Keon said the same thing. So he was like, right. We haven't taken the tags off yet, so let's match the designs. But then, I was convinced after hearing Yiwol say you have to wear what you're used to when you practice, or else you'll get hurt. Yeah, guys, health is the most important thing. Seriously, I wish he would upload a gift recommendation video, or something. Office workers who have to give and receive a lot of gifts need this kind of detailed coaching. And if you look at the photos of them wearing the shoes, everyone received a pair that suits them LOL. At first, I thought it was a sponsorship. Let's get a group contract with Nida's next year. But Yiwol, the youngest, wants to get matching friendship items. Let's go for matching colors next time. Like floral print shirts? Yiwol would have a fit Much greater than this idol is good at out design and is so personable. At this point, he's an expert. Where on earth is there an expert in making Christmas cards? What are you talking about? Where's the Christmas on that card? There's not even a trace of Christmas. Ha 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 ha. Much greater than coupons the eldest made for his younger brothers with love. 1-2 Protein Proxy Purchase Coupon. Meeting Minutes Proxy Writing Coupon 1-3. The leader is always right. Support claim coupon during statements. Detailed PT Experience Coupon 1-4 Karaoke Companion Coupon. Major Cleaning Cooperation Coupon 1-5 Unconditional Praise Carrot Coupon. Motivation-Inducing Stick Coupon 1-6 Comic Book Live Coupon. 100 Fashion People Photoshoot Coupon. In different outfits. Just adding a heart doesn't make it love, does it? What did Keon do wrong to deserve having his picture taken while changing into 100 different outfits lol? Songbin saw the first coupon and was like, Hyung, you always take my side anyway hee. But then he saw the second coupon and immediately turned to stone lol. Cupid trying to rip the stick coupon as soon as he gets it versus Yeo Jungju, who knew he would and came with it laminated. Yeo Jungju, don't tell me that's Udo Securities gray? No matter how you look at it. There's no better modifier. Much greater than Choi Jong sitting on the sofa wrapped in the pizza blanket is so freaking annoying. Jongya, you dense idiot log dash. That satisfied-looking expression is what really pisses people off. Customer needs 100% satisfied. It received favorable reviews. They said the gifts were kind and Santa was loud. It was a fun experience. 485. Chapter 485. New Year 1. The eventful year drew to a close as the year-end season arrived. Now, you had to scroll past the halfway point on the cue sheet to find Spark. We were nominated for many awards. However, I couldn't bring myself to hope for any of them. Half of our promotional plans had gone up in smoke. I decided I should just be grateful we had one comeback before the year ended and could perform on a year-end stage. If only it hadn't been for the hiatus. The thought frustrated me more and more. Next year, I would keep our activity cycle rolling without a stop. I would make it the best year in Spark's history. They said it's our turn to rehearse. Kong Keon's voice cut through my thoughts. Is it? I asked. His hair was slicked back impressively, without a single strand out of place. I stepped into the hallway, and the members of Berrien filed out right in front of us. They were all gathered together, dressed in uniforms lavishly decorated with epaulettes, chains, and buttons. The sight was quite intimidating. I saw it during the fitting, but we really stand out, Yeo Songkin said. It's because of Spark. Do you know how much effort the stylists put into choosing our shoes so our heights wouldn't look all over the place? He complained into my ear. Berrien has a lot of tall members too. So what? Our President Moon looks like he's about to sink into the ground. Be quiet. Mun Yanju muttered. The 15 of us struggled through the hallway in our uniforms and reached the rehearsal stage. Even with name tags as big as doors attached to them, I could only think about how much trouble the camera directors would have. After the rehearsal, we took uniform selfies and group shots. We had to change into Spark's solo stage outfits in the evening, so this was our only chance to take pictures at our leisure. Meanwhile, Choi Jiho managed to break one of the chains on his outfit after just one rehearsal. Thankfully, the stylist fixed it quickly, saying it was a relief it didn't happen during the actual broadcast. They're doing the countdown today too, right? Lee Chong-hyun asked excitedly, looking at the cue sheet. Of course. That's the whole point of this event. I don't think it's a very good practice. It's making people work overtime past midnight. The waiting time for idols and MCs is long, but is it longer than the audiences? And what about the staff who have to come even earlier and leave later? We only come because it's a once-a-year event. If it weren't, I would have ran it on a live stream or on Bubble Pop about how the entertainment industry needs to wake up, gotten on everyone's bad side, and been permanently kicked out. Did you want to do the countdown? I asked, hiding my strong resistance. Counting down a few seconds wasn't hard. If he wanted, I could sit Lee Chong-hyun in the middle of the living room on any anniversary and count down the days or seconds for him. You should have said so, if you had. Because we've only ever watched it from our dorm, Lee Chong-hyun said. It's our first time, isn't it? All of us staying until the very end. It means there are no cute magnes, only respectable and cool grown-up magnes. Isn't that a total growth narrative? That expression is only meaningful when the fans give it to us. Then I'll take it back. Isn't it innovative growth? Lee Chong-hyun's eyes flashed. A simple adverb like twinkle twinkle could not describe the light in his eyes. You're right. That's some amazing growth. It feels special. In what way? We don't have to make the sparklers wait twice for us to leave work. That's also a very important part. He agreed with me, half out of habit. Still, he stuck by my side the whole time, pouring out his excitement for the event. Last year, you told Jong Songbin and Park Ju-woo not to get distracted by the fireworks, and to look at the fan section, right? The pictures came out legendary. Should Kang Keon and I look at the fan section too? Can't we watch the fireworks for a little bit in between? He didn't turn his head, but it was obvious Kang Keon was listening. You can just search for the Udo Fireworks Festival on YouTube and watch it in high definition, Choi Ji-ho advised from the sofa. Lee Chong-hyun jumped up and down, asking if he didn't understand the desire to see it in person. He lost his will to resist after seeing Choi Ji-ho's expression, which showed he didn't understand at all. Watch them. I said watch them. You and Kang Keon have nice jawlines, so the pictures will come out well if you're looking at the sky. Maybe someone would even take a great picture with colorful fireworks reflected in their eyes. I couldn't take one for them when we all went on a trip together. Lee Chong-hyun's and Kang Keon's faces had that much potential, so I gladly permitted it. You're generous in the weirdest ways. Lee Chong-hyun needlessly poked my side, and then went to deliver the good news to Kang Keon. I could tell how excited they were just by looking at the backs of their heads, getting all giddy over watching some fireworks. What growth! You guys still have a long way to go before you're grown up. Much greater than Berrien and Spark killed it. The group uniforms are insane. It was the best stage a large group could show. What should I call it? Magnificent. LOL, crying face. My vocabulary is failing me. I can't find the right word, but it was really flashy and sharp. Both groups do weird stuff whenever they get the chance, so I expected something funny. I was surprised they came out so seriously. Much greater than they say uniforms never fail. But there's a difference between not failing and being a massive success. The visual blessing is crazy. No matter who comes out, it's just handsome guys. Spark, please have a comeback with a full uniform concept just once. If I write this, Yiwol will read it and give us 57,293,861 uniforms, right? Our Jiho really became an emperor. Yiwol, please. The uniform lovers' timelines are going crazy, lol. You don't even have to check the timeline. Just look here, it's chaotic right now. Much greater than I finally understand why the older fans like manly male idols. I was foolish. Spark, thank you for wearing uniforms with our boys. A million cherries crying over the uniforms. The older fans who followed the Blighter, Spark lineage are the real ones. Their picks are never wrong. Much greater than the Part 1 Strawberry Park stage that's best seen with an aerial shot. Photo. There are a ton of unique formation changes, but you can't see them well from the front, so it seems they filmed from above. Photo. The finale is a gif of the 15-member perfectly synchronized dance, which is my #1 personal satisfaction. The camera work was good, lol. What's gotten into them? Wait, is it Strawberry Park because it's Berrien plus Spark? I was wondering what that was about, lol. The sharp angles are killer. Much greater than who doesn't love the slicked back hair, uniform, and combat boots combo. I, for one, am obsessed. Please sell a DVD. I'm just waiting for the stage video to be uploaded, crying face. Please upload it quickly. Right? I can't believe there are no fan cams for this stage. The reactions were good. I only glanced at them for a moment while getting my makeup touched up in the waiting room. I couldn't check if the video was uploaded since we had to change and go out again, but I still felt proud. The deadly serious and determined stage that the fans anticipated was scheduled for our turn. Our makeup was especially heavy today because of it, and getting ready took a long time. The key point was makeup less cosplay-like than the Dreamer music video, but heavier than in a light. Is this going to be okay? Kang Keon asked cautiously from the seat next to me. His reflection in the mirror revealed the most intense eye makeup I had ever seen on him. The accessory-loaded turtleneck was intimidating enough, but the eyeshadow made it impossible to meet his eyes. Out of everyone I've seen this year, you're the scariest after Yiwol in a light, Lee Chong-hyun said, patting Kang Keon's shoulder. I had no idea why he acted like that, as if I had been that. Scary. Park Ju-woo picked up a blanket and covered himself, complaining that his shoulders were cold. It was the pizza blanket I had gifted Choi Ji-ho. Park Ju-woo wore just a vest and jacket on his bare skin, exposing his neck and shoulders. It was a harsh outfit for winter, but it perfectly fit the dreamy rocker with an enigmatic gaze and a strange charm he had become after speaker and genre swap. As for Choi Ji-ho, who had willingly given the blanket to Park Ji-woo. He earned even more sympathy from Park Ji-woo because his own back was exposed. The stylists learned from the time Choi Ji-ho surprised the audience with an outfit that threatened to burst its buttons. This time, instead of fastening the front, they had cut the back of his jacket open in a diamond shape. The narrow harness also covered minimal area, allowing him to fully show off the back muscles he built through honest efforts. "It's fine, I'm not cold," Choi Ji-ho politely refused. But Park Ji-woo couldn't stop worrying about Choi Ji-ho's back. He sat down next to Choi Ji-ho, unfolded the large blanket, and shared it amicably. As I was about to put on the chest guard prop, the strap rattled. Everyone seemed busy, so I struggled to adjust the length myself. Then, Jong Songbin approached. "How can I help? Can you tighten the waist part a bit? It's too loose and keeps clattering. I think the sound might get into my in-ear." At my request, he meticulously adjusted the knot. He even slipped his fingers in to check that the guard wasn't squeezing my body too tightly. "How's the choker for you? Is it uncomfortable?" "Maybe because I wear them often. I'm used to it now." Jong Songbin laughed awkwardly. He used to say it felt stuffy, like it was choking him when he hit high notes. Now he was a professional idol who could pull off even high-end designs with layered chains. Did the kids grab their hot packs? "We won't be able to come back to the waiting room once part 2 starts. We have to stay outside the whole time. I've got them ready to grab on our way out. I also took out some blankets, just in case. Don't let them take the pizza blanket." "Why? This one's fine," Choi Ji-ho chimed in, eavesdropping from afar like a ghost. "It doesn't match the outfits. And a plaid one matches, so you're taking that. It's less ugly than a pepperoni pizza. Then why'd you buy me an ugly blanket in the first place?" For once, the brat retorted without backing down. I was about to yell at him, asking if he'd never seen a useless gift exchange video, but I held back. Who was to blame? It was the fault of the soft, warm pizza blanket that had completely captured its owner's heart. The start of part 2 drew near. After bickering over the blankets, they each grabbed just one small hot pack. They were determined to maintain their style, even in the artist's seating area. I had a feeling that after the music festival, a post would go up again saying, "Spark's tenacity is legendary." They're all exposed, but not a single one is using a blanket. 486, Chapter 486, New Year 2. This year, Spark received a full 10 minutes for their solo stage, the second longest performance on the entire cue sheet. Other groups only appeared to have longer times because of consecutive collaboration stages with their company seniors. When including the joint performance with Berrien, Spark's stage time was number 1 by a wide margin. The stage, fitting for an event meant to wrap up the year in K-pop, required full uniform attire. How Spark concluded their year was now entirely up to them. The sounds of drum beats and electric guitars filled the venue from above as the lift carrying us slowly ascended. My view gradually changed while I listened to the intro, which had been rearranged with a stronger sound for the outdoor performance. My perspective shifted from below the stage where people bustled about, past the structures we had just been running around, and finally to the audience. We came face to face with the crowd, who cheered wildly. Amidst the countless lights, the ones cheering for Spark were instantly visible. The floor vibrated from the deafening noise of the speaker. My face flushed hot just from walking to the front of the stage. An intense rush of endorphins, strong enough to make my hands and feet tingle, exploded endlessly in my head. The stage lights cut out with an intense electronic sound. The cheers that had quieted flared up like fire when the intro to Dreamer began. Light sticks of all shapes and colors waved rapidly. "I don't understand, people all tell lies." Lee Chong-hyun had said the year-end stage was a source of lingering regret for him. His family troubles had peaked during the first music awards show he attended after his debut. However, Lee Chong-hyun said he no longer cared if his family was watching. He said he had confidence now. What kind of confidence? The confidence to show them that it's fierce here too. I'm going to believe in myself, because we all live while dreaming. Kang Keon no longer took the heart-calming pill. He wasn't afraid of the countless cameras. He had overcome the period when he feared a mistake would prevent his debut, that he would be the only one to fall behind. He accepted that he would live his life in front of an audience from now on. So you don't have to stock them in the first aid kit anymore. Kang Keon smiled, saying that even if he needed help again someday, it wouldn't be as difficult as before, because he had overcome it once. I want to dream tomorrow too. Jang Songbin's voice filled the venue. Not a trace remained of the boy who once lacked confidence in his own skills. Everyone loved Jang Songbin's singing. Jang Songbin said that was all he needed. I thought it would be enough if my voice wasn't unpleasant to hear, but they like it. So I have nothing more to wish for. When it came to his own work, Jang Songbin was a truly humble guy, yet he made a wish that was not easy to achieve in the idol world, to be with the members for a long, long time. I believe that Jang Songbin could easily accomplish that much. After all, in the past, Jang Songbin had protected the group until the very end, ensuring no one left. The song soon changed. The surroundings turned bright red from lasers and electronic display boards. A rough lift shot across the air. I tightened my grip on the microphone. The heat isn't enough. Swallow the surroundings and raise the temperature. The formation changed, and Choi Ji-ho stood at the front. His wide-open jacket revealed a waist free of any surgical scars. Pillars of fire, a stage effect, erupted in time with the chorus. The only thing Choi Ji-ho had ever held onto in his life was dance. Even action school was just the best method for him to learn how to use his body well. Choi Ji-ho was a guy whose thoughts I could never figure out, but I knew for sure that he came alive when he danced. Because I saw it up close like this. Every single day, when the soul burns blue. Park Ju-woo revved up for a high note, his eyes gleaming as he stared straight ahead. Opposite him, Jang Songbin built a harmony, following Park Ju-woo's high note. The members surrounded the two of them. I heard later that Park Ju-woo no longer felt like he was alone, because there's someone to sit next to me. It seemed that riding in the car squeezed between me and Choi Ji-ho on the day Park Ju-woo went to see his family was important to him. Even though he came back with stiff shoulders, Park Ju-woo said he had felt a sense of stability for the first time in a very long time. Without a trace, the biting winter wind was no match for my burning body. I remembered our debut stage. The heat from the lights had been so intense that my mind went hazy. The dizzying, confusing sensation of not even knowing what I was doing was still vivid. I was out of breath just like back then, but it wasn't burdensome. This feeling was different. Let it burn. It's heart-swelling. I could almost hear the crowd shouting the lyrics in unison, piercing through my in-ear monitor. Don't obsess over what's visible, focus on the essence. Words I had heard long ago faintly came to mind. Open a new era. Don't forget. Me. Until I become ash. That you, teacher, are a flame. When the cheers grew past a certain point, they swallowed the instrumental. Sweat poured down like rain. My throat and lungs stung as if they would burst, and I could feel my legs tense. This must be what it meant to use every ounce of strength. The phrase, to burn with passion, to give your all until your body breaks, must refer to a moment like this. Everything I had was combusting to create power. Energy and concentration rode my rapidly circulating blood, becoming voice and dance that shot outward. Burn it up. Why did people so often attach to burn or to blaze to the words life force? Standing here, I felt like I finally knew the answer. Some lives prove their existence by refusing to be extinguished. We didn't have to worry about feeling cold. After performing intense choreography back-to-back, we had to fan our flushed faces with our hands, even in the artist's seating area. Someone tapped my knee. I looked over and saw Aunt. When I bowed, they gave me several thumbs-ups. They must have thought we looked cold, because they also handed out heat packs. The warm heat pack went to Park Ju-woo. My hands trembled from nervousness. I kept my expression neutral, not knowing where the Sparkler fans might be watching from, but I felt severely dizzy. I wasn't sick, just completely drained. The other guys were in a similar state. They sat with their backs straight, the corners of their mouths smiling, but their eyes soulless. However, even during the lulls, they didn't stop their fan service, waving their hands or making hearts. The brainwashing we'd practiced like breathing was paying off. They're the idols who were active in the new media category this year. Spark, congratulations on your award. We received several awards in between. We were overflowing with them, both as individuals and as a group. I knew the fans' hands had touched every single award, so we accepted them all gratefully. The event flowed quickly. Is the performance grand prize awarded to the team that showed the most outstanding performance of the year. The grand prize ceremony began. The look in the fans' eyes, tired from the long show, sharpened. After an incredible amount of stalling, The award went to the group that had become a hot topic for their time-lag choreography, which utilized the strengths of their large numbers. Their sincere acceptance speech and the sight of fans crying as they cheered for the artist were touching to watch. I sent my wholehearted congratulations with generous applause. Where will we get the best view of the fireworks? We'll probably be sent to the very back row, so I don't think we'll have a choice, right? I was whispering with Lee Chonghyun when the cameras suddenly turned toward us. My mind blanked for a moment as a certain possibility occurred to me. Lee Chonghyun's eyes and the eyes of the guys sitting next to him went wide. Only the clueless Choi Ji-ho and Kang Ki-on waved gently at the camera. The artist grand prize, given to the team that received the most love in 20XX, is. I had to guess what was happening, but my brain couldn't accept it. I just blinked blankly. Their hands will be full on their way home today. That's right. The winner of the Honorable Artist Grand Prize is. It would be one thing if we had received it earlier, but this was the final award. Among all the various grand prizes, this was like the overall grand prize, an award that, while not laughable, had maintained its prestige even as other awards were split up. That right now? Spark. They're giving it to Spark? We scrambled to our feet. The members of Spark held onto my arm and didn't let go as they were pushed forward. The feet of Choi Ji-ho, Kang Ki-on, and Park Ju-woo stepped onto the stage where the grand prize waited. Lee Chonghyun followed, pulling me along. Jang Songbin came up with us, pushing my back with one arm. Jang Songbin received the trophy. Choi Ji-ho, already on stage, took the bouquet and passed it to Park Ju-woo. Jang Songbin had become so mature, yet he bawled in front of the microphone. He didn't collapse like he did when we won first place, but he couldn't stop crying the entire time he gave his thanks. After finishing his speech, Jang Songbin placed the trophy in Lee Chonghyun's hands. Everyone wanted to give something to each other. Lee Chonghyun gave the next speech. He deserved recognition for taking responsibility for all the team's titles and leading them to the grand prize. However, Lee Chonghyun himself gave the credit to the members who did their best at every moment. When the host said they would hear from about 2 more people, Choi Ji-ho stepped forward. He gave a fairly standard speech, starting with thanks to the hard-working leader, composer, and producer. At his final words thanking all the members for their hard work, Kang Ki-on turned around and wiped away his tears. I gestured to Park Ju-woo, who tried to give me a chance to speak, that it was okay. After a moment of hesitation, Park Ju-woo comforted Kang Ki-on and led him to the microphone. Kang Ki-on struggled to hold back tears as he thanked everyone he was grateful for. Listening to Kang Ki-on also thank the members' families, I patted the back of Park Ju-woo, who had likely yielded his turn with a similar feeling to my own. We came down from the stage as the host announced that the new year was approaching. The guys who had been crying like children were already comforting each other, running off while clutching the trophy and bouquet. I couldn't take my eyes off their retreating backs. Your debut, your comeback, your first place win, all of that was achieved by the you of the past, but this grand prize is a first. That's why at first, I thought this wasn't my place. Later, I was afraid my presence would prevent you from winning the grand prize. But you ended up winning it with me in tow. You relentless bastards. You tenacious guys. The area under my eyes grew hot. I tilted my head up, afraid of ruining my makeup. Above my head, light sticks waved fiercely. Instead of the voices I had worried about, the ones wishing for a 5-member spark, congratulations poured down from fans cheering for a spark that included me. It felt like I had received proof that it was okay for me to be here. From the very people who cherish and love Spark the most, the ones who make Spark's existence possible. The corners of my eyes grew wet. I gently touched them, but tears kept welling up. Choi Ji-ho, following behind, tapped my shoulder. He wrapped an arm around my shoulders and urged me to catch up with the members ahead. You're not crying. I didn't suffer enough to cry. Is that so? Why? You gonna comfort me if I cry? Back then, you definitely asked me if I was crazy. So shouldn't you have the decency to pretend you don't know? You should at least scold me, asking if I even suffered enough to cry. It was the worst. The really annoying part was that even as my pride was wounded, the tears wouldn't stop. 487. Chapter 487. New Year 3. Baek Haewon lay comfortably on the sofa until the joint performance of Spark and Baryon began. When are my boys coming on? She muttered, restlessly scratching an innocent cushion. She shot up the moment the caption, Baryon 10 Spark, appeared on screen. A fan's heart pounded, even though she had already seen the leaked cue sheet. The sight of Spark in uniforms with their hair slicked back turned Baek Haewon into a wild animal. She forgot all human language and could only scream. Is Kim Yiwol back at it again? If back at it meant something positive, then Baek Haewon's favorite, Kim Yiwol, was at it every single day. He was always composed without a single flaw, except for that one time in their self-produced content when he crossed his legs, pretended to be a department head, and took off his shoes. Chains on Kim Yiwol's epaulets gleamed gold whenever he moved his shoulders. The chains cascaded from his shoulders to his buttons, settling with a clink on his chest. Baek Haewon found herself envying mere lumps of metal. How can his clothes look so filled out? His biceps and thighs look like they're about to burst. Baek Haewon felt powerless against his overwhelming physique. His well-defined waistline was a perfect 100. The black combat boots tightly covering his ankles below perfectly tailored pant cuffs were also a 100. The descending camera and the fit of his sturdy, straight-leg pants always made a sparkler's shoulders swell with pride. When Choi Ji-ho and Kim Yiwol stood side by side, their different T-zones captured in the same frame, she wanted to run onto the veranda and scream. But she could not. The very next solo shot of Lee Chong-hyun froze Baek Haewon like a statue. The ending left a deep impression, with all of them turning their backs, tilting their heads, and placing hands on their waists. Baek Haewon shook her head and clapped. She felt the value of the subscription fees she paid for the streaming app every year. A short snack time followed. Baek Haewon, drained from her excitement, watched the junior idols' performances and realized they were all familiar faces. Much greater than because of Spark, I watched music shows all year, so there isn't a single team I don't know. She had watched music shows during their hiatus for Lee Chong-hyun's irregular MC hosting, so they were all familiar. Thanks to that, the time when Spark was not on screen was not boring. At that point, aren't you basically a director? Baek Haewon could not refute the point and sent a meme of someone crying with a fist in their mouth. Why aren't you eating the popcorn? Can I have some? Baek Haewon passed through the living room and asked, reaching for the plastic-covered popcorn bucket he had gotten from a movie theater. Touch it and you die. Oh, so I can have it since you're not eating, right? Baek Haewon quickly threw the tormented cushion to defend herself and hugged the popcorn to her chest. So this is the kind of trial I face now that Spark is successful enough to perform later in the show. Baek Haewon swallowed her tears. The popcorn was opened earlier than planned. She could not deny Baek Haewon's words. You're just going to go absolutely wild when Spark comes on and not eat anyway. Baek Haewon recharged with caramel popcorn, muttering about pitying muggles who did not know Spark's greatness. Why is Spark on so late? I thought they were popular. The more popular you are, the later you perform. So the viewers don't tune out, obviously. Baek Haewon squeezed into the remaining space on the sofa. Baek Haewon told him to get lost, but it had no effect. As she battled Baek Haewon for space, the pre-recorded stage ended. The screen switched to the live venue. An electronic sound played as crackling static appeared on the main screen. Colorful lights wedged between black and white moved along the cracks in the image, slowly finding their places. The electronic sound started and stopped more frequently, and letters formed at an increasing speed. A driving drum beat mixed with a heavily affected guitar. The intro to Dreamer, normally calm in the music video, was remixed to sound like a band at a school festival. The camera showed a full shot of the venue, which she did not care about. The fan section, screaming and waving light sticks, took up 3/4 of the monitor. In the distance, the members revealed themselves on stage. I don't give a damn how many people are in the audience. Just show us the stage. Baek Haewon roared. As if hearing her command, the broadcast showed Spark walking from a lift toward the front of the stage in a V formation. Their intense styling left her speechless. The camera started with Jong Song-bin, a silver chain on his leather choker dangling inside his shirt. It panned to Park Ju-woo, who wore bold white mascara and a face chain. Then it moved to Choi Ji-ho, who had burgundy makeup around his eyes and deep red contact lenses. In the opposite line, the camera captured Kang Kyeon, whose vibrant purple makeup rivaled Choi Ji-ho's and who had a slit shaved in his eyebrow. Next was Kim Yiwol, with artfully lined eyes and matte, rose-colored lipstick. Finally, it showed Lee Chong-hyun, with blue glitter on his cheeks and nose. As a group, Spark boasted a unique style centered around Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun. A beep sounded like a warning, then stopped. All the stage lights went out. The team name and the title, Dreamer, appeared as a caption. The members' makeup recalled their roles in the music video. For example, Choi Ji-ho, the vampire, wore a black outfit coordinated with red-tone makeup. The only difference was that the Choi Ji-ho in the music video had not so explicitly shown off his angry-looking back muscles when he turned around. Not like now. Ark, the glossy leather harness running along his spine, tested Baek Haewon's resolve. Meanwhile, Jong Song-bin, though dressed more neatly than his brother, appealed with audacious details that flustered people. When the lights reflected off the chain hanging inside his black shirt, Baek Haewon swallowed many words. She stared at Jong Song-bin's Adam's apple, which shone even whiter. And what about Kang Ki-on? His turtleneck was made of a thin material, revealing the outline of his shoulder muscles and biceps. Though he wore a vivid color, his own striking features prevented it from feeling excessive. The fact that Ki-on's eyebrow is purple is more important. Our boy has a slit in his eyebrow and even put piercing studs on it right now. The deliberate makeup and even more deliberate outfits created a synergistic effect. It was as gorgeous and distinct as the venom or mask from their elite style. For instance, Park Ju-woo was usually dressed conservatively by Kim Yiwol, though Kim Yiwol was only ever stingy with fabric for Choi Ji-ho, but his daring fashion of wearing only a vest on his bare torso left his neck wide open. His shoulders were visible every time he moved. Lee Chong-hyun got Spark and Chong-hyun's outfit onto the real-time trending topics. Every viewer watching the broadcast admired Lee Chong-hyun from head to toe. Sparklers desperately wanted to join this trend, but the scars from their defeat to Kim Yiwol ran deep. They participated instead by posting anecdotes of the gushing praise a certain Mr. Kim had given his younger brother on past broadcasts. And Kim Yiwol. The moment Baek Haewon saw Kim Yiwol, she seriously contemplated what she was supposed to say. His muscular upper body and the leather chest guard that wrapped from one shoulder to below his chest created a clean, sharp line. The high-waisted pants on his already long legs made his lower body look 2 meters long. His eyes and clothes were all black, but his lips held a cold red hue. That single point made Kim Yiwol stand out even among the other flashy members. You didn't even give us any variations for our own favorite, so you can't just show up like this, Kim Yiwol. If you were truly the ultimate idol who cherished and loved sparklers, wouldn't it be right to give fans a heads up, so we'd have time to write our gushing posts? No, Yiwol, you have always been consistently diligent. It's my fault, our fault, for being complacent. Yiwol, you've done nothing wrong. You are the best, and a person truly mad for beauty. His hair, dyed black again for the final broadcast, was becoming soaked with sweat. If Spark had previously seemed to do their best, the Spark of this promotion cycle was desperate. You could feel them pouring out all their energy every second. Spark never advertised how hard they worked. However, fans guessed from their conversations on apps like Bubble Pop that Spark had lived in practice hell all summer. The results of that practice were now expressed unsparingly on stage. The greatest joy for a fan was seeing her favorite artist's skills recognized. Spending every day using upvoting tickets on various apps was a hassle, even after years. However, watching the people she liked receive an award on the other side of the screen made all that hard work feel washed away. Spark was a team that always made their fans proud. Sparklers never had to force praise for Spark. Without making excuses or squeezing out compliments, Spark always did their best for their fans and never neglected their main job. They were always unchanging. The winner of the grand prize for Artist of the Year is the only thing that had changed. SPARK was that they had begun to receive the rewards their efforts deserved. Baek Haewon shot up from her seat, as shocked as the members. She was too dazed to post on social media. She could not believe it, even as she watched Spark go on stage, hugging and patting each other on the back. Jong Song-bin received the trophy and stood before the microphone. Tears streamed down his face, no matter how many times he wiped them away. Next to him, Lee Chong-hyun's eyes also brimmed with tears. The camera captured Choi Ji-ho calmly thanking the fans and telling the members they had worked hard. It then showed Park Ju-woo yielding his spot to the youngest for the acceptance speech. Kang Ki-on bit his lip hard, held back tears, and finished his stammering but excellent comment. A high-angle camera followed the members as they bowed deeply and returned to their seats. In the aerial shot, Kim Yiwol walked with a strange expression before lifting his head. Kim Yiwol furrowed his brow, looking uncomfortable. He covered his squinting eyes with the back of his hand as if the lights were too bright. His lips trembled. Kim Yiwol took a deep breath, looked into the distance, and then lowered his head. The eldest member had not cried on their debut stage, nor when they first won on a music show, nor at fan meetings and concerts. He was a perfectionist who, according to his younger members, was so goal-oriented that he rarely felt satisfied with his own accomplishments. Her favorite, who had kept his promise to never show a disheveled side since his debut, was crying. Baek Haewon could tell he was trying to hold it in, but it was not working. For the past 3 years, the person Baek Haewon had watched most in her life was Kim Yiwol. The younger members arrived at their seats and discovered Kim Yiwol following them in tears. The members all clung to each other in a group hug. Kim Yiwol never managed to lift his face, even as the camera turned back toward the MCs. 488, Chapter 488, Achievement 1. Photos and videos from our monumental day poured out, from the fireworks to the grand prize commemorative content. UA even released a recording of our celebratory party. There was an overwhelming amount of it. Amidst it all, I couldn't smile. In every photo taken after we won the grand prize, my eyes were completely bloodshot. The skin around them was bright red and swollen. Some people look dazzling when they cry in photos, with fireworks reflecting in their teary eyes and only a faintly reddened nose. I just looked like a blubbering idiot. I couldn't even lift my head. Are you still lamenting? Yeah, I plan to filibuster about it for all of January. The photos came out great, though. Hyung, your fans all changed their profile pictures this time, didn't they? Kang Keon said nonchalantly. This is why I try to do well for the fans. No matter how pathetically I cry, they look upon me so generously. I received tons of warm, encouraging messages from those around me. Maybe because I had bawled my eyes out on camera, every message was long and heartfelt, each with a read more link. I felt sick with embarrassment as I replied, completely overwhelmed. After sincerely thanking everyone, I inwardly sobbed while writing my year-end settlement report. No one told me to write it, but it had become a yearly habit. I also completed the important annual ritual of changing Park Joo-woo's contact name. With this, Park Joo-woo became 22-year vintage Metal King marble. The system began calculating the KPIs. I figured it would take a while, so I didn't even try to talk to it. The end of the year passed, and the New Year schedule began as soon as January 1st arrived. Like office workers with no vacation, both Spark and UA had to work non-stop to function as sound members of society. Fortunately, a nationwide tour was scheduled from January through February, so we had no time for our discipline to slacken. We also held a charity auction for our personal items. It absolutely wasn't just to make Lee Chong-hyun's and Kang Keon's room more comfortable. The idea came up while we were planning a new kind of offline event. In my and Choi Ji-ho's case, we didn't have many things to put up. Neither of us had much interest in material possessions. The only thing Choi Ji-ho used often was his wired earphones, but he changed them so frequently that they weren't suitable as cherished items. Still, we managed to put together a decent lineup by raiding the warehouse, my suitcase, and Choi Ji-ho's family home. Much greater than Kim Yiwol lololololol. They told him to bring a cherished item, and he brought the Blueberry Alumni Cherry Blossom Viewing Polaroid set lololololol. You're amazing, I really have to admit it. Is it different from the photos released before? They were taken on the same day, but he said he was hiding them away because he didn't know when he might need to do a mass release of past photos. Much greater than a certain idol's cherished item that's a hot topic on social media. A scrapbook of the members' conversations on .ion. He even read a few of them on the spot, saying he was introducing the product LOL. It was hilarious how Songbin would call out to the members whenever they did anything LOL. Songbin Songbin Hyung ing. Much greater than Choi Ji-ho crazy bastard. He ripped off his real school uniform name tag for his cherished item. The members signed all the items sold that day, but on the back of the name tag, instead of his idol's signature, he signed it with this CMIong he used back in school. Wow, FK. How much did this sell for? While we competed with eccentricity, the youngest members pushed forward with sheer quantity. They came on stage believing in their truckload of items and offered up their entire household fortunes. Much greater than is this a flea market or what? Like they'd give you 1,001 off if you buy 3 things. What's the point of getting 1,001 discount after spending 5 million won? All the participants were chosen by lottery, so there were no resellers, and they set the starting prices really low, so the prices weren't as high as you'd think. Songbin. Chonghyuna. There's a 1 item per person purchase limit. Chonghyun. Hook. Elga lol Lee Chonghyun, what are you doing lol? Much greater than the person who bought the Spark Kingdom cafeteria, another concept photo frame, posted a proof shot. They said they even personally decorated a Kingdom cafeteria, another zone, to put the frame in. How about our youngest, who took a picture, framed it, and kept it because his Hyung's cosplayed his favorite genre. The area around the frame is so sparkly lolalalal. Much greater than this rich baby harpy eagle fennec fox Pacific guide. How dare he bring his favorite bag as a cherished item? This lol. The killing point was when Kang Keon asked Jiho Hyung if he had any intention of selling it. Didn't Iwol buy him a bag for his last birthday? LOL. That one's already about to get a hole in it. Is Jiho busy, or does he just use his bags roughly? Probably both lol. However, the MVP was someone else. Park Ju-woo, a natural genius whose ability to interpret fans' deep desires was still immature, and Song Bin, an idol industry expert well acquainted with the abyss of a fan's heart, showed off an admirable selection ability despite being polar opposites. Much greater than did you see that Rock Ju-woo sold an album set? He said he made a package with 1 album each from his favorite bands since the 1960s. It has relics from a bygone era, even LPs, photo. Nothing but masterpieces. Music expert, acknowledged. Fuck, when did he sell it? They said they sold it at some kind of auction event. Can only fans go to things like that? For rock fans, even adults who don't follow idols would have wanted to buy it. In terms of fan power, Rock Ju-woo beats all the kids here, lol. A music expert indeed. Much greater than Songbin. So you're telling me you brought an MP3 player filled with cover songs you've been recording since you were a trainee as your cherished item. You're saying you scraped together every remaining recording to fill it with 219 songs, Songbin. Wow. A true, genuine fan really should have bought this. By a stroke of great luck, one of Bin's fansite masters got it. All attendees received photo cards and a simple gift set, so no one went home empty-handed. We also released the photo card data to everyone through the fan cafe to prevent premium reselling. In the end, we spent time with our fans. The youngest member's room became a little more comfortable, and we made a donation. It was a win-win in many ways. We also had a fan meeting where all sorts of things happened as we wore various items and interacted with fans. Much greater than Battle Bunny, cute. Looks strong. How did it end up like this? LOL. He just kept picking up and wearing all the fan sign items. LOL. He looks like a character customized by a hardcore gamer. Much greater than I've asked 100 times who gave the Emperor the shorts tennis uniform. What are you going to do when you find them? I'm going to kiss them. Whoever it is, they're probably going to have nightmares. Much greater than I just saw the picture of Songbin wearing a halo and wondered why his expression looked so sad. Turns out it was because his angel wings ripped. Why did the wings rip? They tore as soon as he put his arms through and fitted them on his shoulders. Well, he is a member of Spark, after all. Much greater than 2x0124 giant chinchilla Ju-woo, laughing face. The Ju-woo fansite masters always adding this. Laughing face is funny and cute. I went thinking he'd be wearing a chinchilla headband, but my brain stopped when I saw the incredible quality of the doll clothes. It feels inadequate to even call it a fan sign item anymore. Much greater than please share your Lee Chonghyun hairpiece pics. I'm collecting them because they've been putting all sorts of hairpieces on him lately, and there are so many kinds. Anyone willing to share in the comments? I'll start. 1. Saving. Saving 22. Everyone's just saving and no one is sharing. Much greater than I think the Keon fan sign pics are the funniest. He goes back and forth between cute and cool all by himself. He'll be doing cute stuff for a while, then suddenly strike a delinquent mood, and before you know it, he's back to being super cute Keon. Such a good boy, changing concepts constantly during a single fan sign. It really doesn't feel like it's all from the same day lol. After we finished a schedule, it would become a hot topic in one way or another. This was another change that came with our increased popularity. Our every move was no longer just a brief topic of conversation among fans or people interested in idols. Articles were written about us, and even people unrelated to the industry showed interest. For someone in a profession that lives off attention, it was an incredibly good thing. If only things had stayed this peaceful, there would have been no problem. But they say you can't only have happy moments in life. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button, Assistant Manager Kim. I saw the KPI performance report you submitted. Plus, the time had come to wake from the sweet dream and face reality. I held my breath and waited for the words that would follow. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button, there's no room for subjective evaluation. It was perfect. Wow. I knew it was a good idea to invest in someone with potential. I've got an eye for people. I'll approve this one without rejection. Plus, system, employees KPI, when grand prize, has been confirmed as achieved. Plus, there was no separate reward section attached. That meant, just as I had previously guessed. Plus, system, following the employee's final KPI achievement, the final performance reward will be distributed. Opportunity to nullify the death of your older sister, blood relative, is provided. Plus, system, following the employee's final KPI achievement, the personnel disadvantage is withdrawn. Plus, it meant that this long journey was over. Is it over? Really? I couldn't believe it. To be more precise, it didn't feel real. Now, the possibility of my sister dying in that car accident on that day was gone. All from that one single sentence. The anticlimactic ending felt a bit empty. It was something I had desperately wished for, but to think it was a problem that could end so simply. While I was in a daze, the system, never tiring of it, started picking a fight with me. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button, I didn't know Assistant Manager Kim would pull it off in such a short time either. I'm worried. The work vacuum will be huge if Assistant Manager Kim resigns. Plus, like I care. If you don't have anyone to work, you be the idol yourself. Stop making others do your dirty work. At my words, the system flickered a couple of times. The message inside the box changed. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button still. I'm sure Assistant Manager Kim will wrap things up diligently before leaving. You know that a beautiful ending is a virtue, right? You're still an employee of the company until the day you resign, so don't get complacent. Plus then, a new window appeared. Plus, system, following the employee's final KPI achievement, the resignation procedure is initiated. Plus, I had thought about it in passing before. I guessed that winning the grand prize would be the final KPI, but I had my doubts since the synchronization was progressing separately. I had hypothesized several times that what the system truly wanted from me might be something other than KPI achievement. So, I had resolved not to be flustered no matter what unexpected thing happened. But my anxiety had become a reality without fail. Plus, system, following the employee's final KPI achievement, the resignation procedure is initiated. Until the resignation procedure is complete, the employee is subject to the employer's control. Once the resignation procedure is complete, the resignation process will be applied, and the contractual relationship between the employer and employee will be terminated. When the employee's synchronization rate reaches 100%, it will be considered that the reused life has been returned, and the resignation procedure will be terminated. Plus, in the worst way possible. 489, Chapter 489, Achievement 2. The system declared it would ensure I reached a 100% synchronization rate. If synchronization meant becoming my previous body, then the end could only be death. On the surface, it seemed I could choose to live with the system and just maintain the synchronization rate. But the system had always guided me to complete my missions. If it had abandoned me, it would have pushed me off a cliff long ago, just like it dropped the stage light. I stared dazed. I blinked, but the words in the air remained. I felt lost in a dream. If this was how it was going to be, why keep me alive all this time? At first, I thought the system's actions were a sick joke. I believed it was a psychopath playing a game, using my family's lives and others' trauma as prizes. Then I felt the system clearly wanted something from me. This was because, despite its restrictions, it had always kept me from hitting rock bottom. I suspected and remained wary, wondering if this was just another of the system's tricks to make me achieve its goals, and if I was simply falling for it. Even after recognizing the system was partly favorable toward me, I kept my distance. While performing my duties, I determined this thing it clearly wanted was likely related to the human Kim Yiwol, not the system's own amusement. The actions the system guided me toward using KPIs ultimately led to my transformation, both externally and mentally. So, I had guessed the system wanted me not to die and to grow internally. And now it tasked me with perfectly synchronizing with my previous body. I was confused. I couldn't figure out how to improve the situation, nor could I guess what state I was supposed to reach. I also couldn't understand the system. It would explain other things in tedious detail, but stayed silent on the most crucial points. If it had already decided the end, there was no need to drag me this far. It wasn't as if I would only change by becoming an idol and winning a grand prize. In the end, my world did change, enough to shake my life to its core, but was this result necessary to obtain by introducing so many variables? How could a being so obsessive that it would give me a nosebleed to prevent future leaks also ensure employee embezzlement caused safety accidents, just as they happened before? If I had at least known why the system was so persistent, I would have been less desperate. I would have tried to understand it and find a solution. However, I had overlooked that in some relationships, especially hierarchical ones, even the act of trying to understand can be met with, "How dare you?" I felt dizzy. When my hypothesis that the system didn't want my death collapsed, everything became chaotic. It was all just speculation. Although my inference was based on the system's words, the system had never once confirmed any of my hypotheses with a yes. But I thought I had built a reasonably logical theory with the limited information I had. What on earth have I been missing? Even if I find it, will it mean anything? My strength drained away. My legs gave out, and I collapsed to the floor. The system, which had appeared at my eye level while I was standing, deliberately moved down to appear before me again. It persistently delivered its message. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button assistant manager Kim. You received the handover when you first joined. If the company does the basics for you, the employee should do their part as well. System, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button. I heard that if you give a resigning person a lot of work, they just run away without cleaning up their mess. People these days have no sense of responsibility. System, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button. I'm not that inflexible. I'll accommodate you to some extent, so let's wrap this up nicely. With a smile. Got it. System, additional effects due to the resignation process are now being announced. As the resignation process proceeds, the calculation of accumulated fatigue and the imposition of related penalties will be suspended. The influence of Party A over Party B will decrease as the resignation date approaches. Party A will actively cooperate for the termination of Party B's contractual relationship and a smooth resignation. Party A will grant final approval for resignation when it determines that Party B has fully understood the contractual relationship and the resignation process. Plus, there's no reason to give more penalties, since I'm going to die anyway. What's a little nosebleed when my heart is about to stop? I buried my face in my hands. My heart wouldn't calm down. If it was going to be like this, then why? My hands trembled. My heart pounded. However, I couldn't just sit there. If the end was really coming, I have to move. I had already experienced the powerlessness of being unable to do anything when I lost my sister. I had seen someone I thought would hold me back forever become insignificant, and hadn't I learned with this team that anyone can eventually be okay, no matter what they go through? So, even in this hopeless situation, I had to cling to the hope that someday might come. I took a slow, deep breath to calm my surging anxiety and carefully reviewed my situation. I asked myself if it was okay to give up and search for reasons why I shouldn't. There was a lot to do. This year alone, Spark had a mountain of schedules. We had started them to make up for what held us back last year. I didn't want to tell them they would be working as a group only up to a certain point, and that afterward, only 5 of them would have to continue. Let's find a way. I needed time. I had to earn time to find a breakthrough, no matter what. I decided to believe that if I held on, a way would appear, just as it had before. How many of the system's KPIs had even been realistic? Since I had achieved them all, it couldn't be completely hopeless. It would all be over if I gave up anyway. I had to investigate enough to have no regrets. I was determined not to hesitate until I had tried everything. I no longer hid under the covers. Instead, I organized the words the system had spat out. The fact that the contract could be terminated meant the system didn't intend to stick with me forever. It said I achieved the final KPI faster than expected, so there was still time. Also, since the system wasn't perfect, there might be a loophole to exploit. If the system had been flawless, it would have seized my emotions from the start or forced me to accept the situation. Considering even the system had taken a long detour, my idea wasn't unrealistic. The system still influenced me, but its scope would gradually shrink. The manipulation of others' emotions and the act of holding my sister or others hostage would disappear. As long as the system wasn't the one pushing me off a cliff, I had at least avoided the worst possible outcome. For now, that was enough. I had achieved everything I desperately wanted when I first returned. My sister was safe, and Spark had endured without falling into a dark age from scandals. Realizing the situation was better than before was a small comfort. If remodeling my mental state is one of the system's objectives, then there must be a reward for enduring without breaking down. So I decided not to conclude that synchronization was definitely the end. I would keep an open mind and prepare for various possibilities. It would be better for my mental health than fixating on one thing. I took a deep breath. I pulled out the diary I had used when I first returned to the past, not this year's diary, and opened it. With all my might, I pressed down hard and wrote the path I would take, so that I wouldn't stop. I decided on my rules for a safe resignation. First, I will discard negative thoughts and view the situation objectively. Second, if a hypothesis is wrong, I won't get obsessed or emotional. I will focus on correcting the facts and changing direction. Third, if my mental state shatters, I will step back. I won't forget there's still time, and I won't get anxious. Even with the synchronization rate only 10% from its limit. Of course, a clear mind and a healthy heart didn't appear the moment I made my resolution. When I lay down to sleep, I felt gloomy. At times, I could almost see the synchronization rate percentage floating before my eyes, even though it wasn't there. Whenever that happened, I tried my best to think of something else. I did whatever work came my way. In my free time, I studied composing or went to action school. I wasn't overworking myself, just trying hard to forget my anxiety. My actions were meant to be joyful and healthy, but a few of the guys saw my diligence differently. Are you worried about something these days? Yesterday, Jong Songbin asked if I was stressed. Today, Park Ju-woo came to see me. Nothing like that. I'm sleeping well, you know. Songbin is my witness. My let's see who wins mindset had a good effect on my life. During the day, I burned with venomous resolve. At night, I passed out, thinking, I want to be a good-looking ghost when I die, so I'd better get some sleep. Park Ju-woo laughed awkwardly at my firm answer. I particularly noticed his bland eyes, which contrasted with his sharp nose and eye shape. The corners of his mouth were unreadable, neither turned up nor down. I would do my best. I would struggle until the very end. But if the end really came, I was most worried about Park Ju-woo. He had cried the most when I injured my head. I didn't want to make Park Ju-woo go through another farewell so soon, especially after he had barely accepted the separation from his family over a long period. He had overcome it once, so he would do better next time. In that regard, he was an adult who had gotten over it even before I did. Nevertheless, I was still concerned. Ju-woo. Promotions are over. Is there a song you want to sing? I asked while pretending to play the bass. Park Ju-woo's eyes widened. You'll play for me? If there's a song you want. There is. Park Ju-woo rushed from the room and returned instantly with his phone. Have you heard this band song? They're a team that just started busking in Dehangno recently. The melody is so good that I looked them up, and it turns out the bassist personally. Park Ju-woo rattled on, his face flushed. I smiled and wrote down the band's name and the song title. We unexpectedly created personal content, the formation of an impromptu band. Park Ju-woo and I showed off our slapdash chemistry, ending January with excitement. 490. Chapter 490. Future Hopes 1. Office workers often share their daily lives with close colleagues. While I knew an unusual amount about my boss's family, most people at least knew who their coworkers lived with. Many of them were families raising children, and they all struggled immensely. The issues that arose from being both a caregiver and an office worker were truly diverse. For these dual-income families, daycare centers or kindergartens were indispensable institutions. So, why was I suddenly bringing this up when UA didn't even have an in-house daycare? volunteering at a daycare center for a week. Spark had been drafted as emergency volunteers for a daycare center. It was the same one where we had made children cry miserably during a variety show recording. There was an unfortunate story behind why the daycare allowed us to film again for 5 whole days. One teacher had to return to her hometown urgently due to family circumstances. Meanwhile, another teacher caught a severe flu. She couldn't come to work and risk spreading the flu to the children. With one more teacher absent, the remaining staff had to look after kids from 2 additional classes. Completely unaware of this, UA had asked about a return visit to film their own content. The daycare, struggling with a staff shortage and worrying about everything from activities to childcare, accepted the proposal. There are still fans who rewatch clips of the daycare visit episode, so they probably thought it would be good fan service and made the inquiry. A week-long staff shortage made it difficult to even post a contract job opening. The remaining teachers would have to endure all sorts of hardships just to process applications. At this point, I realized we had to be a genuinely helpful workforce, not just get screen time. If last time was a visit for filming, this time was closer to volunteer work. UA and we agreed on the direction of the shoot. Cleaning and serving meals was no big deal for Spark, who had even been on Challenge Life. We also decided to limit daily visitors to prevent the already hectic daycare from getting even busier. Wouldn't it be better if we went wearing animal costumes? While we seriously discussed who would visit first, Kong Keon changed the subject. What if we make them cry again this time? His piercing words silenced everyone. As people who wanted to create a bright and healthy society, we wanted to stop seeing children's crying faces. We quickly began an emergency strategy meeting. How about paper masks? They're cute. Have you ever worn one? They're even scarier. Choi Ji-ho shot down Lee Chong-hyun's suggestion. Choi Ji-ho once caused a huge incident by cutting out and wearing a princess mask from a sketchbook at his sister Choi Mi-ho's request. His sister, Choi Mi-ho, was fine, but her friend who was playing with them was apparently terrified. The friend was said to be 4 years old at the time. They'll like teddy bears or bunnies. What kid doesn't like cute animals? No, a rabbit over 180 centimeters tall would be terrifying. That's a straight ticket to the Guinness Book of World Records. Lee Chong-hyun and Kong Keon fiercely debated ways to protect the children's delicate hearts. Unfortunately, no perfect solution emerged. A fresh, fruity makeup look that's refreshing just to look at. Juwoo, I don't think that's it. Jong Songbin stopped Park Juwoo, who was researching the topic with burning enthusiasm. The team already had enough members with a fruity look, with Center Banana and the Rock Mango. The leader was already walking a tightrope between wine and 100% pure grape juice. It was getting to the point where we'd have to pray daily for Spark's fruit stand to go out of business. Still, we decided to try changing our impressions. We would wear no colored contacts, draw our eyeliner down as much as possible, and have lively cheeks. This shoot was clearly an opportunity to test the limits of modern makeup technology. As we chose cute patches for our aprons, we prayed desperately that our young friends wouldn't cry. The emergency meeting finally ended after we added soft, light yellow handkerchiefs to our shopping cart, since kids get their faces messy when they eat. Until our visit, we trained to identify tokusatsu series just by their masks and studied which cars become strongest when they combine. Teachers Choi Ji-ho and Kong Keon gave us an intensive lecture. Lee Chong-hyun left an unforgettable comment about the excellent lecture and the last-minute cramming. This was harder than preparing for a quiz program. The students, who started with no base knowledge, protested fiercely against the pop quizzes that grew harder each time. However, Kong Keon didn't waver at all. Do you think it's easy to keep up with the evolution, transformation, and combination trends in children's animation? Anyway, this special training meant Spark had delved even deeper into subculture. I worried about what kind of items would show up at the next fan signing event if the exam scene was released as our own content. On day 1, Jong Songbin and Park Juwoo went in to test the waters. The remaining members endured their trembling legs and prayed that the two's aprons wouldn't get soaked with tears. Before long, a storm of notifications rang out in the Spark group chat, where we all clutched our phones. 22-year vintage metal marble Park Juwoo, +1, +1, +2, +1, +4, +1. Me looks like it's break time. What are the numbers? 22-year vintage metal marble Park Jiwoo. It's the number of babies we made cry. Cutie pretty visual Lee Chonghyun. What happened during the +4? Mental pillar Jong Songbin. Jiwoo stared intensely while trying to focus on a kid's presentation. It was a miserable defeat. The gentle, soft, fruity makeup was useless. How scary must men who looked like colorful telephone poles have been to a child? Dark clouds loomed over the days ahead. They said the amazing main vocals were only accepted by the children after joining them for a fun storytelling time. The kids don't remember us, do they? Are any of the kids we saw back then still here? Don't they usually go to kindergarten after a certain age? This place has classes up to age 7, so some of the kids are still here, but they've mostly forgotten. Besides, there weren't many kids in the class we were in charge of, Jong Songbin replied with a smile. Then Jong Songbin looked at me and said, there was one child who remembered you, Hyung. They asked if the fair-skinned teacher was coming, so I told them you'd be here on Wednesday. I discovered that child's identity on the 3rd day when I visited the daycare with Kang Kyeon. Following Jong Songbin and Park Jiwoo on the 1st day, and Choi Jiho and Lee Chonghyun on the 2nd, kids were crying and running away from the facial assault of Kang Kyeon and me, but among them, one small head stood firm. Hello, Jaeyoon. It was Jaeyoon, who was unusually quiet. Jaeyoon even placed his hands on his stomach and bowed politely. Surprisingly, Jaeyoon and his classmates were graduating this month and would enter elementary school in March. Jaeyoon, you came early every day to wait for the teacher, didn't you? The daycare teacher said, placing her hands on both of Jaeyoon's shoulders. Jaeyoon silently nodded. It's nice we could meet before you graduate. Right, Jaeyoon? I asked, kneeling to meet his eyes. Jaeyoon was still quiet, but he nodded his head even more eagerly than before. Coming to the daycare a 2nd time, I understood why the children had cried so much when they saw us. Our faces were one thing, but few children came to the daycare with happy hearts in the first place. Even adults find it hard to wake up for school or work, so how could it be easy for kids? Many children didn't want to part with their parents or just wanted to take a day off to play. Because of this, half the children arriving at the daycare were already in a bad mood. So, instead of making a fuss and agitating them further, Kang Kyeon and I decided to be cautious, shadowy assistants. The children, who hadn't cared if someone else took their padded jackets when they arrived, started to show interest in us after greeting their friends and playing with a few toys. Mister, how old are you? You should call him teacher. Teacher, how old are you? Thanks to the teacher's reliable support, I received an undeserved title. 24. That's so old. Are you friends with him? A child asked, pointing at Kang Kyeon. The sound of "you should call him teacher" was heard again. It was true that teaching requires repetition and patience. Yeah, we're friends. We are. Let's just go with it for today. Don't let the kids get oversaturated with new information. And so we became one-day-only friends. The newly formed fake friend unit cleaned up scattered toys while the children played indoors and then distributed the morning snack. The snack was a Korean rice castella, milk, and 1 strawberry. Coming from a group that could empty a basket of strawberries in 10 minutes, I briefly thought, is this how children's diets are? I thought kids weren't supposed to be on a diet. The leftover snacks were given to the one-day teachers and the staff. I made Kang Kyeon drink 2 cups of milk and only ate my single strawberry. It wasn't that I couldn't drink the milk. I was managing my intake because we had to be active. I could have eaten more strawberries and castella if I wanted to, but I held back. However, that's not how it looked to the children. Jaeyoon brought over his castella, which he had taken a bite of, and offered it to me. He had likely taken a bite because his friends were eating, but then he saw me eating only a strawberry and came right over. Even though I told him the teacher was fine because he ate 2 bowls of rice at home, Jaeyoon lingered nearby. I had no choice but to ask him to share just a little bit, and he broke off half of the palm-sized bread for me. I had a really hard time refusing it. The situation wasn't much different for Kang Kyeon, a girl with pigtails who seemed to remember bonding with teacher Kang over a Magical Girl series, gave him her milk. He performed the feat of taking a sip with a greatly exaggerated motion. The real labor began with the outdoor activities. This was hands-on work we hadn't experienced during the last shoot. The advanced team had unanimously reviewed this time as the most hectic. For 91, Chapter 491, Future Hopes, 2. The advanced team was right. Getting the children into their winter clothes, which we had just put away, was an ordeal. The children refused to wear their stuffy, heavy padded jackets until they felt the harsh winter wind. Gloves and scarves were even harder. I was sweating buckets before I even put on my own coat. Catching the kids who kept whipping off their helmets was a soul-draining task. We had to put them back on and then line up 12 tricycles. It only sounded easy. Still, by following them around, I managed to memorize the names of all the tricycles. After we valet parked the tricycles, we had the children wash their hands as a group. We applied lotion to prevent their skin from chapping in the winter. By the time we sent them inside, it was time to make lunch. Not eat lunch, but make it. Our prize for landing on lunch-making Wednesday was scooping rice into stainless steel bowls. We let it cool to prepare for making rice balls. The children desperately tried to keep carrots out of their rice balls. A teacher waved a long slice of carrot and said, "The carrot wants to become a rice ball too dash." But the kids who remembered the taste of cooked carrots were not swayed. The blanched carrots were only allowed into the bowls after Kong Kian and I put on a show. We gave spectacular reactions and sang a medley of a 7-year-old who eats carrots, a totally cool 7-year-old. The daycare rice balls had cute visuals perfect for social media. They looked very different from the fried tofu rice balls Spark had shaped for the CSAT lunchbox with his Paleozoic fern-like hands. We made heart-shaped and bear-shaped rice balls in a flash using a single mold. While Kong Kian diligently cut seaweed for the eyes, I rushed decoration ingredients to the little chefs. We had to take pictures holding the finished rice balls, so I lay on the floor and tried my best to take the photos of a lifetime for them. "There's no nap time today?" Kong Kian looked at the schedule and asked. The teacher confirmed it, explaining that the 6- and 7-year-old class doesn't take naps since they will soon go to elementary school. No wonder the Spark guys looked more haggard than last time. Instead of a nap, the schedule listed an art activity. It sounded peaceful, but I knew it would be anything but, because they had told us to bring a change of clothes. So that art must be some kind of performance art. I had a gut feeling. My premonition became certainty as we covered the empty classroom's floor, walls, and ceiling with plastic sheets. I was terrified of the upcoming art activity. The 5 Senses Development art activity involved splattering paint onto large sheets of paper. It left behind wonderful artworks, the children's joyful smiles, a mountain of laundry, and a lot to clean. And it also left behind about 10 photos of Kong Kian's mischievous moment covered in paint. I couldn't archive every single moment as usual because I was focused on my main task, but each photo's quality was excellent. In particular, the photo of a flustered Kong Kian blocking a jet of paint with one hand after a child stepped on a tube, causing it to spray out like a stream of water, was a masterpiece. The next one, a cheerful Kong Kian who still smiles for the children, however, was also superb. I honestly thought both photos should be hung in the UA lobby as a series. After documenting this important record, Kong Kian and I diligently cleaned the classroom, which now resembled a street in Hongdae's mural alley. Since we had taken thorough precautions, all we had to do was tidy up the burst paint tubes and run the aprons through the washing machine. I admired the clean classroom, which would make a good editing point, then headed to the sink to wash my hands. Only then did I see my reflection in the mirror and realize what a state I was in. Paint caked my hair and face, and my clothes were stained with 5 colors. I looked exactly like a paintball survival game participant. My forearms, protected by gloves and sleeves, were so white they looked out of place. "Don't you think we need a shower room, not a sink?" The staff members held back their laughter. My brand new, light yellow handkerchief became mottled after I dabbed my hair with it. My little chick handkerchief had evolved into a Jackson Pollock piece. I haven't even left a photo review for it yet. My heart ached. During free play time, I used my thorough preparation to create opportunities for conversation. The children's world was endlessly vast and extremely trend-sensitive, so a shallow approach wouldn't work. Mini Pang Pang was a hot topic during my last visit, but it had already become a legend known only to the daycare seniors. Kong Kian was an excellent teacher. Without him, the Spark guys and I would have become old-fashioned adults repeating outdated topics. I sincerely thanked Kong Kian. "Teacher." Jaeyin approached me while I was shelving books during free time. Jaeyin squatted beside me and started helping me organize the books the younger kids had left out. "Jaeyin, let's tidy up later." Why don't you go play with your friends and the teachers for now? I felt bad making him help while everyone else played, so I stopped shelving books too, but Jaehyun just hovered nearby with a strange expression. You had something to show Teacher Yiwol, right? Let's go get it quickly. The teacher watching Jaehyun said with a smile. Jaehyun's eyes widened like a game character, with an exclamation mark over his head. He ran to his locker and got a sketchbook. Teacher, we had a class where we drew what we want to be when we grow up. It felt like just yesterday he struggled to pronounce Yiwol, but now words poured out of him. It wasn't just Jaehyun. All the children I met after so long were the same. Kids grow up so fast. While I marveled inwardly, Jaehyun turned the page. A person stood amidst lines of intense colors. Mommy said, if I get tall and dance well, I can be like you, teacher. His face was slightly flushed, perhaps from excitement. So, the person in the middle of these lasers is a daycare teacher? Did the teachers here prepare a stage for the kids, like a high school festival? And Jaehyun saw it, was deeply impressed, and now dreams of becoming a daycare teacher? I was about to reply, you'll be a great teacher because you're so kind and gentle, Jaehyun, when the clothes on the man in the drawing caught my eye. Teacher, you know, the shoes with laces sticking out, the all-black outfit, and the gray lines on the ears and clothes representing accessories all reminded me of someone. I think I know the identity of the fist-sized black circles on both ears, too. If I drink milk and go to bed early, can I become like you, teacher? It was me during our Elite promotions. I was surprised he had even included the detail of my in-ear monitors. Jaehyun chattered on, without a break. He said he missed me so much he cried a little at night, and he was amazed to see me on TV. His mom only lets him watch YouTube for 30 minutes a day, and he spends all of it watching my videos. He also told me his friend Jia dreams of being an idol, so they promised to be in the same group. Since Jia is a good singer, Jaehyun decided he would dance while Jia sings. The next page was filled with their autograph practice. I was happy enough to cry, but I was also troubled. If he wanted to be a dancer, I should recommend Choi Ji-ho or Kang Ki-yeon. I know childhood dreams change, but when the speaker is this serious, shouldn't the listener also take it seriously? After much deliberation, I recommended a better teacher to the aspiring idol. Teacher Kian over there is a great dancer, and the tallest teacher is a great dancer too. Don't you like the other teachers, Jaehyun? I like the other teachers too, but, his small fingers fidgeted. You're the coolest teacher to me. His slightly incorrect grammar couldn't hide his sincerity. I was genuinely moved. I gave Jaehyun a you can do it high five, and on the back of his wonderful drawing, I signed Teacher Yiwol's professional autograph and drew a very cool flower. Even a sketchbook full of praise stamps wouldn't have been enough to repay the praise I received from the child. The daycare filming gave us the precious assets of childhood innocence and healing. It also provided 3 weeks' worth of self-produced content and the experience of struggling on the front lines of childcare. Ahead of our spring comeback, we wanted to maintain our buzz by appearing on variety shows, not just our own content. Several good offers came in, and Spark accepted all of them as long as our schedule allowed. The show I was filming today was We'll Visit School for You. It was a semi-observational variety show where celebrities visit unique high schools. They spend a day with the students, attending classes and doing activities to introduce the school. Since we were filming at a high school right after the daycare, the concepts didn't feel like they overlapped. The broadcast was scheduled for around the same time our self-produced content would be uploaded, so the contrast between the two places would be even more stark. The show's target audience was also similar in age to Sparkler, so I wanted to provide some fun for the fans. Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Ki-yeon were immediately eliminated as candidates since they were high school students until recently. The show's point was the adaptation period of a celebrity unfamiliar with a general high school or who graduated long ago. In that respect, the two of them were unsuitable. Jang Songbin and Park Ju-woo also couldn't shed the student title. College and high school students are worlds apart, but it was apparently too ambiguous to create any specific keywords for the show. So the ones the production team requested to cast were Ji-ho, wake up. Choi Ji-ho and me. Time to go to school. To think I have to be classmates with this guy all day. The day already feels like it's 240 hours long. For 92, Chapter 492, Going to School. For the sake of realism, we should have taken the shuttle bus, but for a safe commute, the production staff and cast traveled separately from the students until we were inside the school. In the car on the way to school, Choi Ji-ho and I talked about various things. Do you have any memorable episodes from your school days? The one where my pants kept getting shorter? That's just a humble brag. Kim Yiwol, did you do evening self-study sessions? I did. Then what time were you at school until? 10 o'clock. Can you even study until 10? You probably practice for about that long after school too. It's the same thing. In between our conversation, we also took questions from the PD. What were your high school lives like? I figured the broadcast would insert an image of Choi Ji-ho's and my school records right after this. They had asked us to get them issued before filming, so we had a chance to review each other's beforehand. Choi Ji-ho's school records were quite impressive. He confessed that he never paid much attention in class, but his records repeatedly described him as diligent. It looks like your teachers really adored you. You think so? There was also a note about him taking the initiative in class matters. Considering Choi Ji-ho's personality, he probably wasn't leading classroom beautification efforts. The teacher must have written the anecdote to fit the formal nature of a school record. Indeed, Choi Ji-ho said he never really took the lead on anything in school. However, he also explained that he did everything the teachers asked. He even shared the surprising story that he never once failed to turn in his homework, even if the quality was terrible. So you really were diligent after all. Choi Ji-ho looked embarrassed and dodged the question with a vague answer. In any case, it was a relief that the documents contained nothing problematic. I listened to Choi Ji-ho's comments, imagining which parts would be selected for the broadcast. Maybe I was lucky with my class assignments. Choi Ji-ho said, the kids in my class were always easygoing. They were all nice. Could it be that your friends were just intimidated because you were scary? If your class was peaceful for 12 straight years, isn't that a little suspicious? Ji-ho, did you play basketball with your classmates too? I did from time to time. Sometimes. We played soccer more often though. Compared to the younger members who debuted while still in school, Choi Ji-ho's school days were relatively unknown. We used this opportunity to share minor anecdotes and information people had been curious about. We had this conversation because we knew there was a demand for it. My own stories had been thoroughly picked over during the controversies about special treatment and my character, so there wasn't much new material. When it was my turn, I scraped together every little thing I could remember. After that, I diligently set the stage for Choi Ji-ho to talk his heart out. Choi Ji-ho told this sad story of how he looked like he could eat 3 servings of lunch, but held back to only 1 because of Seungwanli. He also shared the absurd tale of sleeping through every break and recognizing classmates by the back of their heads, but not their faces. Every one of his past stories hinted at his incredible star quality. You two seem to have had completely opposite school experiences, the PD remarked. I wondered, is that so? When I glanced to my side, Choi Ji-ho wore the exact same expression as me. I wasn't sure if we were the polar opposites the PD suggested, but I, who had gone from classes straight to self-study, and Choi Ji-ho, whose body was at school, but whose soul had never stepped through the gates, got out of the car. We were about to spend a day in the same school, in the same class. The students had already gone in, so the school gate was empty. Wait, we have to do a uniform check before we go in. All the kids are already inside. Who's going to check our uniforms? Choi Ji-ho retorted. In Sparks' dictionary, an improper uniform was an outfit only permissible for music video shoots. I nagged Choi Ji-ho until I confirmed he was the very model of an exemplary student. For today, we also brought glasses Ji-ho instead of contacts Ji-ho. On the outside, no one looked more suited for a library. Is the atmosphere at an all-boys school different? The filming location was an all-boys high school. Since I had graduated from one, I didn't think much of it when I heard the location. It seemed to make a different impression on Choi Ji-ho, who had attended co-ed schools all through high school. Wouldn't it be similar to a school with separate classes? You guys were, I almost said, in a mixed class, right? Kim Yiwol, who had never had diverse conversations with Choi Ji-ho about their fresh, vibrant school days, shouldn't know that information. This vicarious fanboying is so detrimental. We were in mixed classes. Then the feeling might be a bit different. Thankfully, I got away with it this time. It feels like just yesterday that I was making slips of the tongue. I've grown so much. Hey, you two latecomers. A fiery scolding shot at us from afar as we crossed the field toward the school building. We ran over, only to be reprimanded in a mechanical tone for shamelessly strolling in late. I had grown accustomed to skits while emceeing for music shows, so I acted cute and dragged Choi Ji-ho. Inside the school, the students of Class 4, Year 2 of Durham High School welcomed 2 transfer students not long after the new semester had begun. The transfer students were met with fervent cheers. "Does anyone have any questions for our new friends?" the homeroom teacher kindly asked, opening a public Q&A session. It would have been very awkward if the new friends weren't former idols accustomed to receiving attention. The questions poured in like a flood. Most were on fundamental topics like, what's your big 3 lift total? And which team do you think will win Worlds this year? Everyone was enthusiastic about Choi Ji-ho's workout routine. They marveled that the smoked house almost built on deserted Rest Island was not scripted, but 100% Choi Ji-ho's idea. As for me, my euphemistic message to empty your mind because the sports scene in any event is bound to be frustrating was met with despair. Boosting friendliness with topics popular among peers. Adapting to a new school is so easy. My seatmate was the president of Class 4. The seating arrangement felt so intentional that I suspected a rumor might have spread that I'm only helpless in front of people in power. Choi Ji-ho was assigned the seat next to a gentle-looking friend. Usually, cast members are placed in the middle seats, so their faces are captured well on camera. However, for the viewing rights of the students behind us, we were seated in a line in the very back row and the one in front of it. During Korean language and Korean history classes, Choi Ji-ho and I each managed to answer at least one surprise question. Reading thick legal texts and labor news every day was a great help in the non-literary domain. Yiwol, wake up the class president. The somewhat reversed picture of a transfer student waking up the class president occurred in every class. Why is the class president sleeping so much? What will the transfer students think of Class 4 seeing their president like this? A loyal class where the president takes the initiative to draw the teacher's attention? So this is why you guys elected L as the class president. A burst of laughter erupted in the classroom. The teacher also laughed in disbelief. It might have been awkward to scold them sternly with the cameras around, but they didn't say anything more after seeing the class president headbanging to fight off sleep. My seatmate awkwardly scratched his head and asked me for the page number. I pointed to the part the teacher was reading. After nodding his head dramatically, my seatmate grinned. I could see a mischievous glint in his eyes behind his glasses. Unlike me, Choi Ji-ho neither had to wake up his seatmate, nor was he caught sleeping. He was simply scowling so intensely that the teacher asked if he was feeling unwell. The reason was that he was trying to stay awake. At the teacher's suggestion to stand if he was sleepy, Choi Ji-ho took his textbook and went to the standing desk. He then spent a long time rattling the desk by himself, trying to pull it out to adjust it to his height. Seatmate, go help him. At this rate, Ji-ho won't be able to listen to the class today. The summoned seatmate was just as clumsy at pulling out the desk legs as Choi Ji-ho was. In the end, it took the 3 of us to raise the desk to the right height. I guess it's no surprise for the center to be supported from both sides. How amazing. We toured the school during every break. Choi Ji-ho's eyes, which had been relatively clear until the second break, began to rapidly lose their vitality from the third break onward. Sleepy. I'm holding it in. Moreover, the students were so interested in Choi Ji-ho, or more accurately, his muscles, that they would politely approach him at every opportunity. They asked if they could touch his forearm or shoulder just once. Afterward, he became Class 4's stone grandfather statue, Dole Harabang, that brings health and fortune when touched. What's for lunch today? The Dole Harabang asked. Gestralo erectus had become too famous, so I secretly made a new one. A student who had become his loyal friend in no time dashed to the blackboard. Hey, you were supposed to write it down before third period started. A fine for negligence? You have to pay it. Quick, pay up 501. A fine for dereliction of duty, you idiot. The classroom became as noisy as a marketplace, all because the person in charge had neglected their duty of writing the lunch menu on the blackboard before the third period. Of course, for students, the only joy at school is a delicious meal, so it was only natural. It's bean sprout rice with wild chives soy sauce. What are the side dishes? Spinach namel and stuffed cucumber kimchi. Should we start a revolution? Although Choi Ji-ho himself remained still, the winds of a lunch revolution blowing around him subsided with the appearance of soy-braised beef. For adolescents who are hungry when they sit and hungry when they stand, Nothing is as important as the school lunch. However, we couldn't just run to the cafeteria the moment the bell rang. We lined up in the hallway and waited for the second year's turn while the third-year seniors moved. The school lunch we finally met after a long wait looked magnificent. Even though I asked for just a little of the rice and side dishes, my tray was filled to the brim. I also received a heap of well wishes, as much as the food, which I needed to eat a lot to maintain my physique. I thanked them earnestly. After finding an empty seat, I saw that Choi Ji-ho had received just as much of a heaping plate as I had. He looked at my tray and asked, "What's with all the food?" They gave me a lot. The friend next to us, who was busily mixing his rice with the sauce, listened to our conversation and asked with a curious face, "Do idols really only eat chicken breast and salad all the time?" "We eat beef too. We just try to cut down on carbs as much as possible." "Then you barely eat rice?" "Unless it's for a shoot like this. I sometimes have it as a special treat to lift my mood." "What about Ji-ho?" My gaze naturally turned to Choi Ji-ho. The guy was taking a huge spoonful of the rice he had mixed with the sauce, which now had an appetizing color. The visual made it unconvincing to say he was in a similar situation. It's a plan to raise his likability by showing him eating well. He's very strict about his diet at other times. He ate 10 bananas on a deserted island. I was completely defeated. Oblivious to my inner turmoil, Choi Ji-ho focused solely on his meal. He was like a brown bear whose daily routine consisted of nothing but hunting salmon. For 93, Chapter 493, After School, 1. Anyone want more rice? Me. Choi Ji-ho achieved his grand dream of a second helping. The friends eating with us were all members who regularly got second helpings. Before I could figure out how this elite team formed, Choi Ji-ho had already turned and left. When Choi Ji-ho returned, his tray was as full of rice as it was the first time. Steam rose from it. Seeing the triumphant expression on the tray owner's face made my blood boil. "Want some of my braised beef?" "I'm fine." I barely held back the words. "No, thanks. They say you shouldn't bother a dog when it's eating." I couldn't say anything to the guy who had grown gaunt from the triple whammy of a light, the year-end performance, and the concert. Since Choi Ji-ho was feasting anyway, I handed him the fruit cup dessert and told him to eat his fill. Choi Ji-ho asked if I wasn't going to eat it. After I said I was full, he checked my clean plate, then leisurely peeled off the seal and devoured the fruit. After eating this much, we had to run. Even now, Lee Chong-hyun and Kang Kian were probably resisting the temptation of tteokbokki and eating only Cobb salad. How betrayed would they feel if their hyungs used the camera as an excuse to stuff themselves and returned with bloated faces? Fortunately, this was a high school. It was a place where, after eating, a group of people only felt satisfied after running like mad to burn off energy. High school students acted as if they were itching to move as soon as they finished eating, unlike office workers who mechanically walked down crowded streets to aid digestion despite their lack of energy. Choi Ji-ho and I joined this flow. "Hyungs, no bluffing. What are your soccer stats like?" The kids were serious about balancing the teams for a 30-minute soccer match. I also wiped the smile from my face and made a suggestion for a tight game. "If you're taking Choi Ji-ho, give our team your ace." "What? We have to take Ji-ho Hyung." "Are you saying you're abandoning me for Choi Ji-ho?" Just as I was about to feel abandoned, the class next door proposed a bet. I was about to say that no gambling-like competitions were allowed during filming, but the messenger from the neighboring country said something absurd. The winning team gets to ask Kim Yiwol to read their love fortunes. How about it? But I don't know how to read love fortunes. So humble. And if you're going to ask anyway, wouldn't academic fortunes be better? The match started quickly, regardless of whether the prize could be claimed. Choi Ji-ho and I had luckily stayed on the same team after nearly having an internal squabble. We ran until we were sweating, reviving memories from our IDC filming days. The students, who had only studied in the classroom, ultimately failed to overcome the armored tank that was Choi Ji-ho. The opposing team fell like autumn leaves before Choi Ji-ho's charge. The sight was so much like a comedy sketch that I couldn't even laugh. By the end, everyone had collapsed onto the dirt ground, sobbing with laughter at the ridiculous slapstick. Class 4 took the victory. A goal by Choi Ji-ho, assisted by me, became the winning goal. The class president, who had been the goalkeeper, ran over from afar. He made a fuss and praised us, the one-day players. The smiling desk mate's eyes reminded me of someone. I had a class president like this when I was in school, too. The word class president carried a strong image of a model student. It suggested a little teacher, someone who studied well, was diligent, and had a big heart. However, one particularly memorable class president I knew was a little different. He wasn't a genius who vied for first or second place in class, but his defining characteristic was that he never lost first place when it came to being energetic. He was also mischievous and playful. The reason the class president seemed big-hearted wasn't because he was magnanimous, but because he cheerfully forgot things quickly. He was a good kid. He was the considerate friend who would always step up during a noisy study hall when I was trying to concentrate and say, "Hey guys, let's be quiet. If I get called to the teacher's office again, it'll be the 10th time today." He was also the type to thank you excessively for trivial things, saying he would have been in big trouble without you. All the kids who had been in the same class with him liked the class president. There probably wasn't another high school student who fit the description, an affable, good-natured person so well. I wonder if he's doing well. Feeling nostalgic for no reason, I joked when the class president asked if we could come back as substitute players for matches even after the filming was over. "I'll decide after seeing how you guys do." As for our classmates, I couldn't read their love fortunes. Instead, I advised them that when it was time to change their glasses, they should search for Choi Jiho casual wear online, buy a similarly designed pair, and not taper their pants too much. You have to maintain a neat and clean appearance and do what you're supposed to do properly to make a decent first impression. Got it. The guys nodded grimly and said they understood. Choi Jiho, who had been listening silently, opened his mouth. "If you get it, can we open the classroom windows later?" For Choi Jiho, who lived with Park Ju-woo, a classroom with 30 boys gathered inside seemed quite overwhelming. By opening the windows wide before the 5th period bell rang, Choi Jiho managed to save his nose. Music show MC Kim Yiwol presented Baek Haewon with new fun every week. It wasn't a feeling of cuteness overload or so adorable I could die. It was just a continuous stream of laughter day after day. The eldest Hyung had been mature since his debut. Seeing him, the smart and calm Hyung from Trainee era anecdotes and videos, wearing big animal ears and exclaiming, "Ah, are they really coming out?" next to his seniors created the greatest cognitive dissonance. Fans would adore them no matter what they did, as long as the two didn't cause trouble, but the scripts given to MC Yiwol were not to Baek Haewon's liking. In Baek Haewon's view, a calm and relaxed hosting style, like at an awards ceremony, suited Kim Yiwol better. She didn't know if the writers accepted this public opinion or did their own monitoring, but the nonsensical over-the-topness disappeared from Kim Yiwol's lines around the 3rd week. The tone of his voice also returned to a pleasant level. At the MC desk, Kim Yiwol was still the cute magne, but he had transformed into a character where an inner strength could be subtly felt. So Baek Haewon had forgotten for a moment what the version of Kim Yiwol she loved most was like. To Baek Haewon, who was enjoying MC Yiwol and thinking, "This is also delicious in its own way, so it's fine," Kim Yiwol one day approached her with a teaser of him striding into school in a uniform. From that day on, Baek Haewon counted down to the broadcast 10 times a day. The impact of finally seeing Kim Yiwol in a school uniform was truly immense. A flood of Tiekbap was released. Kim Yiwol, who did late-night self-study. Kim Yiwol, who wrote Businessman in the desired career path section. Kim Yiwol, whose school records for all 3 years never failed to include the words serious and diligent. The detail that his self-management was so thorough that he became a model for his peers was also impressive. The non-stop tiki-taka was also fun since the accompanying member was Jiho. The two bickered with each other without a moment's rest. At times, it seemed like they were praising each other, but they would immediately go on high alert. The picture was usually Kim Yiwol cornering Choi Jiho, and Choi Jiho retorting with his arms crossed, with a "you think so?" kind of feeling. The school uniforms in music videos, fan meetings, or concerts inevitably involved styling. They were visually stunning since they were stylishly done up, but they lacked the fresh, youthful charm of an old film movie. Some might say Baek Haewon expected too much, but could it be a sin to want to see a person's A to Z because your love for them is so great? Only those who had never imagined whether their favorite idol puts on socks sitting on the floor or on the bed had the right to cast a stone at Baek Haewon. Of all things, Kim Iwol's real school uniform had a bad design. Even on the stage where all the members wore their real school uniforms, only Kim Iwol's outfit was a disaster. To Baek Haewon, who had been worried that it might be pretty but not look like a modern uniform, Kim Iwol presented a full video of his authentic self. She had wondered if it was too greedy to hope for a simple style with no accessories, with the natural fit of the clothes preserved by not tailoring the waist or pant legs, but seeing him look like a scene from a Taiwanese youth film. Baek Haewon cursed her past self for not buying a bigger phone sooner. I have to watch this on this tiny phone. Really? She couldn't believe this reality. Perhaps because the uniform, background, and people were all real, it truly felt like watching Kim Iwol from his school days. The scenes were vivid, from the way he gently shook his friend's shoulder, whispering for him to wake up, to the sound of his voice answering the teacher's question, and the surprised expression on his face when his number was called by chance after he thought he had passed a crisis. When he was playing soccer, she grew angry about why this broadcast wasn't made into a movie. It was infuriating that she couldn't see the foot kicking the ball, the wrinkles on his clothes from twisting his waist, and the smile he made after a successful pass in 2160p. She couldn't understand why the world was stepping in to prevent her from wasting her own data on high-definition video. Based on their appearances, it seemed like Kim Iwol would be the prickly, sharp type and Choi Ji-ho would be the popular kid in class. But it was funny how their roles turned out to be the complete opposite once you got to know them. Kim Iwol was extremely busy adjusting the height of the standing desk and sharing fruit for Choi Ji-ho. The person who was happiest when Choi Ji-ho scored a goal was also Kim Iwol. Kim Iwol, going to the snack bar to buy and eat ice cream and writing in his notebook, looked like an ordinary boy of his age. However, his characteristic maturity would show when he talked with the students. From waking up his dozing deskmate to listening seriously to even the lightest of worries, everything was, quite literally, so Kim Iwol. She liked how fresh he looked and how he would burst into a refreshing laugh after winning a single game. It was enjoyable to see traces of the eldest Hyung, Kim Iwol, in his Hyung-like behavior of diligently praising any friend who did something minorly well during the soccer match. Baek Haewon finally realized that she had been thirsty to see this side of Kim Iwol all along. This was a perfectly natural phenomenon. Wasn't Spark originally the epitome of refreshing youth? Baek Haewon had simply become a youth parrot who couldn't forget her first impression and would cry out for youth whenever the cycle came around. It was Kim Iwol's fault for making the sparklers this way. She could only hope he would pay them back by regularly taking on youth concepts for the rest of his life. 494, Chapter 494, After School, 2. Kim Iwol and Choi Ji-ho even ate dinner at the school. The highlight was Kim Iwol muttering with a spoon in his hand. How did I do this every day? Choi Ji-ho had 2 servings of food again. When it grew too dark for soccer, Choi Ji-ho wrapped himself in a pizza blanket. Kim Iwol slung his knit vest over one arm, and they circled the school grounds like revolving sushi. During the evening self-study session, Choi Ji-ho desperately fought off sleep. He survived by reading a book from the back of the classroom. Kim Iwol, sitting in front of him, opened a notebook he thought he would never see again and immersed himself in his review. Most of the cast got screen time by talking with students, but Kim Iwol didn't need to during study hall. He and Choi Ji-ho had already secured plenty of footage, chatting and running around whenever they had a free moment. Much greater than XX hilariously fun. Every teacher who came and mistook them for athletes, lol. They said an idol was coming, but why? Class opening remark. Our boy is a former athlete too, but he's from the athletes' village cafeteria. Just like the emperor who achieved his dream by getting 2 servings of food. Much greater than you can see him withering away in real time. He wasn't this tired even when he was catching mud octopuses. That's because our boys are better suited for physical work. I get it for Ji-ho, but why Iwol? Well. Iwol is an extreme extrovert, so he withers if you lock him in an environment where he can't talk for too long. His core is strong, but his interest in academics graduated a long time ago. But respect for holding that posture from the first period until evening study. Much greater than look at the student's expression next to them. What happened to make him look like that? Because Choi Ji-ho spent the entire first period confessing that the chair with the broken leg felt weird. Lol. The kids who asked if the wait on the deserted island was fake are now in Hyung. This is called an L-file mode. It's so freaking funny. You have to see Kim Yiwol with this. LLLLL, I can read his thoughts just by looking at his face. Much greater than to all the sparklers who hoped things would be different if there was an intellectual member every time Spark went on deserted rest island. Give up. From what I've seen, Yiwol isn't much different. He's a homo Wolpians who's smart and strong. If Yiwol went to a deserted island, he'd knock down coconuts by hitting a palm tree with a ball, make a sundial so he doesn't miss mealtime, and go catch fish. I'm saving a PDF of your comment. I want to argue, but the A's the two members got on their physical education performance evaluation keep pricking my conscience. I was confident that collecting all the social media posts Baek Haewon wrote while watching would be enough to create the Tripitaka Koreana. Unfortunately, time passed, and the closing interview began to air. It was filmed against the backdrop of an empty classroom. After Choi Ji-ho shared his thoughts on returning to his school days, Kim Yiwol said he was happy to have made good friends. Yiwol, looking at the class president, reminded me of a friend who used to be our class president. I wonder if he's doing well. I received a lot of help from him. PD, what kind of friend was he? Yiwol, he was like the personification of the word cheerful, always positive about everything. He would often call me over and include me in soccer games. I felt a strange sense of deja vu listening to Kim Yiwol's story. The episode was very familiar. It wasn't a story released through Spark or Kim Yiwol, which meant I hadn't heard it through official channels. Choi Ji-ho, sitting next to him, suggested a video message. Kim Yiwol hesitated but didn't refuse. Inexplicable background music started to play. Baek Haewon soon realized who Kim Yiwol meant and where the story came from. Yiwol, class president, are you doing well? My jaw dropped. The situation felt like a giant hidden camera prank. My own flesh and blood was winning a lottery fans are never supposed to win. Amidst it all, the way he protected the real name was so typically Kim Yiwol that it brought tears to my eyes. Yiwol, I thought a lot about you and our classmates. Thanks for always including me in soccer and basketball when we were in school. It was fun. That night, Baek Haewon rode an emotional roller coaster. She was torn between Kim Yiwol's warm heart for remembering a past friendship and the fact that someone like Baek Haewon was mentioned by her favorite idol. A few days later, acknowledging his service as a mere classmate, she personally sent Baek Haewon the link to the video on YouTube. Me, you were mentioned on the show. Don't even want to save the name? What? Baek Haewon sent about 1 million more question marks after that. I only passed it on because my bias said he wanted to know how you were doing. Otherwise, no way. Baek Haewon left heartfelt advice for her sibling, her bias, and the entire fandom. Don't you dare post anything online just because you're the class president, he mentioned. Spark was famous for talking whenever they had a spare moment, and short practice breaks were no exception. The members, completely focused on choreography and formations during practice, would pour out everything they had to say as if they had been waiting for the break. Their topics varied. They discussed lunch menus, funny reactions they saw while monitoring, and cute animal pictures. The material was endless. When one person started a topic, all 6 of them would gather to chat. Lee Chong-hyun opened today's session. The topic was the variety show Choi Ji-ho, and I appeared on. I enjoyed watching Yoo-hyung's school days. It was so heartwarming and fresh that I was almost jealous. I won't get hurt, so just be honest. I laughed my head off. There wasn't a single bit of flattery in Lee Chong-hyun's words. I never thought I'd see the day I'd get the disgraceful nickname Homo Wolpians with Choi Ji-ho. I was confused. Should I take comfort in being the more evolved human or worry about my reputation falling to this level? But you Yoo-hyungs are really unfair. What part? You taught students you just met how to buy stylish glasses, but you made us wear floral shirts. Did I make you wear them? I was so dumbfounded I couldn't speak. Lee Chong-hyun looked at my gaping mouth and clutched his stomach, laughing. I felt like I would grab the back of my neck and collapse. Fine, let's say you didn't buy the shirts, Hyung. It's not let's say. I really had absolutely nothing to do with those shirts. But you did buy the pizza blanket, right? Do you know what the sparklers are calling Ji-ho Hyung now? I don't want to know. But you already know, don't you, Hyung? Lee Chong-hyun was right. I had already seen how far Choi Ji-ho had fallen from his honorable position as emperor, past the dull-witted honeypot something bear, and even beyond that. Was it toppings galore Chicago pizza? Kong Keon muttered. Choi Ji-ho, once known as the generous pizza shop owner in the Study With Me content, had finally become a pizza himself. I shouldn't have put that blanket in the cart just because it looked funny and soft. It's strange. I try so hard to uphold his dignity. So why does his image keep going on a deep-sea exploration? No, Jiho Hyung is still cool. Park Ju-woo consoled me, breaking into a cold sweat. His sincerity was commendable, but not very helpful. No matter how cool Park Ju-woo thought Choi Ji-ho was, the internet's version of Choi Ji-ho had long since become one with the pizza. He was the center on stage, but everywhere else, he became a variety show cheat code. No blessing was as overwhelming as this. From the middle school variety show to becoming a human pizza, it was hard to stay sane amidst the parade of viral moments. One thing was better than when Deserted Rest Island aired. It wasn't just Spark's brawny side on display. Jang Song-bin and Lee Chong-hyun appeared on the new season of Act On, generously showing off the intellectual side of the non-deserted islanders. Much greater than a Sparkler and an Act On fan lies here. When a season gets revamped, they often needlessly increase the scale, and it ends up with plot holes or becomes shoddy. I was worried, but then they hit me with a Find the Spy in the Newsroom mission, and announcer Songbin? Give me more. A current events news announcer role for a voracious reader whose hobby is watching the news. It's the perfect casting. Finally, our team has a member with a face that could pass a premarital family meeting. One who can at least step on the threshold of the main gate. So he can't make it to the living room. His pronunciation was so accurate. The announcer role suited him well. Hurry up and tell me it's a two-part series. Much greater than the Act On production team knows what's good. They gave Lee Chong-hyun the role of a neurotic reporter obsessed with traffic. This was seriously awesome. Where else can you see something like this? His real-life persona is a smart science student. The scene where he remembered all the numbers, data, article notes, and posting dates to corner the other cast members was insane, lol. He really brought the great background and setting to life. Who knew those silver-rimmed square glasses that look like they're from an 80s drama could be this good? Much greater than, spoiler alert, the most nerve-wracking scene while watching it live. The most nerve-wracking scene was when they found the spy's tampered script, corrected it, and got it on the teleprompter just before the live broadcast. The most shocking part was when JSB ignored the prompter and dropped the corruption story as an exclusive. Photo, my face was exactly like this. JTH's feelings equals my feelings. LCH's quick thinking was insane, remembering he could force a shutdown and running to the control room. But the legendary highlight was JSB preempting him and locking the equipment. We condemn Act On for encouraging internal conflict among male idols. Lol. Am I the only one who thought the target would 100% lose because I thought the prompter was the final trap? Me too, lol. People were already talking about this, asking if the game balance wasn't off. But then again, the target had to pretend to catch the spy with the others while finding and memorizing the expo script first, then find the control room equipment password and change it. So he had a lot to do, lol. Crying face. I actually thought the rules were tougher for the target. Meanwhile, the reason CH was trying to stop the live expos was so he could get the exclusive scoop himself, monopolize the traffic, and get the incentive, which is hilarious, lol. What a relentless character. Much greater than other members don't have acting activities, so I didn't know. But I was surprised at how well Nun and Chongwang got into their roles. It didn't feel like acting, it was natural. It's because they're always filming skits for their own content, lol. Crying face. Spark's variety show Family Feud successfully captured both viewers and sparklers. The casting was perfect, and the concept was great. Those two weren't the only ones who became a hot topic. Park Ju-woo and Kang Ki-on also achieved the great feat of leaving gem-like memes everywhere they went. For 95, Chapter 495, Neighbors 1. Park Ju-woo bravely went on a variety show, played all sorts of games by himself, and amazingly appeared as the main focus on screen every 5 minutes. Much greater than pale skin plus slow speech plus insane forearms. Even Paradise is rock. As expected, he really was the god of rock. The most amazing thing is how his expression doesn't change while flipping his opponent's arm over like that. And he still gets second place in arm wrestling on the team. Is first place Choi Ji-ho? Much greater than Game Room's first ever game suspension due to equipment failure. Park Ju-woo who blew up the machine while measuring decibels, lol. I I still haven't forgotten the comment that said his face is like ice, but his voice is like a train whistle. It was cute how he got all fidgety when the production staff kept calling it a disaster because his vocal volume broke the tone-deaf mic. The final punchline was him diligently taking the tone-deaf penalty by singing with 20% real voice and 80% air. Much greater than the very enthusiastic Park Ju. Getting caught doing a shoulder dance, getting attention, and his face turning red is so cute. He does that often in the dorm, so the atmosphere on set must have been really comfortable. Why is your face getting so red? Ju-woo. Because I get embarrassed easily // me. But you're an idol. Spark and Sparkler all need to reflect. Because he's always surrounded by tall guys, we keep saying it's cute when we get a glimpse of him. So the kid thinks he's actually hard to see and starts grooving to the rhythm outside. Even though he's 185 centimeters tall with shoulders as wide as the Pacific Ocean. If you truly care for Ju-woo, I think the fandom should now start calling him Big Ju instead of Park Ju. Much greater than Ju-woo at the game room opening. A young noble lord who came to watch the commoners' courtyard play. Game room ending Ju-woo. Customer, we're closed, it's time to close the doors, while pushing a customer. Plus things Ju-woo broke today. Arm wrestling table handle, decibel meter, foam board partition, the rules of the game, the sound director's ears. Director, we're sorry. Our Ju-woo didn't mean to do it. The partition. Wasn't Ju-woo's fault, the partition came and hit him. But the wall was completely wrecked. He showcased his king of destruction moments, just like on the Chase variety show, which further strengthened his inhuman image. In the end, should I see this as my wish coming true? The one where I turn Park Ju-woo into a non-aging elf and stop changing his contact name. If so, this isn't a bad thing. Kang Ki-on guested on a sports program where the cast learns a new sport each week. The sport for Kang Ki-on's episode was boxing. Kang Ki-on rarely showed outstanding athletic talent within Spark. First, another member was unrivaled in sports. Second, I had strongly opposed him doing anything outside his set workout routine. So, unless it was a mandatory program, I didn't permit any exercise outside the gym that could harm his body. However, his growth period was over and his joints had stabilized. Any appearance offer was also valuable. It was a side of him we hadn't often shown the fans, so I accepted it. I didn't think Kang Ki-on would be bad at sports. I expected him to be at least average, but Kang Ki-on far surpassed my expectations. Much greater than young man. Have you considered boxing? Boxing suited Kang Ki-on so well it seemed custom-made for him. His fast, precise steps and kinetic vision were Kang Ki-on's strengths. The kid specialized in learning and physically reproducing techniques, so he learned every move instantly. His stamina and perseverance were also considerable. Kang Ki-on rarely faltered, whether doing hundreds of jump ropes or throwing countless jabs. From simple tests to practice and actual sparring, Kang Ki-on remained the top student throughout. Much greater than when you gather only the beginners and compare them. KYY is definitely overwhelmingly better. The sound when he extends his arm is different. KYY Kang Ki-on, KKY. Right. I guess I made a typo because I just typed it quickly. The gym director kindly pointed out what made him look good, which made it easy to understand, and you can see his posture change immediately after getting feedback. Much greater than idols really need to have good stamina. If it were me, I'd be lying on the floor the moment I passed 50 jump ropes. The only jump rope I can do is the musical jump rope that's timed to a 1-minute song. Musical jump rope, what a memory. It's amazing that he went to the company after filming and did a 3-hour live broadcast. Much greater than his vibe got a lot stronger since he grew taller. Before, he was already average height with good proportions, so he had a very intimidating feel. But now he's scary just to look at. Especially those Sampaka-like eyes. And his face was never lacking even next to the other members. The ultimate Magne. In the past, he was at least cute because he was small next to his Hyungs, but his physique now is so good. He grew up. Well, I understand why Mr. Kim Yiwol threw a party. If the group's recognition had been weak, their individual broadcast achievements might not have benefited the team. However, the well-known name Spark and its members allowed their individual activities to combine organically and reach the viewers. Much greater than Spark, establishing themselves as variety show powerhouses to become icons of viewership ratings? Much greater than is that him? A collection of male idols that make you ask, much greater than do we need a house. The deserted island Hyung, an explosion of popularity among students on site. Much greater than the Spark relationships that are more fun the more you know. Much greater than 20XX star brand reputation index revealed. Group first place Spark. Recognition brought many advertisement offers. Companies wanted Spark as a group or as individuals. I was thankful, but I rejected all solo offers to prevent potential issues. As is often the case, there were minor side effects. Much greater than Yiwol is part of the deserted island faction. He doesn't look out of place with Jiho. Yiwol was on act on 2. Why are you only like this to Yiwol? We have to save the remaining 2. Yiwol's eyes are too far gone to be saved. My image became firmly entangled with the deserted island members. The Kim Yiwol no intellect faction theory, which had spread quietly since my appearance with Choi Jiho, combined with Manager Kim from our original content. It created a terrible hybrid. I almost boycotted it, but held back. Besides this, Spark's daily life was more than peaceful. It was smooth sailing. I even thought the expression, sailing with a favorable wind, was made for times like these. The system was about to trouble me, but I don't even have time for that. Thoughts about the system popped up unexpectedly, even when I was just sitting still. It was difficult to ignore its existence. I felt the system lurking behind me every moment. If work hadn't been pouring in, I think it would have consumed me. So it was a relief to have a chance to refresh my thoughts, or to stop thinking, even for a moment. I wasn't just ignoring reality, though. The day I returned from the daycare center filming, I demanded the system explain the exact meaning of death nullification opportunity. The system replied like this. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button. I looked at the proxy request and figured I just needed to reassign the positions. So I transferred the person in question somewhere far away. They won't be coming back. System, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button. As for what might happen to the person who left, well, that's not something I can interfere with. Plus, using the old translation function, I interpreted its message. It meant the possibility of my sister dying in a traffic accident at that intersection was gone. However, she wouldn't be at the scene. I wouldn't run into her, and I couldn't prevent other harm from coming to her. It claimed it would cooperate for a smooth resignation, then just spilled the information. I had memorized the accident location. Now that my chance to reunite with my sister was gone, the ideal outcome was for her to be kept away from there. That way, I wouldn't cause trouble by the system's standards. I wouldn't be able to secretly wait and prevent the accident. The system's words also implied the accident itself wasn't erased. Only my sister was removed from the scene. And I couldn't forget one more person was there. If Jaeyoon were a little older, he'd be about that kid's age. I had only seen the little girl through a blurry CCTV. Without my sister there, the child's safety and fate were uncertain. This meant my reason for attending action school hadn't disappeared. Still, it's a relief that I can prepare. I fought off my fatigue with a burst of spirit. I focused on the improved situation. It was much better than when I thought I had to save both my sister and the child. Hyung, you're going to the studio after practice, right? Lee Chong-hyun asked, pulling me from my distracting thoughts. With the digital single release approaching, the studio was busy with the final touches on the track. He was likely referring to our scheduled file check. Yeah. Is anyone else going? All the members are going. I would understand if we were checking the final version, but during the intermediate stages, we usually just sent the file. Normally, Lee Chong-hyun and I would organize feedback from the group chat, figure out improvements, and work with the A and our team. So why the change? Because it's the first time your self-composed song is coming out? It was a trivial reason. I told them to do as they pleased. They all piled into the elevator and started chatting before the doors even closed. Our team has great camaraderie, don't you think, Hyung? Yeah, we're harmonious. I gave Lee Chong-hyun a vague answer as the elevator stopped on the first floor. I made space for anyone getting on, and the doors opened. Ah, Spark. You stood in front of the doors, apparently waiting for an elevator. He smiled and greeted us. For 96, Chapter 496, Neighbors, 2. Where are you going? You're called out as we greeted him boisterously. We're going to check on our track. Jong Song-bin replied politely. Sunbae, did you just get to the company? Yes, to see the CEO and the staff. You answered my question with a smile. He waved at us as we got off before him, continuing until the elevator doors closed. So why was Ur at UA? Hellas is joining UA? It was because Hellas had made a monumental decision. I never would have imagined it. Ur and his colleagues made an unprecedented choice. Typically, when an idol's contract expired, the members signed with different companies based on the offers they received. To maintain their group, they sometimes established a separate company, but that required a lot of effort, money, and time. An idol's second chapter usually began with one of those two options. Hellas, however, chose a completely different path. To think they'd make a counterproposal to UA. Hellas dealt directly with UA. They offered to invest in UA in exchange for an expansion of the idol business division and management rights corresponding to their stake. Under normal circumstances, such a deal had a slim chance of success. While it was not unheard of for idols to own shares and become directors, they were usually given voting rights at best. An entire business division was never established just for them. However, UA had us. It was unusual for an idol group with our experience, influence, and fandom to have never gone on a single overseas tour, no matter how busy we were. UA needed Hellas's connections and the experienced staff Hellas could bring from MYTH. The company had also been hitting the limits of managing its idol business on a team-by-team basis. Hellas needed an environment that would respect their wishes as much as possible and shorten their long hiatus. Furthermore, rumors quietly circulated that Hellas had brought an amount of money too large to refuse. The money Spark earned was enough for an overseas tour, but what you can do changes drastically. With more funds. From a corporate standpoint, UA had no reason to refuse the deal. Because of this, Hellas had already completed most of the procedures and was just waiting to join UA officially. The news articles were already published, and I heard they were coordinating the final details. After the news broke, I often ran into the Hellas Sunbays at UA. We greeted each other so often that it felt like the Spark guys had started to see them as our Sunbays, unlike during the IDC. The change benefited Spark in many ways. A new business division dedicated solely to idols was established, separate from existing operations, and the dedicated team grew much larger. The help from newly added, experienced staff was also a huge factor. It allowed the company to plan Spark's first ever overseas tour on a global scale, not just an Asian one. I was not without my worries. It was natural for fans to dislike their artists' hard-earned money being used for another business or team. Strictly speaking, Spark had been self-sufficient with our funds, so the benefit from Hellas joining was on the personnel side. But it is difficult for outsiders to scrutinize every detail of a company's internal affairs. To my immense relief, the Hellas fandom was not greatly outraged by Hellas moving to a smaller company. Much greater than this is better than re-signing with Myth again. Who would go to an agency that gives you one comeback after re-signing? Comeback my ass. If they're only going to promote on music shows for a week, why even sell an album? They might as well just play it on the radio. Much greater than one. All members signed as a full group. 2. The leader got a director position by investing shares. Just based on these two things, I don't think going to UA is bad. Before, there was respect even if members were in different agencies for group activities. But these days, it's not easy for agencies to coordinate. It's much better to all be in the same boat. Much greater than guys, think logically. Who's gonna suck more money out of them? Partha or Spark? It's better to go to a small company and work your ass off than to keep seeing them run an overseas tour at a loss, because they can't even clean up the image of a junior who blew up by running his mouth. Honestly, I don't even want to call him a junior. Spark brings in ad money and promotion profits steadily. How long are those Partha bastards going to keep showing up as unwelcome guests at other people's concerts? It was fucking annoying being lumped in as a corrupt agency after the broadcasting station collusion issue blew up. This is much better. Much greater than I would have felt uncomfortable if it was a picture of the guys bowing their heads, going to a place with big shot or established sunbase. It's not like that. They're going in with enough seniority and weight to say whatever they want. So I plan to just watch for now, and Spark is nice. If Chaijun likes them that much, well, much greater than AM. The only one who was happy they were going to UA? A large corporation's capital is only helpful when you need a push early in your debut. If you're thinking long-term, there's nothing better than an agency that takes good care of its artists and produces good content. Most of their artists re-sign, and they're good at making their own content, so I thought it would be fine. You're right. It's a professional battle now, so what's important is who does promotions better. Oh yeah, looking at Spark, UA always seemed to do a decent job. Normally, I would not have looked so deeply into another group's fandom reactions. This time was an exception. A fight between the fandoms would inevitably stress the people who support Spark. Since we had a history of fighting with Parth's fandom, who are in the same agency, I could not help but watch the situation. Fortunately, the Sparkler side was not taking this reorganization too seriously either. Much greater than I've chanted for agency staff to quit, but I've never begged them not to quit. Now that they say the company is getting bigger, I feel relieved. But Team Spark, don't quit. Yoon Hyunju, raise Team Spark's salary. The company can't even manage its own affairs and is bringing in idle sunbays? Well, tell them to stop coveting our boys' practice room and just focus on their own practice. Much greater than are we finally escaping our hole-in-the-wall shop? Lol. No wonder Hole-in-the-Wall shop was holding an overseas tour LOL. Maybe it's because sparklers are all working adults, but look at them saying, even a servant should work at a nobleman's house, and it's good if we become a rich household. LOL. Much greater than we have been stuck in the domestic market for too long. Of course, fans hate it when groups only tour overseas, but you can't realistically ignore how firepower changes depending on whether you have international fans or not. At this point, a world tour won't result in a deficit. Of course, if they only do world tours, we'll immediately grab our pitchforks. Overseas tour. I really don't welcome it at all, but I know there's no way they won't do it, so I accept it. Much greater than they said they'll do a domestic tour too, so I'll wait and see for now. But will the boys have the stamina? That's my biggest worry too. We'll see. This was an incredible save in the idol fan community, where backlash against overseas tours is huge. Everyone at UA, including Spark, had been incredibly nervous. I strongly argued how miraculous this atmosphere was and emphasized that we must never neglect our domestic activities. The digital single was also meant to fill the content gap created by the tour. All these plans had been decided long ago. At this point, we just had to follow the schedule. The reorganization moved into its final stages, beyond my input. What Spark needed to focus on was not faltering. While the company changed, if the upcoming digital single, world tour, and domestic tour failed, the current favorable atmosphere would crumble in an instant. For UA not to get beaten to a pulp and collapse, Spark's responsibility was immense. Was releasing an acoustic song at this time too much of a risk? Sparklers always demanded new genres. That was why Spark had been challenging various genres to meet that demand. However, this was only possible when the season and market trends supported it. For idols who are supposed to dance, just sitting and singing ballads or acoustic songs can easily seem boring. We kept postponing it, but with the digital single release planned, we concluded it would be difficult if not now. We chose a pop-style acoustic song fitting for spring as the title track. Lee Chong-hyun had whined that he needed an emotional acoustic guitar melody to write the song, which led to an incident where Kang Keon borrowed an acoustic guitar and strummed away on it. Lee Chong-hyun had been making the song since our break last summer, waiting only for the cherry blossoms to bloom. The result was wonderful. Up to that point, there were no problems. It's too late to say, let's back out now. I swallowed a sigh. Then, I watched helplessly as a staff member from the A and our team prepared to play the track. Kim Yiwol, had shamelessly managed to get my own self-composed song included as a B-side on this digital single. The more I thought about it, the more absurd it was. My song was going to be on a Spark album. Endless deliberation led to this decision. I even dreamed the whole world brought down the hammer of justice, saying, Spark has lost their touch, and in the end, Kim Yiwol couldn't hide his bloated ego and left an irreversible scar on the group's career. If I had my way, I would have made it all disappear right now, but it was too late to turn back. I figured it would be more productive to just start counting how long it would take to kick a hole in my blanket from cringing in bed every night. Luckily, the midpoint check ended without any issues. Are their screws a little loose because they just came from tour practice? I wondered, glancing sideways, but that did not seem to be the case. It meant everyone had given the okay sign in their right minds. I felt like I had aged 40 years in 4 minutes. As I trudged toward the parking lot, completely drained of energy, someone who had been following me came up to my side. It was Jong Songbin. Hyung, you don't have any schedules tomorrow other than the mixing session and practice, right? What Jong Songbin said was correct. It was just that the time to get through them would add up to a full day. Hyung, could you spare some time when you're free? Jong Songbin asked politely. It felt strangely familiar. I asked if he needed to call Choi Ji-ho, but he replied that only I needed to come. I was so scared. 497. Chapter 497. Trust. I first met Jong Songbin at a playground. I remembered how he radiated the aura of someone about to quit their job. It was impossible not to talk to him. We met a second time in the UA lobby. Jong Songbin requested the talk this time. The topic was lighter than our first meeting, but only from my perspective. Jong Songbin was just as serious. Jong Songbin often sought me out after that, though the frequency gradually decreased. He still came with important matters, but his thoughts had deepened. His own decisions now carried more weight in the final outcome because he had grown quickly as a leader and established himself securely. If anything, I was the one who started seeking Jong Songbin's opinion. I did so when I was fumbling with the Mr. Gujahan issue. I had agonized over it alone before he helped me. I also learned later that he was indirectly looking out for me, like with the trip or the death note. So, I subconsciously started to think Jong Songbin no longer needed me. I won't deny that I jumped to the conclusion that he would treat any advice from me as just a passing remark. However, I had misjudged. Jong Songbin sat across from me in an empty vocal practice room, and his atmosphere was anything but light. I grew serious along with him. All right, what did our Songbin want to talk to me about? Jong Songbin chuckled softly when he saw me cross my arms. It's nothing major. Or maybe it is a big deal. If this is about my self-composed song being bad, and you couldn't bring yourself to say it, it's not too late. I'll give you a chance to correct your choice. That's not it. He was firm about a strange thing. Geez, I won't listen to any complaints later when you're kicking your blankets in regret with me. The company said they'd arrange a time to explain it to the members soon, but I thought the members should know first. His opening was heavy. Nothing good ever came up when the company was involved. Jong Songbin quickly got to the point. It seems the company wants to give me a position. At your age, even a non-registered director position is early. Is it something like an advisor? Small and medium-sized enterprises often created positions like advisor to place young individuals. I never thought of it as a meaningful title. For the most part, it was synonymous with figurehead president unless the person had exceptional skills or experience. It was just an empty appointment to give a business card to the children, nephews, or acquaintances of management. Surely UA doesn't think Jong Songbin, our cornerstone, would feel deprived if they only gave a director position to your? If my hypothesis is true, then UA, I'd recommend they seriously look for a professional manager instead of trying to expand. Shouldn't Spark's significant contributions be viewed separately from management? Despite my disbelief, I kept my mouth shut. It wouldn't be too late to speak when it was my turn. I've never considered something like this, so I don't even know where to start. I'm also uncomfortable that this offer came only to me just because I'm the leader. Did the company explain anything else to you? Jong Songbin looked at his notes and summarized what he had been told. As I expected, it was close to an honorary position, but it had its own justification. They wanted Jong Songbin to act as a bridge and advisor if trouble arose with Spark, or when UA launched a new idol group from its new business division. Since Spark has a big say in their idol activities, they're asking him to mediate in exchange for solidifying his position. UA hadn't taken on new trainees, so it was too early to worry about the latter part. The core issue had to be the former. Spark held no animosity toward the company, but that didn't mean they would be proactive about every proposal. I was the first to tie on a protest headband and lie down whenever UA tried to make a misstep. The dispute over Yu Han-soo and Hong Won-seep also hadn't ended long ago. The relationship between Spark and UA was a state where both sides fulfilled their mutual trust, but everyone was aware of the rift that had formed. It seemed UA wanted to resolve these potential problems. They were the inevitable conflicts between a company and its employees, which could become uncontrollable if they ever exploded. This was certainly something to worry about. A good-natured guy like Jong Songbin would feel guilty just because the choice was given only to him. Sometimes, a choice is worse than no choice at all. What are the pros? Are they paying you a salary? If you're not an executive, they'll enroll you in the 4 major social insurances, right? Yes, there's a fixed salary, and I'll be enrolled in the 4 major social insurances. That's not bad. When I was a freelancer, I desperately wanted a company to pay for half of my health insurance and national pension. The individual had to cover any excess, but still, where else could you get a regular salary and insurance benefits? I think this kind of offer should have gone to you, Hyung. Jang Songbin lowered his head deeply. It's right for them to discuss it with the leader. You have the final say in our team's decisions. But in terms of our roles, you're the one who mainly handles the duties the company is asking for. Surprisingly, Jang Songbin pointed out an important detail. I thought he was the right person because of his representative status, but he believed I was more appropriate for the offer based on the required duties. This was a different level of thinking from the old Jang Songbin, who used to say the eldest should be the leader. I was impressed by his growth. He had learned to consider the circumstances instead of just following conventional wisdom. Let's get back to the main point. You're wondering whether to accept the company's offer, right? I won't ask what you want to do, Songbin. I know you'll choose the path that benefits the team. Jang Songbin's eyes widened. Then, as if he couldn't help it, he smiled. I'll be blunt. It's better to refuse. May I ask why? First, it won't be good for your or Spark's mental state. Second, the benefits are small compared to the energy you'd have to put in. Spark already had plenty of communication channels with the company. They had many ways to express their opinions without a bridge to the executives. This meant Jang Songbin didn't need to volunteer as a middleman. Being directly connected to management would likely work against him. If he became part of the company instead of just having a contract, Jang Songbin would be obligated to convey the company's position to the members and persuade them to some extent. Mediating differences with the company is a leader's job, but Jang Songbin's personality made him want to respect the team's wishes more. It was obvious he would feel burdened. Because he was a responsible guy, I was even more worried. He would obviously try to find a solution that satisfied both the company and the group. After all, a decision that pleases everyone doesn't exist in this world. No one in Spark would be jealous of Jang Songbin for getting a salary. I wasn't worried about that at all. However, I was concerned that the members might think, we want Jang Songbin to be on Spark's side. This was especially true because I knew all the members prioritized Spark over their individual activities and the team's opinion over their own. This team was running smoothly on its own. There was no reason to introduce a change outside their main profession. It wasn't an attractive offer for Jang Songbin, who wanted to voice opinions on the members' side, nor for Spark, who wanted to stick together. It would have been more effective to arrange a few town hall meetings to share opinions while reorganizing the idle business division. Isn't that much more economical and efficient? I think my constant preaching about salary and benefits might have led to them giving Jang Songbin a title. After going in circles, I again concluded that UA needed a professional manager. Maybe I should ask Yura to bring along any management expert from Myth who dreams of changing jobs when he comes. And did an honorary position even make sense for an active idol in his prime? It might be different if he had enough seniority to enter the Hall of Fame and juniors to train. But if they seated him in an executive position in a brand new division, would that executive even be treated properly? I could picture it without even seeing it. A chaotic organizational atmosphere, an advisor who existed in title only, an ambiguous work vacuum where no one knew what the advisor was supposed to do, and a hollow honorific that would be hell for someone with no ambition for a title. I explained all of this to Jang Songbin step by step. He listened attentively to my long, tedious story until the very end. Jang Songbin maintained a serious attitude throughout, except for looking a bit dumbfounded at the end. I don't think the company made this offer lightly. It's proof that you're trusted enough for them to make such an unusual recommendation, Songbin. I hope you feel proud of that. Aren't you just sugarcoating it for me, Hyung? I stopped lying and exaggerating ever since you guys started detecting my lies like ghosts. I only speak the truth. UA won't fall apart without advisor Songbin, but always remember that Spark will fall if its captain wavers. After I nagged him until his ears were about to fall off, Jang Songbin indicated he wanted to end the conversation. I gladly shut my mouth, since it was the boss's wish. That was all just common sense talk. Jang Songbin flinched as he was about to close his diary. Yura's going to become a director as an investor, right? That's right. Let's ride that wave as much as possible. If the company gets bigger and it becomes harder to assert our opinions, let's go through either the promoted Jukyung or Yura. Don't try to take everything on yourself. How can I, To our seniors. I wouldn't say this if it were a simple senior-junior relationship. When an idol takes a director position, it usually presupposes training and caring for juniors. They even told you, Songbin, who doesn't have any juniors yet, to look after trainees later. There's no way Yue didn't say something similar to your. Besides, Spark's success is two birds with one stone for an investor. It means profit dividends and business division expansion. Ure has nothing to lose by helping if Spark asks. They have to keep the cash cow alive so it can bring in more money, right? He's the textbook definition of an idol leader, so you'll have a lot to learn if you stay close. You know I'm saying this because I trust you'll do well without troubling your seniors, right? Of course. Even so, I had already contacted Ure separately. I shamelessly asked him to please look after our leader if he greets him at the company. In return, I, Kim Yiwol, promised to stream Hellas's music day and night. A day might come when they would grow up, past their naive period, and have trouble with the members. I believed the Jong Songbin of that time could manage his colleagues well, just as he had until now. But if he was struggling mentally or his surroundings were unstable, he might feel he had nowhere to lean on. Having one more person to rely on would be reassuring, so I pulled some strings. Fortunately, Ure accepted my impudent request with a cute emoticon. He was even generous enough to grant it if I didn't stream. Thanks to him, I could breathe a sigh of relief. Still, I'm happy. About what? That you still tell me your worries. Jong Songbin laughed like a deflating balloon at my words. What? You're saying such obvious things. His words conveyed trust, and I felt embarrassed for only ever showing him my unreliable side. Being an idol, you really go through all sorts of experiences. For 98, Chapter 498, how could you? To me, despite much talk, Yue's transformation finished smoothly. Hellas joined the company under its new name, Utopia. The mysterious department, previously called random names like the K-pop division or the idol division, finally received an official title. It was now the Idol Management Department. Jong Songbin rejected the company's offer. The company reportedly accepted his reason for wanting to focus on group activities. I was worried they'd use a position for Jong Songbin as leverage in contract talks. That would have been a problem, so this is a good outcome. I did not say this to Jong Songbin's face. I worried it would make me seem like I held a grudge against the company. Jong Songbin already had to balance the agency and the members, and he did that job well. I did not want to add another burden that would just tire him out. Spark's dedicated team consisted mainly of planners, marketers, and managers. They worked by requesting collaboration from other UA teams. But now, a complete end-to-end system was established. It included everything from an A&R team for idol music production to a concert planning team. I considered it a miracle that Hellas did not back out after seeing our situation. Compared to MYTH, Utopia's idol management department was a wasteland. We in Spark were just happy to see the barren land improve, but to Hellas, it must have looked like a deserted island. Still, the people who survived in the wasteland were strong. They had built an idol group from nothing and established them in the market, and they also had experience with major artists. Utopia quickly created a space and system for Hellas. The Spark members and staff threw a party to celebrate Hellas joining us, and I put in some real effort for the first time in a while. Mr. Yiwol, do you happen to have something like a party planner certification? Polo said that to me, word for word. He freaked out when I told him I would take an online course if necessary. We filmed content to commemorate our new family members and greet both fandoms. We each covered the other group's song to ask for their future support. Hellas covered on a high note. Spark sang a ballad that Hellas released at a similar point in their career, much greater than it's been years. This has such a debut era vibe, so fresh. Anyone else love songs like this and still listen to Hellas's early album B-sides? Hellas's B-sides are the real deal. The title tracks were for the public, but the B-sides felt like masterpieces only the fans knew. Spark's song is good. I wish our boys would sing songs like this more often. Wow, now that I think about it, they don't have to sing only that composer's songs anymore, lol. They changed companies lol. Much greater than second-gen songs have a certain romance. They have that unique vibe that makes you emotional right from the intro. It's so funny how all the sparklers are getting nostalgic and reverting their playlists, lol. Once it starts, I can't stop, crying face. A trip down memory lane with MVs of the boy groups I loved. ruminating on their controversies and getting angry, reminiscing about the unis I loved, searching for what the unis are up to now, sobbing while watching the unis reunion stages, binge-watching comment compilations of legendary idols. I repeat this routine every day. Their controversies. LOL. I'd like to thank Hellas for leaving us with just the romance. Much greater than so this is what an agency artist collab is like. It's nice. I never knew because I was always just watching other companies' events. I'm not even jealous of the big agency's year-end concerts anymore. Much greater than I've never seen anyone cover a Hellas song well, so I didn't expect much, but Spark is really good. A cover like this is always welcome. Fans usually don't like covers because other artists sing them just for fame or views, even when they can't hit the high notes. It's so obvious when they lower the key or skip the high parts, then call it a different arrangement. The Spark guys are good singers. I'll admit they captured the original song's vibe. Much greater than should I call it a true ballad? A traditional ballad? I don't know the genre, but I love the vibe you only get from these songs. It's sad they hardly come out anymore. It's a similar trend with drama OSTs and solo artist songs too. I know what you mean. There are no songs to sing at karaoke after a breakup. I think you're talking about something a little different. LOL, it's funny, but I think I get what you mean LOL. You can't cry on the bus listening to a song with a rap part in the middle. Wired earphones plus MP3 player plus bus window seat. You all know the vibe. Hellas debuted at the tail end of this era, so they have tons of masterpieces from the end of the ballad golden age. Rise, ballad revival. We seized the opportunity as the Sparklers' obsession with a SP Arc-style ballad grew. We released a digital single. Much Greater Than Spark is back with a groundbreaking genre this time. It's an unplugged ballad, not a dance track. They said there's no choreography in the MV either. The song is so good. Carp 2 Hey. Listen to it. It has that karaoke top charts vibe. It's insane. What's the song title? It'd be nice if you included the title when you post something like this. It's Spark's Memento. The harmony is insane. Much greater than how does this kind of vibe come from a kid who's barely over 20. It's definitely a spring song, but it feels like you should listen to it at night under a streetlight as cherry blossom petals fall. Lee Chong-hyun is a genius. His genre spectrum seems incredibly wide. You could say the arrangements and classical sampling are because of his major, but seeing him do band music and ballads too. Who'd believe this is the work of a 21-year-old idol and not a composer with 21 years of experience? Crying Face. The third letter was a ballad too, but it was closer to folk. The mood is completely different from this song. This might be off topic, but the kids in this group seem to have a high mental age overall. Like Mr. Fangirling King. It feels like all the kids have had a harsh taste of the real world. Much greater than it's the accepted theory that UA gathered these members just for this. I praise UA for persisting with the legacy of a ballad powerhouse even while creating an idol group. I figured they'd sing a ballad eventually, but I never thought they'd be this serious about it and make it the title track, LOL. The quality is too good for it to be just a fan service release before their world tour. This makes me have to go to the next concert. The group harmony part is pure heaven. Guys, please, just release one a cappella content. I'm begging you. As Spark's album and comeback news became a hot topic, the firstborn of our house also received attention. I had hoped it would be quietly buried. Much greater than if this wasn't a digital single. I feel like Connect could have been the title track. It's similar to Spark's existing style, and it's a performance track, so the reaction would have been good even as the title. I wish they'd perform the full song at the concert. Seriously, I wish they'd perform the full song at the concert 22. Singing it on a huge stage with lights and confetti? There's no way that wouldn't be a hit. Much greater than when did our Wolgimi learn to compose. I planned to leave 2.14 million positive comments no matter what, but I was surprised because it's actually my taste, LOL. I get why people are calling it a concert track, LOL. So UA should just obediently schedule an encore concert while we're asking nicely. They're not going on music shows at all this time. They usually perform B-sides during comeback week. They are, but the world tour is soon, so the promotion period is short. Plus it's a B-side, not a double title, so they'll probably only do the first verse of Connect TTT. The promotions are just fan service. Oh, the song is good, so I was going to watch. If they went on music shows. What a shame. Much Greater Than Kim Yiwol is a really good guy. He didn't try to shove some trashy self-composed track in through nepotism. He came out fair and square with a masterpiece so fans don't have to hide on their private accounts. Lololololol. Reminds me of how I'd praise my old bias's shitty song in public, afraid to hurt his feelings, and only curse it out on my private account. Even there, I couldn't say my bias had no talent, so I just blamed the company for not stopping it. FRFR, you can't even say you don't like it in person because you're afraid of getting attacked. Can't call a flop a flop. Lololololol. 1, 2, 3. Yiwol, thank you for making it so sparklers don't have to lie. I can't listen to the history of sparklers fangirling. It's making me cry. Much greater than it's so funny how you can see their personalities in their songs. I don't know how to describe it exactly, so I'll just give my impressions. Chonghyun's songs evoke images like a brilliant, sparkling painting. Even the ballad Memento is like a photo of a rainy nightscape with blurred lights. Yiwol's songs feel like a giant firework launched by 200 interlocking gears turning after meticulous calculation. Yiwol once said Chonghyun's songs have a masterpiece quality and their essence was bright. So I guess most people feel the same way. Where can I see what Yiwol said? On the radio. I'll leave a link here. Connect is so Kim Yiwol. It's hard to pinpoint what's similar, but it just has that Kim Yiwol-ness. Even when Chonghyun uses electronic sounds, he layers mechanical sounds onto instruments like an electric guitar or violin, but Yiwol uses real metallic sounds. Actual clanging. I think that's part of why the feeling is so different. Lol. Fortunately, no one claimed that I, Kim Yiwol, had used my producer power to mercilessly tarnish the album with my tyranny. Because I kept my mouth shut until the release, I also avoided hearing people say, so this is what he was making all that fuss about. As expected, one should be careful with their words. Everything went smoothly, though I was surprised by how much people talked about the B-side track. The positive reaction to my self-composed song was also a joy. I faced no great storms, but I still did my best to challenge a new genre and submit my own song. Thankfully, I received nothing but praise for my efforts. The nerve-wracking time passed, and the tension melted away. I had not realized how worried I was until I felt the palpable relief. I had some free time for once, so I decided to get a full night's sleep before the tour. Going to bed early was my downfall. Kim Yiwol, can you lend me some money? 7 hours after I fell asleep, I received a shocking phone call from Choi Ji-ho. 499. Chapter 499. I can be fooled. Fatigue doesn't just come from a lack of sleep. You can also be tired from sleeping too much. It was a contradiction, but many people I knew agreed with it. You need to borrow money? Yeah. I had consistently slept less than 4 hours a day until our early debut days. The Death Note helped me increase that to 6 hours. So, a full 7 hours of uninterrupted sleep had a tremendous effect on me. It took a long moment just to process that Choi Ji-ho was the one calling. This guy, didn't he leave for a shoot earlier? Some of the guys had schedules right up until their departure. These were mostly fixed schedules or recordings booked months in advance. We had already found replacements for music show MC gigs, but it was difficult to back out of jobs with a specified cast. Choi Ji-ho's schedule was one of those cases. I struggled to open my heavy, drooping eyes and asked, "What's the name of the new plant Juwoo brought home last week?" They say you should always suspect a scam when someone suddenly asks for money. Even groggy with fatigue, I knew you could never be too careful about voice phishing. Luminous? Surprisingly, the person on the other end was the real Choi Ji-ho. It took Park Juwoo a full week to name the plant he adopted last week. He surprise revealed the name in the car on the way home today, so no one had time to spoil it on Bubble Pop, and it wouldn't show up in a search. Moreover, Park Juwoo owned many plants. Unless you lived in the dorm with him, it would be hard to accurately identify the new friends that moved in the week before last week, and this week. Do you remember how many photos of Keon I said I wanted to hang in the company lobby? Choi Ji-ho answered all my questions perfectly. It was undeniably him. I ruffled my hair roughly and tried to shake off the sleepiness. It's really you. How much do you need? 2 mil. That was too much money to borrow from a colleague, which made it even more ambiguous. If he needed 100,000 or 200,000 won, that would be one thing, but an amount that normally required a loan just confused me more. Though it was never publicly disclosed, Choi Ji-ho had recently used his earnings to buy an apartment in Gwangju for his mother and younger brother. It must have cost a lot, so it was plausible he was short on cash. If something had happened to his family and he needed emergency funds with no savings left, it would make sense. I know his bank account number anyway. If I say I'll send it there, it can't be a transfer scam. As I rubbed my eyes and opened my banking app, a thought suddenly occurred to me. Choi Ji-ho, what? Do you need exactly 20 million won? When people need a large sum of money, most borrow smaller amounts from several people instead of the full amount from one person. It's easier to borrow money that way. Choi Ji-ho remained silent for a long moment before he spoke. No. How much do you need? 100 million. It was a staggering amount. At the same time, I was glad I had asked. If he borrows 20 million won from 5 people, that's 100 million. Fuck, it's better for me to handle this myself than to let the younger members hear him asking for money. To think the transfer limit I raised, not knowing when I'd meet my sister, would be used like this. With a trembling hand, I found Choi Ji-ho's account among my bookmarked contacts. A pop-up window appeared asking, "Are you being asked for money over the phone?" Maybe because I was on a call or making a late-night transaction. I've thoroughly verified his identity, and I'm not sending it to a new account, but one I've used before. Still, if this bastard runs off with my money, I'll chase him to hell and back to get it. I sent it. Check it. I said I sent it. So don't mention money to the others. Hey, wait a minute. Take care of whatever's urgent. We can talk at the dorm later after your shoot is over. I'm going to sleep. I wanted to grab Choi Ji-ho right then and demand he explain everything. But the guy had a schedule. I was too tired, and it wasn't a good situation for either of us to continue the call. I had lost sleep the past few days dreaming of being beaten by a jajangle. My desire for sleep was too powerful to resist with willpower alone. So, ignoring whatever Choi Ji-ho was saying, I just told him to do well at his shoot and hung up. Exactly 3 minutes later, Choi Ji-ho called again. What? I said you can explain later. That was for a broadcast. Choi Ji-ho shouted from the other side of the phone. A mix of voices erupted from all around. Mr. Yiwol, we're in the middle of recording for. What? My sleepiness vanished instantly. I shot up and increased my phone's screen brightness. At the very top of the display was an unread message from Choi Ji-ho. The previous night's issue could be summarized as follows. Introduction. On a variety show Choi Ji-ho was appearing on, they played a game where the team that borrows the most money from an acquaintance wins. It was a common phone mission segment. Before moving on, you need to know something. The surprise phone calls viewers see are mostly arranged in advance with the person's consent. The surprise is just for dramatic effect. Naturally, Choi Ji-ho followed the rule and didn't actually surprise the other person. Even for a variety show, Choi Ji-ho couldn't ask his younger members for money, so he chose me by elimination. Before the call, he left me a clear message that said, "I'm going to call you for a mission." Choi Ji-ho had confirmed that he was recording too early for me to be asleep. As always, he was confident that I would see the message within 30 minutes of him sending it. The tragedy began the moment I failed to see the message because I was dead asleep. With Kim Yiwol sleeping soundly, the mission train had already departed. Development. Choi Ji-ho, assuming I had seen his message, mistakenly believed that Kim Yiwol is diligently playing along for his colleague's smooth recording. Choi Ji-ho did as his teammates told him and asked for 20 million won. When his teammates sensed a willing atmosphere and told him to raise the limit to 100 million, he obediently followed their instructions. I actually sent the 100 million won and kindly pressed the yes button on the screen that asked, "Would you like to request a transfer confirmation from Choi Ji-ho?" Conclusion. A bank transfer notification immediately arrived for Choi Ji-ho. After checking the alert, Choi Ji-ho realized that Kim Yiwol had sent 100 million won and that the person he was calling had not read the advance notice. Thus, the story goes that Choi Ji-ho hastily called back to reveal it was for a shoot. The broadcast aired without revealing the industry secret that phone missions are staged. I heard that Choi Ji-ho's teammates and the production staff also thought I knew the situation and had sent the money for the sake of reality. They only learned the truth later when Choi Ji-ho revealed it after the recording ended. The reactions to the broadcast were an indescribable disaster. Much greater than a friendship where you coolly lend 100 million won. How much do you need? The class of his send. 100 million won flex is on another level. The friendship I knew wasn't even friendship. If that's a friend, then I definitely don't have any friends. It's an idol's job to rake in money. So what's the big deal, lol? People say it's because celebrities have a lot of money. But for a normal person, if someone suddenly asks to borrow 100,000 or 1,000,000 won at night, is it easy to lend it without asking for the reason? It's not like Kim Yiwol grew up comfortably and doesn't know how the world works. He definitely lent it after making a big decision. Much greater than it's the first time I've heard his voice that hoarse. He must have really been sleeping. But he agrees to send it without even asking why. In the midst of it all, the way he thoroughly verifies his identity is so Kim Yiwol. Yiwol is probably going to shoot a transfer scam prevention ad soon. Seeing how he said he was going right back to sleep after sending the money, he must have been really sleepy. But the way he snapped awake going what? When they said it was a hidden camera is so funny and sad. The moment they said it was for a shoot, he equipped his idol vocal cords and went, "Hello, this is Spark Yiwol, lol." But like Yiwol said, voice phishing scams. You really have to be careful. Yiwol also said he only sent it because he verified his identity and it was an account Jiho always used, otherwise he wouldn't have. It never hurts to be careful, so everyone be cautious. Much greater than CJH. Okay, there are cameras, but KIW's way of speaking is the same whether he's on camera or in private. Besides calling him by his full name, there's not much difference. His unique way of talking is the same though. LOL, the first idol in broadcast history to verify an identity using his roommate's plant's name. An idol who doesn't swear? Likeable. I guess their conversations are always like that, seeing as CJH doesn't seem to think it's weird, lol. This dry but perfectly in-sync banter between just the two of them, my own giggling bestie dolls. Best friends, they said. I was now widely known as best buds with Choi Jiho of all people. Why did it have to be with Choi Jiho? Much greater than the fact that they both like basketball and soccer, if they had gone to school together or were classmates, they seem like they would have been really close, lol. They're subtly similar in nature. Their visuals are similar too. At first glance they seem similar, but when you first get into standing them, they seem very different. But if you watch them for a long time, they start to look alike again. This strange same-age duo. The point is that they both think the other is a very strange person. I agree with the comment above, lol. Much greater than you know how they look more comfortable because they're not trying hard to look close. Usually, if you don't act close, people think, does he not want to work? Is he not conscious of the fans? But with Jiho and Yiwol, even when they're just calmly doing their own thing, it doesn't look awkward or uncomfortable. Isn't it because they're both the type to subtly take care of the other person without invading their personal space? It could also be because they're both pretty stoic except when they're working. If you give them a pizza blanket, they'll use it. If you give them a floral shirt, they'll wear it. Lol, Yiwol is crying lol. Perhaps because the variety show that recently aired was We'll Visit School for You. Fabrication's packaging me and Choi Jiho as real friends beyond just business colleagues became rampant. It was miserable and agonizing. Why couldn't people understand that Choi Jiho and I have polar opposite personalities and could never be close? I knew an MBTI compatibility chart circulated on the internet, and I strongly insisted that my and Choi Jiho's MBTIs should be compared on it. After watching the broadcast, Lee Chong-hyun commented that the youngest members felt reassured because the eldest Hyungs were on such good terms. I was so sad and heartbroken that I strongly appealed to Jong Songbin. I wanted some healing time during the tour and asked not to share a room with Choi Jiho at all. Jong Songbin laughed so hard he nearly cried and said he understood. No one in the world was on my side. 500. Chapter 500. The Audacious Brats. Fans were curious about everything when idols toured overseas. Roommates, pajamas, and every item in their suitcases became content for fans to obsess over. We hadn't filmed any content during our last group trip. This time, before leaving for the tour, we gathered all the cameras at UA. We decided to film a series called Sparks Overseas Tour, a binge watch from the preparations. Our first topic was choosing roommates. We gathered in the conference room to review the room details for each country and decide how to split up. Choi Jiho appeared at the PowerPoint presentation. So two of us have to take single rooms in Bangkok. Should we play rock, paper, scissors to decide who gets the single rooms? Kang Kion asked. Park Ju-woo immediately gave up his chance, saying he was fine without a single room. Lee Chong-hyun also volunteered for a two-person room, explaining he'd be bored alone. Choi Jiho and I didn't care which room we got. That left Jong Songbin and Kang Kion. who were assigned the single rooms by default. No one objected to letting our leader and choreography teacher rest. They didn't seem thrilled, but if they were disappointed, they could only blame their slow reflexes. One room, however, sparked fierce competition. Our Singapore lodging had 3 two-person rooms, but only one had a double bed. Everyone gritted their teeth for a game of rock, paper, scissors. Sleeping in the same bed wasn't a big deal, since we'd slept fine side by side on futons at Park Jiwoo's aunt's house. No one in Spark was bothered by it. The problem was the bed's limited space. Unlike the floor, there was a real risk of rolling off. One of the broad-shouldered men was destined to take a tumble. Kong Keon proposed gloomily. "I'm not confident I can win, so can we just let Jiho sit this one out?" Everyone agreed. For the greater good, we assigned Choi Jiho to a room with twin beds. We also guaranteed Park Jiwoo his own space to ensure our main vocalist was well-rested. Though he was used to dorm life, we thought sharing a single bed might be too much. The remaining members fought a fiery rock-paper-scissors battle, and the owners of the double bed were decided. Our leader and choreography teacher, who each got a single room in Bangkok, would now share the double bed in Singapore. "Keon, I'm counting on you." "Yes, Hyung." Jong Songbin and Kong Keon shared a firm handshake. We gave them a round of applause, wishing them a safe night's sleep. The next segment was packing for the trip. Jong Songbin told us to gather in the living room with our packed suitcases in an hour. The members of Spark scattered to their rooms and returned on time. "Before we start the inspection, let me ask you something. Jiho, did you pack a mood light?" "No." This was a monumental change. Choi Jiho was finally packing with common sense. I was touched he had done something so commendable for once. But then, "I packed this." Choi Jiho pulled out the string of LED bulbs Lee Chonghyun had gifted him. The warm feeling in my heart instantly vanished. It was incredibly difficult to keep a straight face. I calmly told him, "Please make active use of the room's indirect lighting features." I hoped he would one day appreciate my patience. We opened the suitcases in order of age. I thought my luggage was nothing special, but one item got a reaction from the guys. Jong Songbin fiddled with a packaged item. "What's this?" I had already removed the outer packaging to avoid product placement issues, but his hand still obscured part of the product. "It's a portable travel clothesline. You can supposedly set it up even in tight spaces." Kong Keon glanced between my clothes and the clothesline. "You're planning to do laundry there?" I didn't pack a lot, but I hate letting laundry pile up. "Doesn't the hotel have washing machines?" "It's quick to just hand wash things while I shower." Jiwoo and I bought them together. Park Jiwoo then pulled a clothesline from his own suitcase. Lee Chonghyun indignantly insisted on a new dorm rule. All group purchases must be announced in the group chat. The kind Jong Songbin wrote Lee Chonghyun's demand on the whiteboard. "A planner and a tablet for work. The tablet will go in my backpack, so I'll just put the planner in the suitcase." "That's it. Your suitcase looks like you're some office worker on a business trip." Everyone agreed with Choi Jiho's assessment. I didn't deny it. An idol's tour wasn't so different from a business trip. Choi Jiho's suitcase, on the other hand, was about half empty. He seemed to have packed nothing but the LED bulbs, which shocked me. I asked out of pure curiosity, "If this is all you're bringing, why even bother with a suitcase?" The answer he gave was incredible. "My sister sent me on a duty-free shopping errand." So the empty space was for his errand. He then showed us the list of international snacks requested by Choi Miho. Pictures were pasted next to the names of the snacks. We learned that his roommate, Park Jiwoo, had looked up each one and attached the photos for him. Jong Songbin's suitcase looked like it belonged to an idol on his way to a scheduled appearance. It held a balanced mix of stylish casual clothes and travel essentials. The word stylish seemed so wrong for Jong Songbin that I had to ask who picked his clothes. It turned out Jong Seongjin had helped him. He bundled them for me as top and bottom sets. He said tops and bottoms, but they were complete outfits. They included an inner shirt, vest, pants, belt, socks, and even shoes. Jong Seongjin had clearly put a lot of effort into his brother's photos. "Hyung, you haven't been home recently. How did Seongjin Hyung style your outfits?" Over video chat. He had even held a remote meeting. To ensure Jong Seongjin's passion wasn't wasted, Kong Keon and I decided to check Jong Songbin's commute look each morning. Park Jiwoo pulled his favorite stuffed doll from his bag. The matching pillow he always packed was missing. This was the same precious pillow he had stuffed into his backpack on the deserted island. It seemed the harsh environment and his training had made Park Ju-woo strong enough to survive with just the doll. The clothesline I bought with Yiwol Kim, laundry soap, pajamas. You're going to have the best sleep. He looked proud at my compliment. I wondered why he had packed cup noodles when he never ate late-night snacks. He explained he brought them in case any of us craved spicy food, which touched us all. Lee Chong-hyun's bag was filled to the brim with clothes and accessories. I was about to ask why, but I kept my mouth shut. I knew Choi Ji-ho would just yank underwear out of the bag, cameras or not. And for the grand finale, Lee Chong-hyun dramatically plunged his hand into his clothes. He rummaged around and then revealed a massive stash of face masks. Skincare products. Now that's the ultimate travel bag. It should be in a textbook. I told the others to learn from Lee Chong-hyun. I also handed out the customized face masks I had packed for each member in my carry-on. The members of Spark stuffed them into their suitcases without complaint. Kang Keon's suitcase also had plenty of extra space. I asked if he was on an errand mission too, but he said no one had asked him to buy anything. He had just saved space for snacks he wanted to try. Finally, I called out to Jong Songbin. Songbin. Yes, Hyung. Keon, Ji-ho Hyung. Make sure you two go with Yiwol Hyung when you go snack shopping. Jong Songbin had learned his lesson from the overspending duo on our last trip. He quickly took charge, placing the merciless card swiper and the luggage mule with unlimited capacity under my control. As we were about to wrap up filming, Kang Keon stared blankly at the 6 suitcases. He tilted his head. Hey, you know what? Is Jua Hyung the only one of us who packed pajamas? Kang Keon was right. Jong Songbin and I had packed casual outfits for live streams, but only Park Ju-woo had brought actual pajamas. The hotel provides sleeping gowns, you know, Choi Ji-ho said. Lee Chong-hyun nodded in agreement. I had also planned on using the hotel sleeping gown to save luggage space. I had already checked that the hotels provided them, so there was no risk of any incidents. Now that you mention it, I feel kind of weird. Should I pack a set? Lee Chong-hyun asked. As he awkwardly rose from his seat, Park Ju-woo suddenly grabbed his arm. Wait a minute. Park. Ju-woo slipped into his room. He reappeared a moment later with an armful of something pure white. He sat down, checked the plastic packaging, and handed a bundle to each of us. What's this? Looks like clothes. Lee Chong-hyun and I muttered. I tore open the packaging and found a white, short-sleeved shirt. It felt so soft I knew it was pure cotton. As I pulled out the shirt, I saw bold, black text in a Gungseo-style font against the white background. For a moment, I doubted my eyes, but even after blinking 3 times, nothing changed. I lowered the unfolded t-shirt and met Choi Ji-ho's eyes. The text on his shirt was unmistakably second, even from my upside-down perspective. Remember when Songbin bought that floral shirt for our trip? Yeah, he did. Jong Songbin nodded. Perhaps as a leader's privilege, the back of his shirt also said Captain. That was so fun and I liked it so much, so I prepared something too. These, family-like t-shirts, of all things. I was speechless. My image of Jong Songbin and Park Ju-woo, who had the strongest friendship in Spark, shattered completely. I couldn't say a word about them ordering such bizarre matching shirts just to follow a friend's lead. I stared blankly at the numbered t-shirts assigned to everyone. The front was shocking enough, but the back was a literal spectacle. I don't know when he put it on, but Lee Chong-hyun turned around to reveal cutie pretty visual on his back. I thought I was going to faint. A wave of dread washed over me. My hands trembled as I flipped my own shirt over. Then, I saw the role I had been assigned. Father. For the first time since returning to the past, I craved soju. I felt like only chugging a bottle with a red cap would quench this thirst. In the distance, Choi Ji-ho flapped his t-shirt. When I saw the slanted text pizza on the back, I nearly burst into tears. Lee Chong-hyun cried excitedly. These are the kind of matching t-shirts you get for a family trip? I absolutely love it. His voice echoed in my ears. 501. Chapter 501. Chat Time 1. Spark carried the suitcase with Park Ju-woo's precious gift and set off on a long journey. Their overseas schedule presented constant hurdles. Unexpected issues popped up on site as if they had been waiting, no matter how much Spark coordinated in advance. However, Spark didn't get flustered by trivial matters. They were tenacious idols who had endured X Entertainment's disorganized work and the power trips of major competitors and broadcasters. In any situation, they focused only on finding solutions and resolving trouble. Pouring all their energy into work was crucial abroad. Emotional exhaustion was useless when manpower and time were limited. Other groups built experience with 1 or 2 trips abroad, or separate tours in Asia and North America. Spark, however, embarked on a world tour from their very first attempt. Spark handled it like seasoned professionals, even though it was like skipping several steps at once. I assessed that Spark's resource allocation for problem-solving was extremely wise. Some hardships, however, were not easily overlooked. One was the live stream Spark did after their first successful concert, where they wore matching t-shirts. Watching Spark huddled together on the monitoring pad, wearing ugly matching t-shirts like twins, was agonizing. My face grew hot. Much greater than Yiwol. Your face is about to explode, lol. Much greater than someone bring a fire extinguisher. Much greater than our Yiwol raised our precious Spark by dressing them in only pretty things. The chat flooded with comments. My face had turned as red as an angry emoji, a fact clear even through the poor video quality. Did they turn on a heater just next to you, Hyung? You've turned completely red. Lee Chong-hyun relentlessly teased me, folding a piece of paper from the room to fan me. Unfortunately, the faint breeze was not enough to cool my burning face. You don't like the clothes? Park Ju-woo looked like he was about to become crestfallen, so I had to put on the performance of a lifetime and desperately deny it. This resulted in a live stream where I became a living testament to Made in Korea, a true Hanguk. It was the most nerve-wracking broadcast since the one where I spoiled the results of the Korea-Japan match. Fan Ju-woo, not me. Ju-woo's face is cooked. I might have turned into an active volcano from embarrassment, but Park Ju-woo was completely baked. The hot weather and bright lights roasted the precious main vocal like a sweet potato. Park Ju-woo's skin didn't tan due to his constitution, instead turning bright red. I placed a cute, bear-shaped toner pad on each of Park Ju-woo's cheeks to quickly soothe it. Should I show you the phrase written on the back? Mine says the boss. Jong Songbin proudly revealed his glorious title. His broad back filled the camera angle. The fans were about to go wild, but were left speechless by the bold Gungseo font. Much greater than the saying that Yiwol's love for the leader is the greatest is now a thing of the past. Much greater than the main vocal's friendship is so intense, it's tough. Much greater than Ju-woo Lolo, you're friends with Songbin. So why do you hail him as the boss like this? Lolo. Much greater than Songbin must really like the t-shirt Ju-woo made for him. When my father's shirt was revealed, the chat window flooded with. My ironclad rule of never bowing my head in front of the camera proved to be a great help. If not for that, I would have already slammed my head on the floor and been unable to get up. This outfit is only for today's live stream, so get a good look, everyone. We wanted to wear this as our airport fashion, but Yiwol Hyung was dead set against it. Lee Chong-hyun and Kong Hyun poured oil on the fire. Did they intend to tarnish my one remaining belief that Spark must shine the brightest in front of reporters? Dream on. Much greater than lol, it would be legendary if they came to the airport like this lol. Much greater than, guys. Please, can't you just wear it all together one time? I really want to see it in high-quality candid shots. Much greater than let's cause some trouble while father is sleeping. However, if the fans want it, I guess we'll have to return to Korea in this state. I'll have to string up a temporary clothesline on the UA rooftop, clip the members from the 1st to the 6th with clothespins, shake them out vigorously, and hang them up to dry. Then I'll take a picture with the blue sky as the background and provide it in ultra-high definition so they can use it as their social media profile header. My heart felt tattered. When will I get to dress them in the cool outfits I prepared for their arrival fashion? A corner of my heart grew damp. 2 weeks had passed since Spark left the country. One might have thought One Chi's fangirling would enter a lull, but Spark's chaotic live streams poured out ceaselessly. She lived every day as if it were a comeback week. The combination of temporary roommates and the special post-concert circumstance created live streams with a unique, momentary tension. Ju-woo, how's your face? Is it still hot? It's almost calmed down. Hyung, my apple hair won't come down. Should I blow dry it for you? The atmosphere in Kim Yiwol and Park Ju-woo's room was charming. Park Ju-woo tried to flatten his sticking-up bangs before appearing for the fans, and Kim Yiwol steadfastly brought out various cleansing headbands to fix it. This created a cute appeal. Jang Songbin had a single room, but as befitting a popular leader, at least one person was always visiting. When they became a party of 3, Jang Songbin would turn on a live stream. He would talk about the delicious food they ate that day and the wonderful tourist spots they had glimpsed. Kong Kyeon also had a single room, and members frequented it like Jang Songbin's. The reason, however, was a bit different. It was mainly where Park Ju-woo and Lee Chong-hyun unboxed mysterious items they had bought while avoiding Kim Yiwol and Jang Songbin's eyes. Isn't it meaningless to unbox it secretly if you're just going to reveal it on a live stream? At least we won't get scolded right now. Sparkler will protect us. No one thought they could avoid Kim Yiwol's eyes, and as expected, the sparklers could not protect Park Ju-woo. Much greater than artist_wall. Ju-woo, see you in my room later. The younger members trembled like aspen trees when Yiwol Hyung appeared in the chat. Afterward, Park Ju-woo posted on Bubble Pop, "We promised to go to the night market all together," ending the younger members' small deviation as a simple commotion. The room where endorphins exploded the most was, without a doubt, Choi Ji-ho and Lee Chong-hyun's. Fate seemed to be at play, as they got room number 1205. From the very start, the 2nd and 5th members, riding a fateful current, surprised the sparklers with an unprecedented move in Spark's history. How is it? Is the stream working? I think it's on. The fearless youths showed their extraordinary side by starting a live stream wearing only sleeping gowns. When the live stream alarm rang, Won Chae-hee tuned in. She was confronted by collarbones dotted with water droplets and nearly had her eyes pop out of her head. Much greater than Choi Ji-ho, cover up. Much greater than Lee Chong-hyun, cover up. Much greater than cover up. No, don't cover up. Cover up. Don't cover up, but cover up. Much greater than who told you to start a live stream right after showering? If you keep this up, you'll have no choice but to become world-class idols. Much greater than someone please turn off the live stream notifications on Yiwol and Songbin's phones. Much greater than please don't let this end with a forced shutdown. I'm begging you. The two also briefly explained why they started the broadcast wearing only sleeping gowns. We planned on sleeping in the provided gowns, so we didn't bring any pajamas. If Ju-woo hadn't handed out those t-shirts, we would have had to do the first day's live stream in these gowns as a group. Yiwol Hyung would have definitely made us wear outdoor clothes. You think? So, Won Chae-hee also didn't bother packing separate pajamas if the accommodation provided a sleeping gown, so she fully understood their sentiment. Although it was startling since you rarely see idols outside of their blankets, an idol staying quietly in his room, wearing a sleeping gown was 50 million times better than one getting his picture taken while dragging his feet in slippers and shorts to smoke a cigarette or meet his girlfriend. Everyone in the chat is telling us to lock the deadbolt, so Yiwol Hyung can't get in. He doesn't have a key card, right? If we don't open the door, he can't come in, can he? A knock cut through the two men's carefree chatter. The sound was gentle but quite loud. It's the tiger, the tiger. Lee Chong-hyun clicked his tongue and disappeared off-screen. Choi Ji-ho stared dazedly in the direction Lee Chong-hyun had gone. The audio became bustling as the door opened. Sparkler, hello. It's Yiwol. I'm so sorry for intruding while you were having a cozy time. Kim Yiwol's voice came from beyond the screen, which still only showed Choi Ji-ho. What's written on the paper? Frowning, Choi Ji-ho picked up the glasses on the side table. It seemed Kim Yiwol had brought a piece of paper with something written on it. Regardless, the viewers were thrilled to see the glasses version of Sleeping Gown Ji-ho. It's nothing. What do you mean it's nothing? You wrote, cover up your gown in huge letters. The audacious Kim Yiwol had apparently acted like a sly colleague visiting the members on their live stream. All the while, he tried to police their chests from off-screen with a sketchbook that read cover up your gown. However, Lee Chong-hyun's surprisingly cheerful expose foiled Kim Yiwol's grand plan. You revealing my secret machinations to the whole world? Chong-hyun, as soon as we move dorms, I'm sending you straight to Songbin's room. No, I don't want to go to bed at 1 a.m. Among Sparkler, Kim Yiwol was famous for holding long grudges. The rumor that had circulated secretly among veteran sparklers, Kim Yiwol's grudge is longer than his height, became official after the Santa waited 730 days just for today self-produced content was released. Sure enough, Kim Yiwol declared he would inflict a harsh punishment on Lee Chonghyun for revealing his handwritten sign. Lee Chonghyun plopped down next to Choi Ji-ho and expressed his profound sense of injustice. We did the live stream together, so why are you only doing this to me? It's unfair. I'm officially filing an objection. Choi Ji-ho didn't reveal my other side to the public. If it weren't for you, Chonghyun, the sparklers would have just thought, oh, Yiwol's here, and moved on. Choi Ji-ho, who had been calmly reading the chat, opened his mouth, leaving the fiery war of nerves behind him. They re-asking for Yiwol to show his face too? I don't think he can come out. Choi Ji-ho, wait. A hint of bewilderment was evident in Kim Yiwol's voice. A shadow flapped hastily in the corner of the screen. Choi Ji-ho paid it no mind and continued. He's also only wearing a sleeping gown. He's not really in a position to tell others what to do. Lee Chonghyun rolled around on the bed, laughing. Kim Yiwol's desperate yet contradictory act was thus immortalized on video. He had rushed over, also clad only in a sleeping gown, to stop the members from broadcasting in their natural state. Songbana, I'm sorry. Unable to ignore the sparklers' calls, Kim Yiwol finally showed his face. He clutched his collar with a devastated expression as he publicly apologized to the leader. The sight became a legendary scene that deserved to be remembered for ages. 502. Chapter 502. Chat time 2. Extended overseas stays often caused conflict for idols and their domestic fandoms. This was especially true for tours, which were not short schedules that ended in a month or two. Once talk of neglecting the domestic market started, complaints often grew uncontrollably. Fans felt the group was ignoring the supporters who had been there all along, blinded by profit. This was a reasonable point, so Spark worked hard to provide a steady stream of content while they were away. They pre-filmed many videos and released them as hour-long original content. They also hired a photographer to post photos from every concert. They did not neglect their live streams, communication app, or fan cafe activities. Since it was their first tour, they had stockpiled a large amount of content beforehand. They thought managing their stamina would make real-time communication difficult, but they could always make time. Everyone was so talkative that the audio filled itself the moment they turned on the camera. Much greater than the blessing of live streams is endless. I forgot about your stamina for a moment. How do they keep turning on live streams so often while constantly flying and moving between hotels? I believe Spark's real talent is neither singing nor dancing, but their stamina, much greater than so sweet. Do more live streams. The video team is filming the stuff that will go up as vlogs, so these admirable young men turn on the camera every night saying they'll show us something different. Much greater than you never said you'd give us every single combination like an Oma case. Now that I've had a taste, I can't go back. Spark, take responsibility. Take responsibility and release daily clips of each pair. And so Kim Yiwol has provided. OMG, when was it posted? He posted it on the official fan cafe earlier, saying today was a day off. Much greater than they do so many live streams and show every possible combination. So I thought there was nothing more to be desired, but I was wrong. Why are these raw live streams without whiteboards or agendas so fun? Usually they don't have them unless it's for an anniversary or a comeback live, lol. We appreciate your sentiment of not wanting to waste Sparkler's time with an itemless live broadcast. But these spontaneous, natural live streams are so enjoyable. These guys used to take questions in advance even for communication broadcasts, so seeing them have a stream of consciousness conversation while eating lunchboxes is a fresh sight, lol. Much greater than before/after makeup removal comparison pic. Excuse me, but what changed? I can't believe Kang Keon's nose bridge isn't created with shading. Why is his nose still the same after he removed his makeup? I heard that when they do his makeup, they try not to alter Chonghyun's original features, and I was like, I see, that makes sense. But after watching Kang Keon's live, I'm in a state of, isn't Keon also not wearing any makeup at this point? What I imagined. My baby removes his makeup, revealing a surprisingly gentle charm/reality. My baby removes his makeup, and he still looks like he's frozen with icicles. Much greater than I like the feel of his unstyled hair, just washed and quickly dried. When else will we see the eldest Hyung's fluffy, downstyled hair? If not now, who knows when a relaxed Yiwol will return. Guys, you can't see a languid Yiwol except for times like this. If not now, who knows when a relaxed Yiwol will return. Jiho ya, let's live without wax for just 1 month. I can't give up your styled up hair either, so just for 1 month. Much greater than in the beginning, they complained so much about the sleeping gowns, but now they all come out wearing just the gowns without a second thought. LOL. Humans are indeed creatures of adaptation. After 3 weeks, the most absurd thing is Kim Yiwol tying the kids' gawon ribbons prettily for them. LOL. Songbin, always wearing an inner shirt under his gawon, seems like the epitome of a tidy leader, but I keep seeing glimpses of the third members riding hidden by the gawon. Our Songbin is strange, perpetually strange. Spark successfully maintained public favor by dutifully reporting on our status. Honestly, we did not just do it out of duty. We were also excited and turned on the camera for ourselves. But since everyone enjoyed it, I decided it was a good thing. You still monitoring? My new roommate, Lee Chonghyun, asked while drying his hair with a towel. This was already our 5th hotel. The tour was now approaching its midpoint. I'm done. I should go wash up. The hot water here is great. 5 stars. Lee Chonghyun gave a thumbs up. He then tied his sleeping gown strings prettily, just as I had taught him, and lay spread-eagled on the bed to relax. Dry your hair with the hairdryer before you lie down. You'll catch a cold. Just 5 more minutes. If you leave your hair wet like that, you could get hair loss or dermatitis. Ack. He sighed at my nagging, which had become an automated response, and grabbed the hairdryer. When I came out from washing up, Lee Chonghyun was rolling around on the bed with fluffy hair, proudly showing how dry it was. We don't have anything scheduled for tomorrow, right? Lee Chonghyun stretched at my answer. Since last year's early summer, Lee Chonghyun had been running non-stop. He had not taken it easy before then, either. The only difference was that he had increased the speed on his treadmill. Lee Chonghyun truly ran without end. Even working adults experience burnout, if they only work. People wear out more easily than they think, slowly, and without realizing it. I was partly concerned that Lee Chonghyun might end up the same way. It's just that he rarely listens when I tell him to rest while working. I wondered, is this how the Spark guys felt looking at me when I first joined the company? I never dreamed I would learn their perspective this way. Chonghyun. The guy who had been lounging around turned his eyes to me. His sharp jawline was especially noticeable. Is it hard having so much work? Suddenly, Lee Chonghyun asked with a puzzled expression. He seemed lost in thought for a moment, then sat up. Not so suddenly. I guess. You've asked things like this from time to time. He hugged a pillow with one arm and scratched his head with the other. The fact that Lee Chonghyun didn't joke back meant he had something to say. I waited for him to speak. It's hard to give a clear-cut answer. Compared to our domestic activities, where I could study or recharge at the dorm, this is more draining. But the work is fun, and the stimulation from the new environment is refreshing. It offsets the hardships. While preparing, I thought my head would explode from creating the set list and arranging the music, but rearranging the songs means I can improve on parts one was personally unsatisfied with and show a better version. Thinking of it as a chance to make up for that gets me excited. I see. It's a relief that there were positive aspects. Even as I said it was a relief, something felt off. His answer sounded like a polished response from a job applicant. He has no reason to make a good impression on me. So why? Just as I felt a sense of déjà vu, Lee Chonghyun spoke. Can I be honest? Anything. I was more worried about other things than the work itself. Can I ask what you were worried about? It was rare to see Lee Chonghyun choose his words so carefully. After a long pause, he found the right words. I was worried about our sustainability. In the past, no, not even that long ago. Until recently, I had this anxiety that I didn't know how long the 6 of us could continue to be active. Lee Chonghyun calmly explained why he felt that way. He said the trigger was my accident with Yuhansu. The company was in turmoil, controversies were erupting, and on top of his family's opposition, he had to deal with a major agency's intervention. It was all very confusing for him. I felt like I had to do something, so I just tried to work hard on what I could do. If we had songs, we wouldn't be unable to make a comeback due to a lack of music, and if there was demand, people would keep calling for Spark, right? The fear that the end might be near seemed to have followed Lee Chonghyun for a long time. I asked him cautiously, "Are you still anxious now?" "No." Lee Chonghyun's answer was concise and clear. "Not if you've never considered us a burden." He was referring to the conversation we had when I opened a bottle of liquor in the dorm living room. From our trainee days to our early debut. Do you know what you used to say like a habit? When I could not find the answer, Lee Chonghyun kindly told me, You guys will do well. You guys will be fine. That always bothered me. It probably wasn't with bad intentions. With us, yet you took care of everything. I thought maybe you were just a good person, but then again, you were unusually lenient only with us. You admit that, right? Yeah. That's why I was so relieved when I heard you say Spark wasn't a burden, and you've really changed a lot. I don't know if you're aware, but you don't try to get out of wearing the group t-shirt anymore, and you don't scold the members for mentioning you. Not all idols are close. Some maintain a business relationship, while others treat each other like enemies. While those teams must have their reasons, Lee Chonghyun confessed that he wanted all of us to get along if possible. Going on fun trips together, calling each other when there's something delicious to eat, finding a funny t-shirt and wearing matching colors, and talking for hours about silly things without realizing time is passing. I liked those little things because they felt like family. So now, there's nothing to be anxious about. I can see how much the members cherish the team. At the same time, he said his heart never wavered when it came to writing songs. Even if their relationships were uncertain, he had faith that they would support each other when it came to work. Lee Chonghyun candidly shared this story, which could have been embarrassing. If a song wasn't good, I knew the Hyungs or Kang Jian would have set up a serious discussion, so I wasn't too worried. If the atmosphere was one of only praise, it might have actually been more burdensome. Everyone tries to be objective about work, right? And I was certain that if I ever fell into a slump, everyone would step up to help, regardless of our personal relationships. So I didn't really have any stress when it came to work. Every word Lee Chonghyun said was right, including the part about my heart having changed. Our team has been through so many incidents that I still get worried sometimes. But now I have something to believe in, so I recover much faster than before. It's okay. Should we perform an exorcism to make you feel even more secure? No, rather than that, I'd like you to actively cooperate for the sake of my more constructive goal. If you tell me what constructive goal you've set. Originally, my goal was for the 6 of us to be as active as possible, you know? Lee Chonghyun sat up straight, as if sharing a grand, secret plan. Now, my dream is for all of us to be active together for a long, long time. He grinned. I know we can do it. To those hopeful words, I could only smile back. 503. Chapter 503. Chat time 3. Lee Chonghyun had changed a lot, just as he promised. He no longer worried about poor reactions or low rankings. While juggling work and his studies, he learned to manage his mental state whenever he felt burdened or things went wrong. When he wanted a new challenge, he performed a musical number on a competition show. When he needed stability, he planned a trip. It was hard to believe he once got nervous just from receiving feedback. Now, he boldly gathered all the members to listen whenever he wrote a new song. Lee Chonghyun wasn't the only one who had changed. After washing up, I went to the room where we agreed to meet. Jang Songbin stood with his hands on his hips, watching Choi Jiho and Kang Kian huddled over a laptop. What's going on? I asked cautiously, reading the room. Park Ju-woo, who had just opened the door, summarized the situation. Jiho and Kian are exchanging opinions about a choreography revision. The atmosphere wasn't friendly for an exchange of opinions. Their expressions were grim, partly from their resting faces, but mostly because the dance line members didn't speak nicely. In the past, situations like this made Jang Songbin and Park Ju-woo the most restless. This was true not just during their trainee days. Even as the 5-member group, Jang Songbin was reluctant to face conflict, and Park Ju-woo would just hover on the periphery. Now, however, Park Ju-woo wasn't avoiding the situation because it was awkward. He was respecting their conversation, confident it wouldn't escalate into a fight. Jang Songbin trusted Choi Jiho and Kang Kian to resolve things on their own. He waited, ready to step in at any moment if needed. Choi Jiho and Kang Kian had also changed how they expressed their opinions, listening more attentively to each other. They still couldn't understand one another's points instantly and perfectly, but they knew they shared the common goal of creating a more amazing stage. Songbin, what do you think? We just can't seem to find a middle ground. When Kang Kian felt he couldn't persuade them alone, he sought advice from others for an objective perspective. When Jang Songbin had the chance to state his opinion, He didn't get intimidated or back down. If Park Ji-woo had something to add, he said it. Choi Ji-ho answered his younger members' questions with sincerity. Even when friction arose and opinions clashed, Lee Chong-hyun didn't get nervous. His declaration about no longer being anxious wasn't an empty one. This should be enough. I was muttering to myself when Choi Ji-ho called my name. Kim Yiwol, you come take a look too. See what would be better. All right. We gathered, put our heads together, and discussed. As we talked, I became certain. This team wouldn't collapse over just anything anymore. The meeting finally ended after a full 3 hours, with no idle chatter. Afterward, the Spark members chattered for a long time about how to spend the short holidays squeezed between their schedules. By the time they decided when to hang out and eat, it was nearly dawn. I wrapped things up, telling everyone to disperse before they got dark circles. I returned to the room with Lee Chong-hyun and ordered him to get under the covers and lie down immediately. Lee Chong-hyun didn't resist and obediently fell asleep. Lying in bed, I heard the bathroom's ventilation fan. It was just everyday noise, but the small sound seemed unusually loud. A fan word inside my head, too. Were. System. The system responded to my call immediately, which seemed to be part of its active cooperation. Tell me the clear reason why the synchronization rate is rising. I need to know so I can start the resignation process. I steeled myself and waited for the system's answer. Before long, the system displayed a new window. Plus, system, the criteria for synchronization rate reflection is hereby notified to Party B. The synchronization rate of Party B will increase according to the following items. When the similarity between the life before reuse and the life after reuse increases due to Party B's violation of confidentiality. When Party B's physical and mental burden increases due to reasons such as overwork, job stress, etc. With the passage of a certain amount of time, penalties may occur for schedule changes made using the scheduler. When the synchronization rate reaches a certain level, a checkup will be conducted to verify that synchronization is proceeding normally. Party A may arbitrarily designate the degree of synchronization by considering the surrounding situation, ripple effects, additional effects, etc. Plus, after reading the contents, I understood clearly. My actions so far had been a ritual to raise the synchronization rate. I had blabbed the secret everywhere, sacrificed sleep, and caused trouble because my mind was a mess. On top of that, I had pushed up every fixed schedule, from our debut to our comeback. I had done everything possible to raise the synchronization rate. I could only take comfort in the fact that it hadn't reached 100% yet. I guess the dark circles getting worse or the brief stomach ulcer were part of the checkup process. No wonder it didn't last long, coming from the vicious system. If a hole had been bored through my stomach, I would have been resigned before I could even start the process. It was a relief I didn't suffer for long. The probability of escaping death grew even slimmer. The guide for synchronization rate changes listed reasons for increases, but none for decreases. If synchronization naturally progressed over time, then nothing I did could stop the rate from reaching 100%. The numbers would have inevitably surged while achieving the KPIs. It was a dead end. If I failed to find a breakthrough, I had things to do. I had to go to the intersection at the right time. I also had to change the owner of the folder containing the 5-member Spark edits I'd collected since our debut, giving it to Jong Songbin. Whatever I did, I needed to buy time. I focused on the last item in the notice. For any future causes, can you lower the rate of increase for the synchronization rate a little? According to the explanation, you, system, have some authority, right? A sudden jump of 10% or 15% like before would be trouble. If that happened, I'd die suddenly. I refuse to be taken out without a chance to fight back. If it's for the sake of a standard resignation process, you should cooperate at least that much. Unless I'm the one who expressed the intent to quit first, forcing me through the resignation process counts as wrongful termination, you know? The system accepted my proposal without any conditions. Plus, system, a work directive from supervisor has arrived. Play button all right, Assistant Manager Kim, you've worked hard until now. I'll be generous and cut you some slack this time. Plus, thanks. You infuriating bastard. I told the system our business was done and sent it away. As it disappeared, my vision instantly darkened. The fan noise in my head stopped, replaced by the sound of Lee Chong-hyun's sleeping breaths. My dream is for all of us to be active together for a long, long time. Lee Chong-hyun's words lingered in my ears. Sleep did not come easily. After signing a peace treaty from our battle of wills, I didn't see the system for a while. The fire at my feet was too big to pick another fight with. No, perhaps the fire had fallen on the crown of my head. The Midsummer World Tour brought immense heat. Everyone melted like ice on a hot grill. All the Spark members were vulnerable to the heat, their delicate constitutions living up to their pretty faces. They suffered twice the hardship and adversity as a result. Jiwoo, you've lost more weight, haven't you? Yeah. Because it was so hot, Park Jiwoo, already a light eater, barely touched anything but ice cream. On rehearsal or performance days, he forced down a salad for stamina, but otherwise survived on frozen ice or yogurt. It would have been a disaster if he hadn't built up muscle through weight training. Jang Songbin's face had also become gaunt. He was slightly better off than Park Jiwoo since he at least ate fruit, but that was it. The members couldn't even enjoy cool air with peace of mind, since catching an air conditioning sickness or a cold would affect their performances. If the main vocals wither away and disappear, who will sing the songs? I don't even want to touch my laptop anymore. Lee Chong-hyun sprawled on the sofa, fed up with the heat from his electronic devices. Kang Kian, one of the Spark members most sensitive to heat, was also in bad shape. Only Choi Ji-ho was fine. He wasn't immune to the heat, but he was far from getting sick from air conditioning. He had a strong skin barrier, so he could enjoy the cool breeze to his heart's content without worrying about illness or dry skin. His appetite was also the same as ever. Choi Ji-ho wasn't picky about local food and ate whatever he was given. Choi Ji-ho was the only one among us whose meal portions hadn't decreased. To think you're not even affected by the heat wave. You're truly a talent specialized for overseas performances. Is that a compliment? It's a 100% pure compliment and admiration for the best center. I hope you'll accept my praise. Choi Ji-ho didn't reply. Judging by his eyes, that bastard clearly thought I had heat stroke. I know it's tough, but let's hang in there a little longer, guys. A ray of light and salt appeared for Spark, who were suffering from the scorching sun, the sweltering streets, and the hot lights. We have a shoot at the beach next week, remember? The location shoot, meant to provide a different background for maximum value, was just around the corner. Life returned to the members' eyes. 504, Chapter 504, Chat Time 4. An outdoor photo shoot under the scorching sun was not pleasant. The thought of torturing my skin under UV rays for hours was heartbreaking. I had cultivated it like a greenhouse flower, but the amazing natural light and fresh scenery made the blazing sun worth it. How could I give up on a season's greetings shoot in front of an emerald sea? I had to show the Sparkler fans a shirtless Choi Ji-ho and Jang Songbin in a rash guard. They needed to see an upgraded, toned Park Jiwoo, a water-drenched Lee Chong-hyun, and Kang Kian drying his hair with a towel. There was no other way. We were staying abroad for a long time, so we decided to use the local scenery when we were not flying to Korea. This water-themed shoot was part of that plan. During the in-music video shoot, we had to get all the necessary cuts quickly. The set was extremely fast-paced. This time, however, we did not need to rush. We booked lodging near the beach to film our own content. We could shoot the intro in the morning, work a bit when the sun was highest, enjoy the beach again in the afternoon, and play games in the cool pension at night. Even the weather god was on our side. The early summer sun appeared at dawn. Cotton candy-like clouds floated in the blue sky. It was a high-quality, natural studio you could not find anywhere else. The photos of Spark in the beautiful scenery looked like a fashion pictorial. Their vibrantly dyed hair from the concerts and their sharp jawlines were a masterpiece. Well-shot muscles added to the refreshing atmosphere. This shade of blue was Spark's true personal color, not #FF6600. A surge of anger made me glare at Choi Ji-ho, who had just finished changing. The packed storyboard showed the planning team's passion. We had many photos to take, capturing a soft and pure sensibility, a sparkling vacation vibe, an innocent feeling in the water, and a mature, drenched look. We alternated between individual and group shots, and time flew by. The guys had been listless from the heat, but they instantly perked up when handed a cold watermelon juice. Getting some fresh air after being cooped up indoors seemed to energize them even more. Is this fresh fruit juice? Lee Chong-hyun asked the staff member who prepared the props. He heard it contained no sugar and asked if he could drink it after his photos. Hyung, did you hear? The watermelon juice is sugar-free. They said we can drink it after the shoot. Good for you. Want mine when I'm done? It's okay. They said they'll give us coconut juice for the group photo later, so I'll drink that. You can have yours, Hyung. Then, Lee Chong-hyun stuck a flower from the set behind his ear. His visuals alone made him look like a 30-year vacationing veteran. The atmosphere grew even livelier once the water fun began. The guys had been posing on the scorching sand, but they became vacationers the moment they entered the sea. They were vacationers who hadn't forgotten their main duty. They splashed water at each other in beautiful arcs or pretended to block it with their arms. They always made sure their faces were not backlit. We also had a rescue mission for Park Ji-woo. He took a huge dive and looked like a drowned rat. His fluffy hair drooped, so I slicked it back stylishly and arranged every stray strand. Does it look weird? Don't worry. You're our team's sexy king today. What about Jiho Hyung? He's just the king. Hyung, I can't tell if you're complimenting Jiho Hyung or not, Kang Keon interjected. I insisted it was a compliment, but no one seemed to believe me. After getting enough pictorial-worthy shots by the blue sea, we gathered under a parasol to check the results. Gasps of admiration erupted every time a new photo appeared. I don't think that's me, Kang Keon muttered, looking at the monitor. The Kang Keon on the screen exuded a fizziness, like a bright blue sparkling drink turned into a person. No, it captures you perfectly. It has all 5 senses, from the sunlight to the sound of the waves. I didn't know photography had developed to this level. It's as good as a video. I think you should be a critic as a side job, Hyung. You're the type of person who should be writing book or movie reviews. Lee Chong-hyun suggested I get a second job. It's a shame the only field where I can truly flex my vocabulary is Spark. After acquiring a trove of amazing photos, we enjoyed a frantic session of mini-games at our lodging. A cool breeze blew, and sweet fruits were plentiful. The guys had lost their appetites in the heat, but they now burned with enthusiasm for the local desserts and food. The losers of each game were flamboyantly decorated with various penalty items. I had requested funny items that would not ruin their looks, and all sorts of peculiar props had been brought in. Isn't a flower necklace a reward for Lee Chong-hyun, not a penalty? Choi Ji-ho asked. He spoke after seeing Lee Chong-hyun covered in a colorful flower necklace. Lee Chong-hyun had lost a game by saying his forbidden word, no, 24 times. Jiho Hyung, are you complimenting me? Hasn't the way compliments are used in our team been a little strange since earlier? Kang Keon interjected again. Jong Songbin just smiled brightly and said it was harmonious and nice. It really suits you, Chong-hyun, Park Ji-woo said. He adjusted the necklace to make sure Lee Chong-hyun's flowers faced forward. No matter how brilliant the flowers were, they could not compare to Lee Chong-hyun's beauty. While Spark ran around tirelessly, endorsement offers for Lee Chong-hyun were apparently flooding the agency. I would have to make time to review them soon. But there was something else to settle first. Ji-woo. You wear this too. I held out a large fish-shaped bread mask to Park Ji-woo. Why? What do you think? Because your forbidden action was guilty behavior. Hurry up, take off those alien sunglasses, and put this on. After playing games late into the night, Kang Keon and I were chosen to buy late-night snacks from the mart. It was completely dark by the time we took down all the picky orders.